"Mommy, look, there are two people over there," exclaimed a little girl around 4 or 5 years old with pigtails, pointing excitedly towards the window. "Sweetheart, don't say such things. Get some rest, we're going to see the pandas tomorrow," her mother responded, her voice thick with sleepiness, gently patting her daughter's head. The protracted journey had depleted her energy, leaving her with little patience for her daughter's chatter. All she craved was sleep, a chance to recuperate before taking her daughter to the zoo to see the pandas, an event the child had eagerly anticipated. "But Mommy, there really are two people there. It's so strange." The little girl disregarded her mother's perfunctory reply, her chubby hands pressed against the window as she gazed at the scene outside with wide-eyed curiosity. Her mother, however, had already drifted off to sleep. Outside the window, a wizened old man, his frame frail and slightly hunched, stood clad in a white suit. His hands were clasped behind his back, his face framed by long, white eyebrows that nearly reached his neck. A white goatee adorned his chin, and a white cloth obscured his eyes, the fabric tied behind his head amidst a cascade of silver hair that danced in the wind alongside his stooped back. "I never imagined I would see you again in this life," he murmured. Across from him stood a young man draped in tight-fitting black leather. His dark hair fell haphazardly across his face, barely concealing his profound black eyes. His complexion was deathly pale, the only contrast to his dark attire. The old man chuckled ruefully. "Merely the consequence of glimpsing celestial secrets. As a member of the Celestial Fortune sect, I've grown accustomed to it. My only regret is failing to foresee someone intercepting your destiny." The young man's expression darkened. "You always find a way. I have faith in you." His words, though spoken calmly, brooked no argument. The old man shook his head in response. The young man's brow furrowed, his voice deepening. "You can't?" It was the first time the young man had betrayed his emotions, and as a result, a faint aura of darkness enveloped him, and a crimson glimmer flickered in his black pupils. The old man shook his head once more, watching as the dark aura intensified around the young man. "There is a way, but I fear you may not have the patience." The young man inhaled deeply, and the dark aura and crimson light subsided slightly. The old man breathed a sigh of relief. "Speak. With my celestial eye, I saw your destiny. It ends here. The fate that has been stolen from you is your ultimate destiny, but lies not in this life, nor in this world. You know why I've come to you. Spare me the useless words. Where is she?" The young man's voice shifted noticeably, becoming more animated. The silvery moonlight bathed him, and the eerie black aura began to dissipate. "In another world, taken by a being of immense power. Interestingly, it left behind a coordinate for you, a path to that world." The old man extended his right hand, a sphere of white light swirling gently above his elongated fingers. "Like the gates of the underworld? Can you open it?" the young man asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. The old man nodded. "We are both masters of the rules. I can open it, but I have a question." "Ask away. How will you deal with the karma left behind here?" the old man inquired, his tone leisurely. The young man frowned again, a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. "The ghost realm has been unified, entrusted to Moe. The demon realm is fine with E. The western realm won't recover for 300 years. You are here, and I will not get what I want." The old man shook his head. "You are mistaken." "Mistaken? I am not here. I, too, will eventually journey to that world. That is inconsequential. There is also her." The old man pointed towards the little girl inside the window. The young man stared at the child, who was intently watching them. "When did I create this karma?" "Just now," the old man replied, sounding troubled. "Just because she saw us." "Yes.do as you see fit," the young man said dismissively. "Your karma. Why should I deal with it?" the old man asked, his voice laced with surprise. "You chose the location, and you orchestrated everything. I have grown accustomed to your machinations over the course of my life. So you resolve it." A hint of amusement flickered in the young man's eyes, and his demeanor shifted slightly. The old man shook his head, then nodded with resignation. "Such is the will of fate. Then I shall bear this karma for you." The sphere of light in the old man's hand slowly expanded, forming a circular portal nearly the size of a person. The old man could see the young man, but the young man could only see a dazzling expanse of stars within the portal. In the distance, a blue planet slowly rotated. The old man looked at him and said, "This is the world where she resides, an unknown world. You will have to start anew. Upon hearing the old man's words, the young man's face darkened. My memories from this life. The old man replied, I do not know. There should be someone there to negotiate with you. I doubt you will be able to retain all of them in the short term. Just like in this life, time is short, so you must hurry. The old man was straining to maintain the portal, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. The young man nodded and stepped towards the portal. The old man suddenly called out to him, Lin Yin, may your journey be blessed. Lin Yin grinned, revealing a set of sharp teeth. He'll be waiting for you there. With that, he stepped into the portal and vanished. The portal then dissipated as the old man's strength waned. It seems I must arrange my affairs. After all, this is my last life. Inside the window, the little girl exclaimed in terror, shaking her mother awake. Mommy, one of the people disappeared, but that old man with the white beard seemed to look at me. The woman, who had not been deeply asleep, turned to look out the window but saw nothing. Slightly annoyed, she shook her head and said gently, My sweetie, we need to rest. Mommy is tired. She pulled her daughter into her arms and patted her gently. Soon, both mother and daughter drifted back to sleep. In the nearby control cabin, a radar operator let out a gasp. His drowsy colleague asked what was wrong. Strange. The radar just detected two unidentified objects near the side of our plane. They appeared to be human, and then there was electromagnetic interference. One disappeared suddenly, and the other moved out of radar range. His colleague perked up and patted him on the shoulder. Are you hallucinating? We're at 20,000 meters. Not even birds can fly up here. How do people get up here? They'd freeze to death. Relax. We'll be landing in 5 hours. Get some rest. But the radar really did. The operator tried to argue, but seeing his colleague's dismissive expression, he could only mutter to himself, Radars don't hallucinate, do they? Under the moonlight, the plane sped through the ethereal clouds, slowly disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 1. The Minotaur Chef. Your Honor, we accept your judgment. The mercenary captain turned to face the pig-headed judge. The pig-headed judge repeated the question to the others, and after receiving affirmative responses, he exclaimed, By the beast god, may the beast god's envoy, Chief Justice reign. Sign. He then handed a yellowed piece of paper to the human boy standing next to him. The boy, around 5 or 6 years old, had fair skin, short black hair, and a pair of hazel eyes that scanned the captured mercenaries with a playful glint uncommon for someone his age. As the mercenaries anticipated the arrival of a significant figure, the boy suddenly wore a peculiar smile, drawing forth a quill from behind him and nonchalantly signing his name, Rain Yin. The pig-headed man behind him respectfully accepted the signed yellow paper, urging several mercenaries to inscribe their names, as well those who could not write merely pressed their mercenary insignia onto it. In truth, all the mercenaries had lost the ability to write, their expressions blank as the bull-headed man behind them removed their insignias, leaving the judgment scroll adorned solely with the emblem of the Porcupine Mercenary Squad. For the Porcupine Squad, encountering a level 1 bull-headed warrior was a matter of no complaint. Being surrounded and captured by over 3 times their number in werewolves could be deemed acceptable. What drove them to madness was the moment when they believed success was within their grasp. Reflecting on this, the stealthy mercenary thief, OM, shifted his gaze toward the imposing bull-headed warrior beside the juvenile magistrate, Rain. The bare crown of the warrior's head adorned with a pure white high-top hat appeared somewhat comical. Yet OM could not muster a smile. A bitter taste lingered in his mouth as he gradually regained his composure, recalling the events of that morning. That morning, the Porcupine Squad had stationed themselves on the outskirts of the orc forest to prepare for their mission. The agile OM was dispatched by Dono to scout the whereabouts of the Windblade magic wolves. Before his departure, the captain had repeatedly emphasized the need to retreat immediately upon encountering orcs, allowing for a rescheduling of their task, with the opportunity to re-enter the orc forest later. The enmity between humans and orcs was not to be underestimated. Capture by orcs would spell certain doom. OM was a level 2 thief, and in the land of freedom, commonly known as Fry, the profession of thief was quite prevalent, merely one among many trades. Fry was a realm shimmering with magical splendor, where martial prowess and sorcery coexisted. The most prominent professions were the warriors and mages, with others including the enigmatic assassins, the virtuous priests, and various trades. The warrior and mage systems shared similarities with that of thieves, and orphaned by circumstance. OM had been compelled to join the ranks of thieves for survival. Possessing deft hands, he was capable of setting intricate traps and was recruited by the 4th-level Porcupine Mercenary Squad due to his quick wit. Their mission in the Orc territory was to locate a creature known as the Windblade Magic Wolf, a pack-dwelling level 3 beast. The task required the acquisition of 20 complete pelts of the Windblade Magic Wolf, a creature known for its singular combat style, relying solely on its speed and the casting of Windblade magic, which had a limited frequency that a pack animal. Locating them was relatively straightforward. Numerous wolf packs could be found slightly deeper within the boundaries of the Orc forest. Rumors suggested that these Windblade magic wolves served as mounts for the werewolf warriors of the Orc tribes. Though sightings were rare, at least the Porcupine Squad had not encountered them previously. Ohm's squad was small, comprising a level 1 warrior as captain, a level 3 priest, 3 level 2 warriors, and 2 level 1 apprentices, totaling 8 members. The squad's name, Porcupine, referred to a type of magical beast capable of shooting quilled arrows and classified as a level 3 creature. Cautiously, OM scouted ahead, and after about an hour of venturing into the forest, he discovered numerous paw prints, likely indicating a beast trail. After careful examination, he deduced that the prints belonged to the Windblade magic wolves they sought. Assessing the wind direction, OM proceeded along the trail, and after nearly 20 minutes, he faintly heard the howls of the Windblade magic wolves. With their acute hearing and sense of smell, caution was paramount. After creeping forward for a short distance, he confirmed the presence of the Windblade magic wolves approximately 200 meters away. Elated, OM began to retreat slowly, but failed to notice that the paw prints of the wolves he tracked were significantly deeper than those he had previously observed. Upon exiting the forest, OM reported his findings to Dano, who instructed him to rest for half an hour. After this brief respite, the entire squad entered the Orc forest. OM led the way while the other members remained vigilant. After approximately half an hour of travel, OM raised his hand to signal a halt, returning to Dano's side to indicate the direction. Dano devised a simple plan, and once the squad members were familiar with their roles, they commenced their operation. The OM was to scout ahead, and as he approached the crest of a hill, he caught a whiff of an unusual savory aroma. Driven by curiosity and caution, he cautiously peered over the edge and was astonished to discover a bull-headed figure in the hollow below. The bull-headed warrior had his back turned to OM, who could only see that the creature appeared to be engaged in some task. The muscles of the bull-headed figure rippled, obscuring OM's view of its face. Observing the movements from behind, OM noted that the warrior's left hand remained steady while the right hand trembled slightly, with wisps of steam rising from its front, emanating the source of that tantalizing aroma. Suddenly, the peculiar orc turned around, nearly prompting OM to burst into laughter. Indeed, it was a bull-headed warrior, comically adorned with a high white hat atop its bald head. Later, OM would learn that it was called a chef's hat and became widely recognized throughout the continent. Before the bull-headed figure stood a large pot, and in its hand was an ordinary kitchen knife, chopping unknown green ingredients on a cutting board. From the ingredients beside the pot, OM surprisingly recognized 2 commonly used seasonings from human society. He was forced to accept the astonishing reality that this bull-headed warrior was not only skilled in culinary arts, but exceptionally proficient. In the collective consciousness of the continent, orcs were often associated with uncleanliness, ignorance, and brutality. Witnessing this scene compelled OM to reconsider this stereotype. Though the bull-headed warrior's leather armor bore signs of wear, it was remarkably clean. The harmonious blend of seasonings and the enticing aroma were irrefutable evidence that previous assumptions were profoundly erroneous. At that moment, an ominous premonition took root in OM's mind. Where had the Windblade magic wolves gone? As this realization dawned upon him, a cold sweat drenched his body. During Dano's briefing, he had not heard any howls from the Windblade magic wolves, and after the squad dispersed, he had seen or heard no trace of them. Before OM could act, the bull-headed warrior spoke. "Greetings, dear human friends who have traveled from afar. Please to lie down and keep warm. Rosa invites human adventurers to sample his meat soup." All the humans present were taken aback as the bull-headed figure slowly turned, pausing 8 times to regard each of the 8 individuals. OM was the last to be scrutinized, yet it was evident that Rosa had identified him first. The signal from Dano rang out, and all the team members stood in astonishment, gazing at the bull-headed figure in the hollow. Dano's face darkened, clearly recognizing this as a meticulously orchestrated trap. The audacity of this bull-headed warrior, Rosa, to stand alone here raised questions about how many orcs lurked nearby. With a mix of curiosity and trepidation, the group descended into the hollow, drawing their weapons cautiously as they beheld the robust bull-headed figure. Rosa regarded the wary assembly, his broad mouth curving into a slight grin as he leaned forward and even bowed to the 8 individuals, evoking a collective thought. This giant is remarkably polite, asked the captain. Dono could only muster his courage in the face of such a situation. Greetings, formidable bull-headed warrior, Rosa interjected before Dono could complete his sentence. Esteemed adventurer, you may simply refer to me as Rosa, the cook. Furthermore, I am not powerful within this tribe. I am merely a culinary artist. Dono responded, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing the human adventurer's discomfiture, Rosa casually remarked, do not be alarmed. I merely wish for you to sample my broth. Rosa, did you not intend to reserve some for us? The query descended from above. A cerulean werewolf, astride a fully grown wind-razor dire wolf, bellowed. The dire wolf echoed the werewolf's cry, followed by a chorus of howls. One after another, werewolf warriors, mounted on wind-razor dire wolves, materialized before the party, numbering approximately 30. Observing the werewolves' emergence, the party's countenances grew grim. In combat, the 30-odd dire wolves alone could effortlessly annihilate the squad, not to mention the 30-plus orcs. More crucially, Orcish wolf riders had vanished from the annals of history. How could this spectacle be elucidated? The Minotaur, disregarding the werewolves, turned and, with a long-handled ladle, gently stirred the cauldron, sprinkling seasonings into the simmering liquid. A rich fragrance permeated the small hollow. Even the acutely tense porcupine squad found themselves drawn to the savory aroma, and Olm's stomach audibly rumbled. The Minotaur produced a stack of wooden bowls from an unseen location and, with a long-handled ladle, carefully ladled the broth into the wooden bowls, distributing them to the members of the porcupine squad. Witnessing their terrified expressions, Rosa took the first sip, assuring them of its safety. Such extravagance. The broth loses its savor when chilled. Rosa, behold, I have brought my own bowl. The first werewolf to speak brandished a wooden bowl from his waist. Rosa chuckled. I knew you insatiable glutton, were drawn by my broth. Come, there's plenty. The werewolf's furry face broke into a contented grin. At a single command, the werewolves dismounted from their wind-razor dire wolves. 30-odd werewolves, each clutching a sizable wooden bowl, astonished the porcupine squad. Patience, form orderly ranks. The individual who had been conversing with Rosa appeared to be a leader. At his command, the werewolves promptly divided into 3 lines. Save for the sounds of swallowing, not a single one of the 30-odd werewolves uttered a word. Dono's expression darkened considerably at this sight. Even within human armies, only elite units could achieve such discipline. Yet before their very eyes, the werewolves, renowned for their brutality and disorder, demonstrated order and refinement, refraining from the legendary werewolf behavior of pouncing upon and tearing apart humans. Rosa meticulously ladled broth for each werewolf, and as the werewolves sipped and revealed expressions of satisfaction, Olm could no longer resist taking a sip, his stamina being the most depleted within the squad. Upon the broth's entry, Olm felt as though he had tasted paradise. The broth's color was clear, with only a hint of oil discernible on the surface. Upon tasting it, an immediate distinction was apparent. The rich fragrance, accompanied by the broth's warmth, coursed through his entire being, providing an indescribable comfort. Olm knew that such delectable broth was unattainable in the human realm and, with a hint of astonishment, inquired of Rosa, "This is exquisite. How did you achieve this?" Observing that Olm had ingested the broth without incident, the other members of the porcupine squad also partook of a small portion, their gazes fixed upon Rosa, their expressions incredulous. "Ha ha! Do you find the broth delectable?" The leading werewolf responded with a hearty laugh. "These are all teachings imparted by His Excellency, Rain." All the orcs present nodded in affirmation. The members of the porcupine squad grew curious about this enigmatic orc named Rain. After savoring Rosa's delectable broth, the boar squad felt somewhat self-conscious watching the numerous werewolves assist with the cleanup. However, Rosa, with a grave demeanor, beckoned Dono aside. who anticipated the ensuing matter would be delicate, recognizing the familiar human tactic of offering a boon before presenting a challenge. Adventurer, Rosa began, her tone tinged with authority. Might I inquire about the purpose of your expedition? Dono hastily clarified that he intended no offense to the Orcish tribe, their encounter being purely coincidental. Rosa nodded, stating, "You are likely aware of the non-aggression pact ratified 3 millennia ago between the human and Orcish empires?" Dono affirmed, recounting the ancient alliance forged against the demonic invasion of the continent, a conflict that spanned a century. Upon their defeat, a treaty was established, delineating territories for each race. Orcs, as staunch defenders, were granted a forest and a plain, while other races received their respective domains, with humans and orcs claiming the largest expanses. In that case, Rosa continued, matters are simplified. Please accompany Captain Vol to the settlement to face the consequences. Dono instinctively reached for his weapon, but Rosa swiftly intervened, disarming him with a touch. Fear not, she reassured. We intend no mortal harm, merely a few days of physical labor. I pledge my word. Dono exhaled in relief, aware of the bovine orc's reputation for integrity. While not universal among Orcish tribes, the majority held honor in high regard, save for the notoriously cunning fox orcs. What sort of labor? Dono inquired. Rosa's expression shifted, then she recovered, replying, sanitation duties, as decreed by Lord Rain. Nothing strenuous. With that, she approached Vol, the werewolf captain, and exchanged hushed words before departing with the cleaned utensils. Vol addressed the boar squad, stating somberly, orcs adhere to diplomacy before force. This is sacred Orcish territory. As such, you have transgressed the non-aggression pact. According to the laws of the Beal tribe, you must atone for your actions. However, there is no cause for alarm. Your sentence will likely be no more than 10 days of servitude, with sustenance provided. Should circumstances permit, it may even be reduced. Surrender your arms and abandon any thoughts of escape. Our comrades will readily apprehend any who attempt to flee. As a gesture of goodwill, we shall accompany you to the Beal tribe for judgment. I am Captain Vol of the 10th Reconnaissance Squad, 3rd Border Regiment, Beal tribe, Orcish Empire. Vol referred to the words written by the werewolves. None of the boar squad contemplated flight. Eluding the swift, keen-sensed werewolves in the unfamiliar wilderness was deemed impossible. Vol selected 8 werewolves to escort the squad, releasing the works. They proceeded at a deliberate pace, accommodating the boar squad's limitations. Dono signaled OM, who approached a werewolf and inquired somewhat awkwardly, "What manner of punishment awaits us?" The werewolf emanated a peculiar odor, causing OM to wrinkle his nose. Before he could respond, another werewolf exclaimed, "Volley, did you neglect your ablutions yesterday? I've been detecting that scent for some time." Volley retorted, "Nonsense. I bathed at Station 37 yesterday." Vol interjected, "I was at Station 37 yesterday and did not see you, Volley. What were you doing?" Volley stammered, "I visited Voya." "Oh, so you were still smitten with her. Have you sought Lord Rain's blessing? He could arrange a grand ceremony, though Voya may not appreciate your unwashed state." Vol jested. Oim inquired, "Do orcs observe marriage rites?" Vol replied, "Indeed, and we register our unions. Behold, my marriage certificate, courtesy of Lord Rain. I am a father of 3. He proudly displayed a hardened animal hide. OM, unfamiliar with the script, admitted his inability to decipher it. Volley offered assistance, explaining the inscription, which included names, genders, and identification numbers. He added that Vol was the only married member of their group, hence OM's unfamiliarity with the document. Upon returning the certificate, OM exclaimed, "Remarkable. Such a system is absent in human society. In the human realm, marriage required application to the clergy and an exchange of rings before a priest, lacking formal documentation, which sometimes resulted in bigamy. While human males could take multiple wives, Vol's certificate indicated monogamy. All thanks to Lord Rain," Volley declared. A cleric, who had remained silent until now, inquired, "Is this registration process universal?" The cleric's voice was melodious, though her features were obscured by her cowl. "Certainly," Volley replied. "Say, Volley, are there restrictions against marrying human women?" Volley pondered before responding. "Lord Rain has not specified such a prohibition, but there are regulations regarding parental responsibility for minors. Are you prepared for the possibility of hybrid offspring?" Upon their utterances, every soul within earshot could discern their discourse. The female cleric, upon hearing their words, promptly succumbed to unconsciousness, her headwear dislodging, thereby unveiling her countenance to the lupin observers. By human standards, while not a paragon of pulchritude, Her features possessed a certain comeliness, rendering her an agreeable sight. However, the interrogating werewolf, upon beholding the cleric's visage, expressed his disappointment, lamenting that she did not possess the allure of Voya. His inadvertent remark elicited a swift rebuke from Wally, who asserted his claim over Voya. The werewolf chuckled, asserting that under Rain's doctrine of egalitarian romance, he possessed the prerogative to court her affections, a matter not to be resolved through mere duels. Voya, he proclaimed, was the floral jewel of the wolf clan, and her heart's inclination was beyond Wally's control. As his words faded, a chorus of thuds reverberated as every human present, without exception, fainted. ORM, in his final conscious thought, mused that this was the true essence of the Orcish world, a reality that had eluded him for years. Observing the unconscious humans strewn about, Wolf lamented the need for a substantial contingent to manage the situation. Wally, with practiced ease, hoisted ORM onto his shoulders, questioning whether Rain's prescribed labor sanctions were insufficient. Given the recurrent influx of humans, the mention of labor elicited a collective recoil among the wolves, their hands reflexively moving towards their noses. Wolf, too, hesitated before lowering his hand, cautioning against such unsavory topics after a meal. As they continued their trek, their conversation persisted. Wally voiced his apprehension that Rain might not return, casting a pall over the group's earlier exuberance. Wolf, with rare solemnity, acknowledged the uncertainty but affirmed that even in Rain's absence, his memory would endure within the Orcish realm, with the Bill tribe serving as his eternal abode, vowing to defend him against any adversary. The other wolves nodded in assent, recognizing Rain's transformative impact on the Bill tribe. The somber mood soon dissipated as the conversation shifted to a more cheerful topic. Wally remarked on the recent addition of 2 new Taurine offspring, urging Wolf to emulate their success in order to qualify for a coveted weapon reward. Under Rain's ordinances, families with numerous offspring were entitled to rewards, with escalating incentives for each additional child, culminating in a bespoke weapon, a generous supply of dried meat, and a rent-free dwelling for those with 5 or more children. Such provisions were unprecedented, albeit reserved for combat-oriented races, with alternative incentives for non-combatant groups. Wolf responded with a bashful smile, anticipating the imminent arrival of his own offspring. Wally and the other wolves erupted in joyous exclamations, envisioning Rain's delight at the news, as they followed Wolf into the depths of the forest. As the members of the porcupine squad roused from their slumber, it was already nightfall. By the firelight within the tent, OM, the first to awaken, surveyed his surroundings with bleary eyes. His gaze fell upon Rosa, though the latter was facing away, and OM would not have recognized him were it not for his towering white toque. Beside Rosa stood Vol, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. OM cautiously tested his limbs, discovering that he was seated upon an exquisitely crafted chair. A slight ache permeated his body, a telltale sign of prolonged physical strain. With deliberate care, he rose to his feet. Yet, the instant he straightened, a youthful voice echoed from behind. "You're awake. Rather swift, I must say." OM turned slowly, his surprise evident as he beheld a child, a human child. The boy appeared to be no more than 5 or 6 years of age, with a shock of black hair, a pallid yet immaculate complexion, and dark, hazel eyes. His small nose and thin lips framed a countenance of aristocratic bearing. He was clad in a dark yellow jerkin and breeches crafted from animal hide, and his feet were adorned with high-topped leather boots embellished with black stones, completing his noble guise. "You are." His initial thought was that the child was another captive, but before he could utter the query, Rosa and Vol had already converged at his side, while the boy vanished from OM's sight. OM was ushered back to his seat and subjected to a series of inquiries regarding his origins and purpose for being there. However, OM's thoughts remained preoccupied with the enigmatic child, causing him to respond to the questions with a degree of indifference. Noticing OM's distraction, the 2 orcs exchanged knowing glances and ceased their inquiries, instead expressing concern for his well-being. Taking advantage of the lull, OM finally took note of the tent's immense size and height, which reached approximately 3 meters. Within, numerous tables and chairs were arranged in neat rows behind him. He had previously failed to notice the multitude of orcs already present. More orcs continued to file into the tent, taking their seats at the tables until they were filled. Those without seats stood silently in the aisles, maintaining an atmosphere of hushed anticipation. Approximately 5 meters ahead, a raised platform stood, upon which rested a large table. On the table, a closed book lay beside an ornate gavel. Next to the table stood the boy he had seen earlier, his face now solemn, as if awaiting someone of importance. OM glanced back at his companions, noticing for the first time that a minotaur stood guard beside him. A courtesy extended to each of his comrades. All rise for the honorable judge. As OM pondered the unfolding events, the boy on the platform suddenly announced in a clear voice, prompting all the orcs behind OM to stand. Amidst the solemn atmosphere and the bewildered gazes of the porcupine squad, a stout, pig-headed figure with a prominent snout and flapping ears lumbered into view from the side. As OM wondered how the pig man would ascend the table, which was clearly much taller than him, the boy produced a stool from beneath the table. The pig man mounted the stool, donned a pair of spectacles with transparent lenses, opened the book on the table, and struck the table with the gavel, declaring, "Please be seated," and maintain order in the hallowed halls of justice. Court is now in session. As the assembly resumed their seats, the boy proclaimed, "Summon the advocates for both sides." At this moment, the Minotaur chef, Rosa, and the patrol captain, Vol, emerged with grave expressions. The judge acknowledged them with a nod, and they took their seats opposite each other, leaving the members of the porcupine squad in a state of utter bewilderment. "Let the prosecution present its case," the pigman declared. Gesturing towards Volume, the wolfman rose and bowed deeply to the pigman before offering a slight bow to the assembled orcs. Clearing his throat, Vol stated, "Today, the 3rd Border Regiment, 10th Platoon of the Bill Tribe, intercepted a band of adventurers composed of humans. This group consists of warriors, rogues, mages, and clerics, numbering 8 in total. Upon interrogation, it was discovered that they entered Orcish territory with the intent to hunt 20 Winshire dire wolves of the 3rd tier, seeking to profit from their pelts. Therefore, we accuse them of illegal trespassing and poaching. Considering that the group had not received prior notification, we recommend leniency, but demand that they be duly punished." The pigman judge nodded at Vol's statement and inquired, "Your accusation is noted. What measures of punishment do you propose?" "According to the new Empire Code established by Lord Rain, I believe that 15 days of level 3 labor are warranted." Vol replied after a moment's hesitation. "Very well. We shall reserve judgment on that matter for now. Let the defense present its case," the pigman judge declared, gesturing to the Minotaur chef. The Minotaur rose and stated, "I agree that illegal poaching has occurred, but I do not believe that the group of 8 individuals intended to trespass. As the prosecution has stated, the group had not received prior notification. Therefore, I believe that 15 days of level 3 labor is excessive. Considering that the group includes female members, we request leniency." The pigman nodded again and asked, "What is your proposed punishment?" "According to the sentencing guidelines in the new Empire Code established by Lord Rain, I believe that 5 days of level 3 labor for the male members and 7 days of level 1 labor for the female members would be appropriate," Rosa stated before resuming his seat. The pigman judge then turned to the members of the porcupine squad and inquired, "Do you have anything to add?" The porcupine squad now understood that they were undergoing a legal trial akin to those in human society, albeit with certain differences. In the human empire, trials were direct, but here, they were afforded the opportunity to defend themselves. Since they were undergoing a trial, they were less concerned, especially after hearing that the labor was not arduous and the duration was not lengthy. The only concern of the porcupine squad was whether they could complete their mission on time. "Honorable Judge," said Dono, the captain of the porcupine mercenary band, "I have listened to the proceedings and understand the situation. We acknowledge our wrongdoing. We apologize for any inconvenience caused to the Bill tribe, as we were unaware of the regulations. However, please understand that mercenary groups in human society, or adventurers as you call them, aim to complete missions for compensation. Therefore, we humbly request that you inform us of how we can legally acquire the items we seek in Orcish territory." Dono's words did not elicit a response from the judge, who merely inquired again whether they had intended to hunt Winshire dire wolf pelts and had not received prior notification. Dono confirmed the judge's statements. At this point, Dono believed that if the information were to be disseminated, the entire world would tremble. The Orcish Empire possessed a legal system more comprehensive than that of the human empire. Would the human empire still underestimate the orcs? However, Dono was also puzzled. Many mercenary squads entered the Orcish forest, so why had no one disseminated this information? If they had known beforehand, the porcupine squad would not have been captured in such a muddle. The pigman judge asked the same questions 8 times, and Dono and the members of the squad readily confessed. After receiving the answers, the pigman spoke to the boy standing beside the table. The boy nodded, and the pigman turned back and struck the gavel, declaring solemnly, "I shall now pronounce the verdict." All the orcs rose and watched the pigman with serious expressions. According to the code, the human porcupine adventurer team has illegally entered Orcish territory for the purpose of poaching. Therefore, I hereby pronounce the following judgment. The male members of the porcupine adventurer team shall perform 6 days of level 3 labor, and the female members shall perform 6 days of level 1 labor under the supervision of the enforcement brigade. Given the verdict, you have until noon tomorrow to appeal if you are dissatisfied. Be aware, however, that any appeal will result in a corresponding extension of your sentence, and you are only entitled to a single appeal. Do you all comprehend these terms? Having articulated this, the swinefolk magistrate fixed his gaze upon Dono, who, after considerable deliberation, confessed to perceiving no injustice in the proceedings. He then inquired, with all due respect, Your Honor, could you elucidate the nature of third-degree and first-degree servitude? The swinefolk, as if anticipating this very inquiry, responded with alacrity. Servitude is categorized into 3 tiers, commencing with the female contingent, a matter of considerable interest to you humans. First-degree servitude primarily involves ablutions, specifically the laundering of our tribal army's uniforms. Supervisors will furnish guidance on the relevant protocols during execution. Second-degree servitude encompasses fabrication, a broad domain I shall refrain from elaborating upon absent specific directives. Third-degree servitude entails guardianship, principally assisting in the care of orc infants. Turning to the male contingent, their inherent physical advantages necessitate more arduous tasks. First-degree servitude centers on manual labor, while second-degree servitude focuses on hunting, contingent upon the servitor's capabilities. Third-degree servitude, in our estimation, constitutes the most severe penalty. I shall pause here to afford you an opportunity for reflection. The swinefolk magistrate paused deliberately, seemingly granting the assembly a moment for contemplation. Observing the lack of response from the porcupine squad, he continued, Be mindful that the Bill tribe diverges from the human empire. We boast a comprehensive legal code, a disciplined military, immaculate dwellings, and even bountiful farmlands. We also place a premium on personal conduct and hygiene, which may seem improbable, but is nonetheless factual. Consequently, third-degree servitude consists of cleansing public lavatories and transporting the resultant excrement to designated areas. I have now elucidated the servitude system in its entirety. Do you have any objections? Scarcely had the swinefolk magistrate concluded his discourse when a resounding thud reverberated through the chamber. The members of the porcupine squad were either seated in bewildered silence or had succumbed to unconsciousness. As prearranged, the diminutive page who had procured the stool for the swinefolk magistrate cast a knowing glance toward the 8 minotaurs present. The minotaurs, after assessing the condition of the porcupine squad, executed a series of coordinated maneuvers. Those exhibiting vacant stares were gently roused by the minotaurs, while those who had fainted were revived by the application of pressure to the philtrum. Within moments, the unconscious were resuscitated, appearing remarkably lucid despite their initial disorientation. Upon confirming the restoration of the 8 individuals, the swinefolk magistrate reiterated his query. Dono requested permission to confer with his comrades, which the magistrate granted. The 8 assembled in a tight circle, where Dono, as captain, initiated the discourse. I intend to remain. Does anyone object? Captain, what is the import of your words? Olm instinctively sensed a divergence in Dono's tone. Dono declared forthrightly, We have encountered an unprecedented opportunity. I have developed a profound fascination with this tribe and the orc known as Rain. Consequently, I have no reservations regarding this servitude. It will afford us a valuable opportunity for observation. We should be appreciative. Hitherto, encounters with orcs have invariably resulted in mortal combat. Have you not observed the extent of their legal system? Have you ever witnessed such comprehensive regulations? The assembled shook their heads in negation. Not even in the human empire could one find such detailed categorization of servitude, nor a magistrate capable of recalling so many statutes. Given the captain's disposition, I have no objections. We have endured hardship before. What transgression have we not suffered? The female cleric was the first to endorse Dono's sentiment. Her endorsement brought Dono a measure of relief, for while the men might readily accept the prospect of unpleasant labor, the cleric's acquiescence was far from certain. Your Honor, we acquiesce to your judgment. Dono turned to address the swinefolk magistrate, who, after eliciting affirmative responses from the others, proclaimed, by the Orcish pantheon, summon Rain, the Orcish emissary. The Chief Justice, to affix his signature. With that, he presented a time-worn parchment to the diminutive human page. The page, after scrutinizing Dono, flashed an enigmatic smile, withdrew a quill from his person, and nonchalantly signed the document. Without regard for the reactions of those present, he strode purposefully from the tent, his passage marked by the solemn deference of the orcs. Witnessing this spectacle, Dano and Olm were struck dumb, muttering, "He is Rain, the Orcish emissary?" Chapter 4. The Messenger of God. The twin moons shone brilliantly in the sky, a distinctive sight of the Fry continent. Moonlight spilled over the forest, resembling a cascade of white silk. In front of a dark stone dwelling, Dano and Om sat opposite each other at a wooden square table, where two cups emanating an enticing aroma rested. Both men squinted slightly, as if savoring an exquisite experience. After a lengthy silence, Dano finally opened his eyes and spoke with a hint of melancholy. "It seems I have underestimated this beast god messenger." Om nodded in agreement and inquired, "Captain, we are to leave tomorrow." His words trailed off, yet the implication was clear to Dano. "Share your thoughts," he urged calmly. "My most immediate impression is that I have wasted the past 20 years. Om, the youngest member of the Arrowboar squad, voiced this sentiment. Dano, the eldest and founder of the squad, felt a bittersweet resonance with Om's words. "In less than 10 days here, I've learned more than in 2 decades. The Bill tribe has completely overturned my understanding of orcs. If they had begun their transformation 2 decades ago, I wonder if the arrogant humans of today could still stand as their rivals." Om expressed, sipping his drink with a sense of disillusionment. "What led you to this conclusion?" Dano asked, somewhat surprised, for Om was usually reticent and did not exhibit profound contemplative abilities. "I could hardly fathom such thoughts on my own. It is merely a reflection prompted by the beast god messenger. Listening to the orcs recount tales of lean stirred my emotions," Om replied. Dano gazed at Om, astonished, as if he were witnessing a transformation in his companion. How had the boy, the messenger of God lean, changed Om so profoundly? Om continued, "Captain, you are well-traveled. Have you seen this?" He gestured toward the stone dwelling. Dano shook his head, recalling his own astonishment upon entering the stone house for the first time. The 8 of them had been judged by the orcs for illegal poaching, expecting to be confined in a filthy place, akin to the fetid prisons of the human empire. However, when Rosa led them from the tent, they beheld a vast forest clearing adorned with neatly arranged stone houses. The exterior of the stone dwellings was coated in an unknown substance that rendered them an ominous black while harmonizing with their surroundings. Rosa informed them that this was to be their residence. Due to gender distinctions, the female priest was assigned to a separate stone house, while the remaining 7 were allocated 2 dwellings. Before entering, they noticed stacks of wood beside the stone houses. Though the members of the Arrowboar squad had questions, they dared not inquire further. Upon entering, they discovered 4 individual stone beds within. Despite the night, the flickering light from outside revealed that the interior was not only sparse, but exceptionally clean. Mercenaries typically did not enjoy such accommodations. If this was a form of punishment, it was hard to believe. The stone house featured small windows made of a peculiar, thin paper that allowed moonlight and firelight to illuminate the interior, suggesting that it would be bright during the day as well. This was a rarity even in human society. The walls were about half a forearm thick, later confirmed to be hollow. The spacing between the stone houses was ingeniously designed, ensuring that even the cacophony of snores at night could be disregarded. Such design was a luxury reserved for nobility and royalty in human society, barring certain establishments. Rather than a punishment, it felt more like a privilege. Exhausted from the day's labor, everyone retired to rest. The next day, they were awakened by the supervising minotaurs, and upon exiting, they realized that what they had witnessed the previous night was merely a fraction of the Bill tribe. In the following days of labor, all were captivated by the sights of the Bill tribe. They observed a complete military system, complete with a military academy, training grounds, and practice fields. In the Bill tribe, professions such as tailors, blacksmiths, gatekeepers, and craftsmen were abundant, mirroring those found in human society. A Minotaur blacksmith, upon seeing Dano's longsword, disdainfully brandished his iron bar, causing Dano's complexion to pale, for the bar was forged from pure iron, whereas his sword contained only a modicum of it. The tribe also boasted a comprehensive educational system. Orc children began their studies at the age of 8, engaging in 2 years of learning followed by specialization based on their desires, some joining the military academy, others entering factories or farms, and many joining the army. When faced with these outsiders, Wall, the captain, generously divulged the current strength of the Bill tribe's werewolf army. 20,000 werewolves, including 5,000 cavalry, 15,000 infantry, and 10,000 archers, with a reserve force of 30,000. In the event of military action, We could muster at least 20,000 within a day, he proclaimed with pride. This was merely the surface, and it pertained solely to the werewolf faction. As Wall departed with an air of arrogance, the others were left in a state of trepidation. All of this revolved around one name, Lin Yen, the enigmatic boy revered by all orcs, whose name was indelibly etched in their hearts. Lin Yen, appearing to be merely 5 or 6 years old, had lived among the Bill tribe for 20 years, holding the esteemed title of the Beast God's Messenger, second only to the Beast God and the Beast Emperor. The origin of this mysterious messenger was shared openly with the Arrow Boar Squad. 20 years ago, the Minotaur shaman Lot received guidance from the Beast God, leading him to the present location of the Bill tribe to welcome the Beast God messenger. Lot questioned why the messenger was an infant human, however. 10 days after his arrival, an envoy from the Beast Emperor came to escort the still infant messenger to the imperial capital, Beast Emperor City, as the Beast Emperor had similarly received divine guidance. Upon meeting the Beast Emperor, the silent and motionless messenger unexpectedly spoke in the ancient tongue of the beast race, assuring all skeptical orcs of his divine origin. Subsequently, the Beast Emperor engaged in a nearly day-long dialogue with the messenger in a secluded chamber, after which the powerful emperor fell gravely ill from exhaustion. The specifics of their conversation remain a mystery. The following day, Lot received the Beast Emperor's decree to return with the Beast God messenger to the Bill tribe, at which point he learned the child's name, Lin Yen. Under Lot's meticulous care, Lin, still in infancy, matured to a 4 or 5-year-old appearance. However, for reasons unknown, despite Lot's efforts, Lin's appearance and stature remained unchanged for 15 years, during which the Bill tribe underwent a remarkable transformation. 20 years ago, the Bill tribe was a secondary tribe of the Beast Empire, with a population of less than 30,000, comprising primarily minotaurs and werewolves. The first order of business upon Lin's return was to direct the tribe's able-bodied youth to construct 100 latrines around the settlement. As a result, the mortality rate from disease in the first year was halved. Thus, the orcs came to understand that death was not a punishment from the beast god, but rather a consequence of their negligence in sanitation. In the second year, the esteemed Rain, cradled in the embrace of Lot, guided the Tauren warriors in the cultivation of land and the capture of wild beasts, embarking on attempts at domestication. These endeavors were met with the enthusiastic approval of the orcs, leading to a bountiful harvest. Concurrently, Rain prioritized the establishment of wolf cavalry within his plans. By the third year, the population of the Bill tribe had burgeoned to 60,000, expanding the tribe's territory from a mere 10 miles to 30, with approximately 300 acres of arable land. Successfully domesticated beasts had increased to 3 varieties, providing a steady supply of meat for the orcs, significantly mitigating casualties caused by the hunting of wild and magical beasts. With an ample food supply, some orcs began to find the energy and leisure to engage in personal conflicts, leading to a noticeable rise in fatalities due to such struggles. It was during this tumultuous time that Rain formulated the first codex of the Orc Empire. The codex was inscribed on the fine paper invented by Rain, and a copy was disseminated to each orc household. At that juncture, Rain introduced a writing system known as hazy, enlisting the most esteemed shamans of the tribe to impart knowledge to the orcs. This initiative subtly bridged the gap between the shamans and the orcs, as the codex was comprehensive, requiring even the average orc a year of study to memorize it, with shamans serving as instructors throughout this period. At this point, Rain proposed the establishment of an academy. Following the promulgation of the codex, tribal conflicts were quelled, gradually fading over time. Among the orcs, the pig-headed Peter, who assumed the role of a judicial officer, emerged as the first to master and successfully implement the Orc Codex, earning recognition as a pioneer in Orc law. In the years that followed, Rain guided the orcs in mining, metallurgy, mathematics, culinary arts, weaving, and training, all essential knowledge to enhance the comprehensive strength of the Bill tribe. The orcs, keenly aware of their tribe's development, adhered faithfully to Rain's directives, voicing no dissent, despite undergoing 2 schisms. The current population of the Bill tribe remains around 200,000, a size that surpasses even the largest first-tier tribes of 2 decades prior, underscoring the tribe's remarkable growth. 5 years ago, the Bill tribe experienced its second schism, wherein orcs voluntarily ventured to establish a new tribe in a different region. Approximately 100,000 orcs departed from the Bill tribe, inspired by its rapid advancement. 5 years prior, the Orc Emperor, enduring immense pressure from various quarters, instituted sweeping reforms throughout the empire. The intensity of these reforms was nothing short of brutal, prompting some tribal chieftains to unite in defiance, only to face the emperor's merciless suppression. The forces dispatched to quell the rebellion were drawn from the Bil tribe's own military. In a stark confrontation, 20,000 against 100,000, a staggering disparity of 1 to 5, the Bil tribe's army incurred a mere 3,000 casualties, with the final tally revealing 1,949 fatalities, while the remaining orcs benefited from timely and effective medical care. In addressing the plight of the injured orcs, the Bil tribe opted to send these individuals home, providing suitable employment opportunities. Many of these orcs had families and descendants, making it relatively easy for them to care for their households despite their disabilities. Conversely, the rebellious chieftains' coalition suffered 8,000 deaths, with 20,000 taken captive. When the messenger reported the outcome, an eerie silence enveloped the emperor's hall, punctuated only by the sound of a pin dropping. Ultimately, the emperor sighed deeply and uttered 3 statements. 15 years. I grant you 50 years. In 500 years, you shall still achieve nothing. Foolishness. Chapter 5. Conversations and Messages. Chapter 6. 2 messages. Dano and the Porcupine Squad departed from the Orc Forest. Due to their commendable performance, Rain had granted them a pass. As he watched their figures gradually fade into the distance, Rain, with a serious expression, inquired, "Little Nine, is the timing you mentioned accurate?" Little Nine waved his hand and replied, "My young master, you know that werewolves do not easily lie." "Oh." Rain looked up at Little Nine, who scratched his smooth skull with his steel claws, the sole fire in his eye sockets flickering back and forth. Rain shook his head and remarked, "You certainly are ruthless, cutting the time in half. However, the urgency they feel is beneficial for their crisis awareness. It has been 20 years. I wonder how she is faring now, and to which race she has been assigned. I hope it is the same race. Otherwise, things could become quite complicated. I have no idea where she is. This continent is vast, and finding a single individual is exceedingly challenging." Rain's countenance darkened, and though Little Nine initially intended to speak, he wisely remained silent upon noticing Rain's somber mood. He understood what this expression signified. The only reason this young master had become a divine emissary was for the sake of convenience and action. As for the development of the orcs, it was merely a casual endeavor for him. May my young master encounter that person soon. Little Nine thought to himself, and naturally, Rain was aware of this sentiment. By the time Little Nine registered it, Rain's expression had turned to one of anger. However, upon seeing Little Nine's timid demeanor, Rain began to feel exasperated once more. How bothersome. Encountering one troublesome individual is one thing, but having another cling on is utterly vexing. I can only wonder what those impostors are thinking. Yet, the title of that beast god is quite useful. The scrawny fellow has become quite unpopular. How is it that he, a deity, finds himself in such a predicament? Little Nine attempted to feign fear, but was met with Rain rolling his eyes, prompting him to address the matter at hand. Recently, the dwarves and elves should be making some moves. The Blood Clan and Winged Clan are likely still deliberating. Truly, in the eyes of humans, these alien races are viewed as nothing more than contemptible slaves. Perhaps the elves are somewhat better regarded? Little Nine shook his head in silence. Very well. Let us review my agenda for today. Rain turned to face Little Nine, who produced a sheet of parchment from seemingly nowhere, detailing Rain's tasks for the day. Fortunately, with Lot as a shield, many matters had become significantly less burdensome. The Imperial tournament was approaching, and having won consecutively. This year he decided to negotiate with Lot about not participating. After reviewing the day's responsibilities, Rain jested with Little Nine. But why? Little Nine appeared puzzled. The Bil tribe had developed significantly over the past 20 years, emerging as a powerhouse among the tribes. Consequently, the prestige of the werewolves and minotaurs had risen sharply. While Rain had an agreement with the Beast Emperor, some orcs harbored unfavorable sentiments, casting unfounded accusations upon the werewolves and minotaurs. Thus, to avoid unnecessary conflicts and dilute the Empire's strength, the concerns of Dano and his companions echoed Rain's own worries, though he did not pay them much heed. After listening to Rain's explanation, Little Nine seemed to understand and nodded. However, Rain knew that the orc's mind, particularly Little Nine's, was still not fully grasping the intricacies involved. Observing Little Nine's somewhat confused expression, he shook his head and led him to the training grounds. The training grounds of the Bil tribe were extensive and situated quite a distance from the tribe itself, approximately 30 miles away. Nestled against the mountains, the facility was well equipped. featuring not only a flat training field but also a towering castle standing 20 meters high, surrounded by wooden sentinels that accurately replicated a real battlefield scenario. Today was a rest day. Apart from the vigilant orc sentinels, nearly all orc soldiers had returned to the tribe to enjoy a brief respite. However, a small number remained, diligently training. These were the competitors representing the Bill tribe in the Imperial Tournament. The history of the Imperial Tournament was long-standing, yet it underwent significant changes after Rain's arrival, with alterations to its content and rules. Previously, the tournament was divided by race, often inciting conflicts that could even lead to the annihilation of entire races, with an alarming 80% casualty rate during the events. This severely hindered the emergence of high-ranking warriors within the Orc Empire. Following Rain's reforms, the tournament was now organized by tribes rather than races, and a three-tiered competition format was established, allowing trials only among tribes of similar scales. Medium-sized tribes could only compete against each other, prohibiting participation in contests between large and small tribes. Furthermore, the competition categories shifted from individual duels to include individual, team, and small legion confrontations. This restructuring significantly increased the number of outstanding orc talents emerging from the Imperial Tournament, while the development of both the quantity and quality of the military compelled even the most skeptical traditionalists to embrace the reforms. The Imperial Tournament was held every 2 years, with the rule that individual champions were barred from future competitions, though they could still participate in team and legion events. Team memberships were capped at 10, and team champions were also prohibited from subsequent tournaments. However, members could still compete in individual duels. The champions of legion confrontations could retain only 1/3 of their original champion members for the second tournament, while the third year saw no retention of the first tournament's champions. If a werewolf achieved both individual and team championships, they could claim 2 victories in the legion confrontation, after which they would no longer be involved. Nevertheless, regardless of whether they were individual, team, or legion champions, those who triumphed in the Imperial Tournament were typically entrusted with significant responsibilities. Therefore, participation in the tournament was a means of talent selection. Generally, few orcs managed to compete in 2 tournaments, though exceptions existed, such as Rain, who had emerged as a champion in all 3 categories. In the entire Orc Empire, fewer than 3 individuals held such honors, while the other championship titles had consistently been maintained by the Bill tribe. As the Beast God's emissary, Rain's human identity was largely overlooked by the chieftains and Orc populace. "Bow before the Beast God's emissary," a young werewolf soldier exclaimed, gazing at Rain with reverence. Rain waved his hand and commanded, "Go fetch those fellows for me. You have 2 minutes." With a howl, the young werewolf summoned the 6 figures that soared into the air, swiftly making their way toward Rain. In less than a minute, the 6 figures had gathered around him, having taken nearly 20 seconds due to their measured pace, as Rain had previously suffered the consequences of their rapid approach, which kicked up clouds of dust. To prevent a repeat of that experience, Rain had issued a strict command: unless in cases of significant military matters or urgent reports, no sprinting was allowed within 30 paces. Bow before the Beast God's emissary. Among the 6 orcs were 3 minotaurs, 2 werewolves, and 1 ratman. Upon seeing Rain, they all expressed their respect. Rain gestured for them to rise and said, "Today, I bear 2 pieces of news for you, 1 good and 1 bad. Which would you prefer to hear first?" The 6 orcs exchanged glances, and the ratman, taking a step forward, declared, "Let us hear the bad news first." This ratman, named Marlos, was a master swordsman and the leader of the team. He stood at a height comparable to Rain, wielding a finely crafted sword tailored for him. He was chosen as the leader not only for his martial prowess, but also for his sharp intellect, a rare quality in Rain's eyes. "The bad news is that you will not be participating in the Imperial Tournament this year." This was a decision he had reached on his way here and had yet to inform Chief Lot, but it was his intent. The meaning of Rain's words was unmistakable. Even the chieftain of the Bill tribe had no choice but to endorse the suggestions of this beast god envoy. Malros was momentarily taken aback. His hands clasped behind his back, uncertain of the gestures he had made. The once restless group soon fell silent. With an approving glance at Malros, Rain nodded and stated, "The good news is that you have the opportunity to accompany me on missions to the realms of dwarves, elves, bloodkin, and winged folk. Though you understand that this is not guaranteed." Upon hearing this, Malros's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the 5th time he had encountered Rain since taking charge of this team. Despite the diminutive stature and lesser strength of the Ratmen, Their adaptability rivaled that of werewolves, making them naturally suited for the profession of assassins. Malros was an anomaly among the rat men, possessing commendable physical attributes. He chose not to be an assassin but rather a swordsman. In terms of swordsmanship, there were no more than 20 orc warriors in the Bill tribe who could withstand 10 strikes from him, excluding Rain. When Rain first saw him, he had expressed the desire to take him to the Elven territory for training, having heard that Elven swordsmanship was unparalleled. Thus, Malros had longed to witness it firsthand. After this martial arts tournament, 1 or 2 of you will accompany me on missions, forfeiting your tournament qualifications. This is to provide other tribes with an opportunity and to allow you some time for recuperation. Do you have any objections? As soon as Rain finished speaking, Malros inquired, "Does the envoy plan to depart immediately after the tournament concludes?" Rain nodded, assuming there are no unforeseen circumstances. "My intention is to first visit the dwarves to discuss matters regarding weaponry before proceeding to the elves. Malros, I am aware that your swordsmanship has stagnated. You are preordained to join the expedition to the Elven territory. Thus, the task remains to select one from among you 5. This is a rare opportunity, so make haste." Pausing for a moment, Rain continued, "There are still 2 months until the tournament. Malros, you should follow Xiaojio. Before we head to the Beast Emperor's city, I need to make a visit to the human world, and you are to accompany me. You must train moderately and maintain your usual state of readiness. Understood? As for the rest of you, Xiaojio has new training subjects. Though we will not participate in the tournament, do not forget, I only speak of this particular session. Do you understand?" All the orcs nodded in agreement. Rain led Malros away, while Xiaojio mischievously distributed the training subjects to each respective orc. As Malros followed Rain, he suddenly heard a blood-curdling scream, one that sounded exceptionally terrifying. Though the previous training subjects had also been quite daunting, the sound suggested that this time, the training would be even more harrowing, Malros pondered. Noticing the coarse, bare tail swaying behind him, Malros seemed to have something on his mind. Rain, standing beside him, asked, "Do you have something to say? Envoy, what training tasks have you arranged?" Malros inquired. "Ah, you wish to know about that? Do you know why I called you out specifically?" Rain's gaze bore an unusual intensity. "I do not," Malros admitted, feeling as though the situation was beginning to take a strange turn. But how was that relevant to him? "You are an exemplary student at the military academy, and I am well aware of your combat prowess. I have heard that your intellect is quite sharp. Perhaps you could attempt to deduce." With that, Rain gestured towards his own head. Malros instinctively stroked the whiskers on his pointed chin. "The envoy summoned me for a reason. Likely because some aspect of my abilities could adversely affect the training, or perhaps this training would have an impact on me. Comparatively, I suspect the influence on me will be quite significant. I am indeed unique within this team. I am a rat man, a rat man, a rat man, a werewolf, a taurine, a rat man. Comparatively, my physique is not as robust as the other 2 races, while I can compensate for my lack of strength with technique. I am the fastest in the team, and my reaction time is on par with that of the werewolves. These are things I can make up for. But what is it that I cannot compensate for? Inherent, rat man, rat man." Suddenly struck by a realization, Malros looked up, somewhat amused and bewildered. "Envoy, I believe I may have figured it out." "Oh, pray tell." Rain, hands clasped behind his back, wore a smile that appeared rather sinister in Malros's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Malros stated, "Envoy, I suspect your training subject involves combat training." "Combat training is a standard subject." Rain smiled but remained silent. However, Malros felt certain that he had not erred in his assumption, as Rain did not deny it. "No, your combat training should not be one-on-one. If I am not mistaken, this time the training will involve a 1 versus 4 format." After uttering this, Malros fixed his gaze on Rain, who nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, you are a natural strategist. Your mind serves you well. You are correct. It is indeed a 1 versus 4 combat scenario, essentially, a beating. If you wish to accompany me, a beating is unavoidable. Thus, a little preparation in advance is not amiss. By the way, there is another small regulation. The range must not exceed 20 paces. With that, Rain chuckled mischievously and walked away. Malros stood rooted to the spot for a long while before finally exclaiming, "That fool Wokey is bound to be pummeled to death by those 4 oafs." Chapter 7. The purpose of the mission. As for what would happen to Wokey afterward, Marlos had not contemplated. Rain moved with remarkable speed, compelling Marlos to keep pace. Although he was aware that this beast god envoy had already reached the age of 20, his youthful appearance often instilled a sense of condescension. However, Whenever Rain displayed his prowess, Marlos was engulfed by a sense of dread. It was evident that Marlos understood it best not to inquire further, for the truth would eventually reveal itself. After approximately 5 minutes of travel, Marlos noticed a potential misdirection in their course. "My lord, where are we headed?" he inquired. Rain responded leisurely. "Oh, we are going to find your chieftain, Lot. I intend to inform him of this matter and gather some manpower. I plan to investigate the human realm." Marlos gazed at Rain with a puzzled expression, searching for useful hints within his words. Yet, after much contemplation, he could not deduce anything substantial. Did the envoy intend to wage war against humanity? Marlos deemed this outcome the most plausible. Wage war. If we were to engage in combat, which nation do you believe we should strike first? Rain furrowed his brow, curiosity evident in his tone. Considering the strength of the Bill tribe, attacking a third-tier empire should be relatively manageable, correct? Marlos shook his head, replying, "My lord, if we were to unleash our full might, even a second-tier empire could succumb to the forces of the Bill tribe alone. However, is it truly time to initiate war?" Suddenly, Rain halted, fixing a serious gaze upon Marlos. "If we were to mobilize the entire strength of the Orc Empire against the human empire, what do you believe our chances of victory would be?" Marlos was taken aback by Rain's inquiry, but the answer was starkly evident. "I am deeply sorry, my lord, but I do not possess the answer." "How can we ascertain your answer?" Rain pressed further. Despite 2 decades of development, the current situation of the Orc Empire revealed that they had effectively progressed for merely 5 years. The preceding 15 years had seen the Bill tribe grow in sheer strength. While their population and military quality had improved, their overall advantage remained unclear. Within 2 years, victory is possible. Within 5, a stalemate. And within 10, certain defeat. Upon hearing Marlos's assessment, Rain exhibited no outward reaction. After taking a few steps forward, he turned back and asked, "Do you know why your god, that foolish giant, sent me here? The wisdom of the beast god is beyond our comprehension. Since the beast god envoy has arrived, it undoubtedly brings the will of the beast god." Marlos replied with measured respect. In fact, all those within the empire who had encountered Rain had accepted his irreverent reference to the beast god. Initially, there were dissenting voices. But as the beast god manifested his power without punishing this blasphemous individual, the populace begrudgingly acquiesced. "The foolish giant said you were too dim-witted, thus sending me to knock some sense into you. Do you comprehend what I mean?" Rain's posture was comical as he spoke, yet Marlos could muster no laughter. For 2 decades, this beast god envoy had provided the Orc Empire with limitless potential for growth. Nodding in understanding, Marlos respectfully stated, "Your will is indeed the will of the beast god. Do you believe that foolish giant could conceive of such complexities? The wisdom of the beast god. Nonsense." Marlos wisely chose silence, aware that the envoy was likely to enumerate the many flaws of the beast god. However, it was clear that Rain did not indulge Marlos's expectations today. Instead, he sighed. "You have seen for yourself. I can wield your orc's primal energy, true orc power. Yet, this is a usage, not an ownership. It is a force imposed upon me. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly deliver a sound thrashing to half of his face. For the sake of his divine status, just half," he added. Marlos remained silent, though signs of distress began to flicker in his eyes. "And that thin reed dares to bully me. Beware I." Before Rain could finish, a swirling mass of black mist materialized before them. A skeletal dragon head, exuding a chilling aura, emerged from the shadows and addressed Rain in a low voice. "My master requests that you exercise caution in your words." Before the dragon's head could finish, Rain swiftly kicked it, exclaiming, "Caution, nonsense. Go back and tell that thin reed that once I conclude my business here, I intend to thrash him." The force of Rain's kick was tremendous, sending the skeletal dragon's head back into the mist, causing it to tremble and vanish. The impact even shattered the teleportation array. Nonetheless, his message was likely conveyed. A thud echoed beside him, and Rain knew without looking that Marlos had fainted under the bone dragon's oppressive presence. This was precisely why he had kicked it back before it could finish speaking. Such pressure was detrimental to one's cultivation. However, it appeared that the bone dragon's oppressive aura had left a deep imprint in Marlos's psyche, suggesting that future training would inevitably encounter obstacles. Observing Marlos, Rain concluded that he would not awaken any time soon and decided to sit beside him and wait. When Marlos finally regained consciousness, it was afternoon. Rain sat cross-legged, seemingly asleep. Yet, Marlos could distinctly sense a pure dark energy intermingled with a hint of orc power slowly swirling around Rain. Unlike the tumultuous and bloodthirsty qualities described in orc literature, the dark energy enveloping Rain was devoid of such traits. It was simply pure darkness, akin to any pristine force found in nature, evoking neither disgust nor fear. "You certainly woke up rather quickly," Rain remarked, the energy around him retracting into his body as he opened his eyes, revealing a pair of obsidian orbs, deep and luminous. "The power of the envoy," Marlos began, his voice trailing off. "Oh, is there an issue?" Rain's pupils gradually returned to their normal hue, a distinctive dark brown unlike the orcs. Marlos shook his head, indicating no concern. Noticing that the day was still young, Rain slowed his pace to discuss training matters with Marlos, continually illustrating points. By the time they reached Lot's tent, evening had descended. "Do you remember what I mentioned this afternoon?" Rain inquired at the entrance to Chieftain Lot's abode. "Initially, I retained much, but now I have forgotten half," Marlos admitted. "After some reflection, I recall merely a quarter," he added. Rain paused, a smile gracing his lips, and nodded approvingly. He rapped on Lot's door, and a deep voice resonated from within the stone dwelling. "Come in." Rain pushed the door open to find a towering minotaur lighting lamps. The room was approximately 30 square meters, with 4 simple oil lamps placed in each corner. The oil was derived from the fat of a herbivorous animal, a practice the orcs had employed long before Rain's arrival. After his experimentation, he had managed to purify the fat and integrate a special herb, effectively masking the unpleasant odor that accompanied the initial reforms. As the reforms began to yield results, this method had been passed down. Upon Rain and Marlos's entrance, the Minotaur had just finished lighting the 4 lamps. In the bright light and fading twilight, a wooden table filled with slightly yellowed parchment occupied the center of the room, adjacent to a weapon rack displaying a pristine red cross totem, indicating the owner's deep care for it. "Rain, what brings you here?" The Minotaur lighting the lamps was Lot, the chieftain of the Bill tribe, the first to recognize Rain as a beast shaman and one who had watched Rain grow, ultimately becoming a steadfast supporter of the beast god envoy. Lot is now 50 years old, an age that 2 decades ago would have marked the time for returning to the embrace of the beast god. However, the present day Lot appears remarkably vigorous, showing no signs of aging. Rain casually selected a chair to sit upon, while Marlos stood quietly at one side of the room. Within the dwelling of Lot, the chief of the Bill tribe, only a select few are granted the liberty to sit freely, and Marlos, whose rank is not yet sufficient, remains standing beside them. "I have come to convey 3 matters to you. The first is that I am about to embark on a journey to the human empire, and I need you to report this to the bearded chief. This trip is official, not a mere dalliance." Lot nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "Whom do you intend to take with you?" Rain gestured towards Marlos and replied, "I have someone in mind, and he is one of them. Please prepare a few days' worth of provisions and some gifts for the journey. However, do not make them too extravagant, as I am not visiting one of the 3 great empires, but rather the Gary Empire, a realm with a population of less than 1 million, which does not warrant excessive preparation." Lot nodded once more, and Rain continued, "The second matter is that after the Imperial tournament, I plan to visit other races to share information and encourage them to prepare in advance, as well as to discuss potential alliances. Time is of the essence to prevent them from being caught unawares, and I will communicate this to the bearded chief later. The third matter may be difficult for you to accept, but it is my request. The Bill tribe shall not participate in this year's Imperial tournament. The reasons are evident. Even if I do not articulate them, we can take part next time. I have already informed the participants, and you need only write a letter to the bearded chief, making sure to indicate that this is my directive." Compared to the first 2 matters, Lot seemed able to accept this news. However, upon the conclusion of the third matter, Marlos distinctly noticed Lot's hand clenching unnaturally. Yet, he did not rise, choosing instead to ponder quietly. Orcs place immense value on honor, and the lucrative rewards have made every orc envious. However, since the rise of the Bill tribe and its splinter factions, the outcomes of the tournaments have become somewhat predictable, leading some tribes to express their weariness. Certainly, reforms must continue unabated, lest the tournaments impede development. The Bill tribe remains the most contentious, while the other splinter tribes have also made rapid advancements. Yet, given their shorter history, they may soon find themselves lacking participants in future tournaments. Other tribes have also begun reforms, and several are now capable of competing with them. The Bill tribe is exceptionally well equipped, making their claim to first place nearly indisputable. If they were to withdraw at this juncture, Would not the tribes nearing the threshold of the top 3 be elated? Even a single tournament can yield exceptionally generous rewards for a tribe placing in the top 3. Lot harbored concerns regarding this very point, as he originally intended to utilize the rewards to develop a new training ground. I will speak to the bearded chief, he stated. For now, prepare 20 days' worth of food and gifts. I plan to stay in the Gary Empire for a while and observe the current state of the human empire. Relying solely on mercenaries for information is insufficient. I must sound the alarm for humanity. Chapter 8. The slave-hunting team Reen had to concede that the moniker of the beast god was indeed quite advantageous. Even the notoriously obstinate Lot of the Empire had his dissenting opinions silenced by invoking the title of Beast God's messenger. It was uncertain when the lanky figure from his family would ever be deemed useful, as it appeared he was not particularly favored by others. Standing beside Reen was Xiaoba, a female lich. Liches were common entities in the netherworld, occupying a mid-tier status. Although numerous, true powerhouses among them were relatively scarce. The lich known as Yabo was a lich lord, and notably a second-tier lich lord, possessing immense power and a vast territory, along with many formidable subordinates. However, for the time being, she could merely stand behind Reen, her long fingers resting against her forehead in resignation, a strand of dark gray hair fluttering gently in the mountain breeze. As the 8th netherworld creature Reen had defeated, Yabo held a certain disdain for the previous 7, viewing them as inferior in strength. Yet, as one of Reen's subordinates, she had no right to contest this reality, opting instead for solitary cultivation in the netherworld. At times, she would not respond to Reen's summons, which did not particularly concern him, as he seldom required assistance from his underlings. This time, her forcible summoning by Reen was unavoidable, with 9 undead creatures forcibly gathered in the netherworld. Yabo was specifically called back by Xiaojiao. Among the 9 undead beings, only Boya appeared entirely normal, meaning that anyone lacking strength exceeding her by 2 tiers could not discern her as an undead creature or a regular human. Boya's appearance was exceptionally enchanting, making it easier to masquerade as a female fox humanoid, and in order to avoid disrupting the training of other beastmen, Reen summoned only 10 beastmen. Among them were the Chef Rosa, Captain Wall of the 10th Team of the 3rd Border Defense Corps, Grand Judge Peter, and the Ratman Marlos, all personally appointed by Reen. The remaining 6 Minotaurs were merely present to assist, essentially serving as laborers. As for Boya's current predicament, it was entirely due to Reen's unreasonable insistence that she should transform into a beast man. At that moment, he was striving toward a form that wasn't wolf-like or rat-like, and Boya could even hear Reen's complaints. Crossing gender was one thing, transcending species was quite another. After an extensive period of effort, she resigned herself to the futility of the task, and the surrounding beastmen collectively exhaled in relief. The makeup was indeed frightening. After witnessing Reen's handiwork, all the beastmen felt a chill running down their spines. The Gali Empire, which Reen intended to visit, was among the many smaller empires. On the continent of Fry, there were 3 major human empires: the Kodalar Empire, the Binus Empire, and the Ron Empire. The Gali Empire was merely a vassal state of the Kodalar Empire, with a population of merely 1 million, due to its proximity to the Beastmen Forest. Many large mercenary groups established branches in the Gali Empire, earning it the title of Mercenary Empire, according to reports from beastmen who had infiltrated the Gali Empire. King Gali IV was considered fairly honest, with both peasants and nobles seemingly leading decent lives. His only flaw was a penchant for martial training rather than governance. And he was the most formidable individual within the empire in terms of personal combat prowess. Of course, this assessment did not account for the mercenaries, as some large mercenary factions might possess greater strength than the Gali Empire itself. Currently, the empire was primarily managed by the Crown Prince. With Reen having seen his portrait and read related records, the Gali Empire had only this one Crown Prince, who would undoubtedly inherit the throne. Thus he was exceedingly diligent in his duties, as the empire would eventually belong to him. From a political analysis perspective, the Crown Prince was deemed suitable for safeguarding the realm. Although he did possess some ambition, he was merely one of many vassal states, with the primary territorial disputes arising with the Kodalar Empire. Over the years, the Kodalar Empire had relentlessly exploited the forests, gradually encroaching upon the Beastmen Forest, brazenly constructing castles on the cleared land and hoisting their star and moon banners. With such a large empire looming over them, the Gali Empire had little inclination to expand its territories. The Bil tribe was situated near the Gali Empire, and Reen's group arrived at the border after a mere day's journey. Along the way, they encountered several beastmen patrols at Reen's behest. All patrols were required to appear ragged to assuage human suspicions. Although this tactic might have minimal effect, it was better than nothing. As they approached the border, the presence of human mercenaries increased, and any sighting of 10 beastmen traveling together would prompt a warning from thieves, compelling most to keep their distance. A few intrepid mercenaries, however, dared to venture within 50 meters of the group, but experienced veterans wisely chose to steer clear upon observing the blood-red totem banners. Recognizing them as the envoy of the Beastmen Empire, no mercenary group would be foolish enough to provoke trouble. At noon, Rosa removed the iron pot from his back to prepare lunch, a distinctive aroma wafting through the air. All but the standing guard beastmen and Reen focused intently on the fragrant pot, including Boya, despite her lich nature. As a lich, Boya had achieved a physical state comparable to that of a normal human, allowing her to savor Rosa's culinary creations. As for whether she could discern any flavors, Boya never divulged. Reen shook his head in exasperation at his seemingly incompetent subordinates. Rosa's culinary prowess was renowned throughout the Beastmen Empire, though aided by Reen's guidance. Rosa's innate talent and diligent efforts accounted for the majority of his success. Just then, a thought crossed Reen's mind. His eyes narrowing with a peculiar smile that was subtle, yet caught Boya's attention. She turned to glance at Reen, nodding slightly before casting a questioning look his way. Reen shook his head, causing Boya to feel a tinge of disappointment as she turned back to gaze at Rosa's pot. After all, the implications of intervening in the mortal realm were significant. Reen murmured under his breath, and Boya's expression froze before she waved her hand to indicate she would not interfere. Soon, the vigilant minotaurs detected an anomaly and returned with a report. To the due south, there were 3 waves of unidentified human adventurers, and the observers sensed a hostile intent. Upon hearing the report, Reen exchanged glances with Wall, who nodded and darted into the nearby woods. Such tasks were best suited for werewolves, natural scouts. In under 2 minutes, Wall returned, the report eliciting both surprise and amusement from Reen. Were they truly attempting to capture them as slaves for sale? The astonishment stemmed from the sheer audacity of the group, while the amusement was due to their thorough preparations. Aside from Reen, it seemed everyone else had been accounted for, as Wall had scrutinized their gear. Reen tilted his head and remarked, "I am the envoy. You may proceed as you see fit, but do not disturb before he could finish." A sudden whoosh echoed as a massive net descended from above, glinting with blades. If it ensnared a beast man, they could endure it, but for a mere human, it would likely result in a grievous fate. The target of the net was none other than the chef Rosa, who was bending to add ingredients to the pot. Before anyone could raise a warning, a cacophony erupted in the air as multiple nets simultaneously appeared, ensnaring everyone but Reen and Boya, who remained at the fringes of the group. Boya's net, however, was devoid of blades, as Reen and Boya had been positioned on the periphery, allowing them to escape the net's grasp. Reen remained silent and motionless, quietly observing as the surrounding commotion intensified. Vorel directly tore through with his wolf claw, while Marlos deftly deflected the incoming projectiles with his rapier. The remaining minotaurs, with brute force, ripped the net apart with their massive hands. The strength of these minotaurs was no mere boast. Each one donned specially crafted gloves that rendered ordinary blades ineffective against their hands. Consequently, even if the blades were poisoned, it posed no threat to them. However, this was evidently not the end. As the net was shredded, fireballs and a rain of arrows rained down from both sides, indicating that the adversary had meticulously plotted this attack. The fireballs were aimed to distract, while the arrows targeted the orcs' knees to prevent their escape. For the orcs of the Beer tribe, however, this seemed akin to mere tickling. A few orcs feigned panic as they dispersed the fireballs, then bent down to shield their knees. In Reen's eyes, the mockery in the orcs' gazes was thrice that of a cunning fox, and their acting was as exaggerated as it was transparent. Among them, the Ratman Marlos outperformed the rest with his dramatic display. With naturally short and slender limbs, it was no easy feat for an ordinary archer to hit his knees. In reality, the arrows were aimed at his abdomen, where the chances of hitting were greater. Yet, Marlos caught the arrow with his hands, pressed it against his knee, and cried out, "Ah, I've been struck. This cursed arrow. Someone save me. I am doomed." His expression, laden with feigned terror and exaggerated tremors, epitomized the phrase timid as a mouse. A rustling sound emerged around them, as over 20 human mercenaries armed with shields formed a moderately sized circle. The shields, reinforced with iron on the front and wooden at the back, were designed to withstand slashing attacks, while the wood provided shock absorption. Clearly, this was a hunting party accustomed to capturing orcs as slaves, and their weapons were specifically tailored for this purpose. They were determined to achieve their goal. Reen observed the surrounding humans. A few appeared seasoned, their shields stained crimson, their gazes fervent. Initially, the slave hunters had not anticipated their prey was in disguise. What was curious was that, at this moment, the orcs were neither fighting back desperately nor enduring their pain in a standoff against the humans. Though the situation resembled a standoff, it was uncommon to see an orc moaning over minor injuries. The Ratman was one thing, but even a werewolf, known for its rapid recovery, should not be overreacting. Among the orcs, only Boya, Peter, and Reen were not the focus of attention. Boya was overlooked due to her appearance, while Peter, being a non-combative pigman, was deemed too cheap to warrant any effort. As for Reen, what combat prowess could a mere child of 4 or 5 possess? Reen glanced at Peter, who wore a comical expression of bewilderment, and said, "How about you handle these individuals?" Peter was momentarily taken aback but then elated, cautiously asking, "Do you truly permit this?" Reen nodded, and Peter promptly rose from the ground, adjusted his attire, brushed off the dust, and earnestly approached the front of the group. "Human adventurers, do you not see the blood-red totem banners? This is the envoy of the Orc Empire, and I am Peter, the Grand Judge of the Beer tribe. You have attacked my envoy twice. Should I interpret this as a signal from humanity to provoke war against the orcs?" After speaking, Peter fixed his gaze upon the humans who remained in a standoff. The slave hunters exchanged glances, momentarily dumbfounded. This was unlike any previous encounter. Before the pigman had risen, all had overheard his conversation with the young boy, the language used being unfamiliar even to the most learned among them. After the boy nodded, Peter had stepped forward to address them. All present humans simultaneously thought, "Is this pigman unwell?" However, the humans soon responded, "Filthy orcs, what envoy do you speak of? You ought to be rolling in the mud, wailing upon the mountains, digging in the dirt, and leaving your foul stench beneath the tree roots. Grand Judge, are you jesting?" The speaker was a burly man in his 30s, stout and robust, with a face adorned with coarse features. His shield was a deep purple-black, stained by the dried blood of countless victims, marking him as a minor leader among the humans. Upon his utterance, the surrounding humans nodded in agreement. His words disparaged the pigmen, werewolves, ratmen, and foxfolk, the disdain in his tone unmistakable, a clear provocation. After listening, Peter nodded in return, saying, "So this is how you humans perceive orcs?" His voice was calm, yet this tranquility seemed to raise the temperature in the air. While perceptive individuals noted a faint flush appearing on Peter's fair face. "Be cautious, he is about to go berserk." Chapter 9. The Crimson Chariot Frenzy is a unique ability possessed by orcs and certain humans, capable of temporarily augmenting the strength or speed of the frenzied. The duration of this frenzy lacks a specific standard. It may vary from prolonged to fleeting. However, once the frenzy subsides, the individual typically experiences physical exhaustion, and the process depletes a portion of their vitality, resulting in a notably shortened lifespan. Frenzy can be categorized into 2 types: conscious frenzy and unconscious frenzy. The former allows the frenzied to control the depth and duration of their state, retaining awareness to engage in combat, while the latter is a complete loss of control, leading to indiscriminate attacks on any visible living beings. In human society, those capable of conscious frenzy are referred to as berserkers, while orcs are labeled as frenzied orcs. Comparatively, human berserkers exhibit greater vitality than their orc counterparts, as it is evident that those with longer lifespans tend to be berserkers, whereas frenzied orcs frequently meet an early demise. Regardless of whether they are berserkers or frenzied orcs, both are regarded as terrifying entities in human society. It is thus unsurprising that orcs are relegated to the status of lowly slaves, known only for their voracious appetites and reproductive capabilities, day after day, night after night. The small leader observed Peter's transformation, mistakenly attributing it to a loss of emotional control. He envisioned that this pig-headed creature would soon charge recklessly, only to be captured and confined within a cage lined with iron spikes, awaiting a buyer at a meager price. The reason the pig-headed creature hesitated to attack was that it still wished to preserve its hypocritical semblance of decorum. It would not be long before it succumbed to provocation and erupted into a frenzy. Even in its frenzied state, the pig-headed creature would pose minimal threat. easily subdued by 2 or 3 individuals. The only concern lay with the bull-headed and wolf-like beings present. Should they enter a state of frenzy, the situation could become rather troublesome. However, this would only be a slight inconvenience. Are you thus part of the human slave-hunting squad? Peter's voice remained calm, though the flush on his face was unmistakable, with beads of crimson sweat trickling down his forehead. Yet, instead of falling to the ground, the sweat clung to his skin like glue, an unceasing flow that thickened, rendering his visage eerily flushed. Foolish pig, do you finally comprehend? The voice emerged from another direction, and a man clad in a flowing dark red robe appeared, leaning on a lengthy magic staff. See, we have both mages and archers. Surrender peacefully, lest you waste our esteemed mage's magical energy. The once boisterous middle-aged man grew bolder upon noticing his companions, and with a mere glance, the encirclement began to tighten, a pungent stench gradually permeating the air. Peter furrowed his brow and remarked, "Crimson flame serpent's blood?" All the humans paused in surprise. Crimson flame serpent's blood is a unique substance, a potion crafted from the blood of the crimson flame serpent mixed with various ingredients, designed to suppress orcish frenzy. This item is a staple within the slave-hunting squads. Although the pig-headed creature possessed a keen sense of smell, it should not have been aware of such a substance. The Orc Empire resides in the northern part of the continent, while the crimson flame serpent is native to the lava region south of the Great Road of Fry, making it a rare find in human society. Due to its unique habitat and biological characteristics, this serpent is difficult to rear. Mercenary groups are often hired to capture them, subsequently crafting potions for sale to those engaged in the slave trade. The mercenaries themselves are unaware of the potion's production process. So how could a mere pig-headed creature ascertain the presence of the crimson flame serpent's blood based solely on scent? An unsettling feeling began to linger in the small leader's heart. Events seemed to deviate from his expectations, and the unknown and uncontrollable aspects always evoke curiosity and dread. How do you know? A shield-bearing individual inquired, astonished. Peter regarded him with disdain, replying, "I suspect you have captured numerous orcs using this substance, haven't you? Captain Vol. Am I mistaken?" Vol straightened, discarding his arrow onto the ground, retrieving a brown notebook from his robes, scrutinizing the attire and insignia of his adversaries before swiftly flipping through its pages. He eventually halted at a page near the center. The Bloodthirsty Mercenary Group is a relatively large mercenary organization within the Human Empire, classified as a Level 7 group, headquartered within the borders of the Kodalar Empire. Their primary objective is to capture citizens of the Orc Empire for enslavement, supplying them to various human empires. Since receiving reports of missing persons, this mercenary group has documented the capture of 379 Orc citizens, marked with a red danger level on the Imperial Wanted list. Should any member of this mercenary group be encountered, Orc citizens are to be killed on the spot, with bounties offered for heads and team insignia. Mercenary groups are classified by levels, with higher levels permitting access to more advanced tasks. The Bloodthirsty Mercenary Group, classified as a Level 7 group, is relatively high in rank. According to records from the Orc Empire, the highest level of mercenary groups within the Human Empire is Level 10. Thus, characterizing the Bloodthirsty Mercenary Group as sizable is indeed reasonable. After finishing his statement, Vol surveyed his surroundings with a derisive smile, addressing Peter, "I must admit, I am quite envious. This achievement should rightfully belong to our Border Defense Corps, yet it seems to have fallen into your hands, esteemed magistrate." Upon hearing this, a sense of solemn pride mingled with Peter's strange expression, yet this very pride only heightened the unease among the humans present. The situation appeared to diverge from anticipated outcomes. Better early than late. Since we have crossed paths, I must say your luck is rather unfortunate. You dare obstruct the envoy of the Orc Empire? Truly impatient. Following this proclamation, Peter's complexion shifted from pale red to a vivid crimson, and his sweat began to show signs of coagulation. Even more egregious was the fact that they had exposed themselves before me, the magistrate of the Orc Empire. I have the authority to decree your death sentence. Upon uttering these words, the crimson droplets of sweat solidified instantaneously. Peter, the magistrate of the Orc Empire, crafted a crimson protective mask before the assembled crowd. Yet the crystalline transparency of the mask evoked a sense of revulsion among those present. Kill him. Archers, mages, eliminate him. At this moment, should they still be oblivious to their manipulation, they would indeed be foolish beyond measure. With a command from the small leader, The archers and mages positioned at the rear immediately launched their assault, while the shield-bearing mercenary closest to Peter charged forward. Do you think I was negotiating? Without sufficient time. How could I possibly craft my frenzy armor? Foolish humans. Peter's tusks began to protrude, and due to the frenzy, his voice became slightly distorted. His once loose robe tightened suddenly, and with a tearing sound, the fabric succumbed to the internal force, ripping into tatters. As the humans charged towards him, Peter bellowed and lowered his head, barreling forward. With a resounding crash, the shield-bearing human was sent flying, colliding against a tree trunk, his body adhering to it like a sticker before sliding down to the ground, lifeless. The shield he wielded shattered into fragments, and the deep indentations visible on the debris sent chills down the spines of onlookers. None anticipated that this pig-headed creature could possess such formidable power. In their terror, they felt a flicker of relief. If close combat was futile, the pig-headed creature would soon be subjected to the onslaught of magic and arrows. With this thought, the advancing humans instinctively slowed their pace. The anticipated volley of arrows and fireballs converged upon the pigman. However, an uncanny spectacle unfolded. While the projectiles and magic struck their mark, the bizarre creature was entirely encased in a congealed layer of crimson fluid. Arrows proved incapable of penetration, and fireballs merely ignited upon its surface before gradually extinguishing. Aside from the singed red armor, the pigman emerged unscathed. Where the magic had burned away portions of the armor, the red fluid resurfaced, swiftly solidifying to repair the breaches. With a chilling smile, Pitt cast a glance at his armor and then at the diminutive leader, proclaiming, "If this is the extent of your capabilities, prepare to meet your demise." Abruptly, Pitt's short legs propelled him like a cannonball into one of the human shields. This time, however, the impact did not send the human flying. Rather, he merely staggered backward slightly. Pitt recoiled, and the stricken human stared in disbelief at the wound slowly staining his chest with blood. With a final gasp, he collapsed. 2 distinct perforations marred the fallen shield, attesting to the formidable power of the strange pigman's tusks. "Mage, bind him at once," the leader commanded, indifferent to the fate of his subordinates. In his estimation, the capture of this pigman would far outweigh the loss of any underling. Subordinates could be replaced, but such a unique orc was irreplaceable, consumed by avarice. He failed to notice that, early in the battle, the vociferous Ratman had slipped away unnoticed. The remaining orcs were engaging at least one of his men each, leaving all attacks focused on the singular pigman. At this juncture, the leader still believed the situation to be manageable, but the events that followed defied his wildest imagination. The yellow-robed mage rapidly chanted an incantation, and a crimson circle descended upon Pitt. Before the mage could proceed further, Pitt roared and shattered the binding, crashing into a third man. No one anticipated the binding spell would be broken, nor did they expect the pigman, despite his simplistic attack style, to possess such formidable combat prowess. A battering ram of flesh and tusk. By the time the mage completed his second binding spell, Pitt was surrounded only by the fallen and the leader. Pitt whirled, his crimson eyes fixated on the mage. The mage faltered, instinctively casting a binding spell toward Pitt. Only after releasing the spell did the mage realize that Pitt, the leader, and he were aligned in a straight line, and the leader was poised to ambush Pitt from behind. The successive casualties of his men had enraged the leader. Although the archers in the distance had increased their rate of fire, it had little effect on Pitt, whose special armor rendered the additional weight negligible. Melee combat was now unavoidable, and this ambush presented an opportunity. Just as the dagger neared the accursed pigman, the crimson hue transformed into a familiar shade of fiery red. Before he could react, a searing force constricted his shoulders, halting the thrust of his dagger. Upon realizing he had been ensnared by his own mage's spell, a powerful force struck his posterior, sending him hurtling forward, directly toward the very mage who had just cast the binding spell. Witnessing the leader's desperate struggle as he flew toward him, the yellow-robed mage was stunned once more. By the time he regained his wits, the leader had collided with him. The mage's frail body could not withstand such an impact, and he promptly lost consciousness. This lapse in consciousness resulted in the dissolution of the binding spell, freeing the leader from its constraints. However, without the mage's support, how could this monstrous beast be subdued? The leader, a level 1 warrior with robust physical attributes, had sustained no serious injuries from Pitt's kick. He rose and retrieved a tube-like object with a thin cord attached. The leader, observing Pitt charging toward the archers, smirked and pulled the cord. A crimson flare, accompanied by a piercing shriek, shot skyward. Clearly, the bloodthirsty leader had allies. This was a signal flare. In less than 2 minutes, his comrades arrived. Although he was perplexed by their swift arrival, the leader was relieved. The newcomer was none other than the most formidable level 1 mage in their division. With him present, subduing all the orcs would be no problem. Before he could speak, the approaching level 2 mage, his voice trembling with terror, exclaimed, "Flee. These are orcs we cannot overcome. A rat man has attacked the camp. He is a level 3 warrior." The level 2 mage then approached the leader. Upon seeing Pit chasing the archers, he froze, uttering 4 words that shattered the leader's composure. "By the gods. A red armor war chariot." Chapter 10. Negotiations at the city gates. The classification of orc warriors is not as distinct as that of humans, and over time, orcs have become synonymous with slavery in the eyes of humankind. Yet, as a race that fought alongside humans against the demon hordes a millennium ago, there exists a wealth of significant historical accounts regarding orcs in human society. One of the most notable records in human history regarding the Orcish race pertains to the red armored chariots, which were primarily composed of the pig-headed orcs. The term red armored chariot is a title of respect, as those pig-headed orcs, empowered by their abilities, charge into battle with the force of a war chariot. The red armor refers to the crimson sweat that congeals upon their bodies in a frenzy, forming a formidable protective layer that is astonishingly resilient. Common blades are rendered ineffective against it. Consequently, these frenzied, pig-headed warriors are dubbed red armored chariots. In one-on-one confrontations, human knights are compelled to evade the full-speed charges of these berserk, pig-headed warriors, as the terrifying impact and penetrating force can instantly slay their mounts. Even the renowned iron shields, famed for their toughness in the human realm, can be easily pierced by the tusks of a red armored chariot. While a mid-tier knight might achieve this feat with utmost effort, the notion of breaching an iron shield under normal circumstances is utterly implausible, thus illustrating the immense power of the red armored chariot. During the anti-demon wars, the forces comprised of red armored chariots achieved remarkable feats, playing a crucial role in the stalemate phase of the conflict. This explains why pig-headed orcs, despite their relatively modest strength, have left an indelible mark on human history. Peter is one such red armored chariot. Cultivating an individual into a red armored chariot is an arduous task, for pig-headed orcs are inherently weaker. It takes approximately 10,000 of them to produce 2 potential candidates for this role. Unlike humans, orcs do not inscribe their skills onto common materials like hides or paper, nor do they possess the prolonged lifespans of elves, relying instead on oral traditions for the transmission of knowledge. Following the conclusion of the anti-demon wars, the training methods for red armored chariots gradually faded into obscurity. Peter's ascendance to this status is attributed entirely to the guidance of the beast god envoy, Rain. Even as the grand judge of the Beal tribe, preoccupied with lawsuits and judgments, Peter never neglected his training. The training regimen for the pig-headed orcs, particularly for the red armored chariots, can be succinctly summarized as consuming and enduring blows. Pig-headed orcs are herbivorous and possess an astonishing appetite, resulting in many of them being quite corpulent. The overweight often find themselves unable to run swiftly. To cultivate a pig-headed orc into a red armored chariot with formidable impact, it is essential that a swift orc, wielding a stick, relentlessly pursues and strikes them during training, ensuring that every part of their body is accounted for, even their delicate ears. The ears of pig-headed orcs are large and susceptible to injury. The ability to have sweat congeal and cover their ears is a preliminary criterion for determining whether an orc can become a red armored chariot. On the battlefield, adversarial attacks come from all directions, and it is not uncommon for a red armored chariot to succumb to excessive blood loss from ear injuries. During the anti-demon period, these warriors don helmets. However, Rain does not deem helmets necessary for red armored chariots. Thus his training regimen includes ear training, with Peter being the most successful example. Observing the curled-up humans in the iron cage, Rain remained silent. As per his instructions, the blades within the cage had been removed, but that was the extent of their leniency. Apart from a meager supply of coarse food and clean water, the individuals confined within received nothing else. After listening to the accounts of the rescued orcs, Rain commanded that all humans be imprisoned, regardless of their injuries, and placed within iron cages. A chorus of wails erupted from the envoy, yet all the orcs turned a deaf ear to the commotion, allowing the humans to cry out in their cages. As for the liberated orcs, Rain issued them but a single command: to head into the interior of the forest. Upon encountering a patrol, they would be properly accommodated. But the specifics of their arrangement were the leader's concern. The matter at hand was the slave hunting team. This mercenary group, known as the Bloodthirsty Company, operated under the codename Squad 4. From the interrogation, it was revealed that there were a total of 50 such squads, each with a similar composition of personnel, averaging around 60 members per squad. Due to the varied targets, the numbers fluctuated, but generally, the teams dedicated to capturing orcs were the smallest. This particular squad consisted of only 52 individuals, including 2 mages. After completing his report, Peter expressed surprise. In human society, mercenary groups like the Bloodthirsty Company are numerous. And based on the known scale of bloodthirsty, it was merely a medium-sized group, yet its numbers exceeded 500. Rumors suggested that larger mercenary bands even had their cities, indicating a significant possibility. Peter's astonishment stemmed from the information provided by the captured mercenaries, suggesting that the Bloodthirsty Company harbored a considerable number of powerful individuals, including at least 2 third-tier war mages, which is quite rare among known mercenary groups. Mages are notoriously expensive to maintain, making them a rarity in typical mercenary bands. However, reflecting on the Bloodthirsty Company's dealings eased Peter's concerns. As he walked and reported, Peter indulged in food, a side effect of being a red-armored chariot. After a frenzy, he would become quite lean, necessitating a prompt replenishment of energy, which, in simpler terms, meant fat, as the materials for the formation of the red armor are derived from the fat and moisture within the pig-headed orcs. Upon concluding his report, Peter quietly inquired, "Divine Envoy, will these individuals remain confined indefinitely?" Rain detected an unusual tone in Peter's voice and turned to find a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Understanding Peter's unspoken thoughts, Rain raised his hand to interrupt and stated, "Remember, we are here to sound the alarm for them, regardless of the circumstances, even if they perish within. Do you understand?" Peter regarded Rain with an odd expression, nodding vacantly as he departed. As soon as Peter left, Marlos approached, and Rain cast a sidelong glance at him, causing Marlos to lower his head, somewhat guilty. After a long pause, Rain sighed and said, "I trust your anger may have clouded your judgment. Your actions were indeed somewhat extreme. However, as I mentioned, we are here to serve as their warning. While your methods may be cruel, the results should be effective. Let it be, do not dwell on it too much." Marlos nodded and departed as well. The rat man referred to by the mage was Marlos. During a surprise attack, Marlos severed the tendons of all the humans, resulting in over a dozen human mercenaries potentially facing a lifetime bedridden, one of whom was a 15-year-old boy, freshly inducted into the Bloodthirsty Company on his very first mission. Seeing Wool grinning and approaching, Rain waved his hand from the cart, saying, "You need not come over. There is plenty of fighting to be had. If you cannot manage, go wherever you please. However, there is one condition: do not harm the innocent. I trust you understand what innocent means?" Upon hearing this, Wool's eyes brightened, and he turned to vanish among the crowd. Seated on the somewhat jostling cart, Rain observed the rigid movements of the bovine-headed driver and suddenly found it amusing, laughing aloud. Boya's sultry, deep voice resonated from behind. "What is amusing you, young master?" Unbeknownst to him, Boya had floated onto the cart, gazing at Rain with curiosity. Rain pointed at the driver and replied, "I merely find his actions rather amusing." Boya followed Rain's gesture but discerned nothing humorous, turning back with a puzzled expression. Rain remained silent, and after a moment, Boya muttered that it was boring before retreating into the cart. The vehicles belonged to the Bloodthirsty Four, with the exception of 3 covered carriages. The rest were horse-drawn carts equipped with iron cages. Rian, as the beast god's envoy, naturally deserved the finest carriage, while Boya, his subordinate, could accompany him without issue. The remaining orc companions were lightly equipped and marched on foot, with gifts and spare weapons stored in another vehicle. For reasons unknown, Rian found himself seated outside, slowly perusing the intelligence regarding the Gary Empire. The principal city was its capital, with smaller castles constructed by the nobility on their own lands, generally modest in size and possessing their own private forces. Although the envoys' numbers were few, it was indeed a significant nation sending representatives to a smaller one. Many noble patrols noticed the envoy but did not intervene. Some even wished to invite Rian and his companions to spend the night in their castles. However, Peter politely declined on their behalf. Consequently, various rumors regarding the envoy began to circulate within the Gary Empire. The journey progressed remarkably smoothly, much to Rian's surprise. and the anticipated retaliation from the bloodthirsty mercenary corps had yet to materialize. This situation did not lull the envoy into complacency. Instead, it heightened everyone's vigilance. A state of external relaxation coupled with internal tension that persisted until they reached the gates of Ng City, the capital of the Gary Empire. Upon their arrival, it was past midday, and curiously, the gates that had appeared open from a distance abruptly shut as the envoy approached. Several human mercenary groups found themselves trapped outside the gates. Upon seeing the envoy, nearly all displayed expressions of understanding, leaving Rian perplexed, though he refrained from dismounting to inquire. Such diplomatic matters were better left to the Grand Chancellor, Peter, who stood at the gate, signaling for a Minotaur warrior to speak. The Orc Empire's envoy has come to the Gary Empire. 5 days prior, we submitted our diplomatic credentials. Why does your esteemed nation not open its gates to welcome us? Should we interpret this as a rejection of our envoy's request, a provocation? The resonant voice of the Minotaur reverberated painfully in the ears of those nearby. Yet a response swiftly followed. An elderly man, with a long face, bushy eyebrows, and a white mustache, clad in a slender black formal attire, spoke. Rian soon recognized that this seemingly frail elder was indeed a martial artist of considerable prowess. I am Melional, a second-tier noble of the Gary Empire. We welcome the envoy of the Orc Empire. The gates of our nation stand open. We invite your envoy to enter Ng City. Upon finishing, Melional signaled for the gates to open, but not the grand entrance. Instead, a very small door was revealed, typically reserved for nighttime entrance. The implication was clear. If you wish to enter, you must bow your heads. It was permissible to enter, but only through this small door, which would certainly bring shame upon the Orc Empire. As the small door swung open, nearby human mercenaries chuckled as they entered, while many remained to observe the unfolding spectacle. Their gazes fixated on Peter. With a smile, Peter surveyed the crowd before speaking aloud. I have long heard that humans are a nation of etiquette, and that the royal family and nobility of the human empire are particularly renowned for their adherence to propriety. Today, I see that the reality indeed surpasses the reputation. Prior to our mission, our beast emperor issued strict directives, though I dare not presume to speak on the wisdom of His Majesty. The meaning is clear. Whenever an envoy is dispatched, they embody their nation. The nature of the nation dictates the nature of the envoy, and the manner of entry reflects the dignity of the country. The pig-headed race is regarded as the most inept among the vassal races of the Orc Empire, and I am the most inept of all pig-headed individuals. Hence, the Emperor appointed me to represent our nation, a most inept envoy, destined to enter through the most inept door of your most inept empire. Since you have so graciously invited us, I must humbly comply. As he prepared to step inside, the gathered crowd gasped in astonishment. Some were left so taken aback that their jaws dropped. To articulate such a ceremonious yet victorious retort in such a brief span was beyond their expectations of this pig-headed envoy. A murmur of discussions erupted among the crowd, with a few outspoken humans even applauding. Peter's intent was unmistakable. Should I enter your modest door, it suggests that your nation is the most inept among all vassal states. In the presence of so many witnesses, if you dare to acknowledge your nation's status as the most inept and discourteous of empires, I would not hesitate to pass through your small door. However, should you choose not to admit this, then you ought to graciously open the grand gates to welcome us into your city. Chapter 11. Bloodshed at the city gates. Melional was evidently taken aback by the eloquence displayed by a creature known for its gluttony and folly, a pig-headed being. The imperial edict had indeed arrived, and the intent of the royal family was to humiliate the envoy from the Orc Empire. The suggestion to use the small gate was also Melional's idea, and upon hearing Peter's words, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. As Peter prepared to exit through the small gate, Melional's countenance turned pale, cold sweat cascading down his brow uncontrollably. Before Melional could voice his thoughts, a hearty laugh echoed from the city wall, instilling a sense of resolve within him. It was none other than the Emperor of the Gary Empire, Gary IV, the foremost figure of authority and martial prowess. Envoy, halt! Gary IV bellowed, leaping from the parapet, though the wall was only a modest height of 10 meters. His landing was utterly silent, a testament to his formidable strength. The Emperor's square visage was obscured by a bushy beard, with only his round eyes and crimson nose visible. It was clear he had hurriedly arrived after a recent training session. Clad in royal garb and crowned, his attire was disheveled, sweat still glistening on his forehead. indicating a hasty preparation that belied his disregard for the orc envoy. Having journeyed from afar, please rest temporarily at the inn outside the city. Tomorrow morning, we shall welcome the envoy at the main gate 3 miles hence. Gary 4, recognizing that while he had extricated Melionel from his predicament, he was still ensnared in his own, understood the need to find a way to gracefully extricate himself. He gazed at Peter, hoping this astute envoy would grant him some semblance of dignity. Peter nodded and performed a courteous retreat of 3 steps, a gesture of diplomatic agreement. Gary 4 let out a sigh of relief, uttering some inconsequential remarks before departing, while Peter shook his head, somewhat helplessly observing the dispersing crowd. Reflecting on the current state of the Orc Empire, Peter sighed. The beast god, in his wisdom, had dispatched a sagacious envoy to rescue the beleaguered Orc Empire. As he turned to leave, he was halted by a call. "Envoy, please wait." It was Melionel, who had hurried down from the wall and was now hastily approaching the open city gate. Noticing Peter's intent to depart, he called out, uncertain of what counsel Melionel might offer. "Envoy, may I inquire about the humans confined within that cage?" Melionel pointed towards the cart, holding the bloodthirsty mercenaries. Peter cast a casual glance back and asked, "What is it you wish to know?" Melionel faltered, gathering his thoughts before speaking in a grave tone. "Are you aware of their identities? From my interrogations, I have learned they are members of the 4th squad of the so-called slave-hunting team of the bloodthirsty mercenaries." Peter replied nonchalantly, "Then you are already well informed. So, when do you intend to release them? Or what conditions must be met for their release?" Melionel's straightforward inquiry momentarily caught Peter off guard, yet he responded with candor. "You may not be aware, but the slave-hunting team of the bloodthirsty mercenaries has been designated a wanted group by the Orc Empire. All orcs are authorized to eliminate any member of this faction on sight. In the Orc Empire, any attempt to assault our envoy would be deemed a capital offense, even under your human laws," Peter stated. Melionel, feeling a tinge of guilt, nodded in reluctant agreement, though he was not entirely versed in the specifics of Gary Empire's laws. As nobility often enjoyed privileges, a saying on the continent of Fry aptly encapsulated the situation. Laws are established to fortify the dominion of the rulers. In fact, there exists a minor branch of the bloodthirsty mercenaries in Ing City. If you wish to avoid unnecessary complications, I hope you might consider handing these individuals over to us for resolution, Melionel articulated with a balanced tone. Having experienced the earlier tumult at the city gates, he was cautious not to underestimate this envoy, despite their modest number. As Peter had pointed out, the Orc Empire, despite its criticisms, was an undeniable force on the continent of Fry, while the Gary Empire was merely a small vassal state. If a diplomatic mission to such a nation required a sizable entourage, it would reflect poorly on the 3 great empires. Realizing this, Melionel's earlier indignation began to dissipate. However, allowing the Orc Empire to execute humans could prove detrimental to the Gary Empire. The ire of the bloodthirsty mercenaries was a minor concern. Yet the wrath of the influential factions backing them was a burden no small vassal could bear. "Lord Melionel, I trust your nation's legal framework is sound. If we were to address matters across borders, could we expect your nation's support?" Peter did not directly answer Melionel's inquiry, but instead posed a question of his own, prompting Melionel to ponder Peter's intentions. After much deliberation, unable to decipher Peter's motives, Melionel decided to ask directly, "What do you mean? The Orc Empire is formidable. Yet your entourage." Melionel trailed off, fully aware that Peter comprehended his insinuation. The bloodthirsty mercenaries had threatened to annihilate the Orc envoy upon learning of their comrade's capture. Now that Gary 4 had requested the envoy to temporarily reside at the inn outside the city, it was hoped that a resolution could be found. Peter turned to survey the cart behind him, inquiring, "Can these individuals prove they are citizens of the Gary Empire?" Melionel shook his head. Most mercenaries were stateless, belonging to a vast continental organization. Though they hailed from various nations, the mercenary guild did not concern itself with their origins. As long as they paid the requisite fee, they could obtain mercenary credentials, allowing them to undertake assignments in any village or town across the continent. Peter, appearing to grasp the situation, remarked, "If that is the case, does it not imply that we need not notify your country of stateless criminals apprehended within the Orc Empire?" That Melionel was taken aback by Peter's assertion. A wave of perspiration breaking out as an ominous premonition coursed through him. Indeed, but before Melionel could finish, Peter interrupted. If the Orc Empire were to issue a continent-wide warrant, would it not be effective in all nations? Melionel nodded once more, beads of sweat streaming down his face. forming small splashes on the ground. He suddenly recalled a piece of news he had heard over a decade ago, the specifics of which eluded him. At that time, a series of warrants had been issued by the higher echelons of the human empire, targeting various mercenary factions and even noble families, including a notorious assassin organization. These warrants had been discussed and dispatched during an envoy's negotiations with the emperors of various nations, causing quite a stir. Many believed it was a desperate attempt by the Orc Empire to reclaim its waning status. The envoy had invested considerable effort to secure the authority to effectively manage these warrants, allowing the Orc Empire to conduct apprehension operations against the wanted individuals in other empires, with the right to eliminate any who resisted. The imperial families of various empires had acquiesced to this seemingly farcical charade. The Orcish Empire largely remained confined within its own borders, where orcs venturing beyond were liable to be captured by humans and enslaved. The emperors of all empires were curious to observe how the Orcish Empire intended to apprehend these so-called targets. After all, some of those targeted were nobles who could command private armies, ranging from small retinues to forces numbering in the thousands for the greater nobles. Moreover, the prospect of capturing wanted mercenary groups seemed even more improbable, given their widespread presence and the vastness of the borders. It appeared to be an impossible undertaking. Nevertheless, this marked the most extensive and widespread diplomatic mission undertaken by the Orcish Empire to the human empires. Every human empire received the Orcish Empire's letters of credence and delegations. After signing agreements with all the human empires, the Orcish delegations returned to their own empire. The human empires waited a month, then 2, and eventually 2 years without any discernible action. Consequently, everyone concluded that the foolish orcs had finally realized the impossibility of their endeavor. They had expended considerable resources on an unattainable goal. As time passed, the matter became a subject of ridicule, and gradually, some people forgot about it altogether. Even when it was mentioned, it was dismissed as a jest at the orcs' naivete. "Now, esteemed sir, behold this Orcish Empire's warrant," Pitt said, as he received a warrant bearing the seal of the Orcish Empire from Vol, and stated gravely, "Its file number in your esteemed nation's archives is Orcish Empire 1093. According to the agreement, we are permitted to apprehend the subjects of our warrant within your nation's borders. Am I mistaken? The members of the Blood Frenzy mercenary group attacked our delegation to your esteemed nation within our borders. Such action constitutes a grave offense, and the evidence is irrefutable. As the imperial delegation's representative and a second-class judge of the Orcish Empire, I pronounce these humans guilty." As Pitt spoke, cold sweat increasingly beaded on Moliner's face. Upon hearing Pitt's pronouncement of guilt, Moliner visibly recoiled. Seeing Pitt's gaze fixed upon him, Moliner, his mouth dry, asked with trepidation, "What do you intend to do?" "This is the Gari Empire." Moliner's fear was warranted. If he had not realized the situation by now, he would be unfit to serve as the delegation's host. Over a decade, the Orcish Empire had woven a vast web encompassing the entire continent, ensnaring all the empires. They had seemingly foolishly paid a high price to secure rights recognized by each empire, and then patiently eroded people's memories over time. When all the humans on the continent regarded it as a grand jest, the Orcish Empire began to pull the strings of this continental web, slowly tightening its grip. "Esteemed Moliner, I would appreciate it if you could inform me of the location of the Blood Frenzy Mercenary Group's offices in Anger City. I also request that you notify the city garrison to provide assistance to avoid any unnecessary complications. As for these individuals, except for those who have been crippled and may be pardoned, the rest should be sentenced to hanging." Pitt's words were spoken softly, as if nonchalantly. Vol nodded and gestured, whereupon the Minotaur warriors behind them produced ropes and placed them around the necks of the Blood Frenzy mercenary group members in the iron cage. "By the beast god, in accordance with the agreement signed with the human empires, and according to the Orcish Empire's new legal code, the Blood Frenzy mercenary group has been found to have repeatedly captured our citizens within the Orcish Empire over the past 15 years. The evidence is irrefutable. According to the new legal code, members of the Blood Frenzy mercenary group operating within the Orcish Empire are subject to hanging. The Blood Frenzy mercenary group's 4th squad, consisting of 50 individuals, attacked our delegation within the Orcish Empire. The evidence is irrefutable. According to the new legal code, they are subject to hanging. Multiple offenses are combined, and all members of the 4th squad, except for those who have been crippled, are sentenced to hanging, to be carried out immediately." As soon as the words fell, the Minotaurs tightened the ropes, and the necks of the Blood Frenzy mercenary group members were snapped before they could even cry out, all under the incredulous gaze of the humans. The Minotaurs swiftly flicked the ropes off the lifeless bodies. Seeing the Minotaurs' practiced efficiency, Moliner's heart sank. The remaining members of the Blood Frenzy mercenary group in the iron cage abandoned their previous arrogance and disdain. None had anticipated that the orcs would take action at Anger City's gates with such ruthless efficiency. As the Minotaurs approached with ropes, the Blood Frenzy mercenary group members screamed in terror, shaking their heads, twisting their bodies, and trying to escape the deadly ropes. The loudest cries came from the leader and the two mages. "I am a distinguished mage. You cannot do this. We are mages with special privileges. You. No. No, I don't want to die. Don't kill me." After seeing the Minotaur turn to place a rope around his neck, the mage's lower body emitted a foul odor. He had soiled himself in fear. Regardless of his desperate cries, the Minotaur warrior looked at the mage with disgust and tightened the rope, silencing the screams. "So what if you're a mage? I'm a distinguished Minotaur warrior from the Bill tribe." He then placed the rope around another's head, ending a life with each pull. Regardless of their struggles, the screams quickly subsided. The rusty iron cage contained only a pile of corpses and the crippled individuals with severed tendons. Pitt turned to Moliner, who was ashen-faced, and said softly, "Please, sir, tell me the address of the Blood Frenzy branch." Moliner stared blankly at the corpses on the cart, turned his head with difficulty, looked at Pitt with astonishment, and trembled violently, unable to utter a single syllable. "Since you do not know, sir, my party will resolve it ourselves." With that, Pitt turned and waved, leading his entourage towards the inn, watching the departing pig-headed orcs. Along with the ratmen and wolfmen left behind holding the warrants, Moliner's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 13. The Deep Foundation of a Great Nation. Outside the courier station help. Monsters. Aya. The cacophony of screams infuriated Thaddeus, who could only curse helplessly from outside the fray. The situation had initially unfolded according to plan. Thaddeus and Angus were to occupy the Ratman, while the rest eliminated the Orcish delegation and razed the courier station. An arrow barrage could have achieved the desired result, but fate had positioned the Ratman just beyond the archer's reach. As Thaddeus and Angus pursued the cunning rodent, it conjured a mere afterimage before plunging into the ranks of those attempting to assault the station. Chaos erupted. The Ratman, moving with blinding speed, inflicted injuries with swift precision. Limbs were severed, and joints were crippled, rendering victims incapable of fighting. Each time Thaddeus attempted to intervene, he was impeded by the bodies of his men, flung aside by the Ratman's rapier. The magical fire tiger had dissipated, and Angus hesitated to strike with the Ratman amidst the throng. With their two main forces incapacitated, the entire company descended into disarray. Seeing nearly 24 of his men wounded by the damned Ratman in such a short time, Thaddeus, consumed by rage, shoved aside 2 of his own, charging into the melee. The remaining able-bodied men, despite Angus's urging, dared not advance. In this brief span, the Mad Blood Mercenary Company had lost more than half its members, the survivors bearing grievous wounds. "Now," Marlos declared, twirling his blood-stained rapier, his expression serene, "it's your turn." A breeze stirred his garments. Thaddeus and Angus exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting astonishment and despair. "You are a war god," Thaddeus croaked, his sword falling listlessly to the ground. Angus reacted more vehemently, casting an acceleration spell upon himself before turning to flee. Thaddeus, too close to Marlos to escape, abandoned the attempt. Seeing Thaddeus's loss of resolve, Marlos merely flicked his rapier. Angus, having barely turned, heard a faint sound and felt a chill in his chest. Glancing down, he saw the deathly rapier piercing him. He turned back to Marlos, reaching out with feeble hands as blood gushed from his mouth. Angus collapsed, succumbing to his wound. Angus's demise seemed to galvanize Thaddeus, who, driven by fear and despair, revealed a fierce glint in his eye. He seized his fallen sword and charged at Marlos, the fire-attributed battle aura on the blade burning more intensely than before. Thaddeus, resolved to fight to the death, held nothing back, even sacrificing his life force. Marlos, observing Thaddeus's charge, crouched slightly, drawing his hands back to his waist. He inhaled deeply and unleashed a powerful right fist. Thaddeus's blade halted abruptly half a meter from Marlos, his body momentarily suspended before being hurled backward. "It seems Marlos learns quickly," Leon remarked approvingly. Marlos was a unique war god among the Bile tribe, possessing both intelligence and a high capacity for understanding. After witnessing Marlos's combat prowess, Leon had taught him a self-created thrust punch, known among the Bile tribe's competition team as the Twitch Punch. Marlos could also use his tail as a fist, with even greater destructive force. However, the Ratman was devoted to swordsmanship, and this technique had rarely been used. It was originally intended as a secret weapon for the Imperial Martial Arts Tournament. After Leon canceled his participation, Marlos, in preparation for unexpected situations during the mission, had diligently practiced the technique before departing. Seeing the Mad Blood mercenaries fleeing, Marlos had no intention of pursuing. He withdrew his rapier from an enemy's corpse, the blood cascading to the ground like crimson blossoms. In this battle, the key figures of the Mad Blood mercenary company had been slain, with only a few escaping. Marlos, watching the wounded mercenaries groaning on the ground, flicked his slender sword and slowly approached them. As the first man was impaled, all present knew that the Ratman war god intended to spare none. The screams outside the courier station reached a fever pitch. Some attempted to flee, but their injuries hindered their speed. Marlos, sneering, swayed his body. With each sway, 3 identical phantoms materialized beside him, each wielding a rapier. Marlos uttered a soft command, and the phantoms vanished, reappearing dozens of paces away behind those attempting to escape. With a gentle thrust of their rapiers, the terrified mercenaries fell to the ground, retreating on their hands and knees, begging for mercy. The icy rapier pierced their chests, and the victims collapsed, lifeless. Only a handful managed to escape. The swift elimination of the incapacitated mercenaries plunged those remaining into deeper despair. Watching the vanishing phantoms and the approaching Marlos, the mercenaries, their voices hoarse from screaming, resigned themselves to their impending doom. "What do you think of that move, Little Eight?" Leon asked, turning his head with interest. Boya scoffed, "It's merely an illusion. Humans are too weak to be frightened to death by illusions." Leon shook his head. "Humans are not weak. On the contrary, they are quite powerful. What you see now are humans whose wills have been gradually eroded. Otherwise, Marlos's phantoms would be useless. This is the effect of the human heart. I have said that one can see the whole leopard through a tube, but the human empire's foundation is profound. A small mercenary company cannot reveal it. Humans can only unleash their power in adversity, or for personal gain, of course." As he spoke, the screams outside the courier station ceased. Marlos, surveying the scattered corpses, nodded in satisfaction. He slowly returned to the entrance of the courier station and sat cross-legged, uttering not a word. Except for the occasional twitch of his tail and short ears, he blended almost seamlessly with his surroundings. The imperial palace of the Gary Empire Marin stood silently on the observation deck, allowing the wind to carry away the warmth from his body. The observation deck was the tallest structure in the city of Angal, offering a panoramic view. Situated within the palace, it was accessible only to the royal family and the guards on duty. Marin was present because 2 figures stood before him, King Gary IV and the Crown Prince, who had already begun his reign. With these 2 apexes of power silent, Marin dared not speak. Observing the flickering flames in the direction of the courier station outside the city, King Gary IV, who had been standing for some time, finally turned and spoke. "How far has the interrogation of the mercenaries progressed?" Marin bowed and replied, "Your Majesty, some results have emerged, but the credibility remains uncertain. You are a veteran of the Gary Empire. There is nothing you cannot say before me. I will be relying on you to assist my son in the future. There must be no discord between ruler and subject, lest the empire be imperiled." King Gary IV addressed Marin before turning to instruct the Crown Prince. The prince nodded in agreement, and Marin seized the opportunity to report the information he had gathered. Both King Gary IV and the Crown Prince were taken aback by the results. The crimson armored chariot appeared in the delegation. The pig-headed man, King Gary IV asked with uncertainty. Marin replied with a wry smile, "Your Majesty, Your Highness, these are the words of the crippled mercenaries." In truth, they did not know that the crimson armored chariot had appeared at the time. It was the mage from the slave hunting team who cried out when their camp was attacked, and they fled. This afternoon, the magician was executed at the city gates. According to the accounts of those present, I have consulted relevant historical records, which suggest a high probability of this event. What are the thoughts of the Crown Prince on this matter? Upon hearing Marinel's words, King Gary IV turned and inquired. The Crown Prince furrowed his brow. He had heard of the chariots of red armor but lacked specific information, making it difficult for him to form a judgment. However, one thing was certain. Today's events demonstrated that the Orc Empire's development had surpassed everyone's expectations, and the news surrounding it was being tightly controlled. At this juncture, the Orc Empire's dispatch of an envoy must carry profound significance, and the reasons behind it would soon become clear. Overall, it would be prudent to adopt a more optimistic stance. I believe in fostering good relations. King Gary IV nodded in approval and remarked, "You have been in power for many years, and aside from not having handed over the royal seal and crown to you, you have managed all matters with great propriety. Once you receive this delegation, you shall ascend the throne. But remember what you said today. It may yet save the Gary Empire." The Crown Prince's face lit up with joy upon hearing this, but King Gary IV merely waved his hand and cautioned, "Do not rejoice too soon. Look at your father's current state, and you will understand that wielding power can be quite exhausting. We are a vassal state with limited resources. While you aspire to rise, you must also act within your means to avoid calamity. I am merely a secondary martial god." While the members of the Orc Empire's delegation are likely all at the martial god level, do not underestimate them. Among them, there is at least one martial saint. King Gary IV's words struck like a thunderbolt, setting aside the astonished expressions of the Crown Prince and Marinal. Even the soldiers stationed at the watchtower nearly stumbled in shock. The Crown Prince did not venture to speak, and Marinal lacked the time to fully comprehend the situation. He recalled that within the delegation, there was a carriage, and the occupants had not yet revealed themselves. Even I could only sense an intangible pressure. Beyond that, I perceived nothing. Reflecting on the envoy's words, this is the essence of a great nation. King Gary IV, somewhat helpless, concluded. Upon hearing this, all present felt a shiver run down their spines. Had the Orc Empire grown this formidable? Observing the astonished expressions of his son and the most trusted ministers, King Gary IV nodded affirmatively and asked the Crown Prince, "Given the current circumstances, what do you plan to do?" The Crown Prince collected his thoughts for a moment before responding, "Tomorrow, we shall open the main gates wide and receive them with the propriety befitting a great nation, presenting 3 red state documents to the Kodalar Empire, detailing the events that transpired. We will prepare our forces to closely monitor the borders of the Orc Empire and thoroughly investigate all registered bounties against them." King Gary IV nodded in agreement, saying, "Your thoughts are commendable. However, for tomorrow's audience, it would be wise to submit a request for an envoy to the Orc Empire as well." The Crown Prince hesitated. While submitting an envoy request posed no significant issues, determining the leader of the delegation was crucial. Noticing the Crown Prince's uncertainty, King Gary IV calmly stated, "I have heard that the Orc Empire also hosts an imperial martial arts tournament. I trust you with the arrangements, so I shall lead the delegation myself, primarily to observe this empire that has long been mocked by human kingdoms." "Your Majesty, that is unwise." Both men urgently protested, but King Gary IV interrupted them with a wave of his hand. "Enough, do not attempt to dissuade me. The decision is made and requires no further discussion." Seeing their worried expressions, King Gary IV reassured them, "There is no need for concern. I will closely accompany this delegation. After all, I am also a third-tier martial god, capable of self-preservation. You need only submit the state documents and prepare for the transfer of power." Turning away, King Gary IV let out a sigh of relief. Gazing up at the bright twin moons in the sky, he remarked, "The heavens over the Fry continent are about to change." Chapter 14, Curiosities. The following day, the personnel of the Gary Empire stationed near the relay station were astounded by the sight before them. Corpses, long deceased, were neatly arranged around the relay station, while several minotaurs were dousing the bodies with some liquid, clearly oil, though its source was unknown. As the crowd swelled, the minotaurs tossed their torches into the center of the corpses, flames leaping up to consume the oil-soaked remains. A thick, black smoke spiraled upwards like a signal fire, alongside numerous abandoned weapons and mercenary insignias. The sight of the vivid crimson stains on the insignias sent shivers through the onlookers. Just the previous afternoon, the bloodthirsty mercenary corps had once again proclaimed their intention to annihilate the Orc Empire's envoy. Many believed that the chances of the bloodthirsty achieving victory were considerable, despite the Gary Empire's official attempts to intervene. However, the mercenaries remained undeterred. By evening, as the gates of Engel City opened, the bloodthirsty mercenaries emerged in droves, with few returning. Among those who had stood guard at the city gates all night, some had succumbed to madness. Madness, yet still alive. The most severe cases involved mercenaries who had perished from overwhelming terror and despair before the gates had opened, their faces frozen in fear and their blood-red eyes wide open, leaving others to wonder what horrors had transpired. When the news spread, all who heard it instinctively halted their activities, jaws agape. The revelation that the two main leaders of the bloodthirsty mercenary corps had been slain during the attack came as a shock, but the subsequent news was utterly devastating. The martial god. The seemingly inconspicuous rat man amongst the orc envoy was, in fact, a martial god. The racial divide between the orc empire and the human empire had persisted for centuries. Following the conclusion of the Demon War, orcs gradually vanished from human society. Over time, rampant derision and the emergence of orc slaves fostered a sense of contempt towards orcs within human society. The indoctrination of superiority instilled in humans led to a belief in their racial primacy. Historically, there had been several skirmishes between humans and orcs, most of which ended in significant human victories, with only a few exceptions. Since then, orcs had retreated within their borders, while slave hunting parties began to flourish. Capturing many orcs to serve as laborers in human society primarily comprised of strong individuals. Yet, that was the extent of it. Years of servitude led to the tragic demise of orcs within the human empire, and for centuries, there had been no reports of any formidable orcs emerging. People naturally assumed the orc empire consisted of nothing but a rabble. This stark contrast led to widespread skepticism among the inhabitants of Engel City upon hearing the news. However, the following developments sent shockwaves through the populace. It was not due to any misfortune befalling the orc envoy, but rather the grand opening of Engel City's gates. The royal guard lined up from the city gates to the palace, while the city defense forces set up a perimeter within 50 meters of the road. Everyone understood this was a ceremonial welcome for the envoy, but the scale was only seen during receptions from major powers. The Gary Empire was merely a small vassal state, and such ceremonies had been infrequent indeed. The citizens were baffled as to why the royal family of the Gary Empire would undertake such actions. Even more astonishing news followed. The crown prince had exited the palace through the main gates and waited a mile outside the city gates for the envoy. This revelation left everyone on edge, for although many had heard of the orcs sending an envoy, fewer than 200 had actually seen them, and at least 50 of those were slain the previous night. The crowd surged beyond the perimeter, eager to glimpse the orc empire's envoy. As anticipated, the first to appear was the crown prince of the Gary Empire. However, contrary to expectations, he was not riding a horse, but walking the entire way. The onlookers, perplexed, could only endure and watch. Next to emerge was the pig-headed creature, Peter, who had made a striking impression at the city gates the previous day with his unexpected adaptability, sharp rhetoric, and decisive judgment. Unlike the day before, Peter wore form-fitting leather armor instead of simple cloth. Due to the after-effects of his berserk state, the armor appeared somewhat oversized on him. Apart from his large pig head, the citizens of Engel City found little remarkable about this orc, with some beginning to question whether the Ratman martial god had indeed instructed him to speak so boldly, as the pig-headed figure hardly seemed formidable. Following him was a werewolf, common enough in Engel City that the crowd regarded it without surprise. The minotaurs behind him, wielding their long staffs, failed to capture the attention of the onlookers, for no matter how imposing a minotaur might be, none could rival the allure of a Ratman martial god. Several minotaurs surrounded a cart, which appeared to contain someone of significance. Many speculated it was the Ratman martial god. Observing the minotaur's obsequious demeanor only solidified this belief among the crowd. My heavens! The crowd erupted with this exclamation, not out of shock at the sight of the Ratman martial god, but rather because the Ratman was trailing closely behind the cart, also exhibiting a respectful demeanor. The realization that a martial god could be so deferential to an individual seated in the previously overlooked cart drew all eyes to it. Reen peered out through the curtain's gap, then turned to Boya and remarked, "It seems these people are not so remarkable after all. What does the young master refer to?" Boya had entered the cart and closed her eyes to meditate, having paid no attention to the unfolding events outside until now. The greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Originally, the crowd had gathered with their sights set on Marlos, but now all attention was fixed upon the cart. The transformation of their hopeful expressions into disbelief, followed by shock, was a most curious spectacle. Reen shook his head and said nothing further. Boya's exquisite face bore no expression or response, and knowing her nature, Reen lifted the curtain to gaze outside, his fair visage illuminated by a childlike curiosity, the sunlight casting a charming glow upon him. By the gods, there is a human child in that cart. What could this possibly mean? The child appeared to be merely 4 or 5 years old. Was this a child abducted from among the humans? The murmurs within the crowd grew louder, with the voices not particularly raised yet perceptible to attentive ears. such as the crown prince leading the procession. As he exited the royal city, he had considered that this envoy leader named Peter might prove easier to handle. However, he had yet to catch sight of the martial god, who had reached the level of a martial saint. Preoccupied with governance, the crown prince's own cultivation was not particularly advanced. He lacked the sensitivity possessed by Gary IV. However, upon observing the Ratman martial god following respectfully behind the cart, he realized that the martial saint must already be inside. Hearing the murmurs in the crowd, his curiosity piqued. Why was there a human child in the cart? Suppressing his intrigue, the crown prince maintained a composed demeanor as he walked alongside Peter. Engle City was not vast. The distance from the royal city to the city gates was merely 3 or 4 miles. As the procession advanced, the grand palace gradually came into view. At that moment, the crown prince intended to lead Peter into the palace, only to find Peter had come to a halt. Just as he was about to inquire, Peter spoke first. I have heard tales of the grandeur of the human empire's architecture, and indeed, it is as they say, seeing one is to understand 100. My empire still has much work to do to catch up. The words were spoken with great resonance. Others might not discern the implications and could perceive the envoy as an unrefined orc. However, the prince standing beside Peter felt an entirely different sentiment. There was not a trace of inferiority in Peter's words, which merely conveyed a hint of admiration, while the remainder expressed an attitude of indifference. Observing the prince halt in his steps, Peter hastily followed, guided by the prince to the outer hall of the imperial palace, where carriages were typically forbidden from entering. Yet, the envoy had prepared for this, utilizing iron rods and fabric they carried to construct a peculiar contraption in less than 10 breaths. More accurately, it could be described as a specially designed tent, square in shape, with 4 extendable poles at each corner, resembling a portable pavilion. The astonishing speed of their assembly left everyone momentarily speechless, and just as the astonished expressions began to surface, the 4 minotaurs lifted the structure and positioned it at the carriage's entrance. The curtain fluttered, and those within the carriage had already entered the peculiar tent. Lord Peter. What is this? The prince could no longer contain his curiosity. The emergence of such an item further appended his understanding of the Orcish Empire. Oh, Your Highness, please forgive my rudeness. This is a mode of transportation invented by my Orcish Empire, known as a palanquin, designed to accommodate distinguished individuals. It is merely a trifle, not worthy of mention. The prince gazed at the palanquin, now hoisted by the 4 minotaurs. A complex expression crossing his face as a twinge of helplessness crept into his heart. Nevertheless, the ceremony must proceed. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, the prince led the assembly into the grand hall. Inside the hall, approximately 20 individuals were present, all gazing in astonishment as the palanquin entered. Most refrained from inquiries in the absence of the prince's words, but exceptions inevitably arose. After the palanquin was set down within the hall, one individual stepped forward. Since when has the Orcish Empire taken to concealing its shame? Are you aware that you are unpresentable? The words were brutally frank, spoken by a stout man with a large head, round ears, and small eyes, who appeared to hold a significant position within the Gary Empire. Upon hearing this, the prince's expression shifted, and just as he was about to reprimand, a voice emerged from the palanquin. The host welcomes the guest, yet a rabid dog obstructs the path, biting indiscriminately. Is this your hospitality? Such a cur, even if of noble breed, is best left uninvited. As soon as the words fell, a fierce gust erupted from the palanquin, hurtling toward the audacious speaker. My lord, be cautious. A white figure emerged from behind the stout man, shielding him and pulling him back to meet the oncoming force. With a resounding thud, the white figure was propelled backward, spitting blood mid-air before crashing into the stout man. Yet, the ordeal was not over. The two slid across the ground for several meters before finally colliding with the wall, the energy dissipating from the white figure as he glanced at the palanquin and spat out another mouthful of blood, only to realize that the softness beneath him was the very individual he had been tasked to protect. Turning to regard the stout man now beneath him, he noted that his breath had become shallow. He then cast his gaze toward the peculiar palanquin, his eyes filled with dread and resentment. Reen lifted the palanquin curtain, standing in the center of the hall, his youthful voice resonating with an unusual authority. How audacious for a lowly official from a mere temple to behave so insolently. Truly, you must be weary of life. Within the hallowed halls of the audience chamber, a profound hush descended, every gaze inexorably drawn to the figure emerging from the enigmatic palanquin. The appearance of a child, seemingly no more than 4 or 5 years of age, was an anomaly that defied comprehension. The silence was soon shattered as the divine emissary, roused from his stupor, launched into a tirade, denouncing the envoys of the Beastman Empire for their sacrilegious assault on the sacred officials of the temple. However, his indignation was abruptly curtailed as an unseen force levitated him, drawing him inexorably toward the youthful enigma. His protests, laced with indignation and appeals to the prince, were rendered mute as his vocal cords were mysteriously silenced. The stark contrast between his earlier bravado and his current helplessness only served to amplify the disdain he elicited. With an air of nonchalance, Rain inquired of the prince, "Is this cur yours?" The prince, his mind reeling from the rapid succession of events, could only offer a bewildered shake of his head. "How peculiar," Rain mused, "that your human empire would harbor such a useless creature. Is its master not present?" Another negative shake from the prince. "In that case," Rain declared, "I shall have to ascertain what gives this corpulent canine the audacity to challenge me. As for a name, let us simply call him Dog. Your human nomenclature is far too cumbersome for my liking." "Ah, quite the fair complexion. Is it male? I wonder if his nether regions rival those of a walrus." With a swift, unseen motion, the official's garments were rent asunder, exposing him to the mortification of the court. In a desperate attempt to preserve his dignity, he thrashed about, but to no avail. Just as his trousers were about to succumb to the same fate, he surrendered to despair and closed his eyes. "So easily defeated?" Rain chided. "Your devotion is clearly lacking." With a snap of his fingers, the official was unceremoniously dumped onto the floor. Realizing the futility of resistance, he scrambled to salvage his tattered dignity, while a compassionate guard draped his cloak over the disgraced official. "Dog," Rain intoned, his voice carrying an ominous weight, "your life is but a fleeting thing, and it is now forfeit to my whim. Even your deity cannot shield you from my wrath." The prince, beads of perspiration trickling down his brow, turned to the stoic Pete, seeking guidance. "Lord Pete, I implore you." Pete, well aware of Rain's aversion to matters divine, could barely suppress a smile. "Ah, Prince, forgive our seeming impropriety. Matters of such import necessitate discretion. Allow me to introduce Rain Yin, emissary of the beast god from the Beastman Empire." A collective gasp swept through the assembly. "Lord Pete," the prince stammered, "I confess, I am at a loss." Rain, indifferent to the stunned expressions, returned to his palanquin. "What? Do I not appear the part? The oafish giant beside me, sent by the beast god, bears a message for the beastmen and the demonic hordes. Within a decade, war shall be unleashed. A matter of some consequence, yet one that the Beastman Empire cannot achieve alone. Hence, we enlist your aid in relaying this missive." Demonic invasion? The disgraced official stared at the palanquin, his eyes wide with disbelief. Impossible. The Radiant Light Temple would surely have informed its faithful if such a threat loomed. "This is nothing but treachery." "Enough," the prince thundered. "He is weary. Escort him to his chambers." As the guards dragged the protesting official away, a sharp snap echoed from outside the audience hall, followed by muffled cries of agony. Rain continued, "The message has been delivered. What you do with it is your concern. As for the rest of humanity, I shall pay them a visit after the Empire Martial competition. Now, for the second matter, one that may strike you as perilous, yet I deem necessary. Your human empire boasts tournaments and competitions, while we beastmen have only our tribal contests. I trust the learned prince is familiar with the Empire Martial competition. We request that you send representatives to observe, preferably those with discerning eyes. I will not tolerate fools." Upon hearing the words, the prince suddenly felt an unsettling sensation of being watched. Was it mere coincidence that he received such a request today, just a day after Gary Four had spoken? Contemplating this, the prince couldn't help but cast a lingering glance at the palanquin. Meanwhile, Rain continued with unwavering resolve. "The third matter pertains to the issues regarding the mercenaries of bloodlust. There is undoubtedly a problem on your end. If there is no issue, then passing the blame on to us will not absolve you. Should we encounter human mercenaries engaging in slave hunting within the Orc Empire, our empire will take immediate action against them. Remember, it is a crackdown, not a slaughter, which means you would do well to refrain from interference. The time has come for humanity to bear the consequences of their actions. You are already aware of the bounty notice, and you have signed the agreement. So do not obstruct us." "What is this? A child's tantrum?" An elderly official, his hair and beard white and his body slightly hunched, exclaimed with wide eyes and a loud voice. "This is the Gary Empire, not your Orc Empire where you can dictate terms." After Rain's remarks, the officials in the hall fell silent, Even the prince was at a loss for words. Yet, this elder found his voice, drawing the attention of everyone present while they silently hoped for his safety. Feng Luan, the official responsible for education in the Gary Empire, was renowned for his integrity and stubbornness, causing even the most powerful temple officials considerable headache. Though he was in charge of educational affairs and could not meddle in many matters, it did not deter him from voicing opinions beneficial to the empire. Throughout the construction of the Gary Empire, this elder had contributed significantly despite his frail condition, earning the genuine respect of officials from all ranks. The hall fell into a heavy silence once more, as the officials felt as though they were being suffocated by an unseen weight. The Minotaur's eyes burned red. The werewolves leaned forward menacingly, the rat men placed their hands at their waists, and the boar men remained silently contemptuous. Feng Luan sensed the pressure, but felt it could not quench the fury within him. As a scholar, he had his own standards for right and wrong. He had felt anger brewing since Rain had mocked the temple officials. He held disdain for those who flattered their superiors while being tyrannical toward the populace. Yet he recognized that they were still officials of the Gary Empire, its face. Any disrespect should be dealt with by the Gary Empire itself, and it was not up to Rain to intervene. However, Rain's reckless words ignited the flame of his indignation, prompting him to leap to his feet. The Orc Empire is formidable, and we, the Gary Empire, humbly acknowledge our shortcomings. However, since the envoy has come to negotiate, we, as a human empire, shall respond with courtesy. I have heard whispers of yesterday's events. The Orc Empire is known for its cunning, understanding that yielding without battle is the superior strategy. We are grateful for the first 2 points raised by the envoy. However, regarding the third matter, while it may be permissible within the borders of the Orc Empire, entering the Gary Empire is absolutely unacceptable. Oh, what if it is unacceptable? Rain's expression was obscured within the palanquin, and his voice turned icy, intensifying the pressure in the hall. Some officials, unable to withstand it, collapsed, including soldiers trained in combat. Feng Luan's face flushed crimson, beads of sweat visibly forming on his brow, yet he did not bend his slightly hunched back. Rather, he attempted to straighten himself. Let us go to war. To the bitter end, Feng Luan declared, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the palanquin, exuding an invisible pressure, his expression resolute. The weight of intimidation proved ineffective against the undaunted. After a prolonged silence, as Rain's mocking voice rang out, the pressure in the hall suddenly dissipated, causing those officials who had been straining to maintain their composure to lose their balance and fall. However, the frail Feng Luan stood firm, like a steadfast anchor, unyielding. Old man, if your back is weak, do not force yourself, it may worsen. Chapter 16. The Growth Diary of the Little Old Man for an Empire. The presence of a multitude of talented individuals to assist the ruler in governance is immensely advantageous. Conversely, if incompetent individuals seize power and act recklessly, it can spell an immeasurable disaster for the nation. The Gary Empire, a modest vassal state reliant on the whims of greater powers, nonetheless harbors individuals of great merit beneficial to the realm. Thus, even the so-called city of mercenaries, the royal capital, is not as chaotic as outsiders might presume. In fact, its orderly environment elicits silent admiration from every first-time visitor. The Imperial Academy of the Gary Empire stands as the sole institution within the human empire capable of implementing universal enlightenment education. The size of the nation correlates with its population, enabling it to provide equal educational opportunities for the children of both nobility and commoners. Although commoners lack the deep-rooted familial heritage of the aristocracy, they are nonetheless well-versed in the laws of the empire and adhere strictly to them. This characteristic is embodied in every citizen of the Gary Empire, and the driving force behind this is the elderly man before Leon. Feng Luan, of noble descent, diverged from the typical expectations of aristocratic youth, who often indulge in debauchery and engage in nefarious acts alongside their unscrupulous servants. Instead, Feng Luan found solace in solitude, quietly immersing himself in books, particularly history. At the age of 10, he ventured alone to the Academy of the Gary Empire to pursue his studies. Lacking exceptional talent in martial arts or magic, he devoted himself to literature, focusing primarily on historical studies. By the age of 15, he was compelled to leave the academy and was appointed as a teacher. His expulsion was due to the fact that, under normal circumstances, a student could graduate after 3 years. However, Feng Luan cleverly failed his graduation examinations each time, thereby prolonging his stay, all the while excelling in regular assessments. Being the top student afforded him numerous privileges, such as the ability to access the Academy's library for extended periods without interruption. 3 years proved insufficient for Feng Luan, as the volumes within the library were inaccessible to his family, even for purchase. He deemed knowledge to be priceless, and equating it to monetary value was an affront to its worth. Upon observing Feng Luan's achievements in his second year, the Academy's leadership discerned his true intentions. The president personally engaged him in conversation, and Feng Luan effortlessly answered a barrage of inquiries. When asked for the reasons behind his actions, he offered no evasions. The president, recognizing his potential, granted him an exceptional evaluation, compelling his graduation and subsequently extending an offer for him to teach at the academy. Thus, Feng Luan became the youngest teacher in the vassal state. In that year he encountered Gary IV, who had come to study at the academy. Feng Luan's inaugural lesson revolved around the history of the anti-demon wars. At that time, Gary IV was not yet an emperor, but merely one of many princes, and he had not yet developed a keen interest in history. His attentiveness stemmed from a fascination with the heroes birthed from the historical context of the anti-demon wars. During this lesson, he recognized that Feng Luan, a peer in age, was no ordinary instructor. Gary IV posed many challenging questions, the complexity of which left even the accompanying teachers bewildered. Yet Feng Luan's responses illuminated Gary IV's understanding, and before the lesson concluded, he boldly proclaimed, "If I were to become king one day, you shall be my mentor." At that time, Feng Luan was merely a young noble, and in the eyes of the other princes, a scholar was deemed far less valuable than a third-tier warrior. Thus, aside from Gary IV, few paid him heed. However, after befriending Gary IV, the latter learned of Feng Luan's aspirations, universal education. Subsequently, through Gary IV, Feng Luan became acquainted with Marin Air. Among the three, Feng Luan excelled in literary pursuits while Marin Air was adept in martial skills. Gary IV, as a prince, endeavored to lead and coordinate the efforts of both, honing his leadership abilities. Whenever the other two faltered, Feng Luan consistently found ways to encourage and uplift them. It can be said that without Feng Luan, there would be no Gary IV as we know him today. The struggle for imperial power is a brutal elimination game, where only one individual or their faction can prevail, while all others must perish. Feng Luan, an unassuming academic, drew little attention, while Marin Air, diligent in his training, often risked his life for Gary IV, narrowly escaping death on multiple occasions. Despite this, both bore no resentment toward Feng Luan, for he consistently turned the tide in their favor during critical moments with his vast knowledge and resolute character. Gary IV's rise exceeded the expectations of all princes and even Gary III. The subsequent power struggles gradually subsided due to Gary III's inclinations, ultimately leading to Gary IV's successful ascension to the throne of the Gary Empire. At this juncture, Feng Luan presented his propositions. In summary, they included the following. First, to marry a beloved commoner to win the hearts of the populace, and to put an end to the nobility's abuses through royal marriages. Second, to implement universal education and select talented individuals. Third, to reduce taxes to enhance citizens' work motivation. And fourth, to curtail noble privileges and establish a meritocratic military system, reallocating savings toward public welfare. For Gary IV, the first proposal was easily feasible. However, the latter three faced vehement opposition from the entire aristocratic structure and the temple officials as soon as they were introduced. Feng Luan, a noble himself, found these suggestions at odds with his status. Even as the head of his family, he could not quell the fierce dissent from within the aristocracy. In response, Feng Luan remained steadfast, persistently advocating for his ideas. At that time, Gary IV's foundation was still fragile, making the implementation of these proposals quite challenging. These measures were essential for Gary IV's governance, as they would significantly benefit his rule, yet the nobility did not share this perspective. The lowly commoners were deemed unworthy of royal alliances, and the concept of universal education was ridiculed. The notion that foolish common children could grow up to learn was laughable. Furthermore, reducing taxes threatened the financial resources the nobility relied upon for their indulgences, while the final proposal stripped them of their sense of superiority as nobles. The current nobility had long lost their distinctive privileges and had become a blight upon the state. This was merely the perspective of the nobility. The temple's opposition stemmed from its reliance on the ignorance of the populace to maintain control over its followers. Feng Luan's four suggestions not only cornered the nobility and the temple, but also placed himself in jeopardy. Following his recommendations, intimidation and negotiations became the norm. He and his family were repeatedly kidnapped, and an injury sustained during one such abduction left him with a lasting ailment. Upon learning of Feng Luan's kidnapping, Gary IV was incensed, his reaction far exceeding the expectations of the abductors. After rescuing Feng Luan, Gary IV ordered a thorough investigation that effectively crushed the two most influential noble families in the empire. Everyone understood that Feng Luan's abduction was merely a catalyst. However, Gary IV seized upon this opportunity, weaving a broader narrative to display his resolute political stance. Following the suppression of the two noble families, opposition within the empire diminished significantly. While the temple officials, though still resistant, appeared remarkably impotent without the support of the nobility, King Gary IV embarked on a transformative initiative that took everyone by surprise. In the first year, numerous prodigies emerged among the commoners, excelling in martial arts, magic, literature, and politics. Despite being merely a foundational education, the exceptional talents that surfaced among the common folk greatly surpassed those of the nobility. The year was marked by favorable weather, and although taxes were reduced by nearly half, the revenues soared to double that of the previous year. Within just a year, the nobility recognized the potential threat of the commoners usurping their status. To avert this eventuality, the aristocratic system retaliated by sending their offspring to prestigious academies, striving to suppress the progress of the commoners. By the second year, the inherent advantages of noble lineage began to manifest, overshadowing the commoners. Amidst this tug-of-war, tensions between the two classes escalated significantly, culminating in violent confrontations. Each class identified representatives, King Gary IV and the commoner-born queen. The conflict between these two factions elicited mixed feelings from King Gary IV, while it unveiled numerous rare talents. The ensuing bloodshed destabilized the political landscape. At this juncture, the king found himself relying on Feng Luan, as the turmoil stemmed from his initiatives. Feng Luan's solution was remarkably straightforward. If a competition was desired, let it be a comprehensive one. Thus, inspired by the grand tournaments of powerful nations, the Gary Empire initiated a martial competition aimed at easing class tensions. The rules dictated that participants and their equipment could only compete once. Initially, the aristocracy, bolstered by their extensive familial resources, triumphed for several consecutive years. However, time proved to be a double-edged sword, as previous participants were barred from future competitions. The advantages of the commoners began to surface, leading to a series of victories by commoners in the tournaments over the years. The nobility, through their defeats, recognized Feng Luan's intentions. The foundation of the state consisted of the very populace they had previously scorned. Though seemingly insignificant, this collective possessed a power capable of overturning the entire aristocratic system. The escalating discord prompted both classes to seek the most advantageous representatives from their ranks, with King Gary IV and his queen emerging as the pivotal figures for resolving the strife. Consequently, a substantial portion of power became concentrated in the royal family, inciting considerable animosity from the officials of the temple, who viewed Feng Luan as a thorn in their side. Despite being a seemingly unassuming academic, Feng Luan's influence within the Gary Empire was formidable. Many, both commoners and nobles alike, were his students, and it would not be an exaggeration to say his teachings permeated the nation. Furthermore, the earlier incident involving King Gary IV's aggressive response to Feng Luan's abduction also contributed to the temple officials' hesitance to confront him. With the birth of the prince, both the nobility and commoners regarded him as a symbol of their respective classes. During the prince's early years of governance, the tensions between the two factions began to ease. Representing a gift from King Gary IV to his only child, largely crafted by Feng Luan. Naturally, the prince held Feng Luan in high esteem. However, the unfolding events compelled the prince to feel a sense of urgency. No one anticipated the presence of a martial saint among the envoy from the Orc Empire, particularly a divine messenger, nor could they foresee the audacity of the Orc Empire's demands. The most astonishing revelation was the ability of someone within the Grand Hall to voice their thoughts while bearing the immense pressure of a martial saint. With a jest from Rian, the onlookers realized that he did not emanate hostility. In fact, it appeared that this divine envoy from the beast god took a particular liking to him. Lord Feng Luan, esteemed envoy, we harbor no disrespect towards you. Your deeds have earned the admiration of officials throughout the Orc Empire. Might we extend an invitation for you to visit our realm? Peter's words were sincere. Feng Luan, observing the surprising presence of the Orcish envoy who had consistently astonished the Gary Empire, detected something in Peter's tone. However, constrained by the formalities of the Grand Hall. He could only respond, "This matter requires further discussion." At that moment, Feng Luan felt the weight upon him lift, and his previously taut nerves began to settle. Now, let us return to our initial topic regarding the alliance against the impending invasion of the demon race, Peter said, turning to the prince and bowing deeply. Chapter 17. The slave market. Rien had no intention of participating in the negotiations, so he returned directly to the city's inn. As for how to cooperate, that was the Orc Empire's own affair. Rien was certain that with Peter around, it would be difficult for the Orc Empire to suffer any losses. However, finding the inn rather dull, Rien and Beryl disguised themselves simply and ventured out. Upon reaching the street, Rien feigned the exuberance of a child, darting back and forth, with Beryl following closely behind, resembling a mother and child. They observed their surroundings as they strolled, Rien occasionally pausing at a stall, watching the passers-by. After exploring the main street, Rien led Beryl to the large trading market in the west of the city. Having heard from passers-by that there was a sizable slave market there, Rien's curiosity was piqued. Arriving in the west of the city, they immediately spotted the so-called sizable slave market. Blood-stained iron cages lined both sides of the road, containing a variety of slaves, including humans, dwarves, and elves. However, after walking around, they did not see any orc slaves. Rien could surmise the reason and instructed Beryl to inquire. Beryl gracefully approached a slave trader and inquired, "I wish to purchase several laborers, those of great strength, at twice the price." The slave trader initially glanced up, but his gaze lingered. Beryl's countenance was exquisite, her figure statuesque, and her expression stern. In human society, she would be considered a rare beauty. The slave trader, accustomed to the beauty of elves, recovered quickly from his initial surprise. "Madam, what is it that you require? Are there any orc slaves?" "My young master wishes to see them," Beryl stated, cutting to the chase, ignoring the slave trader's pleasantries. The slave trader's eyes darted around, his expression troubled. "Alas, I regret to inform you that we do not have any orc slaves." "None. I saw some yesterday. Are they gone today?" Beryl's face remained impassive, even as she posed a question. "Alas, we truly do not have any orc slaves. If you require laborers, we have human slaves of the warrior class, who are certainly not inferior to orcs. If you deem them insufficient, we also have martial artists. If you do not have them, then never mind. I shall seek elsewhere," Beryl interrupted, turning to leave. However, the slave trader called out to her, "Perhaps you could return in a few days?" "In a few days?" Beryl inquired, feigning interest as she turned around. "Well, it is uncertain. Perhaps you could leave your address, and I shall send someone to you when they are available. I wonder how many you require." The slave trader's expression was peculiar, and he glanced around as he spoke. Beryl watched the hapless slave trader with amusement. When he finished speaking, she said, "I require 20 werewolves." "Werewolves?" The slave trader was visibly taken aback. Beryl frowned. The slave trader immediately asked, "You are not from around here, are you?" Beryl shook her head. The slave trader seemed relieved and sighed. "You may not know, but even if you searched the entire market, you would not find a single orc slave." "Why?" Beryl inquired, feigning ignorance, her face darkening with a stern expression. "It is all because of the Orc Empire's envoy. You must be new here, or you would know. Are you familiar with the Bloodlust mercenary group, renowned for their slave hunting? Their branch was destroyed yesterday, and this morning, our boss received an official notice to cease all trade in orc slaves, effective immediately. However, I believe it is only temporary. It will be lifted soon. We do have some orc slaves on hand, but we cannot sell them to you at the moment, even if you offer an exorbitant price." "Oh, what if they die? Why don't you release these slaves?" "Release them? Madam, are you jesting? Do you know how much manpower and resources it takes to capture a slave of another race? We cannot simply release them. They are worth money. Furthermore, even if we release them, they will return on their own. We have special means of control. You must be buying slaves for the first time. Observe the market around you. Which slave dares to cause trouble?" As soon as he finished speaking, a roar erupted from an iron cage at the opposite slave stall. Beryl knew without turning around that the sound came from a dwarf. He appeared to be newly adult. A dwarf's coming-of-age ceremony is determined by the level and number of magical beasts hunted, and this dwarf wore a necklace strung with animal teeth. However, it was not his roar that was striking, but his actions. Clearly, the dwarf's body had been ravaged, and he was devoid of spirit. Dwarves are known for their volatile tempers, and when enraged, they are akin to orcs in their complete frenzy. The dwarf in the cage had bright eyes and an expression of resolve. Before anyone could react, he slammed his head against the iron cage. Blood splattered everywhere, and the dwarf slowly slid to the ground. By the time those nearby approached, the dwarf was dead. The ensuing reaction was what Rien observed. As if a fly had died, the slave trader shook his head in disgust. After having someone remove the dwarf's body, he scrubbed the blood-stained cage with water. The glaring bloodstains on the ground were covered with a mere kick of dirt. Rien gazed at the brown ground beneath his feet, a sense of profound disgust arising within him. This was merely a slave market in a tributary state. What, then, were the conditions in the large empires? It was easy to imagine that the situation was the same, but amplified many times over. What if Rien suddenly realized something? The Orcish power within him surged uncontrollably, and an invisible force field formed around him, rapidly spreading outward like a gale. Dust filled the slave market and slave traders. Caged slaves and customers alike were staggered by the sudden gust. Beryl was among the few unaffected. Sensing the surge of wrath, Beryl's expression changed. In the netherworld, even when facing his strongest self, Rien had always been playful and never angry. In her nearly 20 years of servitude, this was the first time she had witnessed Rien's rage. The thick, majestic Orcish power slowly enveloped the entire slave market, and the cries of panic echoed through the air like scattered dust. Beryl flashed to Rien's side, placing a slender hand on his shoulder. Rien had turned his gaze upon Beryl's arrival, and as Beryl placed her hand on his shoulder, Rien's expression began to calm. The pressure in the slave market dissipated. Ordinary people without cultivation collapsed to the ground, while those who could sense Rien's terrifying Orcish power acted in unison, vomiting blood. The fury of a martial saint exerted an irresistible pressure on those of lower cultivation, potentially leading to death. Beryl's timely return prevented Rien's rage from fully erupting. But even so, Rien's pressure caused varying degrees of internal damage to all cultivators present. Amidst the horrified gazes, Rien scoffed coldly and turned to leave. Beryl followed closely, her face filled with doubt. "This is the first time I've seen you truly angry." Rien paused, turning his head with a hint of sadness. If she were here, what would happen? He gestured towards the entrance of the slave market. Beryl's expression faltered. She knew the nature of her young master's existence. The god of that world had told her the truth. Naturally, Beryl also knew why Rien had come to this world. However, Boya is a lich. She cannot take the place of Lean in searching for this individual. Not even the god from the underworld can accomplish such a task. She merely came to the slave market to observe how human society treats its slaves. Yet, Lean pondered another possibility. Could the unseen mistress also be enduring such treatment somewhere? Although the likelihood seems slim, it is still a possibility, however minor. Do you think this possibility is substantial? Boya suddenly felt a surge of emotion, as if Lean's words had led her into an unknown realm, igniting a flicker of concern within her. If it were true, even at the cost of her own demise, she would ensure that old wretch was vanquished. Inform your deity to investigate her life signature. Lean's expression bore a hint of chill. Yet Boya recognized that Lean had genuinely managed to calm her tumultuous spirit. This matter, no matter how many times you investigate, remains the same. A life signature can only reveal the state of a known entity's existence. For an unknown individual, even our god cannot conduct an inquiry. Young master, you are demanding the impossible from a deity. Boya candidly pointed out Lean's unreasonable request. As a representative of the gods, to impose demands upon the deity she represents is unprecedented. Lean's actions, while not entirely without precedent, are certainly unique in their audacity. Furthermore, for the currently concealed god, attempting to ascertain a person's life signature is utterly unfeasible. Perhaps one day, when time allows, you could journey to your realm, summon him forth, and give him a good thrashing. Lean scoffed again, and just as her voice faded, a wisp of black mist suddenly materialized before her. Lean tilted her head and raised her foot in anticipation, but the black mist merely formed a small circle in front of her, through which a familiar voice emerged. "The master has instructed me to remind you to be cautious with your words." Before the message could finish, Lean swiftly kicked her raised foot into the circle, eliciting a pained scream as the circle of black mist disintegrated. Boya watched the dissipating mist, her body shuddering slightly, her gaze toward Lean filled with growing admiration, naturally extending her sympathy to the unfortunate soul on the other side of the portal. The underworld. At the foot of a low hill, a massive figure tumbled down. The bone dragon's thick, dark claws tightly clutching its nose, emitting woeful cries. "Master, how many times has this been?" "This is the 100th, no, 1000th time." "Wait, does my thumb represent 1000 or 10,000? I only have 8 fingers. How did I calculate that? While the bone dragon struggled to reckon how many times Lean had struck it, a middle-aged man in white stood at the base of the hill, looking somewhat helplessly at his mount. The bone dragon, named Duoluo, was one of the 15 sovereigns of the underworld. Since assuming the title of the Grim Reaper, this former green dragon had remained by his side. Duoluo was disinclined toward cultivation. The inherent laziness of green dragons had been taken to the extreme, thus placing him at the bottom of the rankings among the 15 sovereigns. Laziness was merely one of many flaws Duoluo possessed. At this moment, Duoluo was grappling with a bout of carelessness. As the messenger of the Grim Reaper, Lean's words were a blow to his dignity. Although the creatures of the underworld were largely unaware of Lean, only her subordinates and Duoluo understood this. Yet Duoluo was not the only god in distress. Not far away sat a large figure, clad in golden armor, with a massive two-handed sword beside him, while a golden lion lay sleeping nearby. The figure was the beast god Sakart. Unlike the sculptures of the Beastman Empire, Sakart here bore no trace of majesty. The golden aura of beastly power naturally enveloped a 5-meter radius around him, while the deathly chill of the underworld was merely a nuisance to be overlooked. I say, Duoluo, that lad merely spoke a few words. Do you truly find it necessary to punish him so severely? Upon finishing, Sakart stood and inquired, will he leak any information? As he stood, the previously slumbering golden lion awoke, stretching lazily and yawning, before finally focusing its gaze on Sakart. No, and his concerns are unwarranted. That individual would not act thus. You must understand, his abilities far surpass ours. Even if any deity were to engage him, they would not be able to subdue him without full effort. What of your situation? Duoluo smiled faintly, staring at the beast-headed god before him. Same as always. I've been embroiled in battles lately. This sword was wagered from the god of war, and this armor belonged to the foremost battle angel of the god of light. That avian creature struck my subordinate, and I dealt with him accordingly. It seems the god of light managed to suppress the incident. After speaking, Sakart made a show of turning around, but upon seeing Duoluo's expression, he ceased his display. Your divine power is currently minuscule. I fear it will not be long before the nature goddess arrives in the underworld to seize your soul. You must exercise caution, the beast god said, his expression laden with worry. You need not fret. This impostor would not venture into the barren underworld. However, is it true that the demon race plans to invade the human realm in 20 years? Duoluo queried with skepticism, as the matter was of great significance. He had to clarify certain details, especially given that this beast god was infamous for his unreliability even among the deities, leaving Duoluo genuinely doubtful. This, however, is indeed accurate. The denizens of the demon realm seldom speak the truth to me, though there is one exception. Sakart's expression turned grave, clearly indicating he was not jesting. The likelihood of the demon realm initiating war is high. Oh, Duoluo found himself intrigued by Sakart's mention of this exception. Meanwhile, Duoluo, the bone dragon, seemed to finally realize he could not tally how many times Lean had struck him. Upon noticing the golden lion beside the beast god, he instinctively opened his mouth to assert dominance. Yet the golden lion merely glanced disdainfully at Duoluo before resuming its position on the ground, undisturbed. Duoluo comprehended the message conveyed in the lion's gaze. However, the disparity in their strengths compelled him to merely offer a token display of defiance, reluctantly settling behind Duoluo. The war demon challenged me to a duel, but it was not I who sought him out. Rather, he came specifically to challenge the god of war. From what he indicated, he seems to have gained some improvement. I, feeling restless, sought to engage the god of war for some practice, but after a vigorous thrashing, he departed, stating we would frequently duel thereafter. It should be no mistake. Sakart boasted, stroking his mount with evident pride. Duoluo regarded the beast god with exasperation, then glanced at his own mount. Duoluo, whose spirit flickered with a blend of resentment and determination, and felt a headache coming on. In truth, I have long had a question for you. Duoluo gazed earnestly at Sakart and inquired, you are aware of the consequences of my power's return, once my strength returns. I am undoubtedly doomed. Then you. I have lived long enough. Chapter 18. The fall of a nation. Even the most oblivious individual would recognize that surviving such an ordeal was a stroke of luck, especially given the unexpected revelation that the seemingly opulent child was, in fact, a formidable martial saint. The slave trader overseeing the dwarves was met with contemptuous glances from those surrounding him, for the incident had arisen from his negligence in managing the slaves, inciting the wrath of the martial saint. The fortunate souls who had narrowly escaped death failed to realize that their misplaced ire was misguided. Suicides among slaves in this marketplace were, regrettably, commonplace. Had it not been for Rain's fury, they would have merely been the subject of ridicule, as both the slave trader and prospective buyers had grown desensitized to such occurrences. Upon returning to the inn, Peter found that Rain had already arrived. Aware of the events that transpired at the slave market, although the specifics eluded him, seeing Rain's demeanor relatively unchanged, he felt reassured enough to succinctly outline the agreement established with the Gary Empire. His account was largely consistent with what Rain had discussed in the Grand Hall, save for minor concessions made by the Orc Empire, which Peter deemed negligible. Rain listened impassively, not offering a single word, causing Peter to grow increasingly anxious. He glanced at the stoic Boya behind Rain, hoping for a hint of reassurance. However, Boya remained unperturbed, and Peter realized his efforts were in vain. After a lengthy pause, Rain finally spoke. "Now that the negotiations have concluded, prepare yourselves. We shall return home." "When?" Peter queried cautiously. Ordinarily, a formal treaty would be signed between the two nations, and he hoped Rain would afford him ample time to further comprehend the state of the human empire, facilitating future dealings. Initially anticipated to take 10 days, Rain now declared, "We depart in 3 days. Your Excellency, the coronation of Gary IV is scheduled for 5 days hence. Might I suggest?" Peter began, noting that just as the Orc Empire had extended an invitation for the Gary Empire's delegation to observe their martial events, the Gary Empire had similarly requested to attend the coronation. In 5 days, the current prince, destined to become Gary V, would ascend to the highest echelons of power, while Gary IV would lead the delegation to the Orc Empire, underscoring the significance of this mission. Peter, having been granted full authority, had consented to the arrangement. Yet, with Rain's announcement of their return, Peter felt a pang of anxiety. A breach of trust between individuals could be mended with explanations, but internation relations were far more delicate, impacting the image each nation projected externally. Despite the Orc Empire's poor reputation within the human realm, Peter, as the principal envoy, aspired to improve this perception. For even the perceived filthy and foolish orcs possessed dignity. "I am unaware of the specifics. However, I can return home, confident that you possess the capability to escort the Gary Empire's delegation safely to the Orc Empire. I shall leave Xiaoba with you as a safeguard," Rain stated. "Tomorrow, engage in discussions to clarify the situation. Given these circumstances, you will attend the coronation, and I will depart tomorrow. For now, I must meet the rulers of this nation." With that, Rain vanished, leaving the orcs and Boya in stunned silence. Peter, sensing the gravity of the situation, turned to inquire about the events at the slave market earlier that day, suddenly feeling a chill run through him. In the Gary Empire's palace, the prince was engaged in a conversation with Gary IV regarding the negotiations when a loud thud interrupted them. The study's door burst open, and a shadow rushed toward them. The prince instinctively shielded Gary IV, but before he could react, an overwhelming force compelled him to sit obediently. By the time he regained his senses, Rain was seated cross-legged atop the desk between them. "It is you," Gary IV exclaimed, still reeling from his surprise. Rain, unceremoniously, dismissed their astonishment. "Spare me your insipid expressions. True shock lasts no longer than 2 seconds. Conceal your pretentious facades and refrain from calling for help. The only ones coherent in this palace are the two of you." Rain's words were not mere bravado. He could easily raise the palace with a simple gesture, to induce unconsciousness in those within. He merely needed to unleash his martial saint-level aura. Gary IV, recovering quicker than the prince, pondered the timing and manner of Rain's arrival. He was already informed of the events at the slave market and had a comprehensive understanding of the situation, including the recent decree prohibiting the sale of orc slaves. This was a precautionary measure to deter Rain and his entourage from covert investigations. Initially, those tasked with surveillance believed Rain was merely indulging in casual strolls. Yet after a few twists and turns, both overt and covert operatives lost track of him and the woman accompanying him. By the time they arrived at the slave market to investigate, Rain had already departed. Now, as Rain confronted them, placing both in a dire predicament, Gary IV felt a wave of despair wash over him, fearing this might be their final night. He sensed Rain's awareness of the emotional currents between himself and the prince, though he paid them no mind, prioritizing the pressing matters at hand, convinced that accounts could be settled later. "Rest assured, I have no intention of killing either of you. I have come merely to converse. I shall leave tomorrow, and your coronation is an event I cannot attend, but Peter and his companions will remain. With Boya present, your safety should be assured. Enough of this idle chatter. Your treaty should have been submitted by now. I trust that the temple's personnel will stall for some time before receiving any news, but I cannot wait. I am already aware of the Gary Empire's circumstances. Your military is commendable. After 2 years of observation, I find your forces significantly more formidable than those of other empires, particularly your infantry, known for their discipline and fierce combat spirit. Yet, it is still insufficient. The temple's influence extends too far. Although I have dealt with that, individual, he will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. The old man named Feng Luan is quite the talent. But I digress. The agricultural output of the Gary Empire is satisfactory, sufficient to meet the basic needs of the majority. However, your manufacturing capability is sorely lacking, and you lack skilled artisans. After the Orc Empire's martial events, bring back some Orc craftsmen. They will instruct you. I will designate a specific area within the Orc Empire for lease to you, enhancing the Gary Empire's fiscal revenue. Additionally, we shall increase your reserves of magical crystals and other strategic resources. Trust me, the area will be substantial. Regarding the issue of slavery, I understand your current limitations, but I require your solemn promise. No slave hunting parties shall be permitted within 50 miles of the Gary Empire's border with the Orc Empire. This matter is non-negotiable. Furthermore, if possible, inform the surrounding vassal states of this decree for a duration of 6 months. Should any violations occur, the Orc Empire will annex their territories. The final statement left the two individuals pondering for quite some time before grasping the meaning behind it. Lean's implication was rather explicit. Should the situation arise, the outcome would invariably lead to the annihilation of the nation. However, a pressing question soon emerged in their minds. Does the Orc Empire truly possess the capability to obliterate a minor vassal state? And what would become of the major powers that oversee these vassals? The realization struck them both with shock. Was the divine envoy attempting to incite a racial war between orcs and humans? Garrett Force straightened his posture and inquired with a grave tone. To which Lean shook his head. Just as Garrett Force was about to relax, Lean continued, stating that whether or not they provoked the conflict was inconsequential. If they dared to come, they would surely return to their realm in defeat. He then offered a piece of advice. Send forth the temple's military forces. Those who abhorred sacrilege, first. Upon finishing, Lean winked, and both Garrett Force and the prince, not being fools, recognized the long-standing issue of temple officials forming cliques, excluding dissenters, a predicament that plagued every nation. These officials, holding sway over governance and finance, had even extended their reach into military affairs, a situation intolerable to the imperial authority. The military of the Garrett Empire numbered less than 200,000, with cavalry comprising less than a tenth of that total, predominantly relying on infantry. While cavalry boasted superior combat prowess, their maintenance was exorbitant, and the Empire could only afford them due to the frugality of Garrett Force and the prince. However, the temple's influence would directly siphon the fruits of their labor, as the officials within the cavalry regiments had already defected to the temple's faction, effectively severing their ties to imperial control. This was a dilemma that both Garrett Force and the prince faced. Nevertheless, Lean's suggestion was unacceptable to them. Regardless of which general had sided with the temple, the soldiers remained citizens of the Garrett Empire. Despite the adage that kindness does not govern armies and righteousness does not govern finances, the internecine strife resulting in the devastation of their own subjects was an outcome they wished to avert. Have you lost your resolve? You were once renowned for your decisiveness. Why does relinquishing your crown now render you soft-hearted? Lean lamented, shaking his head. Garrett Force sighed, saying, since the divine envoy is aware, the cavalry is the last bastion of the Garrett Empire. If they are deployed, what means do we have left to protect ourselves? Spare me the sentimentalities. When the time comes, you can hire my empire's army. Within reasonable limits, you may engage however you wish. However, once a target is established, the execution should be of no concern to you, lest you become mere pawns. This reasonable scope includes territorial expansion. He continued, of course, it cannot involve the Orc Empire. Surely there are those around you who cannot abide this? Upon hearing these words, both men fell into a stupor. What did this imply? Were the orcs so idle? Moreover, how could the adverse effects of a surge in orc mercenaries within human society be mitigated? And what about the remuneration for these mercenaries? Although the ramifications of these matters weighed heavily on the two, Lean perceived no issue. If a war against the demons was to be waged, he must become a catalyst for chaos. To instigate conflict, one must have personnel, and without them, how could one fight? Thus, Lean aimed to incite war as much as possible, prolonging the anti-demon campaign through localized conflicts, ensuring that the war between the two races could never find equilibrium. In the spacious study, only the two nearly dazed humans remained, while in various corners of the palace, those placed under Lean's enforced slumber began to awaken. Lean arrived swiftly, and just as the two regained their senses, a guard burst through the door. Observing the guard's expression of panic and fear, neither felt inclined to reproach him. Even a single warrior of saintly caliber would not be easily obstructed by 100 Garrett IVs, let alone a mere guard. They gestured for the guard to leave the study, and when father and son exchanged glances, they found nothing but resignation in each other's eyes. Upon returning to the relay station and sharing his thoughts with Peter, Lean took Boya back to their chamber. After securing the door, Lean inquired, "How long would it take to control a person like Garrett for?" Boya replied without hesitation, "In an instant." "Complete control?" Lean asked skeptically. "Indeed." Boya's response was emphatic. Nodding, Lean instructed, "Be vigilant regarding the Garrett Empire's envoys, and do your utmost to prevent any temple personnel from passing through. Should they manage to enter, ensure they are all subdued and have their memories erased afterward." "Is that feasible?" "Young master, this is my forte, as you well know." "What troubles you?" Boya, noticing a golden mist gradually seeping from Lean's pupils, recognized that Lean was experiencing some form of anomaly. Though he had never witnessed it firsthand, it was evident that this transformation had a significant impact on Lean, even beginning to affect his memory. As a lich, Boyo excelled in the manipulation of mental power, and as Lean's servant, he was acutely aware of this, rendering the need for inquiry unnecessary. "It is nothing grave, merely a clash of power. Your specialties are unknown to me, ever since my arrival. I have been preoccupied with orc matters and have not thoroughly examined what your strengths entail. In simple terms, my understanding of this world remains quite limited. Do not dwell on it." Observing Boya's feigned expression of grievance, Lean merely shook his head before adopting a serious demeanor. "Upon our return to the Orc Empire, you are to seek out our other companions directly. If possible, send a message to the slender fellow, asking him to arrange a meeting for me." "You intend to visit the underworld?" Boya asked, surprised, to which Lean nodded. "Why? Did you not previously express a desire for minimal contact?" "There is no choice. Consider my own predicaments, which are quite considerable. As I have yet to fully acclimate to this world, there are numerous matters I cannot undertake. Thus I require his assistance. As for the nature of this assistance, you need not inquire. I have arrangements." Boya nodded in silence. Suddenly, his expression shifted, and in an instant, Lean's aura surged, only to dissipate just as quickly. Gazing at the twin moons above, the golden mist in Lean's eyes shimmered brightly. "I shall see how you intend to fight when the very people have vanished." Chapter 19. The reason Latte was taken aback when he opened the door and found Rian standing outside, having not expected his swift return from the human empire. Latte's abode bore no distinct difference from that of other orcs, being an ordinary black stone house. He typically conducted his official duties in another building. In the mornings, Latte had a period of free time, and upon its conclusion, he would attend to matters concerning the Bill tribe. Recently, there had been no significant events within the tribe, prompting Latte to rise earlier than usual to engage in some activity. "How did you return so quickly?" Latte inquired, stepping aside to allow Rian entry. But Rian waved him off. "I have nearly concluded my business with the humans. The magical falcon has conveyed my message, and I now require an audience with the Beast Emperor. You should delegate your tasks to your deputy. I will grant you a time for prayer. That should suffice. Prepare your mount and meet me at the Beast Temple." With that, Rian vanished in an instant, arriving at the Beast Temple as dawn broke. The temple's attendants had yet to arrive, and aside from the rotating guards, the premises were devoid of orcs. As a divine envoy, Rian had the privilege of entering the temple freely, and the guards, unable to pay their respects in time, were bypassed as he rushed inside. This temple, though a story taller than the ordinary orc dwellings, displayed little else in distinction, save for a crimson banner fluttering from its pointed roof and the vigilant guards stationed at its entrance. Typically, orcs prayed or performed rituals outside. The interior was accessible to them, and now the vast hall echoed with Rian's heavy footsteps. The distance from the entrance to the divine statue was a mere 10 paces, and with each step Rian took, a wisp of yellow mist emanated from his person. As he approached the statue of the beast god, Its eyes began to glow, turning to meet Rian's gaze as the head bowed in greeting. After your duel, relinquish your power. I must journey to the human empire to study. Why? My primal strength cannot be exposed in this realm. Thus, I must undergo retraining. The magical and martial arts of human society far surpass those of the Orc Empire, and I have grown weary of this corporeal form. Rian had not grown a single inch in the past 20 years due to the pure Orcish power of the beast god suppressing him. In Ingle City, when he assured Boya that all was well, it was not entirely truthful. Comparatively, in his prime, Rian was stronger than any deity in this world. His cultivation methods were fundamentally different from those in this realm. Consequently, the so-called hierarchical classifications of this world could not be applied to him. Upon arriving in this world, a portion of Rian's power had been directly constrained, compounded by external factors, rendering him weaker than the deities. To conceal Rian's primal power, the beast god Sakart had sealed it with his own Orcish might. An unexpected emotional surge in the slave market hinted at the awakening of Rian's primal power. The manifestation of Orcish energy in his pupils at the inn was due to its struggle against the resurgence of his primal force. Rian's primal energy must remain undetected. Thus, he needed to seal himself with his own power. Should any remnant of the beast god's strength linger within him, it would prove troublesome. This should be simple. But what about the orcs? They are, after all, my followers. If you lose the intimidation of Orcish power. Sakart ceased speaking, aware that Rian's loss of Orcish strength could have uncertain implications for the Orc Empire. Although the Orc Empire was gradually developing, many still held reservations about the human envoy. Rian's contributions were acknowledged by all orcs. Even the tribal leaders, harboring discontent, were compelled to show him respect due to his status as a divine envoy. Yet, should he lose the power that masked his primal energy, and that energy be sealed away, would Rian possess the means to defend himself? My body has been tempered. Any harm the orcs could inflict upon me would be negligible. You know my purpose is to find my beloved. Aiding you is merely an auxiliary condition. I do not wish to integrate into this world. It is, therefore, unsuitable for me. Once I fulfill my obligations to you, I shall devise a means to sever my ties with it. Sakart was momentarily rendered speechless. Rian, noting that Sakart's time here was drawing to a close, added, if you are capable, perform another miracle. To protect your followers, you must safeguard me. Sakart nodded in agreement, and the statue reverted to its former state. Rian inhaled deeply, drawing the golden radiance from the statue into himself, while the yellow mist surrounding him thickened. Upon exiting the temple, he found Latte waiting outside. Having just completed his own errands, Rian signaled Latte to lean in closely and whispered, I have just met with the beast god. I cannot afford to use my power recklessly. We must travel by mount. Latte's countenance shifted, but he refrained from pressing further. He stepped aside to allow Rian passage. Two dark, green magical cloud leopards lay quietly on the ground. After taking the reins, Rian mounted one of the leopards and inquired, have the magical falcons been dispatched? Latte, also mounting his leopard, nodded in affirmation. Rian squeezed his legs, urging the leopard forward, and Latte followed closely behind. The magical falcon is known for its remarkable speed. However, its fiery temperament makes it challenging to tame. Nevertheless, as the Orc Empire continued to flourish, nearly every tribe now possessed over 20 of these messenger falcons. The Bill tribe was approximately 800 miles from the capital, a distance the falcons could traverse in less than a day. The magical cloud leopards beneath them were exceedingly rare, with their numbers already scarce and classified as jungle creatures. Their speed within the forest was unparalleled, even outpacing the fleet-footed leopard men. These leopards were twice the size of ordinary magical leopards, possessing remarkable endurance and a rudimentary understanding of ice magic. Capturing and taming such beasts proved even more challenging than the magical falcons. The entire Orc Empire boasted fewer than 50 magical cloud leopards, 90% of which originated from the Bill tribe. Rian and Latte rode the finest magical cloud leopards from the Bill tribe. If all went smoothly, they could reach their destination within a day and a night, though it was customary to allow the leopards some rest. Even with their incredible stamina, the leopards could only sustain a rapid pace for half a day. Observing Rian's demeanor, it seemed there would be no time for rest, raising concerns about what had transpired to cause such urgency. Throughout their journey, Rian remained focused on reaching their destination, leaving Latte with an unsettling sense that the situation was more dire than he had imagined. There must have been a significant incident during the mission that provoked Rian's anxious state. In the past 20 years, Latte had never witnessed Rian in such a flustered manner. Even during the wars of the Reform period, Rian had maintained his composure. What could have happened in the human empire? Latte felt compelled to inquire with Marlos. After half a day, the magical cloud leopard's energy began to wane, their speed diminishing. Rian glanced at the sky and instructed Latte. Let us rest for 3 hours before continuing our journey. Latte nodded in agreement, wishing to voice his concerns, but ultimately refraining. Summoning a wave of dark mist, Rian summoned more than a dozen skeletal soldiers, each wielding swords and knives, from the ground. After issuing commands for their protection, Rian and Latte leaned against the resting magical cloud leopards and succumbed to sleep. 3 hours later, the skeletal soldiers stood before Rian, trembling momentarily before disintegrating into a pile of bones. The heavy clatter of the bones roused Rian from his slumber, and as he glanced at the sky, he noted it was already late afternoon. He retrieved a map to compare the route ahead and beckoned the now-awake Lot to continue their journey. Lot, though silent, followed closely, his expression growing increasingly grave. After traveling for half a day, they halted as night fell. Rian decided to rest at their current location. During their passage through several small tribes, they procured some supplies, and using the skeletal soldier, they erected a tent. Rian settled beside Lot, who was tending to the fire, and said, "You seemed eager to inquire during the day. Now is your chance. What troubles you?" Lot hesitated, his prepared words eluding him. Yet he felt compelled to ask directly, "Do you believe it possible that during our mission to the human empire, we took lives? And I nearly brought the Gary Empire to ruin?" "You possess such capability," Rian replied. A bead of sweat formed on Lot's brow. The notion of a martial saint annihilating a minor vassal state seemed effortlessly achievable. Rian's impulsive nature meant that Lot would not be surprised even if he had indeed obliterated a subordinate nation. The fallen were mercenaries from the bloodthirsty brigade. The near destruction of the nation stemmed from my visit to the slave market, where a slave perished before my eyes. An orc? Lot surmised, recalling the scene. And from Rian's demeanor that day, it was reasonable to conclude the deceased was indeed an orc. Rian shook his head and replied, "It was a recently matured dwarf, freshly captured." His eyes lacked the numbness of seasoned slaves. In his desperate quest for freedom, he chose the most foolish and direct path, akin to the orcs, and thus met his end. May the beast god bless his soul and return it to the earth. The dwarves revered the earth god, believing that only the voice of the earth could guide them to the finest veins of ore. They held that the souls of the deceased would ultimately find solace in the embrace of the earth god. Lot, as the chief of the Bill tribe, was well aware of the beliefs of other races. Rian remained silent, letting out a deep sigh before standing and fixing his gaze upon Lot, asking, "If I were to rally the orc army to wage war against the human empire, would you consent?" His words were soft, akin to a commonplace remark. Initially, Lot thought he had misheard, but upon witnessing Rian's resolute expression, he realized his senses had not betrayed him. "I reiterate, provide me with a compelling reason." This query had been posed to Lot countless times, yet this instance bore greater weight. Previously, Rian appeared to jest, but now there was no hint of levity. Lot was unaware of what had transpired during their journey, yet he knew he could not acquiesce without substantial justification. Lives could not be sacrificed for Rian's personal whims. "What if I were to say that I wish to sound a warning to humanity?" Rian's voice was grave. "That reason is insufficient," Lot countered, shaking his head. "Though you may be a divine envoy admired by the orcs, I am different. While I too revere the great beast god, my primary focus lies in governing the Bill tribe and remaining loyal to His Majesty the Beast Emperor. If you pose such a question, without adequate justification, I cannot agree. Those vibrant lives must not be sacrificed for your selfish desires." Lot's voice transitioned from gentle to resolute, revealing his unwavering spirit and dedication. After 2 decades of camaraderie, Rian understood Lot's temperament. This situation was a result of Rian's reforms, as the orcs no longer held a simplistic faith, but viewed their surroundings with greater rationality. In the past, orcs harbored animosity towards humans, readily seeking to confront them. However, following the reforms, enlightened orcs recognized the chasm between themselves and humanity, prompting them to humbly learn and prepare in secret. In truth, the outcomes of several wars post-Magic War had left deep impressions on every orc's heart. After more than 20 years of development, the orcs had finally regained a semblance of confidence. A further defeat would be unfathomable, especially with the impending threat of demonic invasion. Needless attrition was the last thing the orc populace desired at this juncture. Rian smiled wryly, shaking his head, yet his thoughts drifted to a hazy figure. "Lot, Witnessing Rian's expression of disappointment intertwined with pain felt a pang of sorrow, but the Bill tribe was the culmination of his life's work. Not even a divine messenger could simply take it away. The martial tournament is a few months away. Allow me to assemble a force of 2,000 soldiers, which I will lead. This is not a personal affair. It pertains to the orcs. I will communicate the remaining troop allocations to the Beast Emperor. You need not concern yourself with that. Even if Lot objected, Rian possessed the authority to mobilize 2,000 soldiers from each of the 10 large tribes, a power granted and restrained by the Beast Emperor. Therefore, not even Lot could impede his decision. Recognizing Rian's resolve, Lot could only nod, continuing to stoke the fire. I hope your decision proves wise, you seldom err. Gazing up at the twin moons, illuminated by the firelight, Rian sighed once more, pondering when he might find her. 2 decades had passed, yet she remained elusive. Chapter 20. The exercise on the following day, after resting well, the two set forth again. As time passed, the once dense forest gradually thinned, and the low shrubs began to proliferate, signaling the approach to the edge of the orc forest. However, truly exiting the orc forest would require no less than half a day. By noon, the silhouettes of the Beast Emperor city finally came into view. To reach it, they still needed half a day's time, meaning they might arrive by evening. Yet, whether the city gates would be open remained uncertain. Lot felt no concern, for the magic falcon would certainly arrive first. If it were the divine envoy Rian, the gates would open at any moment. Beast Emperor City is situated at the junction of the Orc Forest and the Orc Prairie, built against a modestly sized mountain. The city walls are trapezoidal in shape, measuring 10 miles in length, 15 meters in height, and 3 meters in width, all constructed from massive blue stones, rendering it exceptionally sturdy. Arrow slits and gun ports adorn the walls, with a protruding railing built a meter above the wall, slightly lower than the wall itself. In the event of an assault, it would be nearly impossible for ordinary soldiers to scale the walls without incurring heavy casualties. Even if siege ladders were used, the angle would be nearly vertical, making climbing arduous. Moreover, once atop the railing, one would have to leap to the wall, a feat fraught with difficulty and the risk of falling. Such insidious designs could only have been conceived by Rian. In truth, Beast Emperor City was completed merely 5 years ago. Extensive practical exercises have demonstrated that it is a city relatively easy to defend yet challenging to conquer. The river running through the mountain was diverted to flow through the city, creating an artificial moat around it. The depth of the moat is uncertain in shallow areas. It is 3 to 4 meters, while deeper sections exceed 10 meters, effectively eliminating the possibility of underground passage. To excavate this moat, Rian mobilized over 3,000 men to work day and night in shifts, taking more than 20 days to complete. Rian truly exerted great effort to bolster the defenses of Beast Emperor City. Although the current Beast Emperor City may not rival the grandeur of human cities, significant effort has indeed been invested in fortifying it as a defensive stronghold. It is likely that any attempt by humans to breach this seemingly unremarkable city using sheer numbers would end in failure. As the outline of Beast Emperor City became clearer, Lot noticed many small black dots writhing on the city walls, with several dropping down. Perplexed, Lot turned to Rian, who, though understanding, was equally bewildered. Those black dots were none other than orcs, and those falling were also orcs of various races. This, in turn, reflected the difficulties of the city's defenses. Even orcs, with their superior physical capabilities, found it challenging to seize Beast Emperor City. Was there a rebellion from some tribe attacking the city? With the ongoing reforms, many remote tribes had achieved a certain degree of development. Overall, during this period, it could be said that there were hardly any who wished to overthrow the current Beast royal family's rule. Yet, what was unfolding before them? The two dared not linger and hurried toward the commotion. However, upon approaching, they saw something different. Below the city walls, specifically within a certain distance of the moat, many orcs were attacking, yet those tasked with guarding the wall had their backs turned to the assailants. The attacking orcs shouted encouragement as they splashed into the water. Meanwhile, orcs standing on either side of the riverbank cheered, indicating that a war was not in progress. Both Lot and Rian felt perplexed but, seeing no signs of conflict, slowed their pace. Otherwise, the magical cloud leopard beneath them might not endure. As they drew nearer, the sounds became more distinct. At that moment, Lot began to discern the situation but still hesitantly asked, "Is this a drill?" Rian nodded and replied, "The forces attacking the moat are likely the city defense troops, while the defenders are students from the academy." A section of the wall is probably under assault by the Academy students, with the city defense troops positioned above and below to prevent any mishaps. Who could have conceived such an idea? Ah, the Beast Emperor is present as well. The Emperor is here? Upon hearing this, Lot's curiosity was piqued, and his eyes scanned the area, but the distance was too great, and without Rian's prowess, he could not discern anything immediately. There were 3 drawbridges over the moat, each approximately 20 meters long. In the case of a drill, neither side was allowed to damage the bridges. Among the city defense troops were those with proficient swimming skills. Any attempt to swim across would be met with deadly fire from the Academy's students on the opposite bank. As the two approached even closer, they could make out the cheers of the orc spectators. Rian's gaze fixed on a particular figure. A robust orc clad in black armor came into view. This orc wore a helmet with a face shield, and aside from the tail that dangled down from the armor, it was evident he was a lion man. Though details remained elusive, the orc's imposing physique elicited a deafening cheer from the crowd, for an orc in full armor was typically a high-ranking officer, and it appeared this one held considerable rank within the city defense troops. Interesting. The Beast Emperor wishes to play? The Academy students are in for a challenge. Lot spotted the Beast Emperor too, though he was still puzzled as to why the Emperor would partake in such a rudimentary drill. However, if the Emperor were to take action, the students' chances of victory would be negligible. Seemingly aware that a formidable figure had emerged among the attackers, the Academy students, who had previously been on the defensive, began to exhibit signs of tension. With creaking sounds, a ballista was wheeled into position. This was a standard weapon of the Beast Emperor's city defense troops along the moat. Although it may not inflict significant harm on the enemy, it could serve as a means of disruption against any formidable opponent attempting to leap across the moat. Clearly, the Academy's orc students had elevated the threat level posed by this unfamiliar orc to that of a powerful adversary, and the atmosphere grew tense. The cacophony from both banks gradually diminished as all eyes turned to the mysterious orc commander, hoping he might breach the defenses in a manner devoid of extraordinary means. The Beast Emperor stood silently, while the students on the opposite bank inexplicably grew anxious. One snake man, clutching a light crossbow, trembled incessantly, appearing to consider retreating, as if contemplating escape. The snake men, while among the most challenging of orc warriors, were not known for their courage. Nevertheless, they excelled in long-handled weaponry and light crossbow shooting, often favoring poison. In close combat, they would flee faster than any other. Yet, this snake man possessed an innate weakness, his cowardice. Though the mysterious orc faced all the students, the snake man felt the pressure acutely, as if the orc had recognized his role within the group. Just as the snake man's arm began to tremble more violently, the enigmatic orc commander crouched slightly, his body resembling an arrow released from a bow, moving with astonishing speed toward the 2 werewolves positioned in front of the snake man. In the previous defense, the snake man's crossbow skills had proven exceptional. He was a master of long-range attacks, often seizing opportunities to strike down adversaries unexpectedly. Several border troops had already been knocked into the river, and in addition to the students' vigilant defense, the snake man's prowess also played a significant role in this. Suddenly, the snake man ceased trembling, a strange smile appearing on his face. With a swift motion, he raised the light crossbow, releasing a bolt aimed directly at the forehead of the airborne orc commander. The enigmatic orc seemed to have anticipated the actions of the serpent people long before. With a flicker of movement in the air, an arrow pierced through his form, yet it appeared as though he remained unscathed, the bolt continuing its trajectory unhindered. At this moment, the surrounding orc populace came to realize that what had been struck was merely an illusion. Only the more formidable orcs understood it to be a mere shadow clone. As the orc leader's body solidified, he began to descend, seemingly maintaining his original target point. However, the orc trainees assigned to intercept remained stationary, unable to ascertain where the mysterious leader would land. At that juncture, the serpent's crossbow was once again raised, and another bolt was loosed, accompanied by 2 weapons wielded by the 2 werewolf trainees, which had been allocated for training purposes. Although these were merely practice weapons, the sound of slicing air indicated that a collision would spell significant trouble. The exchange between the 2 factions transpired within mere heartbeats. Whether it was the orc leader evading the bolt or the serpent trainees launching a second assault, both sides moved with astonishing swiftness. Before the onlookers could comprehend the unfolding events, the orc leader had once more evaded capture, landing directly in front of the shield-bearing trainees. The crossbow, which had remained unmoved, finally pivoted, aiming its barrel at the backs of the 2 shield-wielding torrents. Before the orc leader touched the ground, a massive bolt was discharged from the crossbow. And before anyone could gasp in astonishment, it zipped through the narrow gap between the two torrents. The moment the orc leader landed, he would surely be struck by the bolt, causing everyone to hold their breath in concern for him, while simultaneously marveling at the student's performance. Such intricate calculations against an opponent seemed rather insidious, did they not? In an impressive display, the mysterious orc leader kicked out just before landing, his foot deflecting the bolt. But the sudden movement disrupted his balance. As he touched down, he began to sway, and at that moment, the two shields collided with him, producing a dull thud as they struck the orc leader squarely. Still struggling to regain his balance, the impact nearly sent him tumbling, and he staggered back a few steps, only to be met by two azure figures. With a pair of furry claws, one aimed for his face while the other targeted his lower region. The treacherous moves invoked a sense of shame among the watching orcs. After a moment of frantic defense, the orc leader finally managed to assert his strength, suppressing the two werewolves. Meanwhile, he faced the serpent who had charged across the bridge, effortlessly raising his light crossbow in acknowledgement of his own defeat. Was this truly an admission of defeat? Lot and Rian observed the exercise from a distance, and Lot found the serpent's actions rather unsettling. Rian shook his head, explaining, "This is merely a drill. Were I in his position, I too would concede defeat at this moment." Lot remained perplexed, as he had never formally participated in the academy's training and lacked the situational judgment that this serpent possessed. In Lot's rigid mindset, orcs were not permitted to surrender in battle. They ought to charge forward relentlessly, crushing their foes, rather than raising their hands in capitulation after merely facing a setback. Thus, he clenched his fists, visibly struggling to accept such an outcome. The trainees had performed admirably, with fewer than 10 individuals attacking against over 50. Their achievement was nothing short of remarkable. The reasons for this success were twofold. First, the limitations of the battlefield. With the engagement confined to a radius of merely 5 meters around the bridge, leaving scant opportunities for the attackers, which greatly favored the defenders. The attackers lacked ranged capabilities. Otherwise, even a single individual could determine the outcome of a skirmish. Seemingly advantageous for the defenders, they bore no depth of options, meaning they had no room to absorb blows. The Beast Emperor needed only a slight leap to stand before them. Secondly, a proper assessment of the situation was paramount. After the Beast Emperor's advance, how many remained capable of contending with the city defense troops charging across the bridge? It was indeed a moment to consider retreat, as continuing the fight would lead to unnecessary casualties on their side. Of course, if it were a larger force, they could afford to engage for a while longer, provided the defensive strength was sufficient. Clearly, the defenders lacked that. The serpent student was intriguing, managing to suppress the Beast Emperor so effectively. Such prowess was not common. When had such a formidable student emerged among the serpents? Previously unheard of. Which tribe did he belong to? Suddenly, Rian noticed the lion-headed figure and realized the gravity of the situation. As Rian's words fell, a cheer erupted from the crowd. The orc leader soared into the air, landing before two shadowy cloud leopards. Rian and Lot leaped down. Lot knelt while Rian bowed slightly. The envoy. Is it truly the envoy? Then is that person? Heavens! Could it be His Majesty the Beast Emperor? It must be. Did you not see the envoy bowing? Could this truly be the Beast Emperor? It was hard to believe he would participate in such an exercise. No wonder he donned full armor. Amidst the murmurs, everyone acted in unison, half kneeling in respect. Silence enveloped the area, though the battlements remained lively, as the attacking trainees were continuously caught by the city defense troops below. A rat man, observing the situation at the moat, inquired about the commotion, but the defending soldier initially paid no mind. Upon closer inspection, he unceremoniously tossed the rat man aside, signaling for his companions to half kneel in reverence. Those still climbing down the siege ladders quickly slid down to kneel as well. The Beast Emperor was the supreme leader of the entire Orc Empire. All orcs were required to pay their respects upon his arrival, with the sole exception being Rian, who, at the age of 4 or 5, stood shorter than Lot, who was half kneeling. Thus, from a level gaze, it appeared as though Rian too was kneeling. The Beast Emperor removed his helmet, revealing his true visage. Standing at approximately 2.5 meters tall, his face was obscured by a dense mane of dark golden fur, and his pale golden eyes radiated unparalleled justice and wisdom. A faint scar traversed his forehead, a testament to the oath taken during his coronation to nourish the glory of the empire with the blood of orcs. Rian straightened his posture and gazed up at the Beast Emperor, who smiled gently and remarked, "It has been some time since the divine envoy last graced us." As his words resonated, the orcs kneeling in reverence felt an invisible pressure that made their bodies tremble slightly. An uncontrollable mix of admiration and fear causing them to lower themselves even further to alleviate their inner tension. The Beast Emperor, a paragon of strength in the Orc Empire, was also among the few peak martial saints. The appearance of such a figure at an exercise deemed trivial left many bewildered. Rian chuckled inwardly, thinking that the imposing figure was merely seeking to assert his authority. After all, as the Emperor of the Orcs, he could do as he pleased. Who could dare to oppose him? Perhaps he too was merely seeking amusement, stifled by the weight of his own position. Though Rian harbored such thoughts, he refrained from voicing them, merely nodding in acknowledgement, while the Beast Emperor narrowed his eyes, then suddenly widened them in surprise. This transformation was perceptible only to Rain, who acknowledged it with a nod. Comprehending the gesture, the Beast Emperor articulated, "It is a rare occasion indeed that I, your Emperor, shall confer with the divine envoy on matters of state. You must diligently apply yourselves to rigorous training and cultivate astute thinking. Never again shall we suffer the ignominy of being thwarted by a mere handful of individuals as occurred today." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "The Serpent Clan has produced such a prodigy as yourself, and I am immensely gratified. Upon the culmination of your studies, you shall be appointed to a position within the Imperial General Staff." Without awaiting any response from his subjects, the Beast Emperor traversed the distance to Rain's side in a single stride. Seizing Rain's arm, he ascended into the firmament, their combined auric power tracing a luminous arc across the sky as they vanished beyond the city walls, bound for the Imperial Palace. "Are you experiencing complications?" The Beast Emperor inquired with palpable anxiety, having dismissed the attendants with a wave of his hand upon entering the palace. "A confluence of energies, the consequences of which remain uncertain," Rain responded with a measure of equanimity. "That is a grave predicament indeed," the Beast Emperor retorted, his countenance shifting from concern to a chilling severity upon hearing Rain's words. Chapter 21. The Shield and the Spear. Observing Rian, who was leisurely seated and enjoying his fruit, the Beast Emperor paced thoughtfully within his study. The news delivered by Rian had taken him by surprise. Since Rian's arrival in the Orc Empire, the nation had implemented stringent measures of isolation, effectively eradicating human influence and enforcing a harsh silence among the various tribes. Consequently, the tidings of Rian's presence had not reached the human empire, and the disdainful attitude of the human empire towards the orcs had inadvertently provided the latter with an opportunity for independent development. However, secrets are seldom kept indefinitely. Within the Beast Emperor's city, there were no humans, yet the tribes could not entirely sever their connections with the human empire. To project an image of contentment, many tribes near the borders had refrained from enacting sweeping reforms. The capital had been preparing resources and manpower, ready to support these tribes in the event of a need, simultaneously revealing the true state of the Orc Empire to the human empire. From the Beast Emperor's perspective, the longer this concealment persisted, the better. Yet, he had not anticipated the considerable complications arising from Rian's recent diplomatic mission, nor the impending departure of the observation delegation from the Gallic Empire. The observation was not the primary concern. What preoccupied the Beast Emperor was Rian's request for military assistance, the formation of a rapid response force capable of selecting its offensive direction based on circumstances, aiming to swiftly conquer a few human vassal states. Don't ask me why. I have made myself exceedingly clear. Rian discerned the Beast Emperor's intent the moment he halted and turned. A force of 20,000 men should be readily available to the Orc Empire, correct? The Beast Emperor nodded. The military development of the Orc Empire had surpassed even his most optimistic expectations. Following Rian's reforms, the older generals had gradually been supplanted by a new generation of youthful commanders who possessed greater agility of thought and broader perspectives. Essentially, they were more adept at warfare. Each tribe within the Orc Empire maintained its own military, some organized by race and others shaped by the personal preferences of their leaders. However, after the reforms, the military personnel were uniformly recruited, screened, and integrated by the newly established Imperial Military Department and its branches across the tribes. With the implementation of a population registration system, military identification became a form of identification, consolidating the loyalty of the soldiers towards the ruler, namely the Beast Emperor or the royal family. The absolute authority of the tribes over their armies had been stripped away, granting the highest military leaders stationed in the tribes the power to reject unreasonable suggestions from tribal leaders, thereby ensuring that the tribes could not amass undue military strength. The establishment of military academies further reinforced royal control over the military. It could now be said that the army wholly belonged to the imperial authority. Rian sought troops and also wished to launch an expedition against the human empire. The Beast Emperor had contemplated such an undertaking himself, though not with such urgency. The timeline felt somewhat hasty. While Rian indicated a readiness to mobilize in 6 months, the necessary troop movements would require time. The composition of Rian's requested force was peculiar, comprising orcs of various races, leaving the Beast Emperor uncertain of Rian's true intentions. The fundamental requirement for this force was agility, followed by the need for a cunning commander to serve as Rian's aide. This posed the greatest challenge for the Beast Emperor. Should he publicize this matter? The worst outcome would likely involve a fierce competition amongst several new generation generals vying for the position, potentially leading to the loss of several exceptional commanders lives through reckless ambition. As the inaugural president of the Royal Military Academy, Rian, despite having stepped down, remained a figure of authority for all graduates, who continued to refer to him as president. The new generation of commanders could be considered Rian's prot-gs. The Beast Emperor's headache stemmed from this realization. It was not a reluctance to assist Rian, but rather a lack of clarity regarding whom to assign. "You have truly presented me with a conundrum," the Beast Emperor remarked with a wry smile. "What have the staff been preoccupied with lately?" Rian, examining another piece of fruit, inquired. "Them? How can you ask? They are the ones orchestrating the siege exercises. With no active conflicts, these idle minds have resorted to concocting tasks for themselves." The proposal was submitted 2 days prior. Coincidentally, the Academy's president, Laga, was present at the time. This old fox, when faced with such matters, seized the opportunity to showcase his Academy's students, ostensibly to assess their practical abilities, while in truth, he sought to elevate the Academy's prestige. Laga, the newly appointed head of the Imperial Military Academy following Rian's departure, was indeed a cunning fox, adept in strategy and management. He was a close ally of the Beast Emperor, of similar age, and a warrior of divine caliber, who had also been a staunch supporter of Rian's reforms. Rian entrusted the Academy's leadership to him without hesitation. Laga's calculative prowess was unparalleled, often outshining even Rian's own intellect. The advisors within the Imperial General Staff, all of whom were his disciples, had been meticulously groomed by him. The ability to think critically was commendable, and Laga's students were becoming increasingly formidable. Rian had even been outwitted by a certain Serpent Man student. These individuals represented the future pillars of the empire. The Beast Emperor's participation in the exercises was a closely guarded secret. He had deliberately restrained his own prowess, lest he allow a mere handful of Academy students to drive him back. Let us set this aside for now. What has transpired with your condition? I have noticed changes in your eyes. This was the matter of utmost concern for the Beast Emperor. In the entirety of the Orc Empire, fewer than 10 individuals were aware of Rian's dual divine emissary status, and the Beast Emperor was among them. After hearing Rian's words, he believed he had grasped the situation. Yet the specifics required Rian's own elucidation. The power of death has been suppressed for far too long. It now exhibits signs of rebellion. However, this process is gradual, and presently, it is slowly eroding my Orcish strength. Rian, naturally, withheld the complete truth from the Beast Emperor. In reality, he harbored merely 2 distinct forces within him, his intrinsic power of death and the Orcish strength bestowed by the Beast Emperor to mask his original might. Rian's power of death was of a purer essence than that of the Grim Reaper himself, making it entirely credible to categorize it as a singular force. The Beast Emperor's expression faltered as he queried, slowly eroding? Rian affirmed, at the current rate. It will take no less than 2 to 5 years for it to consume me entirely. I believe I can devise a solution within that time frame. This is a personal matter. Let us discuss the tournament instead. You are aware that the Bill tribe will not be participating this year, correct? The Beast Emperor nodded. I understand your implication. If they choose not to participate, then so be it. On the table are the items necessary for your diplomatic mission to other races. You may select your representatives as you see fit, and I will not interfere. Share your thoughts with me. It has been years since we last met, and I am curious about your schemes. After all, as a sovereign, I possess the right to be informed of developments. Rian paused his examination of the fruit and glanced at the Beast Emperor. What is your opinion of humanity? The Beast Emperor hesitated, recognizing that Rian would not pose such a question without reason. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "They are an exceedingly intelligent race. Though at times they exhibit foolishness and selfishness, their advancements in magic and martial arts are rapid, and they are catching up to other races in various domains, which is a testament to their racial advantages. However, their propensity for pride is a significant flaw." Lian nodded in agreement, observing that the Beast Emperor seemed to have concluded his remarks. He then interjected, stating, "I intend for them to recognize the reality of our situation. Over the coming years, I shall ensure they experience the might of our Orc Empire. My contingent of 20,000 troops serves as the vanguard. You must devise strategies to prepare for unparalleled glory." "Do you seek to instigate war?" the Beast Emperor inquired calmly, though his eyes shimmered with fervor. Lian was aware that the Beast Emperor had long yearned for conflict, as expanding the territory of his people was the duty of a sovereign. The Orc Empire's military had reached a near saturation point. They required a battlefield to establish their renown, and the Beast Emperor needed to win the loyalty of his subjects through victory. "It is not I who will initiate hostilities, but rather they," Lian continued. "We have always been on the defensive. I have concluded discussions with the royal family of the Gary Empire, demanding that the numerous vassal states cease the capture of orcs as slaves within 6 months. The interest groups supporting them will undoubtedly oppose this. Therefore, we will employ coercive measures, such as eliminating a few smaller nations to provoke them into hastily punishing what they perceive as the filthy and foolish orcs." With a smirk, Lian conveyed his intentions, while the Beast Emperor, understanding Lian's meaning, felt a surge of excitement. As a level 2 martial saint, he had diligently trained but had yet to find the means to break through. Thus, he too hoped for an opportunity to transcend tranquility and ascend to the pinnacle of power on the continent. "What do you require of me?" the Beast Emperor asked. Seated opposite Lian, taking a bite of fruit, Lian replied, "First, let us conclude the Imperial tournament, after which I will embark on a mission to the Elven territories. You need only assist me in finding a deputy and a staff. Such matters are best entrusted to the old fox, yet he cannot leave his position as the headmaster. As for your esteemed majesty, you need only affix your grand seal to the documents, nothing more. Is it truly that simple?" the Beast Emperor asked incredulously. He had mentally prepared himself for Lian's exorbitant demands, yet Lian's requests appeared deceptively straightforward. The Beast Emperor awaited further elaboration. The orcs had lain in wait for 2 decades, and the first net was cast upon the Gary Empire. To ensure humanity comprehends the strength of the Orc Empire, we must gradually reveal our fangs. In essence, we aim to reclaim the lost glory of the orcs. Monumental events are invariably the culmination of smaller occurrences. Our task is to begin accumulating these minor events and then patiently await the ensuing transformation. What specific actions do you propose? The Beast Emperor felt a twinge of headache at Lian's nebulous rhetoric. When Lian began his lengthy discourse, it became challenging to discern his core message. The Beast Emperor despised such ambiguity, yet Lian was a divine emissary whose words could not be dismissed. "Defensive measures will commence with the Slave Hunter Brigade." The Beast Emperor nodded. The Slave Hunter Brigade provided an excellent pretext for the orcs' passive defense. After over a decade of investigation, the Orc Empire had gathered substantial information regarding the interests tied to slave hunting. Many valiant orcs willingly allowed themselves to be captured, using clandestine channels to relay vital intelligence. These insights were acquired at the cost of Orcish blood. "Should we deploy the Empire's Reconnaissance Division?" the Beast Emperor cautiously inquired. The Reconnaissance Division represented a clandestine arm of imperial authority, and given the intimate relationship between the current Orc Empire's sovereignty and divine authority, the Beast Emperor could candidly showcase his power to Lian. Lian shook his head, stating, "Such matters do not require my input. Your staff will handle these affairs." This is the advantage of delegating responsibilities. With capable aides, you will have more time to cultivate your skills. From your appearance, it seems you are still some distance from a breakthrough. As a level 3 martial saint, Lian recognized that advancing to the saint level posed significant challenges. Progression required not only the accumulation of power and comprehension of realms, but also vigilance against the perils of falling into madness. The Beast Emperor had ascended from level 3 martial god to martial saint under Lian's guidance 10 years prior, and the celestial anomalies triggered by his sanctification had been entirely concealed by Lian. Thus, even now, the Beast Emperor remained unaware of Lian's true strength. Having received Lian's insights, the Beast Emperor felt a sense of relief. He had recently become somewhat agitated over his cultivation issues, though he managed to restrain himself. Perhaps Leon's visit might offer him some unique guidance. Reflecting on Leon's mention of defense, the Beast Emperor concluded that delegating such responsibilities to his staff was indeed appropriate. He summoned a secretary to draft a decree recording the outcomes of their discussion. After the secretary completed his task, he presented the document to the Beast Emperor. Upon reviewing the secretary's notes, the Beast Emperor remarked, "This operation requires a name. Do you have any suggestions, Divine Emissary?" "Shield Spike, Passive Defense. It is the most fitting name." "Your Majesty," Lien replied respectfully. Chapter 22. Driving the General Staff mad. The hitherto dormant General Staff swiftly received the Beast Emperor's decree. In actuality, the daily endeavors of the Beastman Empire's General Staff revolved more around civil affairs than warfare. Thus, upon receiving the Beast Emperor's command, an initial hush fell over the department, followed by a jubilant uproar that nearly lifted the roof off the building. The ecstatic staff members immediately rushed towards the Central War Room. The Central War Room was a modest two-story edifice. The ground floor housed a large conference hall, furnished with a nearly 10-meter-long rectangular table flanked by 3 rows of wooden chairs on each side, the venue for the General Staff's large-scale meetings. Equipped with all necessary facilities, their usual workspace was a smaller office within the Imperial Palace, rendering this grand conference room largely unused. The second floor contained but 2 items, a colossal sandbox, only a third of which was sculpted. With alacrity, the staff members cleared the remaining 2/3 of the sandbox. This immense sandbox comprised almost 20 smaller ones, typically employed by the General Staff for research and training exercises. Such equipment was commonplace in Beastman Empire academies. Though in the Human Empire, while such devices had emerged, they had yet to attain the same level of ubiquity. The remaining third of the sandbox depicted the primary terrain of the Beastman Empire and the surrounding vassal human empires. In accordance with the Beast Emperor's orders, they were to devise operational plans targeting the neighboring vassal states, as well as a strategy for Thorn Shield. The Thorn Shield plan was relatively straightforward. As the Beastman Empire bordered only a limited number of human vassal states, totaling no more than 15, with a defense line spanning approximately 500 miles. These orders could be readily delegated to the border troops, alleviating any concerns for the General Staff. The source of their anxiety lay in the fact that this operation against the potentially rebellious vassal states was predicated on the assumption of fielding a mere 20,000 troops. Moreover, this force was to encompass nearly all Beastman races, resulting in a diverse range of combat styles but potentially compromising overall combat effectiveness. Furthermore, casualties were not to exceed 10%. According to the latest intelligence, the armies of these surrounding empires numbered approximately 40 to 50,000. Overwhelming an empire with just 20,000 soldiers was achievable. However, the Beast Emperor's use of the word potentially introduced ambiguity. The scope of this possibility was too broad. One was possible, and all were possible. Given the uncertainty, they had to formulate plans accounting for all vassal states. Yet, the combined forces of over a dozen vassal states amounted to nearly 600,000, 30 times their own. Even with a strategy of divide and conquer, the stringent requirement of limiting casualties to 2,000 seemed exceedingly demanding. Evidently, the Beast Emperor envisioned this force as an advance guard, a lone army without reserves. Most dauntingly, this plan had to be executed within 30 days. In the Frual Continent's 14-month year, with 40 days per month, the initial reaction of all staff members to the notion of conquering all empires in under a month was that the Beast Emperor had lost his mind. A Minotaur staff officer, having contemplated for some time, placed his pointer on the edge of the sandbox and began to wheeze. His colleagues were familiar with this habit. A graduate of the Minotaur Imperial Academy, adept at small unit rapid penetration and assault, his tactical deduction skills ranked among the top 10 in the room. Once he commenced deduction, he would wheeze, earning him the moniker Bellows among the staff. Upon witnessing him begin his deduction, the other Beastman staff officers silently commenced their own calculations. They possessed a thorough understanding of the military strength of these surrounding small empires, easing the process of computation. The first to concede was the Minotaur known as Bellows, who, observing his colleagues still pondering, quietly descended the stairs to contemplate alone. He could conduct the deduction if the force comprised a single troop type or a small number of mobile units. However, the Beast Emperor's decree explicitly stipulated the inclusion of all races, mandating that the 20,000-strong force consist of soldiers from no fewer than 8 Beastman races, with cavalry not exceeding 3,000. The Minotaur felt that the Beast Emperor was posing a conundrum for the General Staff. After sighing, Bellows was about to let out a long lament when he noticed that the messenger, who should have departed long ago, was still standing at the door. Curious, Bellows rose and approached the werewolf messenger, inquiring, "Why haven't you left yet?" "Reporting, sir. These are my orders." "Orders? Whose orders? Are they from His Majesty the Beast Emperor?" Bellows scrutinized the ramrod-straight werewolf messenger, attempting to glean something from his expression. However, the messenger shook his head, replying, "Reporting, sir. These are the orders of the divine envoy. By the beast god." "What did you say?" The expression on Bellows' face contorted in astonishment, to the point where he questioned his own sanity. The werewolf messenger remained standing rigidly at the door, proclaiming loudly, "Reporting, sir. The divine envoy has ordered me to stand here." "By the beast god. Is it truly the divine envoy? Does he have any other orders? Speak. Speak quickly." Bellows seized the werewolf by the collar and anxiously questioned him. However, before the werewolf could respond, a familiar and enraged voice echoed from behind Bellows. "Bellows, release him. Are you challenging the werewolves?" Bellows did not release his grip, but turned to face the speaker, a werewolf staff officer also clad in the same attire as Bellows. Bellows recognized him, the werewolf known as Claw, a second-level staff officer in the general staff, of equal rank to Bellows, and not particularly fond of him. Their animosity was practically public knowledge, with other departments aware of the two feuding staff officers who could not see eye to eye. However, Bellows did not retort as he usually would, but exclaimed excitedly, "By the beast god. Do you know who ordered him to stand here?" It was the beast god's envoy. With that, Bellows continued to shake and interrogate the messenger. The Minotaur's strength surpassed that of the werewolf, causing the messenger's feet to lift off the ground as he involuntarily swayed with Bellows' hand. Upon hearing this, Claw paused momentarily before lunging towards Bellows, grabbing the messenger's snout and roaring, "By the beast god. Is what he says true?" The werewolf messenger, suspended in midair with his mouth seized, could only helplessly nod. Claw seemed oblivious to the force he was exerting on his kin's mouth, turning to stare at Bellows, exclaiming, "By the beast god. It's truly the envoy." "Yes, yes. Tell me quickly, what else did the envoy say?" As he finished speaking, Bellows' hand resumed its shaking. The unfortunate messenger grasped Bellows' hand with both of his legs twitching slightly in the air. Claw remained lost in thought, unaware of the extent of his grip on the messenger's mouth. It was only when the messenger's eyes began to roll back that Claw abruptly realized his mistake and released the messenger. Oblivious to the messenger's near suffocation, Bellows continued to shake him. Claw, still immersed in contemplation, disregarded his fellow werewolf. By the time Bellows ceased shaking, the pitiful messenger was foaming at the mouth and collapsed. Bellows released the messenger with a disgruntled expression. At this juncture, the Imperial Palace patrol team, which had been standing by, dared to carry the unfortunate messenger away. Ordinarily, the only individuals capable of subduing the general staff's frenzied outbursts were the Beast Emperor and the Royal Elder, the Old Fox. With the Beast Emperor engaged in important discussions with the Divine Envoy and the Royal Elder absent from the Imperial Palace, no one dared to provoke them. Even the law enforcement team had to turn a blind eye until they had finished their madness. The legal department had repeatedly requested the Beast Emperor to dispatch high-level experts during court sessions. But the individuals in the general staff were the apples of the Beast Emperor's eye, untouchable and unassailable. Even with high-level experts, the law enforcement team could only turn a blind eye and allow these staff officers to run amok. However, today seems relatively calm, with only two advisors exhibiting erratic behavior. Just as the patrol team contemplated this, a series of thuds resonated from the Central Operations Conference Room. The Palace Patrol, carrying the messenger, rolled their eyes in unison and continued to silently transport the unfortunate messenger, who was still frothing at the mouth, to the Imperial Hospital. Moments earlier, on the second floor, Fengxiang had ascended after conferring with Feng Zhao to relay this news to their colleagues. They initially expected loud cheers, but were met with an unexpected silence, followed by a continuous stream of colleagues collapsing. The two were momentarily bewildered as they watched their fellow advisors rolling on the ground and a few others teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Just as they were about to speak, the murmurs of nearby colleagues clarified the situation. "By the beast god, this is feasibility." Feasibility? The advisor fell silent, but his flushed face revealed that he had succumbed to his own mental tumult. "What have I missed? What?" He sighed before fainting. "How can we achieve our goal? Time, and yet another collapsed." Upon learning that the messenger had been commanded by the beast goddess envoy to stand there, the advisors began to faint one after another. By the time the medical team arrived at the Central Operations Conference Room, only a handful of advisors, including Feng Xiang and Feng Zhao, remained standing, easily counted on one hand, while the rest had succumbed to unconsciousness. When the news reached that the majority of the advisory team had fainted from overthinking, the Beast Emperor shot a disapproving glare at Rain, noting that he was not the first to drive the advisory team to madness. The headmaster of the Beast Emperor's Academy, Regal, had done so on multiple occasions, but Rain was the first to incapacitate nearly 50 members of the advisory team all at once. Moreover, what was most astonishing was that Rain had uttered not a single word regarding the scheme. He merely instructed the messenger to stand at the entrance of the Central Operations Conference Room after delivering the orders, then casually remarked to the Beast Emperor, "The Imperial Hospital will be quite busy today." The hospital was not merely busy, it was utterly overwhelmed. Typically, the hospital would see no more than a few visitors over several days, as it was the palace and not a training ground or battlefield, resulting in few injuries, with only minor wounds from the guard sparring. Suddenly, over 50 patients arrived, all exhibiting similar symptoms. The absent headmaster's deputy, assuming foul play within the palace, nearly ordered an investigation for poisoners throughout its corners. Upon discovering that the patients were all from the advisory team, the rat-like deputy leaped up, his sharp voice booming at the patrol soldiers. Which lunatic did this advisory team provoke? Was it that old rogue Regal? I knew he would cause me trouble. After venting, the deputy began to pace back and forth, muttering grievances against the headmaster of the Beast Emperor's Academy. Report, soldier. Who did they provoke? The soldier, a leopard man, towered over the deputy but could do nothing but listen obediently to his tirade. Clarify the situation for me. And what about the werewolf who was sent over from the Central Operations Conference Room? Is he involved in this? Speak the truth. The deputy's fierce demeanor intimidated even the leopard soldier, who then succinctly recounted the events. You mean to say that the beast goddess envoy merely instructed the messenger to stand at the door, and upon seeing him, 2 advisors, in their excitement, tortured him to the point of foam at the mouth. And after explaining the reason for his presence, that was it? The deputy looked incredulously at the medical personnel inside, then turned to the innocent-looking leopard soldier, utterly baffled by the absurdity of the situation, as if caught in a dream. After gathering his thoughts, the deputy skeptically inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Upon receiving a nod from the soldier, he shook his outstretched finger in silence, sighed heavily, and bellowed at his subordinates. "What are you waiting for? Go fetch cold water. Douse them awake." Chapter 23. Lessons. Standing at the entrance of the Imperial Hospital, the tall figure of Regal, donned in a flowing lavender robe, shook off the fabric and inhaled deeply. After a moment of contemplation, he spun around before stepping inside. Suddenly, a shadow, black and white, darted out from the hospital, accompanied by a shrill scream. The shadow lunged towards Regal's midsection, but with a narrow squint of his elongated eyes, he swiftly intercepted the figure. "Moss, are you trying to make me pluck your fur again?" The shadow beside Regal revealed itself to be Moss, the deputy director, a rat-like creature. Regal towered over Moss, his limbs longer. With a mere stretch, he could pin Moss down, rendering the latter's attempts at resistance futile. This comical scene had played out numerous times within the palace, and those accompanying Regal were no longer surprised. "By the beast god, old fox, look at your disciple." He said nothing, yet his entire faction has been wiped out. "I feel embarrassed for you," Regal remarked, adjusting his attire with a smirk of schadenfreude. He wrinkled his nose and added, "The emissaries of the divine are not to be compared with us humble subjects. It's hardly a matter of consequence." Moss chuckled derisively. "Keep pretending. Come inside." Aside from a few minor scrapes, their bodies are all intact. He emphasized the word bodies before turning to lead Regal further within. A hint of unease crept into Regal's mind as he inquired, "Intact? But what about their condition?" "Huh. Considering the records you've previously set, I now feel that was merely child's play," Moss replied with a mocking grin as he opened a door. Regal's heart sank as he stepped inside, greeted by a disconcerting sight. Over a dozen Orcish figures stood or reclined, frowning in deep thought. The room was almost eerily silent, save for the faint sound of medical personnel moving about. Regal recognized this unsettling atmosphere, reminiscent of a previous incident where he had driven many strategists to madness with his challenging inquiries. Back then, the intellectual strain had caused several to faint. His notoriety had only increased since, and seeing the strategists still pondering brought him a measure of comfort. At least there were no casualties this time. However, Moss's expression hinted that the situation was far more complex than it appeared. Upon opening a second door, Regal beheld several strategists huddled together, silent, forming an odd circle. Before he could voice a question, Moss had already led him to a third room. What he witnessed next was beyond excessive. 3 or 4 strategists were engaged in a brawl, while several burly medical orcs stood by, helpless to intervene. The most fervent combatants were a minotaur and a werewolf, known as Windbox and Windfong. The two were locked in a frenzied embrace, trading blows, their faces smeared with blood. Consumed by rage, they paid no heed to their surroundings, eventually tumbling to Regal's feet. Regal remained silent, observing the brawling strategists. 2 others, on the verge of confrontation, straightened up upon noticing Regal's presence and greeted him loudly. "Good day, teacher." A few strategists, alerted by their colleagues, glanced up just in time to see Regal's face darkening with ire. They quickly stepped aside, but Windbox and Windfong continued their scuffle, oblivious to the oppressive silence that enveloped the room, save for their roaring battle cries. The temperature in the room seemed to drop as Regal's expression shifted from green to red. "Moss, is the Imperial Hospital truly allowing patients to brawl amongst themselves?" Regal's voice trembled with restrained fury as he delivered a swift kick to Windbox's head and another to Windfong, knocking him unconscious. He turned his glare towards Moss, demanding, "According to military protocol, this was an order from your ranks. Our men must comply." With a wave of his hand, Moss, along with the medical personnel, slipped out of the room. Regal snorted in disdain and then bellowed at the brawling strategists, feeling bold. "Are we? You think it's acceptable to fight? All strategists, follow me." As the head of the academy and a prominent figure in the court, Regal held authority over all strategists. The absence of a commanding leader meant that he could effectively command them without opposition. Over 50 strategists lined up in 2 factions and followed Regal out of the Imperial Hospital, while the 2 unconscious strategists were carried away by their peers. Regal had the privilege to roam the palace, and with a throng of strategists behind him, the sight of such a procession led many to speculate that a significant event had occurred in the Empire. As they made their way towards the training hall, curiosity brewed among the onlookers, especially following the bizarre incident that had transpired in the Central War Room the previous night. What extraordinary events had befallen the unexpectedly unconscious strategists? What purpose did Regal have in bringing them to the training hall? Both patrolling guards and soldiers regarded the hurried assembly with astonishment, hoping to glean answers from their expressions. Upon entering a side chamber of the training hall, Regal turned around to find all the strategists looking down, avoiding his gaze. This only fueled his rage further. As the Grand Director of the Imperial Academy, responsible for the educational framework of the entire Orc Empire, Regal, despite being a formidable warrior of divine caliber, believed he was ill-suited for wielding weapons. The strategists were meticulously selected from the academy, seasoned veterans in the military. Even if they lacked the hardened demeanor of soldiers, they should not cast aside their pride as orcs. Seeing all present as his students, Regal spoke without restraint. "By the beast god, lift your heads. Look at yourselves. Are you still soldiers? Even a common street thug possesses more spirit than you do. Is this how you wish to represent the Imperial royal family? Stand tall." Regal's thunderous roar startled all the officers, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. Is it so wrong to engage in a fight? Is that not a common occurrence? Yet, they quickly fell into line, preparing to endure Regal's reprimand. "You seem oblivious as to why I am chastising you. You are all graduates of the academy. Your analytical abilities are unparalleled. Who among you can provide an explanation?" At this inquiry, the orcs fell silent, each wisely choosing not to voice their thoughts. This was not the moment to provoke further ire. Regardless of whether they were right or wrong, Regal would not grant them leniency. As he surveyed the remorseful expressions of the strategists, Regal sighed heavily. "Just before I learned of your collective fainting at the Central War Room, I was reflecting on my tenure as director. For over a decade, I have pondered each night whether I have done well enough, whether my students are exceptional enough to bear the responsibilities that the Empire will bestow upon them, to bring unparalleled glory to the Orc Empire. I believed I had done commendably. After all, every official, great or small, military or civilian, has emerged from the Imperial Academy. Yet, as I reflect on this, I am filled with both pride and fear. Why do I fear? I fear that you, the students bearing the burdens of the Empire, may inadvertently invite trouble upon us. Reflect upon the immense pressures we endured during the nascent days of the Imperial Academy. Even now, there exist factions that harbor hostility towards our institution. At that time, the esteemed messenger devoted countless nights to guiding us, broadening our perspectives, and even resorting to methods he typically eschewed. As his assistant, I deemed such actions inappropriate. However, in hindsight, had it not been for the messenger's formidable intervention, who knows what further transgressions you might have committed today. I do not hold it against you that you were confounded by the inquiries posed by the envoy. Yet you must understand that engaging in brawls within the royal hospital is wholly unacceptable. Are you aware of the ramifications should this incident become public knowledge? Rhaegar stood before the wind box, inquiring, while the wind box shook its head, refraining from speech. Any utterance now would only invite further ire. I care not for the grievances you harbor. What I recognize is that you are among the Empire's most exceptional talents, which is precisely why you serve in the general staff. You are exemplars of the Empire. Having tasted glory, have you so easily forgotten the duty to uphold it? Rhaegar's voice thundered as he confronted Funya, who remained immobile, fixated on his own shoelaces. Utilize your astute minds and consider the implications of your altercation becoming public. The populace will not be concerned with the outcome of your skirmish. They will focus solely on the event itself. You may have clashed due to differing opinions. Yet do not forget that you are distinguished individuals of your respective races. How will your kin perceive this? You are fracturing the unity of the Empire. Upon uttering these words, astonishment washed over the faces of all present advisors. What are you staring at? Is this not the truth? With most advisors gazing at him in disbelief, Rhaegar raised his voice, only to have his expression shift as he lowered it again. The Empire has weathered 2 decades of tumultuous reform. Some of you may be unaware, but I am not. In times past, there existed animosity between races and tribes, resulting in instances where entire tribes were ostracized. After enduring such trials, the Empire has finally united and prepared to face the calamities threatening the continent. Yet what are you doing now? Fighting. As Rhaegar's voice soared once more, the wind box finally murmured, by the beast god, director, I was wrong. Rhaegar turned to the wind box, saying, do not apologize to me. I may have lost face, but consider whose face you have truly tarnished. My lord, we have indeed erred. Teacher, please punish us, the advisors implored. Although they had not anticipated the severe consequences of their brawl, Rhaegar's assertions were undeniably justified, prompting several quick-thinking beastmen advisors to request punishment for themselves. Rhaegar shook his head, stating, you have sullied the reputation of His Majesty the Beast Emperor. I lack the authority to punish you. Only the Beast Emperor and the esteemed messenger possess that power. Sensing someone at the door, Rhaegar turned to see a herald from the palace in formal salute, who reported, by the command of His Majesty, after the meeting, all members of the general staff are invited to a banquet in the Imperial Garden. That is all. Oh, who else will attend this banquet? Rhaegar inquired. My lord, the beast messenger, Sir Rian, will also be present. Ah, I see. The meeting has indeed concluded. A banquet hosted by the Beast Emperor is a rare occasion. I wish you all a hearty appetite. With that, Rhaegar departed, leaving the advisors exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed, while the soldier designated to lead them stood at the door. Initially intending to reprimand them, Rhaegar instead sought out Moss in the royal hospital concerning today's events. Moss, with an obligation to confidentiality, reassured him, you need not worry, the patient's secrets are safe. However, is the situation truly as grave as you suggest? Rhaegar sighed as he sat across from him. You have not witnessed their current state, old friend. If the Beast Empire were to engage in conflict with the Human Empire, who could trust their military under their command? I suspect the messenger is aware of this, else he would not have acted as he has. After my analysis, this possibility is not merely plausible. It necessitates precise control, which the messenger can achieve, yet these advisors lack the insight and capacity to do so. The general staff has lain dormant for too long. Some minds have begun to wander towards political ambitions, and that is the crux of our dilemma, Rhaegar lamented. Disappointment etched across his face. Moss nodded in agreement before posing another question. Is there certainty of conflict within the year? It is already underway. Orders are en route. And the curtain on this war has begun to rise. Chapter 24, The Banquet. With a sense of trepidation, the guests arrived at the Imperial Garden. In the expansive clearing, a grand round table was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. The palace maids busily flitted about, arranging the sumptuous dishes. The Beast Emperor and Rain sat together, seemingly engaged in a discussion. Upon noticing the arrival of the advisors, they both rose to greet them. Your Excellency, we have come to pay our respects to Your Majesty and to the esteemed envoy, exclaimed the advisors, bowing with utmost respect. After the Emperor finished speaking, he feigned surprise and inquired, what has happened? Are we beset by assassins in the palace? Your Majesty, it appears that the assassins have already been subdued, Rain replied cheerfully. The advisors, already feeling a twinge of shame from the Emperor's words, wished they could vanish into the ground at Rain's remark. Observing their discomfort, Lot, who had remained silent behind them, intervened. Your Excellency, let us not mock them. If we do, they may waste today's splendid feast. Oh, that is indeed a possibility. Very well, I understand your unease. Today is a private banquet, so there is no need for formality. Please, find your seats. The host today is not I, the Emperor, but the envoy, Lord Rain. Let us set aside the formalities of sovereign and subjects and enjoy ourselves. The Emperor concluded by kindly patting several advisors on the shoulder. The astonished advisors took their seats, yet their appetites seemed to have vanished. The astute Emperor discreetly signaled to Rain, who understood and gently tapped his knife and fork together, producing a crisp sound that drew everyone's attention. Now, let us not be beguiled by the royal feast, although I, too, am rather eager to partake. I must first share a few words with you, Rain announced as he stood upon his chair. He bowed to the Emperor, saying first, I must express my gratitude to your Majesty for this opportunity, allowing everyone a glimpse of the one who often presents you with challenges. I presume the old fox has already imparted some wisdom. I shall refrain from elaborating further, for I am not as cunning as he. As Rain wore a look of disdain, the advisors exchanged amused glances, the atmosphere lightening from its earlier tension. Today, we gather not merely for a banquet, but to converse openly. To harbor unspoken thoughts can lead to dire consequences, for the whip of the military judge is not something most can endure. Though you all may possess tough hides and are unafraid of a beating, I suspect the old fox thinks similarly. With a smile, Rain continued, causing the advisors to chuckle. Though they privately referred to Lagal as the old fox, few dared to voice it openly. Yet, as the envoy of the beast god and the founder of the academy, Rain's assertion felt entirely justified, easing the atmosphere considerably. All right, enough of that. I can feel the drool coming. Your Majesty, shall we commence? Rain sought the Emperor's approval once more, and with a nod, the Emperor signaled for the feast to begin. As the guests prayed and began to sample the delectable dishes, the mood grew somewhat subdued again. Rain sampled a morsel of food, then gently cleared his throat. May I ask for your attention for a moment? Of course. Feel free to continue eating. It would be a shame to let such exquisite food go to waste. Laughter erupted among the advisors as Rain, with remnants of food still on his face, appeared blissfully unaware. Accompanied by his somewhat comical expression, the advisors finally shed their earlier burdens and relaxed completely. Now, I shall not conceal from you that this banquet serves a greater purpose. Recently, I visited the human empire, the bountiful Gary Empire, and I trust you are aware of the developments that transpired there, Rain stated, garnering nods of acknowledgement from the gathered advisors. The communications network of the empire was steadily improving, and they were well informed of the events surrounding Rain's mission to Gary. This included the ambush in the Beastman Forest, negotiations at the city gates, the execution of the mercenary group, defense against nighttime assaults, and various negotiations, all meticulously documented in the intelligence room, which the advisors were keen to study. Following the conclusion of the anti-demon war, the Beastman Empire had engaged in numerous conflicts with the human empire. As you are aware, we suffered significant defeats. The humans were well-equipped, numerous, and united. Their ranks were filled with formidable warriors, and their cunning strategies led to our gradual decline. In those days, the Beastmen charged forward with fervor but lacked foresight, resulting in grievous losses. Rain recounted history familiar to the advisors, who had analyzed previous wars as case studies. Let us not dwell on the past. Let us raise a toast to the eternal glory of the Beastman Empire, he proclaimed. To the Beastman Empire? Glory everlasting, they echoed, their cups raised high. As they drained their goblets, the advisors awaited Rain's next words. You see, I, too, am of human descent, am I not, Your Majesty? Do you still dare to claim you are of the human race? From what I see, your heart beats with the spirit of a beast man. The Emperor affirmed Rain, standing without mockery. Blessed by the beast god and graced by the Emperor, Rain expressed his heartfelt gratitude. After bowing and receiving a nod in return from the Emperor, Rain continued, since 15 years ago, I have remained true to this form. Initially, some may have doubted me, even questioned my position as envoy. However, after all these years, I trust you now place your faith in me, Rain. Even devoid of the title of envoy, I believe you would still trust in my intentions. At this juncture, the expressions of the Emperor and Lot shifted, though they quickly masked their reactions. The advisors remained focused on Rain's words, few noticing the exchange. They nodded in affirmation, each understanding the weight of their roles. Each of you has served in advisory capacities for varying lengths of time, and you comprehend the significance of your positions. The valiant spirit of the beastmen has never been in doubt, yet such fervor has led to our grievous losses. Thus, we must reclaim our rationality. Today, I have not invited the generals to lead the charge, but rather summoned you, the wise and discerning pillars of our strength, to remain calm and collected. For you shall work alongside a host of impassioned generals. Should you mirror their recklessness, the Beastman Empire cannot afford the consequences, nor can your families bear the burden. The military possesses its own discipline, and the military judges can manage that well enough. I have no concerns there. Regarding warfare, our shield and spear operation will commence shortly. And within 6 months, we shall undertake another conflict, large or small. Your intellect must shine brightly then, for the better you perform, the lesser our losses will be. This principle is clear to you all, Rain added, and the advisors nodded in agreement. Having risen through the ranks as soldiers, it is essential to empathize with our troops. We must not allow racial differences to create barriers. You are the exemplars, and you must lead by example. Lord Envoy, we did not act because... Fenya attempted to clarify, but was silenced by Rain's gesture. I am well aware of your motivations. I must admit, this is partly my fault, as I have orchestrated a challenge for your entire advisory board. Hence, I shall drink to atone for my miscalculations and offer you my apologies. After finishing his drink in one gulp, Lin was met with applause from those present. He set down his cup and gestured for his advisors, Fenya and Fengxiang, to take their seats. Lin continued, you know, once on the battlefield, we are comrades risking our lives for one another. These minor disagreements are inconsequential. However, those outside our ranks remain oblivious. They may perceive the command as fractured and divided by ethnic tensions, which is precisely what our future adversaries wish to see. Thus, it is imperative that you set a commendable example. Do not forget, your subordinates are also soldiers of the Orc Empire, and they look up to you as their officers. Each race possesses its strengths and weaknesses, and as officers, you ought to maintain a broader perspective. Like you two rascals, who are esteemed figures within the command, yet fail to regard one another with respect. This is unacceptable, since you have already vented your frustrations and have been managed by the old fox. I hope you can lay aside past grievances and strive to understand one another. At this point, Lin pointedly addressed the two most contentious individuals in this incident, the Tauren, Blan, and the werewolf, Jialu, who were previously known as Fengxiang and Fengya in the command. Blan and Jialu exchanged glances before standing and addressing Lin. As the divine envoy wishes, we shall comply. Lin waved his hand, saying, this is not an order, it is a request. I recognize that your animosity has persisted for a long time, dating back to your time at the academy. It is not feasible to expect immediate acceptance. I merely ask that you enhance your communication and strive to understand each other. I believe that in time, your minor conflicts will dissipate like mist. Feeling a bit embarrassed, they sat back down, while their colleagues affectionately patted their heads, prompting a round of laughter. As for the operational plan, I shall not press you further. Its feasibility is quite high. Once the shield and spear operation concludes, whether this plan can be executed will depend on the cooperation of the human empire. Therefore, from now on, do not strain your minds over this matter. The information lies with me, if you wish to know. Present your merits in exchange, and see who approaches me first. Lin pointed to his own head, and all the orcs gazed at him in admiration. This seemingly small head had led the orcs to their current position over the past 20 years. With the divine envoy having devised a plan, all that remained was for him to focus on the battles at hand. Your Excellency, it seems my tribe has enjoyed peace for too long. Some believe that maintaining an idle army is a tremendous waste, and increasingly, many orcs share this sentiment, even some soldiers. With the advent of free speech, I feel this has a negative impact on the military, remarked a Fox Clan advisor. It is commendable that you have noticed this. Everyone present is a soldier, and I need not elaborate on the significance of the military. While the expenses of an army during peacetime may seem extravagant, remember, to raise troops for 1,000 days is to use them for a moment. There are distant threats of demon invasions and nearby imperial conflicts. You must all strive diligently. The military is the foundation of our nation. Regardless of domestic upheaval, as long as the military remains stable and unaffected by external influences, even if politics turn tumultuous, the nation shall endure. I have faith in your capabilities. Do you possess confidence? Yes, we do. The advisors responded loudly, standing at attention. At this moment, The Beast Emperor gestured for everyone to take their seats and spoke. There is no need for undue burden, as long as you are aware of these matters. Rectification will come naturally. You are all soldiers, and I have great confidence in that. Moreover, do not just listen. You must finish all the delicious food today. I have issued strict orders to the imperial chefs to ensure you leave leaning against the walls. Therefore, for the chef's sake, you must exert yourselves. The assembly was initially taken aback before breaking into smiles, as the Beast Emperor rarely joked and typically bore an imposing demeanor. His lightheartedness was a refreshing change. Since His Majesty has stated so, you should eat heartily, Lean declared, lifting a large piece of meat with his fork and proclaiming, "All of you must lean against the walls when you leave." "Yes, lean against the walls when we leave," the crowd echoed, mimicking Lean's gesture and raising their cups high in exuberance. Chapter 25. The hunt in the southwestern region of the Orc Forest, where it meets the Gonga Basin, lies a vassal state known as the Port Empire. This empire is modest in size, covering an area of less than 200 miles, with a native population not exceeding 400,000. Nevertheless, this diminutive vassal state boasts an impressive contingent of more than 30,000 mercenaries, and it is renowned among all vassal states for its notoriety in the slave trade. The Port Empire possesses few sizable cities. Most are merely earthen fortifications spanning 3 to 4 miles, constructed from compacted soil that offers little in terms of defense. Should a water mage appear, a single deluge spell could easily devastate a section of the walls. However, it is unlikely that esteemed imperial mages would grace such a remote location, particularly the windswept town of Windwhistle, situated on the empire's fringes. Yet, Windwhistle is currently teeming with mages. Residents casually strolling through the streets frequently encounter 1 or 2 spellcasters, but they wisely keep their distance. These mages, having materialized seemingly from nowhere, belong either to large mercenary groups or to the private armies of imperial officials. Regardless of their affiliations, they are not to be trifled with by ordinary citizens or the local patrols. Windwhistle Mountain, an unremarkable hill nestled between the Orc Forest and the Gonga Basin, derives its name from the howling winds that whistle through its rocky summit for half the year. Windwhistle Town is located to the southwest of this mountain, while the northwestern area belongs to the Orc Forest, essentially the territory of the Orc Empire. The influx of formidable individuals into the town is due to the commencement of the annual hunt. This hunt, however, does not target wild beasts but rather the orcs themselves, regarded as less than the beasts they resemble. Numerous small orc tribes, numbering from a few hundred to several thousand, inhabit the northwestern slopes of Windwhistle Mountain. At this time each year, these tribes attempt to flee their homes, only to return once the hunt concludes. Indeed, it is they rather than them. For the bountiful resources surrounding Windwhistle Mountain sustain a plethora of wildlife that provides sustenance for the orcs, ensuring their eventual return. The hunt involves capturing these fleeing orcs, imprisoning them in cages, and ultimately selling them, primarily to arenas or gladiatorial pits. Many noble lords and ladies revel in the sight of orc slaves battling one another. The bloodshed invigorates them, often resulting in generous rewards for the hunters. Thus, the larger arenas seek not only healthy orc slaves but also those who are particularly robust or frail. Some nobles have peculiar tastes, deriving excitement from watching orc slaves being torn apart by beasts. In the midst of hurried breaths, a gaunt figure draped in tattered animal hides races through the thicket, skimming past low shrubs and becoming ensnared in thorny brambles, leaving trails of blood in its wake. Yet, the figure dares not pause to assess its wounds, only occasionally glancing back while continuing to sprint. The figure's haste renders it oblivious to the stark evidence of its passage. The scent of blood wafts into the air, drawing the attention of a pack of hunting dogs. Stimulated by the scent, the dogs erupt into excited barks, chasing after the fleeing figure. The sound of galloping hooves soon follows, as a group of armored humans appears at the forest's edge. A figure clad in silver armor leads the charge. It is evident that he is the master of the hunting dogs. With a command, the dogs are released from their leashes, and they race eagerly towards the scent left by the figure, closely followed by their mounted companions. Upon hearing the cacophony of barking behind him, the figure quickens his pace. Yet no amount of speed can outmatch the trained hounds. One particularly swift dog is already closing in, with the horses not far behind. Despair saturates the figure's heart, but relying on his knowledge of the terrain, he spots a small river that may offer a chance to evade his pursuers. The river is not wide, spanning no more than 10 meters. Crossing it could provide the opportunity to escape and alert his tribe, granting them time to flee. Reaching the riverbank, the figure plunges into the water, feeling the current propel him forward. Nevertheless, the hounds have reached the bank, and as the figure wades into the river's depths, the horses emerge from the underbrush. The serpent-like figure moves quickly, yet the leading human, having received a crossbow from a companion, effortlessly looses a bolt that flies silently through the air, striking the figure. The force of the bolt sends him staggering, nearly toppling into the water. In a moment of desperation, he lets out a pained cry but presses on, crossing the river and disappearing into the thicket on the opposite bank. The silver-armored human smirks, gesturing for the dogs to follow as they cross the river. The serpent man leaves ample traces behind, and with no means to hasten his flight. The hounds shake off the water and resume their pursuit, the sounds of barking and human shouts merging into a symphony of pressure upon the serpent man. Exhausted from overexertion and wounded, the serpent man finally succumbs, tumbling down a small slope. Yet, when the hounds and humans arrive at the hill, they find that the serpent man has inexplicably vanished, leaving no trace. A young human rider approaches the leader, inquiring, "Sir, where has our quarry gone?" Aside from the whinnying of horses and the frantic barking of the dogs, the forest is eerily silent, hinting at something amiss. It is implausible for the serpent man to have simply vanished without a trace. "Do not fret, my lord," reassures the leader. Though this is an unusual occurrence, it adds an element of intrigue to our hunt. It is understandable that as a first-time participant, you might find this perplexing. Serpent men are adept at concealing themselves. However, it is evident that this one was merely a sentry, which implies that their tribe is nearby. Our reinforcements will soon arrive. We shall signal them to converge. A servant nods, retrieving a small iron cage containing an adorable wind mouse. As the tiny door swings open, the wind mouse darts away. And upon witnessing the message beast take flight, the anxious nobleman breathes a sigh of relief. The noble leader orders a rest, dispatching 5 servants to search for the orc tribe. After clearing the underbrush, they leave a few servants to keep watch and settle down for a respite. Though the chase was brief, the ensuing hunt will demand considerable exertion, and they are willing to expend it, for such is the hallmark of masculinity. "My lord, how fruitful do you believe our endeavor will be?" The anxious noble queries, glancing about nervously even as he speaks. "Do not worry. Today is merely an appetizer. We are on the edge of the orc forest, where small tribes abound. I anticipate several hundred or so. Are you feeling impatient?" The noble in white armor regards the nervous newcomer with a hint of disdain, but offers reassurance in his deep voice. A noble must not show fear. It appears the current generation of nobles is indeed lacking in fortitude. Before he could fully express his emotions, a servant who had ventured ahead returned with remarkably favorable news. A small tribe lay less than 10 miles away, nestled beside a modest hill. It seemed the inhabitants were already aware of humanity's approach, as the timid and foolish orcs hurriedly packed their treasured belongings in preparation for flight. "When can we expect to arrive?" The noble leader had set out on a whim, accompanied by just over 200 cavalry, pursuing a serpent man. With merely a handful of servants accompanying him, he and these newly affluent nobles moved forward, while the remaining cavalry awaited his updates. Beyond the forest, nearly 800 assorted soldiers stood stationed. They were already en route and should be nearing their destination. As soon as the servant finished speaking, a distant whinny echoed through the air. The noble rose, dusting off non-existent dirt from his attire, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Let the hunt commence." With swords drawn and crossbows cocked, ferocious hounds barking, and hoofs thundering, the formidable 100-man battalion surged forth, led by the guiding servant toward the unfortunate tribe. The nobles, initially tense, found their anxiety dissipating amidst the spectacle before them. The inexplicable fear that had lingered in their hearts now buried deep within. Before long, the small tribe discovered by the servant came into view, where orcs scurried about. The noble leader in white armor raised a hand, signaling the entire contingent to halt a mile from the tribe. "Gentlemen, this is our target for today. Steady yourselves. We must capture as many prey as possible to showcase our noble valor. Now, please double-check your gear. After all, the quarry may resist. While scars symbolize manhood, our noble blood must not be shed by these filthy beasts. We cannot afford to be mocked should we be injured." With that, the noble leader began inspecting his own equipment. Observing his readiness, others followed suit. Once all were prepared, the noble raised his finely forged sword, bellowing as he charged forward. With others mimicking him, weapons raised high. This tribe, composed of black stone houses, was small. Even if they resisted, the orcs, lacking mounts, stood little chance against the powerful human cavalry. Upon witnessing the approaching humans and hearing their boisterous roars, the orcs appeared momentarily paralyzed by fear, clearly unprepared for the swift arrival of the human hunting party. As the sound of galloping hooves grew closer, the orcs regained their senses and began to scatter. However, recognizing the impossibility of outrunning the human cavalry, they let out desperate cries and retreated into their homes, bolting the doors tightly behind them. When the noble leader and his forces arrived at the tribe's entrance, they were astonished to find the foolish, cowardly orcs had all concealed themselves. The area outside the tribe was eerily deserted. Even the fleeing orcs had vanished without a trace, leaving only the occasional snort of horses to break the silence. This was unexpected. In past hunting expeditions, such small tribes had always offered some form of resistance, yet this absence of any opposition was unprecedented. Had they been cowed into submission by humanity's might? As the noble suppressed his growing dread, he noticed his hand trembled involuntarily, gazing into the empty village. A strange sensation washed over him. Although reason dictated that the dim-witted orcs could not have orchestrated such a retreat, an escalating sense of impending doom compelled him to exclaim, "A trap!" Before anyone could react, a piercing whistle sliced through the air from behind. The unmistakable sound of signal arrows designed to herd prey into specific areas during a hunt. The group barely had time to redirect their mounts for defense before the arrows struck. Chaos ensued as the sudden onslaught of arrows caught the humans off guard. Unarmored servants and light cavalry fell in droves, while even the armored nobles struggled to maintain their footing against the powerful barrage. The noble leader, clad in white armor, was astonished yet quick to respond, issuing the first command to charge toward the forest's edge. He understood that if the enemy attacked from behind, a typical instinct would be to rush into the tribe seeking cover. It was evident that an empty village would not remain unguarded. Charging in would likely lead to their demise. Thus, plunging forward through the rain of arrows toward the encroaching direction seemed the wisest course of action. Not far from the humans, atop a nearby hill, two serpent men surveyed the scene. One, clad in brown leather armor, flicked his wrist dismissively and turned to his companion. "Is your injury severe?" "Commander, I'm fine, though I cannot participate in this operation," replied the serpent man, the target of the noble's relentless pursuit. He had served as the sentinel to lure the human forces into the trap, enduring a crossbow bolt that could have been evaded. Despite urgent bandaging, blood continued to seep from the wound, a grievous injury that would require months of recovery. While speaking, the serpent man attempted to stand tall, but the pain forced him to lean slightly. Beside him stood a hawk man with black wings. The serpent man's sudden disappearance was due to this avian ally's assistance. "Don't strain yourself. I'll ensure both of you receive recognition for your efforts. Go and rest. There will be many battles ahead." The serpent commander waved his subordinates away to recuperate before turning his attention back to the battlefield. His forces were limited, numbering merely 500. With over 200 archers among them, all serpent men, alongside 100 wolf cavalry and 100 minotaur warriors. The remaining troops were capable of aerial combat. In the current scenario, deploying the serpent men and wolf cavalry sufficed. The surprise attack had caught the human forces off guard, with the initial volley of arrows taking nearly a quarter of their combat strength. The noble leader, believing himself clever, charged toward the serpent men's position, wholly unaware that he was marching toward his doom. The desolate village held no soldiers. Only the original inhabitants remained. After the second volley of arrows concluded, merely half of the human forces retained the ability to fight, with the remainder being those possessing some level of martial skill or formidable protective gear. They quickly pinpointed the location of the serpent men's army, a mere 100 meters away, almost negligible. The noble leader raised his arm, rallying his dwindling forces toward the serpent men, who leisurely began to withdraw. Indeed, they retreated slowly, 1 step, 2 steps. When the serpent men had taken 10 steps back, the glint of sharp throwing spears caught the humans' attention, beneath which stood robust wolf men, accompanied by the rising windblade magical wolves. By the gods above, it was the wolf cavalry. The newly initiated noble, instinctively recognizing the trap, stared vacantly at the spear lodged in his chest, grappling with the final question: why were these orcs thought to be so foolish, behaving contrary to legend? As his consciousness faded, he fell into an abyss of darkness. The shrieks abruptly ceased 20 meters in front of the wolf cavalry, as 2 waves of thrown spears impaled these arrogant humans, along with their steeds and desires, firmly into the ground. The serpentine officer approached the captain of the wolf cavalry and delivered a sharp slap, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. "Sir, what have I done wrong?" The struck squad leader was evidently perplexed by his misstep. This slap could not be without cause. The serpentine officer, upon hearing the question, retaliated with another slap. How dare you ask? Was your mission not to annihilate the enemy? The wolf squad leader pondered the order he had received and then, realizing his error, bowed his head in contrition. I apologize, sir. I was mistaken. The serpentine officer's command had been to capture the opposing nobles if at all possible, resorting to extermination only if faced with fierce resistance. The wolf squad leader, in the execution of his orders, had mistakenly deemed the enemy's actions to fall within the realm of intense resistance, leading to their complete obliteration. That was all money. You brainless fools. Do you not wish to indulge in delicacies anymore? This represents funding. You acted swiftly, but I am far from pleased. What do you suggest? After venting his frustrations, he delivered a punch to the grinning wolf beside him. The wolf, smirking, leaned closer to the serpentine officer, who, with a look of disdain, sidestepped but did not depart. Sir, it was but one. There will be many more to come. This trifling sum is hardly worth your concern. How about I finance your culinary experiences instead? The wolf chuckled again, prompting the serpentine officer to push him away with annoyance, saying, Away with you. Focus on the spoils of war, if you have such thoughts. It would serve you better to display the corpses outside as a warning. With that, he turned and gestured for his guard to follow him. The wolf, amused, understood that this time there was no grave consequence and called upon his soldiers to begin collecting the spoils. Suddenly, a wolf engaged in clearing the battlefield shouted, Sir, there's still one alive. Chapter 26. The sole survivor. Pure darkness enveloped me tightly, devoid of light and sound. The oppressive sensation made me want to scream, yet my body, now beyond my control, could hardly open my mouth. The only thing I could move was perhaps my nose. Where was this place? Surely, I must be dead. Yes, I had died. After witnessing those scornful wolf cavalry, a spear had pierced my chest. The black armor forged from fine iron offered me no protection, and I was struck directly by the spear they hurled. Then, my final thought was how clever the orcs were. Indeed, from the moment the serpent man appeared, we had unwittingly stepped into their meticulously crafted trap, chasing, resting, then locating the tribal address, only to fall into their ambush. All of these events were orchestrated by the orcs, while we reveled in the belief that we could capture slaves to our advantage. It turned out that from the very beginning, we had transformed from hunters into prey. This was a carefully planned snare. They moved with precision, equipped splendidly, and struck at the perfect moment. Such a military force could only be commanded by an exceptional leader. Yet, this was merely the border of the orc forest, a place where orc armies had not appeared for many years. Did this army herald an invasion of the human empire by the orc empire? And if so, what could be done? I was already dead. Yes, I had died. I thought I heard the sound of a horse. Why did it seem so familiar? Ah, it was my horse. Under such circumstances, it too should have perished. Oh, the grace of the light god, bestowing upon me a steed even after death. Praise be to the light god. Another sound was that of the windblade demon wolf. Why was it responding to the light god's call after death? Should it not go to the beast god? A glimmer appeared ahead. Surely this was the exit. Hurry to report to the commander that human has awakened. The exit grew larger, splitting into two. Who was the commander? Huh. One. Am I seeing things? No, it was my own eyes. I had not died. Consciousness surged back into my body, and pain compelled this young noble to utter a few groans. As I opened my eyes, the first thing I beheld was a pair of beautiful emerald green eyes gazing back at me. How exquisite. This was the young noble's first thought, but as I focused, I discerned that the creature before me was a female werewolf, adorned with a cream-colored hat, her face covered in fine fur. Unlike other werewolves, this one bore no significant differences from humans aside from her furry visage and pointed wolf ears. But what was that expression of mild pain? Looking down, I noticed that this werewolf's hand was gently clasped in mine. It seemed I had inadvertently caused her discomfort. How could I hold on to a werewolf's hand so tightly? Yet my body lacked the strength to release her, for in her other hand, she held an empty cup. She had been feeding me water. A tightness gripped my chest. As if something were ensnaring me, waves of pain surged from my chest, causing me to instinctively clench my fist tighter, inadvertently tightening my grip on the female werewolf's hand. You have finally awakened. A somewhat juvenile voice rang out from behind the female werewolf. The young noble expressed surprise upon hearing that, for the words were spoken in the common tongue of the human empire. A small wolf head emerged from behind the female werewolf, wearing a disdainful expression, and said, I ask you, human, when do you intend to release my sister's hand? In the human empire, holding hands is a sign of affection. He concluded with a huff. Alf, keep babbling like that, and see if I don't rip your wolf ears off. The female werewolf, referred to as sister, retorted sharply while tossing the empty wooden cup at him. Human, do not heed his nonsense. How are you feeling now? You have been unconscious for quite some time. We managed to bring you back following emergency protocols, but it was your strong constitution that saw you through. Her voice, though slightly hoarse, was melodious. Where am I? How shall I address you, werewolf maiden? The young noble released her hand, and they both found themselves blushing, feeling the need to say something, so he spoke first. This is a field hospital. I am a level 3 caregiver named Alf, and my sister's name is Alea. Since we rescued you, you have been in a coma for 10 days. You are fortunate. The spear only penetrated your stomach. Had it pierced a little higher, it would have punctured your lungs. And you would not be here, dishonoring my sister. Alf exclaimed, hastily adjusting the blanket. 10 days, is it? And what of my companions? Knowing he was alive, he couldn't help but worry about the noble leader. Your companions? You are the only one who survived from the entire team. By the beast god, do you not know that the human noble who led you in has been placed on our Orc Empire's wanted list? That is a target for immediate execution, Alf said, wearing a smug expression as he gazed at the young noble. Upon noticing the noble's change in countenance, Alea quickly shooed her brother out. Sir, you may have recently undergone your noble coming-of-age ceremony, so you might not be well acquainted with the Orc Empire's wanted list. This has been established for 15 years. Following an agreement between the Orc Empire and the Human Empire, the noble you refer to as Red Maple Leaf has been on our wanted list for 5 years now. His current incursions into our territory, seeking to capture our Orc citizens, are classified as 2 offenses. Firstly, leading a private army into foreign territory, tantamount to declaring war. Secondly, capturing our Orc citizens as slaves. Both crimes warrant immediate execution. Immediate execution? This is unilateral slaughter. The young noble exclaimed indignantly, but due to his injury, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his complexion turned pale. My lord, do you not consider that this Red Maple Leaf noble has been hunting and slaughtering my Orc kin for years? Humans are human. They possess emotions, justice, pride, and dignity. Does that elevate you above other beings? Do we Orcs not share the same? We suffer the loss of loved ones, experiencing heart-wrenching pain. We grieve for lost friends, choking back tears. We celebrate our brother's glory with radiant smiles. We feel sorrow when children leave home. Why is it that we, who share the same emotions as humans, must become your prey and your slaves? Is this fair to us? As the young noble watched Alea's flushed face, filled with fervor, a tinge of shame crept onto his pale cheeks as he contemplated her words. Sister, you are so eloquent. He has been rendered speechless by your words. Alf's voice rang out again from outside the door, this time accompanied by a tall wolfman. Alea, how is his condition? The wolfman officer inquired. Alea stood at attention and saluted before replying. Report, Commander. The wound shows no signs of infection. He has regained consciousness. In about half a month, he should be able to rise from bed, and in a month, he should return to a state slightly below normal. However, achieving the standard you mentioned of being plump and healthy may be challenging. I wonder if he can adapt to our food. The wolfman officer nodded and said, very well. Alea, my sister, it is just the 3 of us here. How is our father faring? He concluded by playfully pinching Alf's head under his arm. Alf struggled but lacked the strength to resist, ultimately surrendering. Fortunately, he is currently engrossed in some mysterious research at the main hospital, seemingly under a command from the divine envoy via the Beast King. Mother is also doing very well in the tribe. Alea gently pried the wolfman's hand away, freeing Alf, and then asked, I heard that you were struck by Officer Scott? Do not mention it. It is fortunate that I survived this ordeal. For now I must endure 10 days of confinement. Very well. After I have concluded my inquiries, I shall seek you both out. The circumstances are not as usual, so you must be vigilant about your safety and rest. The 2 werewolves nodded and departed. I moved a wooden chair to sit before the sickbed, and the expression on the werewolf's face turned icy. I am Alron, the captain of the 3rd Battalion of the 1st Border Defense Regiment of the Owl Tribe. You, a human, have unlawfully trespassed upon the territory of my Orc Empire with the intent to conspire with the Red Maple Leaf to plunder the citizens of my empire. I am here to negotiate with you. Do you have any objections? The young noble shook his head, inhaling sharply as pain coursed through his chest. Yet he remained acutely aware. Very well, Since there are no dissenting voices, let us commence the conversation. Name, age, nationality, marital status. Kate Sweet, 20 years old. From the Kodalar Empire, unmarried. Before he could finish, Auron raised his hand to interrupt him. You are a noble of the Kodalar Empire? How did you end up in the Porter Empire? Sweet. That name sounds somewhat familiar. The werewolf scratched his head, pondering but unable to recall, and awaited the human named Kate to continue. I am a newly appointed noble. My father wrote to a friend of his, the one you refer to as Lord Red Maple Leaf, to guide me through my noble trials. Kate observed Auron's contemplative expression and continued, I am unmarried. And Auron again raised his hand to interrupt Kate, stating, I have gathered sufficient information about your situation. Focus on your recovery. If what you say is true, your chances of survival should be considerable. Of course, once you are able to move, you might write to your family to arrange for your ransom, thereby increasing your chances of returning to the human empire. During your recuperation, you are to ensure that you do not act inappropriately towards my sister. With that, Auron stood, his demeanor grave. Sir Auron, when did I ever act inappropriately towards your sister? Kate asked, bemused. Still in denial? Just moments ago, you made my sister's hand turn red. The werewolf exclaimed. Humans are indeed shameless. With that, he disregarded Kate's reaction and exited the room. However, Kate distinctly overheard Auron muttering, that must be worth quite a bit. Watching the werewolf disappear through the door, Kate felt a wave of frustration. Was merely holding her hand considered inappropriate? This werewolf was astonishingly naive. Contemplating Auron's suggestion, Kate felt a bitter taste in his mouth. Was he truly to write to his family? Among numerous heirs, he was merely a negligible figure. His parents viewed him as a candidate for the family legacy rather than as a son. Any misstep would invite scorn, and no one in the family would genuinely invest to ransom him back. Thus, writing seemed futile, and he decided against it. Suddenly, he recalled the female werewolf who had earlier fed him water, along with the werewolf officer and their brother. The genuine affection displayed among the three struck a chord of envy within Kate. Having grown up in a world rife with intrigue and scheming, he understood that every action taken by those around him was driven by ulterior motives. To survive, one must see through the facade. Failing to do so could lead to a fate worse than death. This was the harsh reality of life within a prominent family. Once, he had an older brother, but at the age of 5, the brother vanished without a trace. His parents often referred to him as a failure. Yet Kate's memories remained tethered to a gift his brother had given him and the nearly forgotten smile on his brother's face. As he matured and gained some understanding, he learned that his brother had been exiled by the family at the tender age of 7, in a world where the protection of one's kin was paramount. Perhaps he had perished long ago? Would he too meet his end at the hands of these beasts? To his astonishment, he found himself ruminating over such thoughts despite his dire situation. A melodious voice broke through his reverie. Startled, Kate discovered that 2 figures had appeared by his bedside, a human child and a beast man. The human child, diminutive and slender, possessed a pair of penetrating black eyes that seemed to pierce through to Kate's very essence, revealing his innermost thoughts. The beast man, a foxkin, was strikingly beautiful but bore a demeanor that was as unapproachable as ice. Kate began to speak, but the mysterious child interjected. The reason I am here is that you are the first human captured in the shield-piercing operation. The first captured human? Surely you cannot mean me? Kate replied, bewildered by the child's words. The child merely smiled, undeterred, and continued, I have summoned you because I have decided to grant you your freedom. But you must undertake a task for me, one that only a family of your stature, such as the Swifts, is capable of fulfilling. What task? Kate's mind raced with questions. This child, seemingly no more than 4 or 5 years old, bore a peculiar authority. His family wielded influence within the Kodalar Empire. Yet here was a child conversing with him, demanding something of such import. The child continued, the Kodalar Empire is an immensely powerful magical realm, a fact that we, in the Orc Empire, acknowledge. Simultaneously, the Kodalar Empire is notorious for its extensive slave population. Hence, I seek your assistance in delivering a national letter. A national letter? Kate was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. The child had just referred to the Orc Empire, yet he was undeniably human. Was he a victim of some Orcish brainwashing? How unfortunate. Yet, why would a mere human child mention a document typically exchanged between nations? At his age, Kate had been blissfully ignorant of such diplomatic matters. Who was this child, truly? Yes, a national letter, a formal document concerning the relations between our 2 nations. If the Kodalar Empire does not take measures to cease the capture of orc slaves, then I shall have no choice but to declare war. War. The very word struck Kate like a boulder, rendering him momentarily dazed, as if stars danced before his eyes. How could the seemingly innocent child propose such a grave matter? Did he believe war was a mere game? Just as indignation surged within him, Kate's thoughts shifted abruptly. This enigmatic child had appeared out of nowhere, possessing knowledge of the Scott family that even the werewolf officer lacked. His request for a national letter and his understanding of the Kodalar Empire's affairs suggested he was no ordinary child. The age-old adage, "Those not of our kind harbor different hearts," echoed in his mind. This child, a human, stood before him, addressing the Orc Empire with a weight that was unfathomable. What was his true standing within the Orc Empire? His Excellency the Divine Envoy is present. All others, depart. A deep voice called from the doorway, dismissing the nursing staff and illuminating the truth. This mysterious child was, in fact, a divine envoy of the Orc Empire. So it was. How could this be? Chapter 27. The definition of war. As Kate grappled with her thoughts, Rian had already departed, vanishing as suddenly as he had arrived. When the nurse, the she-wolf Alia, settled beside his bed, Kate was still in a daze. Observing Kate's nearly vacant expression, Alia couldn't help but chuckle softly. Upon learning of the divine envoy's identity, human reactions tended to be predictably uniform. Alia's laughter roused Kate from his stupor. The unexpected presence of Alia startled him momentarily, but upon recognizing her, he let out a sigh of relief. His gaze fell upon his chest, where it seemed something had been placed, rendering him immobile. He turned to Alia and inquired, "What is this upon me? Could you please assist me in removing it for inspection?" Nodding, Alia lifted the envelope resting on his chest and extracted its contents, a red, folded card. Although Kate could not decipher the writing, Alia's trembling hands and incredulous expression indicated its significance. Clearing his throat, Kate asked curiously, "What is this that has stirred such excitement in you?" With a radiant smile, Alia exclaimed, "My Lord Kate, do you not know? You have been graciously invited by the esteemed divine envoy to witness this year's Imperial Martial Tournament of the Orc Empire." She punctuated her statement with a triumphant gesture of her fist. Kate furrowed his brow, pondering, "I have heard of a tournament held biannually by the Orc Empire. Is this what you speak of?" Alia affirmed, "Indeed. This tournament has existed prior, but under the divine envoy's enhancements. It promises to surpass any martial contests of your human empire. It encompasses individual, team, and even small legion accolades. While it was once accessible, I now lack the privilege to attend, as the venue is in the Orc Emperor's city, which is quite distant from here." Alia's palpable disappointment caught Kate's attention. This she-wolf, aside from her visibly furry ears, bore no discernible difference from an ordinary human woman. Indeed, she could be considered exceptionally lovely among humans. Witnessing her disheartened demeanor evoked a pang of sympathy within him. Before he could lament his own empathy, Alia re-examined the invitation, noting it allows for a companion to accompany. "Is there a special restriction for attending the tournament?" Intrigued, Kate posed the question. Currently, ordinary orc citizens cannot enter the tournament. With the increasing number of orc tribes, the teams participating have multiplied significantly, leading to previous tournaments being overwhelmed by contestants, leaving little room for spectators. I have heard that a new venue is nearing completion, designed to accommodate 100,000 viewers, with tickets available for purchase. However, I suspect they have all been sold out by now. A kin from our owl tribe waited for tickets and ultimately received none. Lord Kate, the invitation permits you to bring a friend. Might you consider bringing me along? Alia gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Kate felt a headache coming on as he regarded Alia. He was still grappling with the circumstances surrounding him, and the relentless onslaught of events was straining his fragile nerves, shattering his understanding of reality. Confronted with Alia's earnest plea, he found himself at a loss as to whether to acquiesce or decline. "What is the time frame for the tournament's commencement? Can we make it in time?" he inquired with a smile. "Indeed, the tournament is scheduled for 2 months hence, Mr. Kate. Will you take me with you?" Alia's excitement was palpable as she eagerly awaited his response. After a moment's contemplation, Kate gently nodded in agreement, though fatigue soon overwhelmed him, causing him to drift into slumber once more. In the days that followed, Kate, the prospective heir of the illustrious Kotera family, received meticulous care from Alia in the unfamiliar battlefield hospital. Her elder brother, Alron, visited several times, enlightening him about the current situation outside. The disappearance of a team had not garnered the attention of the human empire, as mercenaries and noble private armies continued to flood into the orc forests. In Elrond's battleground, they executed numerous ambushes. At one point, they ambushed 3 waves of noble private armies in a single day. Aside from the primary nobles taken captive, the remaining human attendants were swiftly executed on the spot. Among the captured nobles were many listed on the Orc Empire's wanted list. Those of high value were retained, while others were subjected to what could be termed just executions, a process distinct from human societal norms, involving trials and judgments prior to execution. Upon initially hearing this news, a now conscious Kate was struck dumb for an extended period. He developed a keen interest in the current state of the Orc Empire. As Alia recounted the details, Kate's heart sank. The rapid advancement of the Orc Empire was beyond the capacity of the human empire to rival. An almost perfected legal system restrained the brutish tendencies of the orcs while simultaneously harnessing their innate military talents. The Owl tribe, a medium-sized faction predominantly composed of werewolves, equated in scale to a mid-sized city within the human empire. In contrast, a medium-sized town in the human realm typically boasted no more than 50,000 troops, a figure derived from the city's developmental status rather than a strict regulation. Excessive military numbers would burden the city, as maintaining an army was an insatiable drain on resources. Thus, the fiscal system could only sustain the routine provisions for 50,000 regular troops, with any unforeseen circumstances necessitating a downward adjustment. In stark contrast, the Orc Empire's Owl tribe also maintained a regular army of 50,000, augmented by an additional 20,000 specialized units. In terms of combat efficacy, this 20,000 could rival the strength of 50,000 regular troops. Consequently, the combat capacity of the Owl tribe equated to that of 100,000 regular troops. This indicated that a mid-sized tribe in the Orc Empire possessed double the military strength of a mid-sized city in the human empire. What, then, could be said of larger tribes? The implications were evident. Each time he contemplated this, Kate recalled the enigmatic divine envoy Rian and the decree he had compelled him to submit. The Orc Empire had concealed its burgeoning strength, a phenomenon that defied logic, suggesting that the Orc Empire harbored ambitions far beyond mere skirmishes with the human empires, particularly the Kotera Empire, over the issue of slavery, a conflict that could not be instigated lightly. On the 15th day of his convalescence in the battlefield hospital, Kate had regained enough strength to sit upright and feed himself. Breakfast consisted of a porridge infused with chunks of magical beast meat, which Alia assured him was highly nutritious, particularly beneficial for his ravaged stomach. Coming from a prominent family, Kate had never imagined breakfast could be so simple yet delightful, as if he had yet to recover from the astonishment of the past 15 days. This seemingly ordinary bowl of porridge served as a testament to the might of the Orc Empire and deepened his admiration for the divine envoy known as Rian. Indeed, it was admiration. Upon realizing that everything before him, including this humble porridge, was connected to that mysterious envoy, an uncontrollable reverence for Rian blossomed within Kate, even surpassing his veneration for the God of Light. For a devout follower of the God of Light, developing a sense of reverence for another deity's emissary could be perilous. Yet, Kate harbored a glimmer of hope that perhaps the benevolent God of Light would not be incensed by a moment's wavering. Clinging to this notion, he continued to glean insights about this wondrous kingdom from Alia. "Mr. Kate, could you tell me about your homeland?" Alia inquired, her face alight with anticipation as she set aside her empty bowl. Kate smiled gently and asked, "What would you like to know?" Alia, her emerald eyes sparkling, replied, "Please share whatever comes to mind. I am quite unaware of the current state of the human empire." The esteemed emissary spoke of its immense power, boasting formidable magic and martial prowess. "Yet, why does it seem that you, Sir Kate, do not possess such abilities?" She rested her chin on her hands, propped on the edge of the bed. "Our family is not renowned for magic or martial arts. Rather, we excel in commerce. In simpler terms, we engage in trade, buying low and selling high. This has been my calling since childhood." "Oh, so Sir Kate is a merchant. When did you make your first sale? Were you quite young then?" Alia's curiosity was palpable. "One might say I was rather young. I was merely 4 years old when I traded a handmade bracelet for a pair of gauntlets. That was my inaugural profit," Kate reminisced, recalling the innocence of his first business endeavor as he observed the brightness in Alia's eyes. "Gauntlets? Are they equipment? They seem rather valuable. You were already conducting business at 4? I was still memorizing the codex at that age. However, I am quite clever, among my peers in the Alia tribe. I am the only one who could recite the Codex outline at 4 years old. Even my brother only mastered it at 8, while I was 6. Upon hearing Alia's slightly boastful remarks, Kate felt a flicker of surprise. After spending 2 weeks in her company, he learned that this charming young she-wolf was merely 15. Yet at 4, she had already comprehended a legal code more comprehensive than that of the Empire. The commitment to education in the Orc Empire was indeed remarkable. Alia mentioned that the most renowned Chief Justice in the Bill tribe, which initiated reforms, was a member of the lower Orc caste, a pig-headed creature named Peter. Recently, this pig-headed individual had successfully completed a diplomatic mission to the Gary Empire, even escorting the former King Gary IV to witness the Orc Empire's Grand Martial Tournament. As a scion of a mercantile family, Kate naturally viewed the world through a merchant's lens. The revelations about the Orc Empire astounded him, revealing vast opportunities for commerce. Merely the tip of the iceberg. After years of isolationist policies, the Orc Empire had developed into a self-sustaining entity, flourishing with technologies that surpassed those of humanity in many respects. It could be said that while individual strength had not reached the scale of humanity, the Orc Empire, long underestimated by humans, had now completely eclipsed them. This was the conclusion Kate reached since he began engaging with the Orc Empire. Listening to Alia elucidate the Orc Empire's legal framework, Kate diligently took mental notes. However, when Alia brought up the martial tournament for the 20th time, a deep horn blast abruptly halted her discourse. Kate heard the sound as well, but did not comprehend its significance, leading him to inquire of Alia for clarification. That is the call to assemble. When this sound echoes, all soldiers in the vicinity must return to camp and prepare for deployment. Alia's expression shifted, and Kate, ever observant, noted her unease. Gently, he asked, "Are you worried about Arlon?" Alia nodded. The true implication of this command was war. Her brother, Arlon, was a cavalry captain in the border army, and regardless of the circumstances, he was duty-bound to participate in any conflict. Why was there no call to arms during previous skirmishes? Kate had often heard Alia boast of her brother's valor in ambushing enemies. Yet he knew that battles had occurred numerous times. Why, then, was this the first instance of a war horn sounding? Believing he had grown familiar enough with Alia, he posed the question directly. "Oh, it is like this, Mr. Kate. The esteemed Orc emissary has stated that when engaging the enemy, it is unnecessary to summon the populace with a war horn." Kate paused, bewildered by the statement. What did that mean? Are you saying that when we strike the enemy unprovoked, we do not sound the call to arms? Has Mr. Kate suddenly become dim-witted? It took Kate a moment to grasp Alia's meaning. War was inherently reciprocal. If they were attacking the enemy without retaliation, it could not be deemed war. Thus, all previous ambushes constituted unilateral assaults, not classified as warfare. Kate rubbed his forehead, feeling a twinge of confusion as he struggled to comprehend the bizarre realities surrounding him. Conversely, it seemed that the human empire had finally recognized the need to deploy troops. If he was not mistaken, it was likely the Porter Empire sending forces. The Porter Empire was a medium-sized vassal state, boasting nearly 300,000 regular troops, though its strength was somewhat questionable, as it also hosted numerous mercenary groups. If the Orc Empire, alongside mercenary hunting squads, took action, several medium-sized mercenary factions would likely dispatch their armed forces. If the Porter Empire were to mobilize around 100,000 troops, combined with the mercenary groups, the total could approximate 150,000. Alia, being merely a medical personnel, offered no intelligence, leaving Kate to rely on his own deductions. "Alia, will your Al tribe participate in the conflict?" he inquired cautiously. Alia shook her head. "If the opposing side deploys troops, it constitutes a declaration of war. Therefore, our Bill tribe need only mobilize a fraction of our forces. Nearby tribes will contribute a portion as well, forming a coalition to face the battlefield." Alia patiently explained, yet Kate remained puzzled. Who will command this coalition? To Kate, this question bore significant weight. In the human empire, if a coalition was formed, the struggle for command was paramount. As the supreme commander could commandeer resources from allied nations while preserving their own forces, often treating the armies of others as expendable. Given his familiarity with the human empire's dynamics, Kate felt compelled to ask. The command will likely be appointed by the empire, overseen by seasoned strategists with extensive combat experience. Alia was uncertain about who held the command. However, from her tone, it seemed she was not particularly concerned about the outcome of the battle. Her worries were solely for her brother Arlon's safety. A sudden realization struck Kate as he seized upon a term in Alia's statement, extensive experience. Historically, There have been several conflicts between humans and orcs, yet orcs typically had shorter lifespans. How could newly minted leaders possess the rich combat experience necessary to confront the human command structure? In recent years, there had been no reports of hostilities between the two races. Well, you will understand when the time comes. In any case, it is quite challenging for humans to defeat orcs now. The confidence radiating from Alia left Kate at a loss for words. As a human, she ought to have rebutted the words of the beastfolk immediately. Yet, the reason for her survival was sheer luck. Without that sliver of fortune, she would have long since decayed in the earth or been devoured by wild beasts. Contemplating this, Kate felt a sense of resignation. She understood that this war was instigated by humanity, and the actions of the beastfolk were not without justification. From a moral standpoint, their response could be deemed remarkably benevolent. However, those beyond the forest harbored a different perspective. Kate grasped the sentiments of humans outside the woods. The beastfolk, long regarded as prey, had risen in defiance, inflicting significant losses upon the humans who had grown accustomed to their roles. Naturally, humanity sought to suppress this uprising and continue their accustomed way of life. Forgetting that since the onset of the demon wars, the beastfolk had shared an equal status with humans. The fault lay with humanity, which refused to acknowledge its missteps and only deepened its errors. Alia, what is your perspective on this war? Kate asked with a hint of exasperation, shaking off her fleeting sympathy for humanity as she posed the question earnestly. Alia tilted her small head, uncertain, and replied, "How should one view this war? I suppose it seems quite ordinary. My only concern is for my brother. As for those humans, how are they relevant to us beastfolk? The fact that they are not being captured and enslaved for labor is already a generous concession. This is the price humanity must pay." With that, Alia regarded Kate with a proud expression. Upon hearing Alia's words, Kate lowered her gaze, feeling somewhat guilty, yet inwardly agreeing with her sentiments. This indeed was the price that the human empire was destined to bear, the price of blood. Chapter 28. The Rising Winds. Following the conclusion of the anti-demon war, the orcs retreated to their original habitats, leading lives that were scorned by humans. This existence exacerbated the widening chasm between the orcish and human races. Over the subsequent years, the rapid advancement of humanity compelled them to expand into new territories to accommodate their burgeoning population. Meanwhile, the orc population dwindled sharply due to disease and other factors, leading to diminished control over their lands. Seizing this opportunity, humans occupied a portion of orc territory, a takeover that also extended to other races that humans held in contempt. The vast human populace, through a few brutal conflicts, ruthlessly plundered the remaining lands, resulting in the withdrawal of the defeated races from the continent and establishing human dominance. Consequently, humanity began to exhibit a sense of arrogance. Indeed, during this era, humans possessed a capital of pride, which, over time, became inflated and unchecked. They regarded themselves as the sole sovereigns of the continent, second only to the great deities. However, in the year 2980 of the anti-demon era, amidst the hubris of humanity, the orcs began to forge ahead, their progress so swift that humans could hardly keep pace, and so subtle that they remained oblivious. Under the leadership of the enigmatic figure, Rian Yen, after 2 decades of development, the orcs initiated their first formal counterattack against humanity. No one could foresee the astonishing consequences that this retaliation would later unleash. At that moment, I was merely a patient, a young individual still harboring illusions about humanity, surviving against the odds. I began to gradually immerse myself in the world of orcs. At that time, my perception of Rian Yin could only be described as mysterious. The orcs revered him almost as much as their gods. Despite being human, he was also an emissary of the orc god. I could not fathom why the orc god would choose such a mysterious individual as his messenger, yet I knew that this choice was undeniably astute. He unlocked the shackles of orcish wisdom, forcing humanity to endure a series of hardships in warfare. I pondered that, had it not been for the appearance of this destined coincidence, humanity might have exited the stage of the continent. In my limited lifespan, I found contentment in the thought that, in my twilight years, I could sit by a crackling fire, gently stroking the furry ears of my descendants, recounting tales of my youth, narrating how I encountered the love of my life, and how I plucked the flower of the El tribe into my hand, an achievement of which I could be proud. As for the tumultuous events of the past, I deemed it best to keep them within my heart. It sufficed that future generations, enjoying a peaceful existence, understood the value of life. And as long as they remained brave, confident, passionate, and possessed a modicum of wisdom that was enough. Excerpted from the autobiography of Mr. Kate Sweet. Once the wealthiest individual on the continent, titled My Life. Rian's return left Kate astonished, but this time, Rian lingered longer, allowing for extensive conversation between the two. I presume you now know who I am, Rian remarked while perched on a wooden stool, swinging his legs. Although Kate found this behavior to be quite childlike, he refrained from showing any sign of disdain, for the individual before him was an emissary of the divine. Nodding respectfully, Kate replied, "Indeed, Master Rian." His injuries had healed sufficiently, requiring only rest for full recovery. Although Orcish medical practices lacked the rapidity and mystery of the temples, their methods were highly pragmatic. Coupled with the benefits of medicine and nutrition, Kate felt considerably stronger than he had prior to his arrival in the Orcish forest. As he regained his strength, Kate scrutinized the enigmatic messenger before him. While Rian was revered as powerful among the orcs, he was not unapproachable. Beyond their admiration, the orcs harbored a warmth towards Rian akin to that of family, a sentiment that Kate seldom experienced within his own lineage. You humans have gathered approximately 50,000 troops near the wind-whispering mountains. Coupled with the mercenary bands incited by us, the total numbers reach around 100,000, which is 5,000 fewer than you predicted. Who do you believe will emerge victorious in this battle? Rian inquired, gazing serenely at the sunlight streaming through the window. Kate shook his head, remaining silent. Rian's demeanor perplexed him. The confidence he exuded seemed unfounded. This battle bore immense significance for the orcs. Why, then, did he appear so composed? This tranquility did not stem from a certainty of victory, but rather an indifference, a detachment from the outcome that should not have resonated with an emissary of the divine. Yet, Kate found himself inexplicably sensing this quality. Is this merely an appetizer, do you think? Rian turned his gaze, fixing his penetrating eyes upon Kate, whose dark irises bore an enchanting power that compelled him to nod instinctively. Rian's detachment only deepened Kate's confusion. The air in the room was thick with Rian's formidable presence, rendering Kate unable to utter a word. It was clear that Rian, this messenger, was exceptionally powerful, surpassing any strength he had previously encountered. Now, share your thoughts, for I require someone to present me with a state document. Abandon any unrealistic notions. I possess the means to arrange a meeting with your empire's king, Rian stated with an imperious tone. Kate felt a return of control over his body, his mind racing as he sought a resolution. I agree to your request, but it will certainly be after the Orcish Empire's martial tournament. At this moment, I wish to discuss a matter with you, Kate insisted, feeling the necessity to voice something before he could meet Rian again, even if merely for his own sake. Rian had already risen but paused at Kate's words, inquiring, "What matter?" Kate exhaled a sigh of relief. The first step in negotiation had been achieved. As long as the other party was willing to listen, it was a success. I wish to engage in trade with your nation. Oh, Rian's expression shifted upon hearing this, and he fixed his gaze upon Kate. How do you propose to conduct this trade? The Orcish Empire is currently at odds with the human empire. Would the head of the Sweet family permit you to do this? Kate shook his head. Master Emissary, you misunderstand my intentions. The trade I speak of does not pertain to the Sweet family. I am merely one of many candidates for inheritance. My proposal for trade refers to my personal endeavors. While my current strength may not match your keen insight, I hope you might grant me such an opportunity, for even a mighty Orcish empire requires such a chance. The strength you perceive, perhaps, Rian mused, I will consider it. However, whether I can grant you this opportunity depends on discussions with His Majesty the Orc King. I cannot guarantee the outcome, but I promise to provide you with a response, regardless of success or failure. With that, Rian exited the room. Kate slowly reclined, contemplating the implications of engaging in trade with the Orcish Empire, what he would need to offer, what he could gain, and how to proceed with such matters all required careful consideration. Rian, meanwhile, was preoccupied with thoughts beyond Kate's musings and even the impending conflict. Boya had returned to his side. Though she remained silent, she sensed the unease emanating from Rian. Yet, Rian's silence indicated that he did not require further inquiry. Rian did not linger long in the Owl tribe, as reports from the border troops indicated that the 10,000 human forces had assembled on an unnamed plain near the wind-whispering mountains. Exactly as Rian had described to Kate. Half of these troops were dispatched by the Porter Empire, while the other half comprised various medium to large mercenary groups. The greatest casualties in the shield-piercing operation were not among the hunting human nobles, but rather among the mercenary groups engaged in the slave trade. The losses of the human mercenaries in this operation have approached 20,000, while most of the nobles, upon receiving the initial news, ceased their hunting endeavors, sending only a few reconnaissance teams for symbolic purposes due to safety concerns. When these reconnaissance teams also vanished without a trace in the vast forest, the organizing nobles understood that the orc forest was now an area not to be recklessly entered. However, the undeterred mercenaries continued to attempt incursions, resulting in catastrophic losses. The weather today was quite pleasant, and witnessing so many busy individuals was rather amusing. A leisurely voice from Rian broke the silence, to which his companion, the skeleton named Xiao Jiao, could only nod in agreement. The mountain breeze whistled through Xiao Jiao's skeletal frame, which he found unperturbed due to his nature as an undead being, but the human beside him was suffering. The trio stood atop the main peak of Foaming Mountain, and the human among them was none other than Kate, who had narrowly escaped death during the shield-piercing operation. Kate wrapped his clothing tightly around himself, inhaling sharply and occasionally bouncing on his feet to generate warmth. Since their conversation concluded, Rian had kept him close, and naturally, Kate had the fortune of meeting Rian's servant, Xiao Jiao. However, the current situation was not favorable for Kate. "Your Excellency, the divine envoy," he ventured cautiously, "though we are here to scout the enemy, can we truly see clearly from this height?" The biting wind on Foaming Mountain was relentless, and having just recovered, he was concerned it might lead to lingering ailments. His question reflected genuine curiosity. "The Master's power is formidable. This distance is trivial for us," Xiao Jiao's words reverberated in Kate's mind, causing him to roll his eyes in exasperation. He glanced helplessly at the two, who appeared lost in contemplation, seemingly oblivious to the view below. Thus, he had no choice but to attempt to see for himself. Though Foaming Mountain was high, even an ordinary person could discern the arrangements below from the summit, albeit the figures appeared as various colored dots. In Kate's perspective, one side displayed black squares while the other was a patchwork of colors. This distinction allowed him to clearly identify which were human troops and which were mercenary bands. The ragged cloth was in constant motion, while the black squares remained largely still, indicating the strict discipline of the Porter Empire's military, unlike the forces of certain nations that were even less organized than mercenaries. Turning his gaze back to the two figures, he noticed they seemed deeply engrossed in thought. Rian was easy to read, but it was peculiar that this skeleton, Xiao Jiao, also exuded an air of contemplation. Not daring to interrupt, Kate shifted his focus to the orc forest across from Foaming Mountain. Shielded by the mountain, the winds did not penetrate the forest much, and the vegetation here was sparse due to the lack of rainfall. Most areas were characterized by low shrubs. This gentle terrain was confined to the base of Foaming Mountain. Now, the Imperial Army and human mercenaries were crowded in this flat area, where shouts could occasionally be heard carried against the wind. Considering the so-called united army of 100,000, Kate doubted the humans could claim victory. This blind admiration for the orcs puzzled him. Logically, he should have believed in humanity's triumph. Yet, gazing at the seemingly deserted orc forest and the starkly contrasting patches of cloth at the mountain's foot, he sensed that the orcs had a greater chance of victory. Despite believing the orcs held the upper hand, Kate felt a rising anxiety. Given Rian's indifference to the orc threat, the consequences of the orc empire's actions would undoubtedly impact the human empire, and the extent of that impact hinged on the outcome of their first confrontation. A decisive victory would yield significant repercussions, while a minor victory could be disregarded. Unable to contain himself, he stomped his foot in frustration, realizing that the master and servant duo remained lost in thought. The cold mountain breeze had begun to seep through his thick fur, chilling him to the core, and it seemed they had no intention of leaving. Did they not realize he was a frail figure just recovering from illness? Cursing the wretched weather in his mind, Kate reflected on how much warmer it was below. Forced onto the mountain, he would surely have frozen solid were it not for the attentive care of Alia, his nurse. He attempted to shake off the chill, trying to expend energy to generate warmth, but the harsh winds swiftly dissipated any heat he managed to gather. Just as Kate felt he might cry out against the biting cold, Xiao Jiao finally spoke, delivering a message that nearly prompted Kate to erupt in anger. "Master, the wind has picked up. It is unwise to sleep here." After yawning, Kate was convinced he had not misperceived. This undead being truly yawned, suggesting that while he assumed the master and servant were deep in thought, they had actually been dozing. Noticing that Rian maintained his seemingly contemplative posture, Xiao Jiao raised his voice. "Master, the wind has intensified. We should return." "Huh?" Rian blinked awake, rubbing his eyes. Upon focusing on Xiaojiu, he inquired, "What did you just say?" "I did not hear you." "Master, the wind has grown stronger. We should head back." Xiaojiu reiterated quietly. Rian glanced around, seemingly assessing their surroundings, and as Kate noted a glimmer of clarity in Rian's eyes, Rian added, "Indeed, the wind is quite fierce. Let us return. It would be unfortunate to catch a chill." Adjusting his clothing, Rian yawned, disregarding the fury evident in Kate's gaze, before promptly vanishing from sight, leaving Kate astounded. Xiaojiu turned to face Kate, raising his alabaster claws towards the sky, unleashing a plume of crimson smoke. Before Kate could comprehend the situation, Xiaojiu had thrown him over his shoulder. He barely had time to voice his objections before he felt himself lifted into the air. Glancing upward, he realized he truly was airborne, though a jarring sensation through Xiaojiu's shoulder nearly made him retch. Xiaojiu had leapt from Foaming Mountain, and before Kate could catch his breath, he was airborne again, this time more prepared for the experience. He even took a moment to glance down at the scene below. The signal smoke was unmistakable, and the human coalition should be able to see it as well. If they discovered he was being carried by an undead creature, they would surely be taken aback. Kate braced himself for the astonished cries from below. However, reality often diverges from expectations. Instead of cheers, he was met with a chillingly familiar shriek. Startled, he disregarded the pain coursing through his body and looked up, recognizing the sound he would never forget. Were it not for that sound, he might have returned to the Kodalar Empire with a throng of orc slaves. The distinctive sound of the orcs whistling arrows slicing through the air. This rain of arrows, like the wind, was dark red and accompanied by a cruel cacophony, swiftly descending upon the bewildered human coalition. In that moment, Kate began to grasp the significance of the earlier conversation atop Foaming Mountain. The deluge of arrows howled through the air like the mountain winds, piercing and merciless. Chapter 29. The Peculiarities of War. Foolish. Useless. Idiot. In a spacious tent, a general clad in silver armor sat furiously upon a wooden chair, which creaked ominously under his wrath. Fortunately, the quality of military craftsmanship spared him the embarrassment of splintering the chair beneath him. Before this irate general stood 2 rows of commanders, all donned in uniform black armor, heads bowed in silence. The furious figure scanning them was General Farley. Renowned within the Porter Empire for his volatile temperament, he had not originally been slated to lead this campaign. 3 days prior, an orc raid had devastated their headquarters, resulting in the general and his advisor meeting a grim fate amidst a rain of arrows. The remaining commanders, bereft of a guiding figure, hastily submitted a plea for assistance to the royal family. Consequently, General Farley was dispatched to command the remnants of over 40,000 troops, accompanied by his staff. After consolidating their forces, he dispatched a commander with a 2,000-strong reconnaissance team into the depths of the forest to assess the situation, only to be met with unforeseen revelations. The military encampment lay 200 meters from the forest's edge, the maximum range of human archery. However, upon advancing only 200 meters into the woods, the reconnaissance team discovered signs left by the orcs. This indicated that the range of the orcs' arrows was double that of human archers. When had these foolish orcs become so astutely inventive as to craft such formidable weaponry? The reconnaissance team also uncovered traces of heavy objects. But what followed within the forest revealed astonishing findings. From the evidence gathered, it was inferred that the long-range projectiles were likely supported by 2 wheels. The deepest impressions marked the initial discovery site, but as the team progressed, these tracks grew shallower, suggesting a diminishing weight borne by the wheels. Less than 100 meters from the last trace, these revealing wheel marks vanished entirely. As dusk approached, the reconnaissance team followed the orc footprints for about a mile, yet could find no further useful clues. Upon reporting their findings, the advisors analyzed the available information and ultimately concluded this weapon could be assembled and disassembled at will. This was not welcome news. In the human empire, crossbows had only recently begun to be integrated into military ranks. When it came to range, a crossbow could shoot its bolts up to 800 paces, more than 4 times that of standard bows, and possessed remarkable penetrating power, capable of piercing 5 layers of fine iron armor within 300 paces. Conversely, standard military bows struggled to inflict damage upon such armor. However, the range of a crossbow correlates with its size, although its design is not overly complex, to provide greater tension for the bolts. A single crossbow side would span 5 meters, with a length nearing 6 meters. Once constructed, such a massive apparatus could not be altered, let alone assembled or disassembled. The circumstances faced by the reconnaissance team could only be explained by the advisor's conclusion, yet the commanders remained baffled. How could orcs fabricate a weapon more advanced than those of humans? Was there perhaps clandestine support from dwarves or gnomes aiding the orcs? This was the only logical supposition they could muster, for the foolish orcs would ostensibly lack the capability to create such sophisticated weaponry. Another perplexity lingered among the advisors: the arrows used during the attack, which comprised ordinary feathered arrows interspersed with incendiary projectiles, had been meticulously investigated. It was evident that the shafts were wooden, thus only a few well-preserved feathered arrows could be salvaged from the inferno consuming the camp. As for the incendiary arrows, aside from the remnants of flammable materials on their tips, they were manufactured to standard specifications, with wooden shafts. The crux of the matter was this: if the tension was excessive, the shafts would shatter under the strain. In the human empire's experiments, the maximum range achievable by standard bows was 200 paces, and ordinary wooden shafts lacked the fortitude to withstand the force imparted by bowstrings. The intact feathered arrows recovered bore a close resemblance to those commonly used in the army, the only distinction being slightly thicker shafts. However, this did not elucidate the issue of range. The advisors racked their brains in vain, unable to ascertain the nature of the weapon wielded by the orcs during their sudden assault. After submitting their findings, General Farley merely acknowledged them with a nod and waved his subordinates out of the tent. Once solitude enveloped him, General Farley sat in contemplation, cradling his chin as he assessed the current predicament. Following the royal family's summons, he had led his guard and an additional 1,000 cavalry to the foot of Phoenix Mountain. His concern was not for the mercenaries. Rather, he was fixated on the plight of the Porter Empire's army. The outcome was infuriating, as the inexplicable assault had resulted in over 3,000 casualties within a camping ground of 100,000. The assailants had managed to achieve comprehensive coverage, and based on human military estimations, the attacking force must have numbered at least 20,000. While the loss of life could be temporarily set aside, war is no stranger to death. The issue of provisions demanded urgent attention. Due to prior miscalculations in leadership, the army's supplies were situated perilously close to the camp. Following this assault, the provisions for 5,000 troops would barely suffice for 10 days. A plea for aid had already been dispatched, and the situation was dire, leaving them with little choice but to wait. Could it be that at least 20,000 archers were deployed? Was the Orc Empire mobilizing its entire might for this conflict? Farley squinted thoughtfully, his fingers gliding down his chin, but a sudden chill ran through his palm, causing him to stiffen. As he attempted to move, a sharp pain pricked at his throat, and a faint voice resonated behind him. "Do not move if you wish to live." Farley glanced downward to find a slender dagger poised against his neck, wielded by a long, gray hand. He sensed another blade probing between the seams of his armor, suggesting that his assailant had no immediate intent to end his life. Thus, Farley remained still, awaiting the next development. "Excellent, General Farley. I hope our dialogue can be nothing short of perfect." The voice was sharp, and Farley could even feel the warmth of the breath against his neck as the speaker continued. "Now, I shall convey the will of the Beast Emperor of the Orc Empire, and I trust you will relay this message back to the palace of the Porter Empire." With that, the assassin withdrew the blade from Farley's waist. "You are an orc?" Farley dared not breathe, recognizing himself as a third-tier warrior. Yet the presence before him felt overwhelmingly powerful. Had the Orc Empire's strength advanced to such heights as to employ a martial deity as an assassin? Before Farley could delve deeper into thought, the dagger against his throat was released. "This is a gesture of goodwill from the Orc Empire." Following this, a figure leapt forth from the side, and as Farley steadied himself, a storm of emotion surged within him. The assassin was clad in a light gray bodysuit, with long whiskers fluttering beside his mouth, and a large rat-like head, its eyes gleaming with intensity, bore down upon him. An aura of raw strength enveloped this rat man. "As you see, I am the captain of the reconnaissance battalion of the 1st Border Defense Regiment of the Beal tribe from the Orc Empire. You need not know my name. Trust me, while you could summon your guards, you would have already lost your life before they arrived. Are you threatening me?" Phalai's eyes widened in disbelief as he faced the contemptuous gaze of the shorter warrior, a feeling of humiliation washing over him. However, from the assassin's words, he realized that his previous estimations regarding the Orc Empire's developments had been gravely underestimated. Yet, that was implausible. "Surely, you have received my earlier grand gesture." The Potan Empire had no real need to engage in this unnecessary war. The rat man, with his hands nonchalantly clasped behind his back, remarked with an air of indifference. What do you mean by that? Phalai sneered coldly. Are you suggesting a surrender? The esteemed figure was renowned in the Potan Empire, recognized as a crucial pillar of its military. As a seasoned general, he understood that in any conflict, offense and defense are intertwined. If I had merely made a casual gesture and signaled an attack, it would have undoubtedly resulted in a resounding victory for the Orc Empire, would it not, my lord? Upon hearing this, Phalai initially contemplated a retort, but reflecting on the earlier situation, he begrudgingly acknowledged the Ratman's harsh truth. Just as the assassin had stated, had he acted impulsively, he would surely have met a grim fate, for the individual before him was an exceptional warrior, capable of infiltrating the camp unnoticed and standing silently behind him. It would certainly not be difficult for him to escape at will. General, are you all right? Came the concerned voice of a guard from outside the tent, suspicion arising from the disturbance within. Phalai instinctively wanted to call out, but upon meeting the Ratman's eyes, he hesitated and replied, I am fine. After uttering those words, he exhaled in relief. However, the moment he spoke, an oppressive chill surged from his heart, making him feel as though he had lost control over his own body. Once he finished speaking, a lightness returned to him, and he realized he had once again danced perilously close to death. Hearing the general's voice unchanged, the two guards initially relaxed but soon furrowed their brows. Rushing into the tent, it was inconceivable that the general would speak to himself. His declaration of being fine must have been coerced. The guards were indeed diligent and loyal, but their timing was unfortunate. As they burst into the tent and beheld the astonished expression on General Phalai's face, they barely had time to speak before everything went dark, and they knew nothing more. Is this one of the general's subordinates? The Ratman extended his hands, gently placing the intruding guard down as he inquired. Phalai nodded in affirmation. They were indeed competent guards, but their timing was ill-fated. The Ratman then examined the guard's neck and nodded. Fortunately, he is unharmed and still alive. Phalai sighed with relief, but then straightened instinctively, for the orc before him had unfinished business, and his life was still in the other's grasp. Do not be alarmed, General. I am merely a messenger. Though my methods may be somewhat forceful, please understand that it was not my initial intention. The Ratman spoke softly as he settled into a chair within the tent. The situation is in your hands now. What more can I say? Phalai replied with a sarcastic smile. The Ratman paused momentarily before appearing to relax. Very well, General. Let us return to our previous discussion. You desire a direct confrontation. If this were the Orc Empire of 20 years ago, many of my kin would surely have leapt to their doom under your masterful command. The Ratman seemed unfazed by his own empire's shortcomings, leaving Phalai puzzled. Was it arrogance or confidence? However, you must have noticed that our Orc Empire now possesses formidable combat capabilities. A single raid would surely reveal such prowess. In the past, we Orcs were not so cunning. Am I correct, General Phalai? Phalai nodded, recalling that even when the royal court received a plea for aid, they had not anticipated that the Orcs would retreat after a mere raid. Upon his arrival with his forces, he realized that his adversaries were not as foolish as initially perceived. Rather, their capabilities were terrifying, as evidenced by their long-range assaults. There is no definitive guidebook for war. Strategy often trumps sheer numbers. Phalai understood this principle well. Having discerned the intent behind the enemy's attack upon first arriving at Windsong Mountain, beyond their weaponry advantages, their strategic intentions were painfully clear: incineration and severing supply lines. By destroying provisions, they aimed to render the army immobile, demoralizing their troops and weakening their combat effectiveness. If left unchecked, the soldiers' morale would wane, and even with reinforcements, their strength would be significantly diminished. This battle had already sown the seeds of failure for the human forces before it had even begun. The enemy's strike was both fierce and precise, catching them off guard at the most unexpected moment. If the Ratman's actions escalated into slaughter, Phalai could foresee the dire consequences. A continuous loss of commanding officers would severely impact troop morale, and in the worst-case scenario, it could lead to a rout. Even if such a scenario did not arise, would the enemy not fervently seek to exacerbate the situation? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Phalai regarded the Ratman with a complex expression, grappling with the tumult of emotions within him. Resentment and anger transformed into profound helplessness. He was aware of the Bill tribe, a faction of orcs predominantly comprised of werewolves, situated approximately 20 miles from the borders of the orc forest. However, that information was outdated. Recent reconnaissance indicated a likely shift in their location, potentially closer to Windsong Mountain, unbeknownst to the Empire. Wait a minute, not long ago, the Gary Empire dispatched a delegation, seemingly to submit a diplomatic letter concerning the Orc Empire. What were the specifics of that document? Phalai suddenly recalled receiving a notification regarding the Orc Empire. Though he could not quite recall the details, he retained a vague impression that it was a letter of condemnation. As a military officer, not stationed in the royal capital, he was not privy to the finer points. Recently, the Gary Empire submitted a diplomatic letter to the Potin Empire. Phalai trailed off, having forgotten the specifics, seeking to gauge the Ratman's reaction. Oh, indeed, it pertains to a condemnation of the Orc Empire, forbidding human empires from entering our territory to hunt our kind, correct? I suspect, General, that you did not read the second page. Any dissenters will be deemed provocateurs, and the Orc Empire will mobilize forces in retaliation. The Ratman was momentarily taken aback by Phalai's mention of the diplomatic letter, but quickly provided an explanation. Just a month ago, a noble from your nation, known as Red Maple Leaf, led a force of nearly 1,000 men into our territory with the intention of assaulting our tribes, only to be met with annihilation at the hands of our military. Your nation must be aware of this news, though, of course, you may have known but chosen to retaliate in pursuit of justice, the Ratman remarked with a cold smirk. Your nation must believe this to be an act of righteousness, correct? Chapter 30. Love Beyond Gender. Phalai remained silent, aware that responding to the royal summons and achieving victory was his duty as a general. However, he found himself bewildered by the numerous twists and turns of the situation, completely oblivious to the underlying complexities. The mouse man observed Phalai's perplexed expression, understanding the circumstances. It was not unusual for a renowned general, celebrated for his military exploits, to be unaware of domestic affairs. It seemed that Phalai was inclined to continue the war. The mouse man inquired gravely, "Do you intend to pursue this conflict further?" Phalai, with a bitter smile, shook his head and replied, "Though I am a general, I am still human. If the motive for waging war were merely for this purpose, I would certainly hesitate. However, I find myself in this position. The king's command is not to be defied. This battle must be fought, whether I desire it or not." "Understood. Then I shall take my leave. On the battlefield, I hope you will not hold it against my men if they show no mercy." With those words, the mouse man straightened up to organize his belongings. "You won't kill me?" Phalai asked, surprised as he gazed at the mouse man, who had frequently astonished him. Without considering the strangeness of his question, Phalai spoke candidly. "The divine messenger stated that I possess the authority to handle matters as I see fit. I trust the general will make a clear judgment. If you insist on fighting, the Orc Empire will certainly grant you that opportunity." After ensuring his belongings were in order, the mouse man continued to fix his gaze on Phalai. "However, after today, should you meet an untimely end in this war, do not blame me." With that, the mouse man exited the tent, lifting the flap without looking back. The might of the Orc Empire will manifest in those mercenary groups that thrive on hunting slaves. If you wish to avoid further attacks, find a suitable location to set up camp. As soon as he finished speaking, Phalai blinked, and the mouse man vanished, just as mysteriously as he had arrived. The mouse man, after a few swift movements, dashed out of the military camp and, after a brisk half-hour run, arrived at the shadowed side of a small hill, where he faced a gaunt figure. "General, everything has been arranged." "Understood. You may rest now." The figure turned to gaze longingly at the military camp of the Bode Empire, standing tall in immaculate military attire. The only flaw was the heavy spiked mace he held and the large wolf's head that adorned his neck, marred by numerous spots. "General, are we truly going to let them off so easily?" A minotaur, serving as an advisor, asked the commanding officer. His low, gravelly voice was tinged with a stammer. Yet none present dared to underestimate this seemingly simple-minded advisor. He hailed from the Wolf tribe and was among the first graduates of the Imperial Academy's advisory department. A direct disciple of the divine messenger, Lean, to support the reforms of the tribes in the construction of the army. He had relinquished a significant position within the general staff to return to his tribe. His contributions during the Wolf tribe's reform had been substantial, and his prestige ranked second only to the wolf-faced general before him. This general was renowned throughout the Imperial Army as the first instructor of the military academy, having disciplined every soldier who graduated from there, teaching solely the conduct and ethos of a soldier. These two figures were specifically named generals and advisors by the Beast Emperor, a testament to their esteemed reputations. They have an army of 100,000, and so do we. The old fox spoke of dividing and conquering. Depending on whether our adversaries grant us that courtesy, the wolf general mused, scratching his slightly itchy face. The Minotaur advisor nodded, then inquired, what if they refuse to retreat? Then perfect. Our records of merit will increase by 50,000. This would be our first engagement against the human empire. I would rather they not retreat. The wolf general declared, trailing off mid-sentence. The advisor, engrossed in studying the map, noticed his partner had suddenly fallen silent, which struck him as odd. Lifting his gaze, he found his companion's expression unnervingly fixed, indicating something was amiss. Such behavior only occurred when in the presence of a certain individual. Sure enough, following his partner's line of sight, the advisor spotted two orcs, one tall and stout, the other short and lean, entering the tent. It seems fate has brought us together, the advisor thought, glancing pointedly at the tall orc before leading the tent's guards outside. As they stepped out, a muffled thud echoed from within the tent, followed by the sounds of a scuffle, blended with intermittent cries of distress. The guards looked on with concern, but the advisor remained unfazed, eyeing the stout orc with a smirk. 2 skins, Fengya wins. The stout orc declared solemnly. 3 skins, Huayan wins. The advisor replied nonchalantly. The two locked eyes in a moment of defiance before erupting into laughter, embracing each other tightly. Fengya, long time no see. Indeed, has it been 5 years already, Tushan? The advisor nodded, playfully punching Fengya, an officer from the Imperial General Staff. They disregarded the bewildered expressions of the guards and sat down on the ground, chuckling at the ruckus still unfolding inside the tent. Before arriving, Fengya had undergone additional training at the academy and wondered if he could surpass Tushan's prowess. Hey, are you still brave enough to bet against me? Don't forget, Huayan was once the top instructor of the empire. Before Tushan could finish, the noise from the tent interrupted them. Huayan, let go of me. Fengya's voice revealed he was evidently being overpowered, prompting Tushan to beam with satisfaction. Come on, Fengya. Let go of me. Fengya protested. Ouch, that hurts. I'm a man. As they continued to bicker, 2 minotaurs exchanged puzzled glances, silently agreeing to remain quiet and listen. Am I not a man? Let go of me. Fengya's voice cracked, leaving the two outside baffled. Tushan quickly waved the guards away, and once they were out of sight, the commotion resumed inside. Are you using both hands now? Let go of me. I won't, unless you concede. Hey, Fengya, I see. Ah, you really dare. Fine, you won't let go, huh? You. Fengya's tone shifted to an odd pitch, prompting the two advisors to sense that something was off. When they rushed in, they were taken aback by the scene before them. The tent's arrangement remained largely undisturbed, yet 2 werewolves had been engaged in a fierce struggle within the confined space. One lay on the ground, hands covering his groin, panting heavily, while the other stood, hands over his chest, looking utterly astonished at the sight of the 2 minotaurs who had entered. For pairs of eyes widened in horror, the silence within the tent palpable. After a prolonged pause, good heavens, Fengya exclaimed, slapping his hands together. This will make headlines in the empire. What title would suit it best? Tushan pondered, tilting his head as he regarded the 2 innocent-looking werewolves. Does it even need thought? Love that transcends species is one thing, but love that transcends gender is the true essence of love. With that, both minotaurs exchanged knowing glances before stepping out of the tent, their laughter echoing behind them. Once again, in the stillness of the tent, 2 werewolves exchanged a glance, and then the entire camp was filled with their anguished cries. Later, seasoned veterans would recall that it was the most pitiful wailing from the 2 pillars of the empire. That night, one of the werewolves, his face flushed with indignation, glared at his companion and the imperial advisor, exclaiming, "Enough of your laughter." The day's events had forced these adversarial werewolves to unite, but the embarrassment lay squarely upon them. As witnesses, the 2 advisors refrained from spreading the tale, as if under the auspices of the beast god. After much effort, Tushan and Fengxiang managed to stifle their laughter, returning to their usual solemn demeanor, though their shoulders continued to tremble, betraying their facade of seriousness. Very well, if you must laugh, save it for after the battle. For now, let us assess the situation of our enemies and ourselves. Fengya's voice wavered slightly, yet he maintained his stern expression, as if the previous events had not transpired at all. Today, I dispatched our reconnaissance camp to the human empire's encampment, delivering a message to General Phalai, one of our 2 adversaries, indicating our desire to avoid conflict, primarily to address issues with the mercenary groups. According to the intelligence relayed by our scouts, There appears to be no intent for cooperation on their part. The werewolf with the painted face paused, pointing at the map before continuing. Currently, they are positioned here, closer to the forest than the mercenaries. It remains unclear how they arrived at this strategy. Are there many formidable warriors among their mercenaries? Feng Xiang inquired, knowing that this information was crucial for assessing potential casualties, as it was his duty as an advisor to accurately evaluate the strength of both sides. From our previous attack, we have gleaned considerable insight. Their forces, having faced our assault for the first time, suffered approximately 3,000 casualties. There are around 20 warriors of divine rank, all at Tier 3, while the number of sorcerers is limited to 5, 2 at Tier 3 and 3 at Tier 2, one of whom is severely injured and can be disregarded. Tushan, the advisor, succinctly conveyed the information Feng Xiang sought, having memorized it well. As long as there are no martial saints among them, we should be in a manageable position. Otherwise, our losses could be substantial. Furthermore, even if they possess only 4 sorcerers, we cannot afford to be complacent, as the destructive power of magic is formidable. You have already tested the new weapons. Do you believe they can suppress the sorcerers? Feng Yao furrowed his brow and asked. Based on our assessments, while we can reach them, whether we can effectively suppress them remains uncertain. The painted werewolf sighed, shaking his head. After all, the sorcerers are well guarded, allowing them to unleash their magic with impunity. Once they do, it could spell disaster for us. Our scouts have been unable to infiltrate the mercenary camp. The reconnaissance captain has been discovered several times in his attempts. Tushan nodded in agreement with the painted werewolf's sentiments, leaving the 2 advisors from the Imperial General Staff momentarily at a loss for words. The Beast Emperor and the Divine Envoy intended to showcase the might of the Orc Empire to humanity, yet there was a crucial stipulation: minimizing casualties at all costs, as greater conflicts loom on the horizon. Thus, we must engage in a conventional battle and emerge victorious, Feng Yao declared, his expression grave, and the other 3 nodded in unison. In terms of troop strength, we are evenly matched. If General Falai remains an observer, we can push forward against the mercenaries. Our only shortcoming lies in the inadequacy of our shamans, which could lead to significant casualties when facing human adversaries, Tushan expressed with concern regarding their current predicament. The 2 advisors from the Imperial General Staff exchanged knowing smiles, and Feng Xiang spoke up. We are aware of this weakness, which is why we have brought 500 shamans with us. Although they are all trainees, they possess sufficient resistance to ordinary magic. You are well aware of the Empire's situation. The mere fact that we have 500 here is indicative of the importance placed on this initial counteroffensive against humanity. As the Beast Emperor holds it in high regard, Feng Yao added, with a tone of earnestness. The painted werewolf and the advisors nodded in understanding. Despite 2 decades of development, the Empire still faced certain limitations. The atmosphere grew heavy, and the painted werewolf let out a long sigh. If we are to decisively crush the enemy, when shall we commence the battle? I must inform my subordinates to deliver the declaration of war. In 3 days, perhaps. Let us first observe the enemy's movements. What do you all think? Tushan proposed, and all 3 present nodded in agreement. Chapter 31. A single effort. As several advisors of the Orc Empire were deliberating on strategies to secure a victory, General Fari, accompanied by his own aides and guards, engaged in a discussion within his tent regarding the impending battle. I believe this is merely a display of bravado from the orcs. If they truly possessed the capability to overcome our coalition of 100,000, they would not need to go to such elaborate lengths. One of the deputy commanders remarked with an air of skepticism. The nearby officers furrowed their brows in response, remaining silent. On the contrary, I perceive that the Orc Empire regards this battle with utmost significance. Hence, whether we retreat or utilize mercenaries as expendable pawns matters little to them. An advisor brought by Fari expressed a differing viewpoint. Fari, sensing the need to understand this perspective, encouraged him to continue. It is widely acknowledged that the Orc Empire has remained isolated for many years. Frankly speaking, we possess scant knowledge of the current Orc Empire, and most of our understanding is rooted in outdated records that depict orcs as a race of slaves. The advisor surveyed each general present, many nodding in agreement. To concede defeat before the battle is a common folly, yet one must consider our adversaries. What implications does victory or defeat hold for them? Upon concluding his statement, the surrounding officers fell into contemplative silence. From a pragmatic standpoint, should the orcs face defeat, it would bear little consequence. After all, they have suffered numerous defeats before. What difference would another make? Another general voiced his opinion, asserting that for the human empire, this was merely a farcical endeavor by foolish orcs. But what if they succeed? The advisor countered. Could the orcs truly triumph? The first general replied skeptically. This is merely a ruse of the foolish orcs. How could they possibly achieve victory? He straightened his posture, adamantly maintaining his stance. Yet all present recognized that such so-called ruses were but fade for their own insecurities. In the initial engagements, the human coalition had already suffered a setback, and the nods of agreement were merely a fade to preserve human dignity. Enough, Fari suddenly bellowed, startling those present, bewildered by his inexplicable outburst. If anyone continues to believe that the orcs are foolish, I shall have your head severed and used as chamber pots. The tent fell silent, for Fari's temper was notorious, capable of challenging even the emperor himself, and he was known for his resolute words. If he proclaimed that heads would serve as chamber pots, one would do well to protect their own, for in Fari's hands, one's head could be adorned with bizarre metallic embellishments. From this moment forth, should anyone dare to utter that the orcs are foolish, I shall strip them of their insignia and relegate them to the ranks of mere foot soldiers. To the front lines. Advisor, continue. With that, Fari sat heavily in his seat. The advisor, hands clasped, resumed. Returning to our discussion, while an orc defeat is inconsequential for the human empires, what if they were to win, and win decisively? What then? Fari's explosive temper and the advisor's contrarian reasoning ignited genuine contemplation among all present. If the orc empire were to emerge victorious in this battle, what ramifications would ensue? The Pota Empire would become a laughingstock among other nations, suffering a catastrophic decline in reputation. Reduced to a subject of ridicule, even the foolish orcs could vanquish the Pota Empire. Where would your dignity lie? As this notion was articulated, Fari's expression shifted slightly, recognizing the deeper implications held by his calm counterpart. Witnessing such thoughts echoed by others, Fari began to reflect on his partner's words. Fari's volatile temperament did not equate to a lack of intellectual capacity. On the contrary, he was a man of grand vision. Those with such perspectives often contemplate more deeply and broadly than their peers. The advisor's words exuded an eerie undertone, stemming from the Orc Empire's peculiar behaviors, such as the delivery of battle proclamations and gifts today. The gift, intended for Fari personally, was a finely crafted iron sword, its craftsmanship rivaling that of the dwarves. Fari tested its sharpness against the standard weaponry of his guards, finding the imperial arms inadequate in comparison. Overall, this sword, while not an exceptional weapon, was undoubtedly of high caliber. However, Fari's concern lay not in its quality but in its origin, crafted by the Orc Empire. Fari had once glimpsed weapons confiscated from the orcs during a conflict at the estate of a noble in the Pota Empire. The noble's ancestor had participated in battles against the orcs not long ago, roughly a century prior. This ancestor was a formidable warrior who had decapitated 3 high-ranking orc generals, subsequently acquiring their weapons as trophies. Fari had seen those 3 weapons, one of which, a long knife, struck him with particular intrigue. The physical prowess of the orcs far exceeds that of humans, rendering the long knife's weight to be around 50 pounds, an encumbrance even for Fari. The long knife had been well preserved, revealing its crude manufacturing method, simply melting ore and pouring it into a mold, resulting in many blemishes on its surface due to uneven cooling. It was this contrast in quality between 2 weapons originating from the same Orc Empire that astonished Fari. This long sword, in both appearance and function, affirmed that the orcs had mastered a forging technique surpassing that of humans. This revelation suggested that on the battlefield, the orcs could inflict greater casualties upon their foes. Coupled with a recent raid and an unfinished assassination attempt, the threat posed by the orcs extended beyond mere combat prowess. Even the generals of the human empire would not readily entertain the idea of decapitation as a tactic. As commanding officers are invariably shielded by layers of protection, assassination is no trivial endeavor. Yet the orcs had conceived of such strategies and executed them. Reflecting on the words of that Ratman captain, Fari recognized he was ensnared in an unprecedented predicament. Fari remained silent, while the generals pondered, a few audacious ones whispering among themselves. The advisors, glancing at the sand table within the tent, moderated their volume, exchanging perspectives on the impending confrontation. As time wore on, the atmosphere within the tent began to shift towards agitation, with rising voices among the generals due to differing viewpoints. Hearing the escalating quarrel, Fari furrowed his brow, while his partner coughed discreetly, restoring silence to the tent. I know you are contemplating how the orcs will approach this battle. Let me assure you, they will employ your own strategies against you, Fari declared. His partner continued, the general is correct. In this conflict, the orcs will engage on the front lines, with their raids serving merely as a display of strength and a test. Thus, we must regard our opponents earnestly and treat them as true adversaries if we are to prevail. The advisor's words astonished several generals, typically confident in their victory. Did the advisor himself lack assurance of triumph? Truth be told, I possess scarcely a 30% assurance of achieving even a stalemate in this battle. The advisor, sensing the skepticism from the generals, voiced his inner turmoil, prompting an uproar within the tent. Fari stared in astonishment at his partner, unable to believe the words that had escaped his lips. It was evident that he had not truly acknowledged his adversary, harboring a lingering disdain for the orcs in his subconscious, while his partner, possessing a calm demeanor, provided the most straightforward conclusion. Relay my orders. Tomorrow, the entire army will retreat 3 miles and establish camp. The command center will be relocated to Wind Whisper Mountain. On the following day, upon receiving the war summons, Fari led his force of over 50,000 troops in a gradual retreat of 3 miles, leaving the mercenary group exposed and isolated on the opposite side of the orc forest. The mercenaries sent emissaries to inquire about the reason for this maneuver and were informed that the army's provisions were insufficient to sustain combat, necessitating a wait for supplies before they could engage in battle. An orc raid had significantly depleted the coalition's resources, and since the mercenaries primarily relied on Wind Whisper City for their daily supplies, their losses were comparatively less severe than those of the Pot Empire's forces. Nevertheless, the upper echelons of the mercenary alliance were well aware that this was merely an excuse from Fari. However, this situation had its advantages, with the Imperial troops absent. The invisible shackles that had constrained them were lifted, allowing the mercenary group the freedom to attack and defend without restraint. On the third day, before dawn, a heavy horn sounded from the depths of the forest, awakening the humans at the foot of Wind Whisper Mountain with its sudden cacophony. Guards, relay the orders. Prepare for battle. General Fari swiftly donned his armor after rising from his campaign cot, addressing the hastily approaching guards. Once outside the tent, Fari took a deep breath, armed himself with his sword, and rode to the elevated platform of the camp. The soldiers, hearing the assembly call, quickly gathered below, and within an hour, the troops were assembled. When Fari and his partner gazed toward the mercenary camp 3 miles away, they found it still in disarray. Fari shook his head in resignation, recalling the haughty demeanor of the mercenaries who had come to inquire the previous day, now juxtaposed with their current state of chaos, which was almost unbelievable. The arrogance displayed yesterday has transformed into such disarray today. The contrast is indeed striking, his partner remarked disdainfully as he observed the tumultuous scene ahead. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Regardless of the outcome today, we are not in a position to pass judgment. After all, there are many formidable individuals among them, and in a real confrontation, they may not suffer defeat, Fari stated with a serious expression directed at his partner. His partner shook his head in disagreement, but refrained from speaking. As the mercenaries gradually began to align themselves in a more orderly fashion with the passage of time, the horn suddenly ceased. Apart from the sound of the wind and the clashing of armor, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Fari furrowed his brow, distinctly sensing a subtle shift in the once spirited morale of the troops below, while his partner's expression also shifted slightly. What is happening? Fari and his partner exchanged doubtful glances, unable to decipher the orcs' intentions. All troops, immediately exit the camp and assume defensive positions. Dispatch griffins to scout the situation, Fari commanded decisively, recognizing that such unexpected occurrences often heralded trouble. As he observed the griffins take to the skies, Fari momentarily exhaled in relief. With the cessation of the horn, the soldiers appeared bewildered, having seen no orcs, and while everyone sighed in relief, this was precisely what Fari feared. Insufficient morale will surely lead to our defeat. Chapter 32. The psychological warfare of just combat. In contrast to ordinary cavalry, Griffin riders possess superior visibility and agility. However, the challenges of taming griffins and finding suitable riders are formidable, limiting their roles to reconnaissance and related duties. The number of griffins in the Boda Empire is merely around 200, and the 10 griffins brought by Phalai were specifically intended for scouting the movements of the enemy over the orc forest. Given their rarity and previous experiences of ambushes, Phalai dispatched only 2 griffin riders, who, despite their small number, were capable of gathering crucial intelligence on the orc force's strength, composition, and armament. However, the first report returned by the dispatched Griffin riders left Phalai utterly astounded. "What did you say? Could you repeat that?" The shock on Phalai's face rendered the two Griffin riders speechless. They knew well the temper of this general, who had not hesitated to draw his sword in moments of fury. As Phalai glared at them with barely concealed anger, the riders meticulously recounted their observations. Merely 20 miles from the two camps, approximately 3,000 orcs were assembling, and the critical aspect was that all these orcs were of the Eagle tribe, a fully formed aerial force. The riders' expressions grew vacant as they realized the enormity of what they had just reported, and they fell silent. Phalai understood their unspoken thoughts, but the grim news continued. To the left of the Eagle forces, at a distance of 3 miles, an undetermined number of wolf riders, estimated at around 10,000, were gathering. 2 miles behind the wolf riders, there were approximately 20,000 heavy infantry of an unknown race, also assembling. 2 miles further back, about 30,000 light infantry, the Minotaur race, were mustering. Phalai was already lost in a state of shock before he could digest all the information. Aerial formations had always been a focal point of development for various empires, as their maneuverability and versatility surpassed all other troop types. This is precisely why, despite the difficulties in establishing Griffin riders, nations continued to invest heavily in their development. Moreover, in past conflicts with the Orc Empire, the Orcs had leveraged their advantage with the Eagle tribe, consistently causing significant troubles for human legions. The only effective counter to this force was the deployment of powerful human warriors. A century ago, to eliminate any future threats and decisively suppress the Orcs, the human powers, at the behest of their royal courts, nearly obliterated the entire aerial contingent of the Orc Empire. That was a tragic chapter in the history of the Eagle tribe, which, lacking protection from corresponding strong warriors, came perilously close to extinction. The fortunate survivors numbered less than 1,000. To preserve their lineage, the remaining eagles dared not congregate. Some fled north to the frigid lands beyond the Orc grasslands, while others sought refuge in remote mountains, living in seclusion and avoiding contact with outsiders. Additionally, due to their low reproductive rates, with over 90% of young eagles perishing, the prospect of the Eagle tribe recovering within a century seemed like a pipe dream. The riders understood the gravity of the information, thus prioritizing the most impactful news regarding the conflict. Phalai, already assembling his troops outside the camp, felt a renewed sense of trepidation. The appearance of the Eagle forces and wolf riders, thought to be extinct, what did this signify for us? Phalai hesitated as he looked at his companion, whose earlier murmurs echoed with a hint of despair. The Orcs, a race long scorned by human empires, had endured humiliation and silently evolved to this day. With the second horn's call, this once crouched giant had finally risen, baring its fangs, ready to inflict irreparable wounds upon its foes. Should we relay this information to the forward troops? His companion inquired, referring to the mercenaries ahead. Inform them. But why has that damned horn fallen silent again? Phalai responded, only to be met with a sudden stillness around them. The incessant blaring of horns from within the Orc forest had abruptly ceased, leaving both the mercenary formations in front and the regular army behind in disarray, bewildered by the Orcs' sudden and inexplicable silence. Psychological warfare, a common tactic before direct confrontation, aimed at demoralizing the enemy. The timing of this maneuver was impeccably precise, indicating that the enemy commander was no less skilled than ourselves. With a heavy sigh, the advisor shook his head and said to Phalai, "Your decision to order a retreat is sound, but be prepared for the possibility that the Orcs may not honor the truce." Phalai nodded in agreement, having internally questioned this very aspect numerous times. The validation from his companion brought a sense of relief, allowing his composure to return. Order the troops to stay put and prepare the logistics for meals. Prepare meals? His companion looked at Phalai with surprise, genuinely puzzled by the sudden change in demeanor of this previously volatile individual. The battle will be prolonged. Once it concludes, it will likely be around noon. If we didn't eat well in the morning, we must make up for it now. Phalai initially maintained a stern expression, but gradually, he relaxed. The advisor silently acknowledged this shift, nodding to his subordinates with instructions. Order everyone to rest in place, armor on, weapons at hand. Once the orders were issued, the commotion within the Imperial army began to settle, while the mercenaries ahead grew increasingly chaotic. The messenger dispatched by Phalai soon returned, and without needing to inquire, Phalai already sensed how the mercenary formations would respond. The Boda Empire, after all, was merely a vassal state, and it was no surprise to be met with disdain. If we managed to return the imperial forces intact, it could be considered a modest victory. It is certainly better than losing lives and suffering defeat. The advisor offered comfort. Yet Phalai stubbornly shook his head. This is just the beginning. I know. You know? Phalai turned sharply to his companion, who replied with a wry smile. It's only normal for you to be unaware of the news within the Empire. You've heard of the change in the king of the Gary Empire, correct? Phalai nodded. The catalyst for this development was the Orc Empire's envoy. Reports indicate that a human beast god emissary has emerged within the Orc Empire, the advisor stated gravely. A divine envoy? A human? Phalai found it increasingly difficult to believe. The advisor nodded and continued, moreover. The Orc Empire has signed an agreement with the Gary Empire concerning Orc slaves, but that isn't the main issue. Do you realize? The demon clan is poised to invade the continent once more. Impossible. Upon hearing of the impending demonic invasion, Phalai immediately dismissed the notion. The advisor raised his hand to interrupt him. This rumor had already begun circulating in mercenary circles. After a mercenary team exited the Orc forest, they spread such news. But few believed it. After all, it had been 3,000 years since the demon clan should have been eradicated. Phalai nodded. When I first received this information, my initial thought was also disbelief. The envoy from the Gary Empire, that old man named Feng Luan, formally informed our sovereign in the Great Hall that the Orc Empire now possessed a warrior of the martial saint level. His Majesty had promptly expelled him. However, it now seems that there is a high probability that these events are indeed true, the advisor conveyed with a serious gaze, having fully come to trust Feng Luan's words. Otherwise, everything before us would be inexplicable. A martial saint-level warrior? Phalai suddenly recalled the Ratman who had nearly assassinated him. That Ratman was a martial god-level warrior. Yet merely a captain. Could it be that all of this is real? The intonation in Fari's voice was still filled with skepticism. Facing the inquiry in Fari's gaze, the advisor could only say helplessly, whether it's true or false, we should prepare ourselves mentally. Fari was still somewhat doubtful. But he was immediately drawn in by the blaring horns that sounded again. This time, the horns were exceptionally loud, and even Fari felt his ears ache. The horns only sounded for a short while, and then everyone in the two formations heard roars emanating from the forest. The legendary Orcish forces had finally reappeared in the sight of the human empire. What emerged first was not the aerial squadron Fari had anticipated, but rather a large number of wolf cavalry riding Galeblade direwolves, and for a moment, the small plain below Wind Howl Mountain became extremely crowded. However, the wolf cavalry that had rushed out did not charge immediately, but quietly maintained a defensive formation on one side of the plain, waiting for subsequent troops to slowly enter the battlefield. What kind of tactic is this? Infantry cavalry coordination? There are already 20,000 cavalry. Do they even need infantry? Fari murmured, watching the endless stream of wolf cavalry pouring out. I estimate there are more. It seems that the strength accumulated by the Orcish Empire over the years has exceeded your and my expectations. More than 20,000 wolf cavalry. And the combat power of one wolf rider is equivalent to that of 2 to 3 human cavalrymen. Just what's in front of us is enough to crush our 100,000 strong allied army, and they have other types of troops as well. Even in a frontal battle, this is a bit too much of a bullying. The advisor looked at the wolf cavalry formation that had already been set up, his face filled with indignation. Fari shook his head, a trace of doubt on his face, and said, I'm worried about something else. What is it? Am I falling into their trap? Fari looked at the opposing formation with a solemn expression. The advisor shook his head and said, divide by 2, but judging from the opponent's strength, they shouldn't be doing something so pointless. But I also don't understand what they're trying to do. If I were the opposing general, I would think I had been tricked. He would be suspicious, he would be confused, and that's the result I want. Scarface looked at Windfong with a complacent expression, placing the baton on the sand table and pointing to the formation representing the Imperial Army. Windfong nodded without a word, but Windbox spoke up. According to instructions, we don't need to eliminate this unit. Isn't what you're doing a bit superfluous? This is not superfluous. It also serves a purpose. Earth Mountain's deep voice echoed in the tent, and he also pointed to his own troops. For humans, infantry cavalry coordination is a common tactic. After using cavalry to cut through the opponent's formation, they use infantry to divide the opponent's troops again until the opponent's troops are completely destroyed or, looking at the formation in front, after 3 harassments, their morale has declined to varying degrees. We are releasing the wolf cavalry in batches to create a certain amount of psychological pressure on the opponent. Earth Mountain placed 6 wolf cavalry markers opposite the mercenary group. The opponent should know that we have air power. The regular army has investigated through griffins, so the mercenaries should also know this information. They would never have imagined that our flying troops would not appear, and there are many other things they can't imagine. Earth Mountain placed a light infantry marker in the center of the mercenary formation. Windfong and Windbox's eyes lit up instantly. That's a Skaven infantry marker. Chapter 33. The confrontation in the Just War. The sky was overcast, and the ominous gathering of wolf cavalry beneath the wind-howling mountain was finally complete. The legendary Wind Blades magic wolves remained eerily silent, despite bearing armored werewolves atop their backs. The stark contrast between the stillness of the wolf cavalry and the commotion of the mercenaries enveloped both sides in an atmosphere thick with foreboding, a palpable sense of death. The anxious mercenaries fixed their gaze intently on the dark mass of cavalry before them. Moments ago, they had received intelligence from the Imperial forces warning of aerial units and wolf cavalry, urging them to remain vigilant. At that moment, they had not anticipated the immense pressure that 30,000 wolf cavalry would exert, even in their motionless standoff. Parched and dry-throated, the mercenaries nervously shifted their weapons, raising and lowering them in a futile attempt to alleviate the mounting tension. The distance of 2 miles far exceeded the range of their bows, leaving the mercenaries' ranged units merely spectators to the unfolding scene. A stalemate had ensued. Farley observed the situation with a mix of confusion and realization. His partner failed to grasp the gravity of the moment, prompting Farley to explain, "You are familiar with wolves, I presume?" His partner nodded. "What is their defining trait?" "Endurance. And the endurance of werewolves surpasses that of ordinary wolves. The 3 previous horn blasts have already diminished the morale of the front lines to some extent. This deadlock is not a favorable omen for us. Remember, many in the front ranks have yet to eat, which is another method of undermining combat effectiveness. The strategic acumen of their commander exceeds our own." With a sigh of resignation, Farley rubbed his forehead, only to discover it slick with perspiration. He glanced at his partner, who bore a similar sheen of sweat. If they were feeling the pressure, the forces outside their camp must be experiencing it to an even greater degree. The psychological warfare being waged by the enemy was strikingly effective. After nearly half an hour of remaining stationary, the wolf cavalry stirred, and dust billowed from behind their ranks as a low rumble reverberated through the ground. From his elevated command post, Farley was among the first to spot the enemy soldiers, heavily armored infantry. The brute strength of Orcish warriors was unmatched by humans. While humans did possess heavy infantry, they primarily relied on heavily armored cavalry. Heavy infantry moved sluggishly and had limited roles on the battlefield beyond breaking formations. Moreover, heavy infantry could only resist most physical attacks, possessing virtually no resistance to magic. The Kodalar Empire was renowned for its magical prowess and had a regiment of magically resistant heavy infantry. But their numbers were a mere 1,000, highlighting the unpopularity of such units. The limitations of human physique were disregarded by the orcs, whose physical strength was often twice that of humans or more. For them, donning heavy armor was akin to donning an additional layer of clothing, exerting no impact on their mobility. The Orcish warriors clad in gray armor radiated a crimson aura, an effect of the shaman's magical resistance enchantments, which mitigated a portion of magical assaults. As the heavy infantry formed ranks, the balance of power on the battlefield became almost equal. Over 20,000 heavy infantry and 30,000 wolf cavalry faced a mercenary contingent of more than 50,000, backed by an additional 50,000 regular troops of the Porta Empire. Where are their light infantry, archers, and aerial units? Farley pondered, perplexed by the unfolding scenario. According to reconnaissance, there should have been at least 20,000 orc troops present on the battlefield. Why had they not yet appeared? While Farley remained lost in thought, a deep horn sounded from the enemy ranks, signaling the movement of the Black Formation. Wolf cavalry, charge! Upon witnessing the orc formation advance, the mercenaries sprang into action. A mist slowly rose at the center of the battlefield, obscuring the view between the 2 formations. The mercenary mages had executed this maneuver beautifully. They had refrained from casting spells earlier due to the distance, which would have rendered their efforts futile and wasteful of precious magical energy. Impressive. Both Farley and Huajian admired the mercenary formation's strategic maneuver. The next phase was crucial. Farley addressed his partner. "It appears the front lines are not foolish. They understand the importance of utilizing magic to disrupt the enemy's momentum. I wonder how the adversary will respond to this slow advance. From his vantage point, Farley could clearly observe the movements of the enemy formation. Confusion arose regarding the wolf cavalry's actions. For cavalry, 2 miles was a negligible distance, and their speed would typically surpass that of human cavalry. Farley envisioned a cavalry charge, intending to use their immense impact to shatter the enemy lines and divide their formation, ultimately surrounding and annihilating them with infantry support. However, the wolf cavalry merely trotted at a leisurely pace. This so-called slow advance was not a casual stroll, but rather a gradual acceleration meant to prepare their mounts for a sudden burst of speed. Yet, the length of this slow advance was perplexing. What on earth is happening? Farley muttered under his breath. Not only Farley, but also the commander of the mercenary group shared his bewilderment. The mist served not only to obscure the enemy's line of sight, but also concealed a host of lightning mages waiting in ambush, poised to unleash devastating magical attacks the moment the wolf cavalry broke through the veil of mist. Water and iron are both excellent conductors of electricity. Once the wolf cavalry traversed the mist, both werewolves and their mounts would inevitably become soaked. Given the confined nature of the battlefield, the concentrated magical damage from the wolf cavalry's densely packed formation would be highly advantageous. Attempting to weave a magical strategy? Dream on. Huajian casually ordered the messenger. Continue the slow advance. Halt briefly 200 meters from the magical mist. Bestow triple magical resistance auras from the shamans, and have the heavy infantry follow closely. Assemble the archers for a long-range assault. The eagle warriors are to take to the skies, exert tactical pressure, and then reposition the battlefield as commanded. After issuing orders, Huajian inquired of another messenger, "At what position is the light infantry formation currently?" Report, "They have reached the designated location and are awaiting further instructions. Ensure the light infantry formation remains well concealed. This battle is not solely about our front lines, it is about them. Remember, if it is unnecessary. Once the mission objectives are achieved, withdraw." With that, Huajian's gaze returned to the sand table. "What are your thoughts on my command, gentlemen? That's quite a devious ploy, employing a hidden fist. Aren't you concerned the enemy might fight desperately?" Fengya expressed unease. The explanation fell to Tushan. As long as the light infantry achieves its objectives, even if it does not fully succeed, the mission is still considered accomplished. Just as the divine envoy stated, "War knows no sequence. Our actions send a message to the enemy. While you focus on the front line, we have turned our attention to your rear. If you wish to claim victory, you must connect the ends and consider both flanks." The enemy commander's attention had been completely drawn to this main battlefield. The more beautifully we executed this plan, the more cautious he would become, naturally neglecting his rear. With a cold chuckle, Huajian turned to the messenger. "Are the cavalry ready?" Report, "General, the triple magical auras have been bestowed, and we are prepared for battle." Huajian's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Then what are we waiting for? Convey the order. Wolf cavalry, charge. Tear apart the enemy's defensive formation." Soon, the wolf cavalry, which had been moving at a sluggish pace, began to accelerate, enveloped in the shamanic aura of magical resistance. The claws of the wind blade magic wolves, cushioned by thick pads, allowed them to run silently. However, when their numbers surged into the thousands, the sound became overwhelming. Within the ranks of the mercenaries, both ordinary soldiers and mages felt a cold sweat trickle down their spines. The wolf cavalry was supposed to have faded into the annals of history, yet their reemergence raised questions about whether their strength was as terrifying as the legends suggested. In the blink of an eye, they closed the distance of nearly half a mile, and the mercenaries finally beheld their adversaries, werewolves clad in black armor, wielding heavy cleavers. Mounted upon the howling wind blade magic wolves, those stationed at the front could even see the blades of wind gathering in the mouths of the wolves, swelling ominously. "Archers, mages, attack!" At the command, a sparse rain of black arrows, intermingled with over a dozen dazzling blue lightning spheres, soared from the mercenary formation. The speed of the lightning spheres, combined with the onrushing cavalry, obliterated the distance between the magic, arrows, and the orcs in an instant. The werewolves were armored, rendering arrows nearly ineffective against them. However, their mounts lacked similar protection, granting the mercenaries a chance to inflict harm. The anguished cries of the wind blade magic wolves echoed, while the werewolves thrown from their mounts emitted deep, mournful howls. In such a dense formation, they would be trampled, crushed, and reduced to mere flesh underfoot. Before the human mercenaries could even celebrate, The wolf cavalry retaliated, drawing long throwing spears from their back holsters. With a commanding shout, the spears cut through the air with a sharp whistle, aimed directly at the mercenary ranks. The frontline mercenaries raised their sturdy shields, attempting to protect their comrades behind them. However, the shields proved inadequate against the cunning wolf cavalry, who launched their spears from 3 different angles. The leading cavalry at a shallow angle, the central formation at a half angle, and the rear formation launching their spears high. The simultaneous descent of the spears left the mercenaries with no means of defense. Those shielded by the large shields barely had time to react before being pinned to the ground, blood erupting in various forms, gushing from punctured wounds, seeping from abrasions, staining the earth beneath into a glaring, muddy crimson. Cries of anguish and despair filled the battlefield. This was war. It was either your demise or mine. The timing of the mercenaries' magical releases was precise, but the wolf cavalry's throwing spears proved superior. Just as the spears inflicted heavy damage upon the mercenary ranks, the werewolves and their mounts unleashed a deafening roar. The lead commander raised both hands, spreading them outward before striking downward, prompting the entire wolf cavalry to surge forward with sudden acceleration. Fueled by the scent of blood, the mounts howled, unleashing a torrent of wind blades that enveloped the front lines of the mercenary formation, crashing heavily against the shield wall. The shield wall, lacking human support, began to collapse en masse. Before the mercenaries could react, the leading magic wolves lunged at the towering shield wall. The already compromised large shields could not withstand such force, crumbling like a house of cards. The mercenaries sheltered behind the shields had no chance to scream as they were crushed beneath the weight. In that moment, both the frontline mercenaries and the watching Imperial army were momentarily stunned. Was this truly the end? Had their defenses collapsed so quickly? In the next instant, the roars of the werewolves and beasts jolted everyone back to reality. The recovering mercenaries, realizing the shield wall had fallen, charged forward recklessly. The wall had broken, but with mages and some human champions still present, victory was not yet lost. The mercenaries' desperate attacks yielded no meaningful results. The heavy, sharp cleavers and the claws of the beasts gradually eroded their resolve. Where were our mages? The mercenaries gritted their teeth, striving to halt the onslaught of the wolf cavalry, all the while questioning why their mages had yet to intervene. In truth, the mages and champions within the mercenary ranks had not remained idle. Rather, the opportunities for them to act were exceedingly rare. The moment they cast their spells, they would invite a deluge of throwing spears from the wolf cavalry, soon followed by small squads breaking off from the front lines to target the positions of the mages. These squads, numbering from dozens to hundreds, coordinated their attacks with precision, applying psychological pressure on the mages and human champions while efficiently slaughtering the surrounding ordinary mercenaries. The sudden bursts of fighting spirit manifested on the battlefield were often fleeting, as the mercenaries' hard-won magic flickered away like a mirage. No one anticipated the wolf cavalry's ferocity, nor their swift and precise responses. Unprepared, the mercenaries could only watch as the wolf cavalry, wielding bloodied cleavers, surged past them like a gale, leaving a trail of crimson in their wake. Within 10 minutes, 30,000 wolf cavalry had surged into the mercenary formation as though it were an unguarded realm. The attacking vanguard within the formation briefly hesitated before resuming their speed, their bodies drenched in blood as they carved through the mercenary infantry ranks, subsequently launching a surprise assault on the few remaining archers. The blood-soaked werewolves and the roaring beasts forced the unprotected archers to finally buckle under the pressure and flee in panic. Defeat came crashing down like an avalanche. Chapter 34. The strongest warriors engage in battle. Phalai gazed upon the disbanded mercenary formation and immediately commanded his troops to prepare for confrontation. The panicking mercenaries scattered in all directions, small pockets of resistance resembling tiny boats tossed about by a black tide, before vanishing without a trace. The overwhelming defeat had taken hold, and the mercenaries, their hearts shattered by the wolf cavalry, fled in utter disarray. Nearly a few years prior, such a scene had unfolded deep within the orc forest, directed solely against the orcs. Order the wolf cavalry to withdraw half of their numbers. The remaining 100 should pursue relentlessly and annihilate these mercenaries completely. Heavy infantry, maintain pressure on the forces of the Pota Empire and the Eagle warriors. Retreat from the battlefield to support the light infantry formations. Hualien stroked his chin, observing the 3 individuals beside him with a peculiar gaze. He had not anticipated that the strategies he prepared would go unused. How could these humans be so fragile? Hualien, visibly displeased, shook his hand as if to release pent-up frustration. All forces, retreat. The sudden command froze Hualien mid-motion, instinctively shouting, "Who dares issue such orders?" The tent flap was lifted by a pale hand, revealing a slender figure who slowly stepped inside. "We pay our respects to the beast god's envoy." The four beastmen within the tent, upon recognizing the newcomer, hurriedly placed their hands over their hearts in salute. Yin nodded, taking Hualien's command seat, and remarked, "You fought well this battle, but now is not the time for ordinary soldiers to engage. Lead your troops back to camp." The four commanders exchanged puzzled glances. Yet the words that followed from outside clarified the situation for all. "Bold orcs, dare you slaughter my human kin?" The roar echoed across the battlefield. A tremendous pressure descended from above, causing the retreating windblade wolves to whimper and collapse, while the werewolves atop lost control of their bodies, engulfed by a profound terror that rendered them immobile. Some even coughed up blood before falling lifelessly to the ground. A stooped elder appeared seemingly from thin air above the battlefield, exuding a fiery aura of battle spirit. The despairing might radiating from this elder was palpable. A saint-level powerhouse. What on earth is happening? All forces, retreat. Hualien was momentarily stunned by the unexpected turn of events, his heart racing with fear. Had his soldiers obeyed the command he had just issued, they would have walked willingly into death. It seemed the envoy sensed the presence of this formidable being, prompting the order for retreat. Without further hesitation, Hualien turned and exited the tent to organize an orderly withdrawal of his troops. The wolf cavalry, struggling to maintain their formation, moved painstakingly but did not collapse. Under the weight of the powerhouse's pressure, they remained steadfast in executing orders, a testament that astonished the martial saint observing from above. The scattered mercenaries, no longer pursued by the wolf cavalry, gradually came to a halt. A few began to congregate, trembling as they gazed at the saint-level powerhouse hovering above. When a saint-level warrior enters a formal battle and participates, no matter how robust and elite the opposing forces are, without a similarly powerful adversary to counterbalance, defeat becomes inevitable. The victors have historically swept through their enemies with ease, once documented as having captured entire cities, only to be obliterated by the opposing saint-level fighter. While martial god-level beings are indeed rare, their impact in organized military operations pales in comparison to that of a martial saint. In the current scenario, the mere presence of a saint-level warrior compelled the orc army to withdraw. This is the might of a saint-level powerhouse. Level 1 Martial Saint, the wandering Songhua Galiedo. "Have you come to wander in orc territory?" A youthful voice resonated across the battlefield, momentarily silencing all humans, including the one named Galiedo, who stood bewildered. Another saint-level powerhouse. Fei Lai, astonished, regarded his companion, previously skeptical about the orcs possessing a saint-level warrior. Yet the voice and the pressure he felt compelled him to accept this shocking revelation. After countless centuries, the Orc Empire had finally unveiled a saint-level powerhouse. Moreover, judging by the voice, they sounded remarkably youthful. "Who are you?" Galiedo's deep voice echoed the thoughts of all present, as the mercenaries, emboldened by renewed courage, fell back into despair. Even under Galiedo's protection, they could still feel the immense pressure, indicating that their opponent was not inferior to Galiedo himself. "My name is not known across the continent. Naturally, you would not recognize such a minor figure." The voice materialized from nowhere, leaving no indication of its source. Galiedo scrutinized the slowly retreating orc forces, attempting to locate the speaker, but after a moment of observation, he realized the presence seemed to evade him entirely. "Are you looking for me?" The youthful voice echoed from behind, causing Galiedo to stiffen abruptly. Drawing his sword from beneath his armpit, fiery battle spirit surged forth, yet upon turning, he found nothing but emptiness. Cold sweat trickled down his cheek as Galiedo took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. In such a situation, maintaining composure was crucial for the possibility of victory. "Your judgment is swift," the voice resumed, now seeming to echo from miles away. Galiedo's expression soured, as the mockery of his opponent weighed heavily upon him. The silence behind him, devoid of even the slightest sound, was unfathomable. Even a similarly ranked assassin could not achieve such stealth. Who was this individual? As Galiedo pondered, he noticed that the orc army had fully retreated, their wounded and fallen carried away, leaving only the scattered corpses of mercenaries and the blood-soaked earth in their wake. With the troops withdrawn, will you not reveal yourself? Descending slowly to the ground, Galiedo's long sword flickered with red battle spirit, and he positioned himself at the battlefield's edge, where visibility was ample, making concealment difficult. Yet, he understood that his opponent had locked onto his presence from the very beginning. Should he attack the orcs, the adversary would undoubtedly strike him. Given the earlier display of stealth, it would have been exceedingly easy for his opponent to ambush him. Their inaction had merely provided the orc forces time to retreat. Thank you for your consideration. Since you so sincerely invite me, how could I not appear? Even by the standards of age and hierarchy, I ought to make my entrance. No sooner had the words left the speaker's lips than a small figure materialized before Galeado, whose piercing gaze faltered momentarily, astonished to realize that the individual had been within his line of sight all along. Upon recognizing the figure, Galeado immediately surmised that this child, appearing no older than 4 or 5, was indeed the formidable entity he had sensed moments ago. Yet, this was undeniably a human child. The source of such power was perplexing, as was the motivation for aiding the orcs in their assault on humanity. Galeado scrutinized Lien, who reciprocated the examination. Clad in a common gray warrior's attire and draped in a light blue cloak frayed at the edges, indicating a wealth of experience, the slightly stooped Galeado reminded Lien of someone. Involuntarily, Lien studied Galeado's countenance, a square jaw lined with wrinkles, his dark red eyes flickering with an unusual light, revealing confusion and astonishment. Of course, Galeado remained oblivious to Lien's true age and identity. All the unknowns coalesced into a singular query. Who are you? As he slowly traversed the battlefield, closing within 20 meters of Galeado, Lien raised his gaze slightly, and their eyes met, both startled by the encounter. Lien was captivated by the other's calmness and fervor. Galeado was astounded by his adversary's prowess, discerning no limits to the power emanating from the child-sized figure. The opponent, though diminutive, radiated immeasurable strength. I am Rain, emissary of the Beast God from the Beast God Empire. Rain's voice, both youthful and commanding, reverberated across the firmament, leaving all but Galeado in a state of bewilderment. Galeado, possessing formidable strength and composure, quickly recovered from his initial surprise, reverting to his previous state of composed fervor. You are human, Galeado stated evenly, voicing the question on everyone's mind with unwavering conviction. How could a human child be an emissary of the Beast God, wielding such immense power? The Beast God bestowed this power. Born and raised in the Beastman Empire, I am undeniably a member of it. Rain's words were courteous, yet both mercenaries and imperial soldiers understood that the child would never return to the human race. Galeado scrutinized his opponent's eyes, a pair veiled in golden mist, conveying both resolve and an obscure sorrow and longing. Despite his youthful countenance, his face bore a composure beyond his years, surpassing even Galeado's own after decades of continental travels. How could such a formidable figure, barely beyond childhood, have experienced so much, save through a forced focus on power? Why massacre humans? Galeado demanded. Drawing his thoughts back to reality, Rain simply tilted his head and replied, This is war. Galeado paused, surveying the battlefield strewn with human corpses. The initial rage he felt at the sight inexplicably dissipated, solely due to those words. Indeed, war is a deadly contest concluded by one side's victory. No rule dictates that humans must prevail in the conflict against the Beastmen. To secure ultimate victory, eliminating the enemy and preventing future threats is the most effective strategy. Would he be as enraged if the corpses were Beastmen? Galeado knew the answer. He was human, unreservedly human. His years of travel failing to diminish his sense of human superiority. This hypocritical arrogance fueled his outrage. Reflecting on his opponent's words, Galeado felt a stinging shame, as if he had been slapped without recourse. This shame ignited boundless fury, his eyes fixed on the boy. The red glow of the long blade in his hand intensified, and the aura of a martial saint intensified, causing the mercenaries to scatter. So much talk, and still it comes to fighting. Chapter 35. War and News. Galeado fixed his gaze intently on Rian, both formidable warriors having locked onto one another. Rian recognized that an opportunity for a surprise attack was slim. Noticing Rian's stillness and the absence of any weapon in his hands, Galeado inquired, Draw your weapon. No need. Rian replied, I require no external aid. With that, Rian stepped back slightly with his right leg, crouching down, while his left leg bent slightly at the knee. He raised both hands to his chest, one high, the other low, one in front and the other behind. After completing this movement, Rian regarded Galeado with quiet intensity. Galeado felt an unusual sensation from Rian's peculiar stance. It was neither a clear offensive nor defensive posture. Although there was no visible surge of power, Rian emanated an aura that was both natural and imposing, devoid of any apparent weaknesses or openings. Galedo felt a profound sense of indecision. Was the divine messenger attempting to mock him? Farther away, the orc warriors, including Huayan, observed with keen interest. The human mercenaries, concerned about being caught in the crossfire, were not afraid. Rather, they saw it as a rare opportunity to learn, not about human combat techniques, but rather Rian's extraordinary martial skill. The divine messenger's martial art was indeed remarkable. Relying solely on his physical prowess, he could defend against multiple attackers within a 5-step radius, transitioning swiftly between offense and defense. This was made evident when Rian had previously demonstrated his techniques during a lesson. In that instance, 2 swift werewolves and 2 powerful minotaurs had ambushed the divine messenger. Yet he effortlessly defended himself within that 5-step circle for 10 minutes. The 4 orcs coordinated their attacks with precision, yet Rian consistently diverted their strikes, disrupting their rhythm until he ultimately forced them out of the circle. By the end, the 4 orcs were left exhausted, kneeling and gasping for breath in surrender. At the beginning of that demonstration, the divine messenger had assumed the very posture he now held, a special martial art known as Tai Chi, imparted by the envoy. Unbeknownst to Galedo, who stood opposite Rian, he could not fathom Rian's intentions. Since Rian was prepared, Galedo felt no need for restraint. With a low growl, he unleashed a wave of crimson energy from his long blade, the energy swiftly taking the form of a crescent as it arced toward Rian. The sound was thunderous as the crescent energy sliced through the air, striking the forest behind Rian. Dozens of massive trees were severed in half by the fiery energy, and Rian stood nearly 100 meters away from the forest. The sheer power of that first strike was unmistakable, as onlookers marveled at the potency of Galedo's flame-infused energy. A puzzling thought arose. How could such a formidable attack have missed? Only Galedo and a few orcs understood that the energy had not been misdirected at all. Had Rian not executed a subtle sidestep while gently tapping the energy, the strike would have landed squarely upon him. In truth, the orcs had not seen Rian's movement. They merely inferred it from the energy's passage. The only one who perceived everything was Galedo. In that fleeting moment before the energy struck, Rian not only tapped it but also flicked his fingers. The intense heat of the flame-infused energy caused Rian's innate orcish strength to flicker and fade. But just before it vanished, he managed to create a small gap in the most concentrated part of the energy. That brief surge of strength was pure orcish power. A mere instant, yet Galedo felt an inexplicable dread at its presence. Though orcs could not cultivate human energy or magic, they possessed their own innate orcish strength. Galedo had encountered this strength before, which he described as a raw, power-based energy devoid of any human attributes. He termed it strength energy. What Rian had released with that tap and flick was indeed orcish power, yet its concentration surpassed even that of Galedo's own flame energy. Had it not been so, the earlier attack would have singed Rian's hair. Instead, Rian remained unscathed. Rian had elevated the orcish power from null to a level akin to a martial sage. All in that fleeting moment, a feat Galedo believed he could not replicate, nor could most powerful beings he knew. The exception to this was a special class among humans, assassins. What Rian had exhibited was a common technique among assassins, enhancing his strength in an instant while the target was unaware, delivering a lethal blow before retreating to a lower power level to create an opportunity for escape. Could it be that this divine messenger was an assassin? The swift ambush from behind, the stealthy presence, the sudden surge of strength, all led Galedo to speculate that Rian might indeed be an assassin-type warrior. Even with this classification, Galedo hesitated to act rashly, for a powerful instinct within him vehemently rejected the notion. If Rian truly were an assassin, why had he not employed his stealthy methods to approach and eliminate Galedo in an instant? Instead, Rian remained stationary, maintaining that peculiar stance, unwavering in his focus on Galedo. From their brief encounter, Galedo realized that long-range attacks would prove ineffective against Rian. To defeat him, he had to engage in close combat. Close combat was the forte of all who trained in energy techniques, and since Rian had assumed a stance indicative of melee, Galedo felt compelled to engage. Confident in his ability to prevail in close quarters, Galedo bent his stooped body and sprang forward like a meteor, raising his long blade high before bringing it crashing down. Rian, still poised, took a step back, lifting his left hand to gently touch the blade's back as it approached. An irresistible force surged from the blade to Galedo's hand, and he once more felt that brief but potent surge of energy. Yet, Galado's technique was antiquated. He could not alter his attack. Instead of striking Rian's head, the blade collided heavily with Rian's left side. A torrent of energy erupted, launching an upward attack at Rian's abdomen, an impromptu tactic conceived by Galado. Since Rian had used his left hand to deflect the long blade, Galado believed the left side was now vulnerable, and this sudden strike would surely inflict damage. In reality, Galado was mistaken. If he could conceive of a surprise attack, he should not have overlooked Rian's right hand, which had been positioned low. This was the second mistake he made in his second strike. Rian retracted his right hand and angled it upward to meet the suddenly appearing energy, then flicked it outward. The energy, unexpectedly, surged back toward Galado's face. Caught off guard, Galado instinctively turned his head to evade, only to find a section of his hair singed upon regaining his footing. "What is this?" Galado stammered, unable to find the words to describe the bizarre spectacle before him. If it were merely a martial skill, he had traveled extensively and had never encountered such an odd technique. If it were magic, he felt no trace of magical energy. Rian had utilized a minuscule amount of Orcish power to deflect his 3 attacks, yet the extraordinary nature of their exchange could not be attributed to sorcery. It was indeed pure Orcish strength. Rian continued to regard Galado calmly, his body remaining in that peculiar stance that left Galado feeling perplexed. Galado's 3 assaults could be deemed as a full exertion of his strength, yet the opponent remained utterly unharmed, which left him somewhat embarrassed. However, having initiated the attack, he seemed to lose absolute control over his power. The opponent's movements were crystal clear, yet that peculiar force always led or diverted his strikes. The intensity of his 3 full-force attacks rendered Galado's breathing slightly ragged, but this battle must culminate in the defeat of one side. Although the likelihood of his opponent's failure appeared slim, he still believed he had a chance. With a renewed determination, Galado propelled himself forward once more, sweeping his long blade horizontally. This time, there was no aura attached to the blade. Rain, with a gentle tap of his right hand, redirected the sweeping edge of Galado's sword. Galado let out a low growl, as the blade that was initially aimed at the ground suddenly veered toward Rain's calf. Rain retreated half a step, his left hand gracefully tracing a circular arc, landing on Galado's abdomen. Startled, Galado instinctively drew back, carefully assessing his internal condition, only to find no abnormalities. Looking up at Rain, he noticed a distinct change in the latter's posture. If his previous stance was effortless, this new pose, while seemingly more casual, exuded an imposing presence akin to an insurmountable mountain. Rain's legs were slightly bent, his hands raised just enough to amplify the pressure he exerted on Galado more than twofold. "By the beast god above, the esteemed envoy is employing 8 extremes fist," exclaimed Huajian, observing with astonishment. Upon discerning Rain's stance, not only Huajian but also the 3 colleagues beside him exchanged bewildered glances, then turned their eyes back to the 2 figures on the battlefield, fully aware of the rarity of such an opportunity. "According to custom, I have allowed you 3 strikes. Now, please receive 3 from the younger generation." Just as Galado braced himself in vigilance, he saw Rain conjure an afterimage, his right fist lunging directly toward Galado's chest. With the blade held upright, Galado unleashed his fire-type aura, but before he was adequately prepared, he heard a muffled thud as Rain's fist collided with the blade, the force surpassing Galado's expectations. The grip of his right hand fractured, and the blade was forcibly pressed against him. But the ordeal was not over, as Galado exhaled. Hoping to use his aura to repel the attack, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the lower part of his chest. The agony nearly rendered him breathless, making the thought of unleashing his aura seem like a distant fantasy. Following that, he was struck again in the chest with tremendous force, sending his body careening backward uncontrollably. Regaining his composure midair, Galado managed to land but was forced to retreat a dozen steps in a disheveled manner, his expression twisted as he beheld Rain's petite form. To onlookers, it seemed as though Rain had merely thrown a single punch, but Galado, as Rain's opponent, understood that he had indeed executed 3 strikes, 1 punch, 1 elbow, and 1 collision. Rain's speed was astonishing. Galado's protective aura was shattered by the first punch, the subsequent elbow obliterated the remaining defenses, and the final impact was something Galado bore with his own body. The constriction in his chest hindered the proper flow of his aura. With a slight lick of his throat, he coughed up blood. After taking 2 deep breaths, though still somewhat weary, he felt considerably better than before. "Our strengths are disparate, and I harbor no intent to slay you. Depart now, and I hope you may convey a message among the human strong. The demonic tribe, over 3,000 years ago, is on the verge of returning. With that, Rain retracted his hand, his aura surging with each passing moment, while Galeato's expression shifted in response to Rain's escalating presence. A martial saint at level 3. The invasion of the demon tribe? Indeed, the exact timing remains uncertain, yet the great beast god has bestowed this knowledge upon me. With these words spoken, Rain turned to leave, while Galeato stood in the center of the battlefield, silent and contemplative, casting a complex gaze upon the Imperial troops and the mercenaries who began to flee. With a few flickers, he vanished from sight. The battlefield fell into a tranquil silence, only to be shattered by a high-pitched wail from a griffin. A blood-soaked griffin rider stumbled toward Fari, and the strategist, panic etched across his face. "General, this is dire. Our supply convoy has been ambushed by the beast men." Chapter 36. Annihilation. What did you say? Upon hearing the news, Phalai felt a sudden dizziness, as if darkness enveloped him. Once he regained his composure, he swiftly grasped the griffin rider, who lay gasping on the ground, and bellowed, "General, our logistics unit was ambushed by the Orc infantry and the Eagle men 30 miles outside Foaming City, resulting in hundreds of casualties and the majority of our supplies being incinerated." The rider, catching his breath, reported the critical situation. Phalai released him, only to feel his body sway unsteadily. A muffled thud resonated beneath their feet, causing everyone to falter. "What is happening?" Phalai began to issue orders for the griffins to take flight, when a more profound noise erupted from a nearby location. "Look at the ground," his partner shouted in terror, pointing at the battlefield. Phalai steadied himself and turned to witness vast swathes of land caving in, mercenaries and corpses being devoured by the suddenly appearing chasms. With no time to react, the cracked earth spread towards the Imperial troops, and the demoralized soldiers, witnessing the horrific scene, cried out in despair as they retreated. "Run! Help! Maintain formation! Do not trample!" Phalai's fury and anxiety coalesced into a torrent of rage, and he collapsed from the high platform, darkness engulfing him once more. When Phalai awoke, he found himself in the Lord's mansion of Foaming City. The attending maid, noticing his consciousness returning, hurriedly reported to others, who soon streamed into the room, gathering around Phalai's bedside. With a pale complexion, Phalai inquired of his partner, "What is the situation? You have been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights. The army has regrouped, but morale is low. During the retreat, a stampede occurred, resulting in approximately 200 casualties." His partner paused, noticing Phalai's increasingly grave expression before continuing. "The logistics unit was unexpectedly attacked. Calculating the time, it coincided with the appearance of His Excellency Galeato. Subsequently, we also detected 3,000 Eagle men. Although the logistics unit suffered minimal casualties, only 1/5 of the supplies were salvaged." Phalai inhaled deeply, feeling the weight on his chest lighten considerably. Once he calmed down, he remarked, "This was a trap set by the enemy." "Indeed," his partner affirmed. "They diverted our attention to the Fengming Mountain battlefield using their formidable wolf cavalry, with the annihilation of the mercenary coalition as one of their primary objectives. The assault on our logistics unit and the destruction of supplies was their secondary aim. As for our troops, those who perished in the stampede were entirely innocent." His partner's expression darkened. The casualties during the retreat could have been averted. What truly transpired during that earthquake? Phalai pondered, recalling the earlier scene, astonished and puzzled. Why did his partner express such sentiments? Was there a deeper implication? With a sigh, his partner explained, "The orcs aimed for the complete annihilation of the mercenary coalition. That was not an earthquake. It was an engineering maneuver wherein they excavated the land beneath the plain, creating a sinkhole. The edge of the pit was less than 50 meters from our formations. Even if we had remained still, we would not have been ensnared, which is why those soldiers died unjustly." His partner paused before adding with a wry smile, "To some extent, the orcs did honor their word by not attacking our 50,000 troops stationed at the foot of Foaming Mountain. However, they targeted everything else that was fair game. They are indeed shrewd strategists." Phalai sighed, reflecting on the situation. "Furthermore, the Emperor has issued a command for you to return to the royal city to prepare for accountability and investigation. We have fallen victim to the orcs this time. We do not even know who their commander is. It is infuriating." His partner echoed Phalai's sentiments with a sigh, but at that moment, a soldier rushed into the room and whispered something to the Lord. The Lord appeared startled before gesturing for the soldier to leave. Phalai and his partner regarded the Lord of Foaming City, a portly middle-aged man who had held the position for over a decade. Phalai and his partner were direct members of the military and had never encountered him before. General, a 10-man team bearing the banner of the Orc Empire has arrived outside the city, requesting an audience with you, the Lord said respectfully, leaning forward. An audience with me? For what purpose? Phalai and his partner exchanged confused glances, unsure of the intentions behind the Orc Empire's envoy. In the battlefield hospital of the Owl tribe, Alia was meticulously bandaging her brother's wounds. The injury was on his lower back, though not wide, it was deep. If mishandled, it could lead to infection, posing a grave threat to his life. Meanwhile, Kate and Arf sat across from Ulron, who recounted the events on the battlefield. Kate had been brought back to the Owl tribe's hospital by Xiao Jiao at the onset of the conflict. The continuous tremors had caused his injury to reopen, and Alia had to take on the responsibility of caring for him once more. Both siblings found themselves in the same ward due to Kate's injury. Now, the humans should behave themselves. Ulron concluded his tale with a comment laced with meaning, casting a knowing glance at Kate. Kate, oblivious to Ulron's insinuation, felt the disdain in his demeanor. The battle could be said to have concluded that very noon, with the subsequent clashes between strong combatants falling outside the scope of this particular engagement. Nevertheless, the Orc Empire had undeniably secured a resounding victory. What could the Orc Empire's next move be? Kate found himself perplexed. Even with his merchant's acumen, he could not fathom the Orc Empire's intentions. No, more specifically, the designs of the enigmatic divine envoy, Rain. Before the war commenced, Rain had prepared a letter and entrusted it to Kate, who was permitted to peruse its contents, as he bore the responsibility of explanation. In essence, it was an ultimatum demanding the Potan Empire cease the capture of the Orc Empire's citizens, a brief document imbued with the gravitas of a great power. While it remained uncertain whether Rain had penned it personally, it bore the imperial seal and Rain's signature. As Aleph requested his brother to share more battlefield anecdotes, a messenger from the Wolf Cavalry entered the tent. His Excellency the Divine Envoy wishes to see you. Please follow me. With that, the messenger led Kate from the military tent towards Rain's quarters. Along the way, he observed numerous orcs returning from the battlefield, tending to their wounds. Most were clad in armor, and the injuries sustained were predominantly superficial, with only a few severely wounded. Nevertheless, they appeared to have survived. The orcs possessed remarkable medical expertise. As long as there was breath, a life could be saved. However, some orcs faced the grim reality of losing a body part, enduring the rest of their lives with that sacrifice. Having gained some understanding of the Orc Empire, Kate knew these injured were well cared for and would not need to worry about their future livelihoods. With their commendable military discipline and indomitable spirit, they could thrive in any tribe. As Kate observed the wolf cavalry around him, he felt their scrutiny in return. The silent warriors regarded him with contempt, some baring their teeth in defiance, though many were swiftly reprimanded by the accompanying medics. After a mere 20 minutes, they arrived outside Rain's quarters. The messenger knocked on the door before allowing Kate to enter directly. Upon stepping inside, Kate was taken aback. Engrossed in thoughts of treaties and trade, he remained oblivious to the commotion within the dwelling. Upon entering, his gaze fell upon a werewolf sprawled across a long bench, armor cast aside, trousers lowered halfway, flanked by two of his kind wielding wooden rods. With each strike of the rods, a dull thud resonated, the werewolf's hindquarters already awash in blood. Yet the executioners remained impassive. At that moment, a minotaur interjected, "Your Eminence, allow me to bear 100 lashes in place of Scarface." It was then that Kate noticed Earth Mountain, the aforementioned orc, standing in a somewhat unnatural posture, while the other two Orcish commanders appeared equally rigid, all bearing the marks of recent flogging. Rien sat upon a chair in the center of the room, a foxwoman standing silently beside him, head bowed. Another minotaur, seeing Rien's silence, also pleaded on behalf of the punished orc. Kate, sensing the situation, realized that the one being flogged was undoubtedly Scarface, the commander of the recent battle. Yet, despite the resounding victory, why was the triumphant general being subjected to such punishment? Presumptuous, inept command, Rien exclaimed, rising to his feet, his face contorted with fury. I tasked you with annihilating the mercenary alliance. Do you comprehend the meaning of annihilation? Pray, enlighten them, esteemed members of the Imperial General Staff. Rien gestured with a small hand towards Wind Fong. Wind Fong, initially taken aback, responded nervously, "Annihilation, Your Eminence, signifies leaving no soul alive. Did you hear that? Not a single survivor. But, Your Eminence, there were. Earth Mountain began to protest, only to be silenced by a piercing glare from Rien. What? Human powerhouses? Do you harbor so little faith in me? Rien roared once more, though his voice alone carried the force of his rage. Had he truly unleashed his fury, the entire Owl tribe would have been razed to the ground. Earth Mountain, though silenced, harbored resentment, recalling that it was Rien who had ordered the retreat. Yet now they were being blamed. Was this not unjust? Do you deem it unfair? What were my original instructions? The human powerhouses are my concern, and that of the Orcish elite. Your sole duty is to fulfill your designated roles. You are soldiers. What is your sacred duty? Obey orders. The three standing orcs bellowed, snapping to attention. Even Scarface, writhing in agony on the bench, instinctively tensed his body, only to collapse once more as two more lashes landed squarely on his buttocks. Enough. The remaining lashes will be deferred until a later time. Now, be gone, and carry out my orders. Rien waved his hand dismissively, and the two werewolf executioners escorted Scarface and the other three commanders out of the dwelling. Kate advanced a few paces, then halted, unsure of how to begin. You have heard of Galido, have you not? Rien inquired, resuming his seat. Kate nodded. Indeed. A fire elemental martial saint, a first-class powerhouse, formerly a subject of the Cotelar Empire. After attaining martial sainthood, he embarked on a journey across the continent. Rumor has it that this powerhouse is fond of battle. Rien tapped his fingers on the armrest, listening intently to Kate's exposition on Galido. He remained silent for a long moment, lost in thought. Kate sensed a palpable shift in the young boy's demeanor, a transformation from the previous anger to a newfound sagacity and authority. The fury he had displayed earlier had dissipated as the Orcish commanders departed. After a prolonged silence, the foxwoman refilled Rien's water glass, and Rien finally spoke. Would you be interested in a proposition? Chapter 37. Natural enemies. Kate was first taken aback, then startled, and finally elated. What business might His Excellency the Divine Envoy wish to conduct with a mere mortal like myself? While General Phalai lives, my Orc Empire can engage in trade with you. Lean remarked, lifting his cup of water and sipping delicately, though his gaze remained fixed on Kate. Phalai? General Phalai? Kate queried, perplexed. Why propose such a request? The Potan Empire and the Orc Empire are currently adversaries. This does not benefit the Orc Empire, and I am but an inconspicuous noble. Striving to protect the defeated Phalai is indeed a task beyond my means. However, upon further contemplation, Kate realized that the task was not insurmountable. If he could meet with the Emperor of the Potan Empire, there would be a chance. His status in the Cotelar Empire may be insignificant. Yet he hailed from a noble lineage of a great nation, and he could leverage this to safeguard General Phalai. Alternatively, he could claim that he was rescued by Phalai from their clutches. I instruct you to return with Phalai. You must assert that you were saved by Phalai from our hands. Your family stands behind you, merely a small vassal state. It is not so difficult, Lean stated calmly, setting down his cup. Cold sweat trickled down Kate's face as he realized the extent to which this enigmatic envoy had orchestrated events. He felt as though he had been completely manipulated. The very aspirations he harbored were within Lean's calculations. Such a person was indeed formidable. Nevertheless, the terms offered were undeniably enticing. Should trade with the Orc Empire commence, he would undoubtedly reap immense benefits. This proposal originated from him, yet it had transformed into a bargaining chip for Lean, who had him firmly in his grasp from every conceivable angle. Since it was the divine envoy's intention, Kate resolved to exert his utmost effort. Given that the path had been laid out for him, he could only proceed, embracing both risk and opportunity, one of the tenets of commerce. Suddenly, Kate recalled something and hurriedly spoke. Your Excellency, regarding your nation's martial tournament. He trailed off, an inexplicable blush creeping onto his face. Oh, that is still a month away. Once you conclude matters with the Potan Empire, I trust you will come. If you do not wish to return to Cotelar, that is also permissible, Lean replied, stepping closer to Kate. Kate's blush deepened as he teasingly remarked. It is not that matter. This piqued Lean's curiosity. He scrutinized Kate's countenance, hoping to uncover the truth. I have invited Alia from the Owl tribe to accompany me, but she may only arrive the day after the tournament. I wonder if His Excellency could permit her to come directly? Kate's face was crimson, as if he had expended all his energy in uttering these words. And he let out a long sigh. Lean, perplexed by Kate's demeanor, turned and inquired, Who is Alia? The name rang a bell. Yet he could not recall who Kate referred to. The flower of the Owl tribe, currently serving as a nurse in the battlefield hospital. She bears a resemblance to humans. The fox girl explained, glancing at Kate with a hint of confusion. Alia has been responsible for attending to the wounded Lord Kate. Ah, I see. The tournament grounds should be ready by now, correct? Lean nodded in understanding and then turned to the now flushed Kate, asking, why does a grown man blush so? At this, Kate's face reddened even further. After muttering an apology, he bolted for the door, leaving Lean erupting with laughter in the room. Everything is completed and currently being managed. The fox girl maintained her indifferent expression. I tasked you with handling matters. Have you seen to them? There are 3 individuals in the delegation, all under control. Young master, what transpired with that human just now? Xiao Ba's face remained impassive as she inquired, having observed Kate's physiological reaction without grasping its significance. Xiao Ba, have you considered finding a partner? Lin suddenly interjected with a serious expression. Boya shook her head decisively. In the netherworld, the lowly fear me, the equal scheme against me, and the superior disdain me. I have none, nor do I require one. Thus, this is the reason for your lack of understanding. To put it simply, this human harbors feelings for the one caring for him, named Alia. Indeed, Alia, Lin confirmed. It is as simple as that. Observing Boya's puzzled expression, he fell silent, the melancholy on his face reflecting in her eyes. Boya understood that her young master was once again reminded of the elusive mistress he had yet to find. Yet, dwelling on it would yield no solutions. He resolved to attend to the matters at hand. Lin quickly regained his composure, his expression tranquil as he declared, to the Beast Emperor City. Who would have thought the Orc Empire has progressed to this extent? Feng Luan exclaimed in astonishment, lowering the carriage window to gaze at Gary 4. Throughout this journey, in terms of economy, livelihood, military affairs, and governance, they have far surpassed my comprehension. Regardless, since they extend a cordial invitation rather than a declaration of war. We should take solace in that, Gary 4 replied, somewhat disheartened. Having passed the throne to his son, he felt considerably less constrained, save for the entourage that accompanied him. Though reluctant to admit it, the old statesman perceived certain policies of his that seemed to mirror those of the Orc Empire, albeit implemented later. Yet, the Orc Empire had remained isolationist. How could they have developed such a comprehensive system? The old statesman was indeed perplexed. Since we have arrived, we shall make ourselves comfortable. Given the sincerity displayed by the other party, we ought not to harbor excessive suspicions. Let us remain observant and cognizant, Gary 4 concluded before closing his eyes to rest, allowing the carriage to sway gently without uttering a word. Before long, the carriage came to a halt. Before either man could open their eyes, the driver respectfully handed a letter into the carriage. Gary 4 opened it, his expression growing tense. Feng Luan, puzzled, was about to inquire when Gary 4 passed the letter to him. Upon reading it, Feng Luan's countenance shifted dramatically. The contents of the letter were straightforward, succinctly recounting the commencement and outcome of the Fengming Mountain battle, detailing the timeline from both sides entering the battlefield to the human retreat, even noting the moment when a martial saint-level warrior was repelled. In less than a day, 50,000 mercenaries were decisively defeated by 30,000 wolf cavalry, with the remaining human forces, devoid of supplies, forced to take refuge in Fengming City. This was utterly astonishing. Feng Luan's hand trembled as he clutched the letter, struggling to reconcile the surreal nature of the events with the rationality that insisted they were indeed real. Gary Ivy's deep sigh pulled Feng Luan back to reality. Reflecting on the Orc Empire's previous arrogance and recalling the sights witnessed along the way, such an outcome seemed, in hindsight, quite reasonable. Slowly, Feng Luan folded the letter, realizing he had overlooked one crucial detail. Why would the Orc Empire send what could be termed a military report? Are they attempting to display their might? Feng Luan cautiously inquired. Not quite, Gary 4 responded, a hint of resignation in his expression. That is, they simply do not care. Before Feng Luan could pose another question, the carriage halted once more, this time arriving at the relay station. As he disembarked, Feng Luan spotted a robed fox person accompanied by a welcoming party of approximately 50 individuals, patiently awaiting at the entrance of the relay station. A familiar yet perilous sensation surged within him. He could not articulate why he felt such aversion toward this fox person, merely that they were undeniably bothersome. Legel also noticed Feng Luan. Similarly, upon gazing at the somewhat stooped figure of this elderly human, he experienced a peculiar sensation. Although it was merely a momentary exchange of glances, with no discernible anomaly in the other's eyes and no fluctuations of power emanating from him, Legel perceived that this old man was far from ordinary. Indeed, he seemed more intricate than even the martial deity leading their group. According to reports, This elderly gentleman, Feng Luan, oversaw the educational affairs of the Gary Empire. During this diplomatic mission, he had garnered the praise of the divine envoy, receiving an extraordinary invitation to observe the Imperial Martial Arts Tournament. Upon hearing this news, Legel had begun to pay closer attention to him, and upon meeting him today, he was undeniably struck with a sense of danger. This feeling of peril quickly coalesced into a single term that encapsulated his thoughts: nemesis. The unassuming, seemingly frail old man before him was, in fact, his nemesis. Legel could not fathom why he felt this way, as it had been a long time since he had experienced such a sensation. Amidst this feeling of danger, he also felt a twinge of anticipation and excitement. Let us extol the beast god and warmly welcome the delegation from the Gary Empire to the realm of the beast men, to observe our martial arts competition. Esteemed guests, after your arduous journey, please take a moment to rest at the inn. Tomorrow, you shall have the honor of an audience with His Majesty, the Beast Emperor. Legel temporarily set aside his thoughts and approached with a beaming smile. The leader of the Gary Empire's delegation was none other than Gary IV, a man who had occupied the throne for many years and exuded a unique aura of authority. Legel felt this deeply, yet Gary IV merely adhered to the customary diplomatic courtesies expected of a human empire. Inside the inn, he was taken aback to find that the accommodations were even more opulent than those of the human empire. The fatigue from several days of travel weighed heavily on the delegation, and with nightfall approaching, everyone longed for rest. Legel, being mindful of this, graciously took his leave. Once everything was in order, Feng Luan shared his impressions of arriving with Gary IV. Initially taken aback, Gary IV burst into laughter, drawing curious glances from those around them. "I'm not surprised that you feel this way. How should I put it? It is akin to the sensation of facing a worthy adversary, simply put, a nemesis. I once felt this way during the early days of my struggle for the throne, but that sensation faded over time. It is astonishing that you would experience it now." The old minister found this peculiar as well. Feng Luan, taken aback by this revelation, found it hard to believe that at his advanced age, he could still encounter his nemesis. The thought was almost laughable, and he chuckled at the irony. Gary IV laughed along but then earnestly remarked, "Do not underestimate this individual. He is a formidable martial deity. You are mistaken if you think otherwise. He is the headmaster of the Imperial Academy, personally appointed by the beast god's envoy, Leon. It is likely that he possesses capabilities not inferior to yours." After saying this, Gary IV tapped his temple knowingly. Feng Luan shot him a glare, followed by an expression of frustration. Regardless, the movements of the Beastmen Empire warranted close attention. An empire that had endured in silence for 2 decades, cloaked by the veil of humanity, should never be underestimated. The Wind Ming Mountain campaign served as a stark reminder. Regrettably, we both understand our current predicament. No matter how we perceive it, those great empires and powerful factions will continue to revel in their pride. It is likely that before the war against the demons, conflicts will arise between humanity and other races, which I fear may jeopardize the interests of all races across the continent. After expressing these concerns, Gary IV rose and walked to the window, gazing down at the bustling streets below. Though night had fallen, the Beast Emperor city remained lively, with many shops still open. The torches at their entrances illuminated the streets, allowing the diverse denizens of the beast realm to enjoy the same pleasures as during the day. Observing this vibrant scene, Gary IV felt an indescribable mixture of envy and jealousy. Since understanding eludes us, we must passively accept and adapt. Chapter 38. The Path of Survival. Rian quietly observed the bustling scene below, unaware that Boya had silently approached him from behind, gently calling out to him. When Rian turned around, Boya was taken aback to see that Rian's eyes had momentarily transformed into a striking golden hue, only to revert back to a deep brown almost instantly. Despite the fleeting nature of this change, the tremor it induced within Boya caused his body to involuntarily sway. "Is everything settled?" Boya nodded, yet he could not fathom why Rian had come to Fengming City to meet Fari, and especially why it was a private meeting. Fari and his partner were waiting downstairs. Regardless of Fari's esteemed status in Porta, a summons from a martial saint was sufficient to compel him to drop any ongoing affairs. "Let him come up," Rian said wearily after his eyes returned to their normal state. Once Boya left, Rian exhaled deeply. The resistance from his innate powers intensified, and the seal of the Orcish strength grew increasingly tenuous. Although he was uncertain when it would be broken, Rian was aware that he still had some time left. His earlier estimation needed to be halved. As Rian pondered these matters, Boya had already escorted Fari to the second floor. After surveying the surroundings, Fari bowed to Rian in accordance with noble etiquette. Nodding, Rian gestured for Fari to take a seat. Once Fari was seated, Rian contemplated before speaking. General Fari. Please, go ahead, Fari replied, standing with a respectful demeanor. In the presence of a martial saint, the privileges of nobility were rendered meaningless, a fact Fari fully understood. He had witnessed Rian's confrontation with Galido and knew that although the Porta Empire possessed a level 3 martial god, his ascension had not been long, making him inconsequential compared to Rian. In this battle of Foaming Mountain, you have suffered defeat. Do you have any objections? Rian's directness caught Fari off guard. The outcome was undeniable. Half of the coalition had perished, and while the larger mercenary groups had yet to voice their opinions, pressure on the Porta Empire was inevitable. As for how the royal family would respond, it was likely to result in a demotion of their status to that of common soldiers or civilians. Moreover, Fari would have to contend with assassination threats from the mercenary groups. Upon his return, he feared the worst. He shook his head in denial of any objections, acknowledging that the quality and tactics of the Orcish army vastly surpassed his own 50,000 regular troops. It was only natural to have lost. Fortunately, he had preserved 5,000 viable forces, a small consolation amidst the disgrace. Fari was perplexed as to why Rian had come to Foaming City to meet him and was uncertain of Rian's intentions in posing such a question. However, one thing was clear. Rian was not there to flaunt his power, so Fari chose to remain silent and attentive. Observing Fari's focused demeanor, Rian nodded in approval and said, I have come to offer you a chance for survival. You should be heading to the Swit family, correct? Indeed. One of the most renowned commercial giants of the Kotera Empire, primarily engaged in crystal mining and magical artifacts, immensely wealthy, Fari replied, keeping his gaze lowered. Good. You are somewhat informed. Do you know the consequences you will face upon your return? Rian's interest peaked as he scrutinized Fari's reaction. Fari responded swiftly, almost without thought, a dead end. Ah, it seems you are quite aware of your current predicament. What do you intend to do? Rian inquired. Fari remained silent, still struggling to comprehend Rian's motives. Did it involve the Swit family? As a mere general of a small vassal state, he doubted he had any connections to such a prominent family and thus resolved to await further developments. Rian tilted his head, approaching Fari and fixing his gaze on Fari's somewhat dazed eyes. I have a captive. Can you assist in saving him? Initially unnerved by the intensity of Rian's stare, Fari struggled to process Rian's words. Only when Rian's expression shifted slightly did he realize that this formidable figure was offering him a chance at salvation. Ah, you mean you have a captive from the Swit family? Fari hesitated, recalling that one of the heirs had accompanied the red maple leaf to Porta for a hunting expedition. After thorough inquiries, he had learned that this heir was presumed dead during the hunt. Could it be that he was still alive? Seeing Fari's expression fluctuate, Rian felt a pang of disappointment and returned to his seat. It was no wonder this human general had been defeated by Huolian. One could call it caution. But in truth, it was excessive suspicion. Rian doubted the necessity of rescuing someone so indecisive. Since your excellency has the intention to save a dying man, I am immensely grateful, Fari said, bowing in appreciation for Rian's offer. After acknowledging Fari with a nod, Rian dismissed him, believing that executing such a minor task could be delegated to his subordinates. 3 days later, the patrols in Foaming City discovered that orcs were intending to kill a captured human. Coincidentally, General Fari was nearby, leading a contingent of nearly 100 men. He intervened just before the human was harmed, driving back the filthy and foolish orcs. The rescued individual was none other than one of the Swit family heirs, who was presumed dead. In gratitude for Fari's timely rescue, he provided a wealth of information about the Orcish Empire. Aware of Fari's impending accountability and possible sentencing, this heir resolved to confront the royal family of Porta directly to ensure Fari's safety. Upon reviewing the briefing in his hands, Rian signaled for Huolian to crouch and lean closer. Unbeknownst to Huolian, Rian swiftly knocked him down with a slap. As Huolian rubbed his backside, he realized he was unharmed. Understanding that Rian had not truly been angry. How many times have I told you? Be professional. Do you comprehend what that means? Who are you trying to fool? This is far too phony, Rian exclaimed, feigning a heartbroken expression as laughter erupted among the surrounding generals. The so-called rescue operation was not as fabricated as it seemed. To achieve a semblance of authenticity, Fari's troops clashed with Huolian's wolf cavalry in a genuine skirmish. Both sides exhibited considerable restraint, yet genuine combat ensued, resulting in a few lightly injured werewolves on Huolian's side and several broken bones among Fari's men. Ultimately, Fari emerged victorious. "Your Excellency, there are already injuries. Did you not say to avoid casualties as much as possible?" Tushan attempted to defend Huolian, but Rian shot him a glare, silencing him. Addressing the 4 generals before him, Rian shook his head and said, "Forget it. Consider this task satisfactory. We must remain vigilant to prevent unnecessary incursions into the Orcish territory." "Yes," they replied in unison. 2 days later, Fari and Kate traveled to the royal capital to face accountability and investigation. Along the way, they exchanged information regarding the Orcish Empire, leaving Fari feeling apprehensive. Before the onset of war, he had believed that the wolf cavalry numbered only 30,000 throughout the Orcish Empire. Yet, Kate informed him that this was merely the regular army of the Owl tribe. If that were the case, the Orcish military might well exceed 1 million, if not more. Certainly, Kate was unaware that the abundance of wolf cavalry in the Owl tribe stemmed primarily from its composition of werewolves. In contrast, other tribes boast a relatively modest number of such warriors. Conversations between Rian and Xiao Jiu led Kate to mistakenly believe in his own correctness. Compared to Farley, Kate possessed a deeper understanding of the events at Wind Howling Mountain. Thus, during their exchanges, he articulated his observations of the Owl tribe through the lens of a merchant, refraining from delving deeply into the battlefield's intricacies. When discussing the orc's medical prowess, Kate did not hesitate to unbutton his shirt, revealing a ghastly wound to the 2 onlookers. Farley and his companion gasped in astonishment, simultaneously marveling at Kate's fortune while feeling an increased trepidation toward the Orcish Empire. Such a terrifying, penetrating injury could hardly be healed even by advanced healing spells, yet the orcs were capable of achieving it. To what extent had the Orcish Empire grown strong? Inevitably, all discussions circled back to a singular individual, Rian Yin. Everything unfolding before them had been orchestrated by that enigmatic, beastly envoy who appeared to be no older than 5 or 6 years. Not only was he formidable, but his strategies were also impeccable. Even Farley's survival seemed to have been preordained by him. This remarkable figure had given rise to an unknown and terrifying behemoth. Was it truly, as he claimed, that it was all in preparation for the war against the demons? If there were indeed signs of demonic activity, the divine lineage of the light gods would assuredly provide guidance to humanity. Yet why was it that the various great temples of the human empire had no such information? Was this merely a ruse concocted by Rian? Kate was resolute in his belief in Rian, whereas Farley and his partner expressed skepticism. After all, this was a matter of great import, one that could sway the fate of the entire continent. If the information were false, the repercussions of inciting panic across the land would be unbearable for anyone. It was evident that the 2 individuals before him harbored doubts about his assertions, prompting Kate to sigh. He could hardly claim that his intuition alone assured him of Rian's honesty. The 2 across from him would surely deem him mad. Regardless of the outcome of the battle at Wind Howling Mountain, His Excellency Rian had achieved his objectives. As Kate organized his thoughts, he spoke to the 2. An unusual silence enveloped the carriage, and upon raising his gaze, he found both individuals regarding him with expressions of confusion. Hadn't he demonstrated strength and power by thwarting the mercenary slave-catching endeavors and sending a clear message to the surrounding empires? Such a notion was not lost on Farley and his companion. Yet if the situation were indeed so straightforward, why would Rian spare Farley's life? It was a contradiction that defied logic. Suddenly, Kate recalled Rian's indifferent expression. What could motivate someone with such demeanor to grant Farley a reprieve? In a realm where he seemed indifferent to the entire Orcish Empire, what might he truly hold dear? Chapter 39. The steward. When Farley returned to the royal city of Porta with Kate, they unexpectedly received a direct summons from the royal family. The 3 found themselves in the palace, only to discover that the emperor was absent, leaving only a solitary figure standing within the vast halls. Clad in opulent attire, this individual bore a solemn expression tinged with arrogance. His tall frame exuded an overwhelming presence that left Farley and his partner feeling the weight of his superiority. This person was undoubtedly a formidable warrior of at least the divine martial level. Kate, however, regarded this figure with a complex expression. He recognized him, in fact. Within the entire Porta Empire, only Kate knew the man standing in the hall. Vale Sweet, the sole member of the Sweet family devoid of its bloodline, wore the family name as a bestowed honor. Vale served as the highest steward of the Sweet family, wielding immense power capable of determining the fate of a family branch. His appearance here was certainly not coincidental. Young Master Kate, Both the patriarch and your parents are deeply concerned for your safety. Vale has come to escort you back to the Kettler Empire, he stated, his tone carrying a hint of respect, yet predominantly presenting an undeniable fact that felt impossible to resist. In terms of familial hierarchy, Vale was merely a steward, essentially a servant. Yet, Kate found himself compelled to heed his words. My grandfather actually cares for my safety? How absurd. Kate trailed off, aware that Vale understood his sentiment. Ultimately, you are still of the Sweet family bloodline. Although internal conflicts are unavoidable, they serve as a means to promote the family's prosperity. The patriarch acts out of necessity. I implore you to understand, the steward replied, his expression calm, which only deepened Kate's sense of injustice. Nonetheless, given the Sweet family's influence, Farley, a mere general, felt he had no standing to voice his opinion. I am not interested in hearing this. The patriarch's concern for me stems from my mere luck of surviving. It is merely to preserve the family's reputation. Am I wrong? Kate coldly remarked, dismissing the matter with a bitter smile. To his surprise, Vale shook his head in denial. To be frank, your life or death does not significantly affect the family's prestige. The reason for their concern lies in the visit of a martial sage to the Sweet family. The wandering Tsanghua Galeado? Vale's expression shifted to one of realization, confirming Kate's knowledge. The patriarch, indeed, was primarily concerned with the family's affairs. Kate's face contorted with disdain. The dialogue between master and servant left Farley perplexed. This seemed to be an internal matter of the Sweet family, one in which he had no need to intervene. Should he perhaps excuse himself from the hall? As Farley pondered, Vale turned his attention to him, inquiring, General Farley, after engaging in battle with the Orc Empire, you managed to preserve your forces for future endeavors. Your tenacity is commendable. Farley's complexion darkened instantly. This was a blatant insult. The Orc Empire boasted formidable military strength and renowned warriors. If he had not been foolish enough to misjudge the situation, despite the defeat, the Porta Empire had not lost an inch of territory, and his men were still capable of further combat. Though Vale's family was equally powerful, guilt or innocence lay at the feet of the imperial family, not with a mere subordinate like him. With his temper flaring, Farley disregarded whether Vale was a divine marshal or martial sage, unleashing his frustration. Ignorant knave. Vale's anger flickered momentarily on his face. The life or death of a minor vassal general was hardly worth his ire. Completing the task assigned by the patriarch took precedence. Kate, understanding Farley's temperament, felt a tinge of gratitude. Farley's defiance blurred the oppressive dynamic between him and the steward, indirectly lending Kate some breathing room. Since the steward has come to escort me back to the family, when shall we depart? Kate asked, eyeing Vale with evident distaste. Do not rush, young master. I must first meet with the martial sage of the Orc Empire, Vale replied, his demeanor remaining unflappable regardless of Kate's expression. Both men were taken aback by Vale's words. But it was Kate, familiar with family protocols, who quickly regained his composure, asking gravely, what does the patriarch mean by this? The Orc Empire is unworthy of possessing a martial sage. Therefore, the patriarch has instructed me to bring this individual back to the Kettler Empire. It seems you are familiar with this sage. Might you provide an introduction? Vale's demeanor and tone were decidedly harsh, and although Farley was incensed, he retained a semblance of composure. Lord Rain would never meet with a dog like you. Farley spat through clenched teeth. Vale's expression shifted to a cold smile. The Sweet family has yet to encounter a transaction they could not conclude. Even if I were to recommend you, you would still fail to secure this deal. Kate knew that Vale was an enigmatic figure, possibly a martial sage himself. However, based on his understanding of Rain over the past few days, the Sweet family's attempts to buy him off were nothing but a pipe dream. From what I gather, it appears that the young master is reluctant to cooperate with this old servant. Vale's voice dripped with frost, and as soon as he spoke, the temperature in the hall plummeted. Beads of sweat broke out on Farley's brow, while Kate nearly stumbled. Vale observed Kate's reaction with some surprise. The once submissive young master now exhibited an unwavering determination that surpassed that of his peers in the family. What had transpired during this journey to the Orc Empire? With a hint of curiosity, Vale lowered his oppressive aura and unexpectedly lunged toward Kate, tearing open his clothing to reveal a glaring scar. The stewardess' expression cycled through surprise, shock, comprehension, and confusion. Both Kate and Farley were bewildered by Vale's actions and shifting expressions, yet he soon retreated. It seemed that the brush with death had transformed the young master. This was indeed a stroke of fortune for the Sweet family, Vale mused. Observing the puzzled expressions on the two, he relaxed slightly. Since the young master has formed a resolve, I shall proceed alone. With that, the atmosphere in the hall returned to normal, and Farley exhaled deeply. The pressure from a powerful figure weighed even heavier on him than on Kate. Yet, as he lifted his gaze, he found Vale staring intently at him, locking eyes in a moment of tense silence. You truly are of a poor foundation. Yet your perceptiveness is commendable. Would you care to join me in training? Farley gaped, momentarily at a loss for words, pointing a trembling finger between himself and Vale. Seeing the steward nod before turning to Kate, who wore an equally stunned expression. In the end, it was Kate who reacted first. If Farley were to accept Vale as a mentor, he would not have to plead for assistance. However, he still needed to handle the matter of the imperial edict himself, a task fraught with difficulty that could very well incite upheaval among the empire's higher echelons, possibly unleashing a storm across the three great empires. Since the steward wishes to take you as a disciple, General, should you not express your gratitude? Kate remarked with an impassive face. Farley, being astute, realized that once he allied himself with the Sweet family, he might still face punishment for his past actions in the Porta Empire. But he would at least secure his life. However, Farley was also a man of pride. Having just demeaned Vale as a mere steward, how could he now bow to him? A moment's hesitation gripped him. The butler, a perceptive individual, immediately discerned the thoughts of Farley and said, "You need not worry. I am a graduate of the Kotler Empire Academy, and I can certainly impart some skills to you. As for taking you as my apprentice, I must decline. My time is rather limited." With this opening, Farley was able to gracefully acquiesce, and after bowing, the butler dismissed him. The young master had something to convey earlier. And now, within a radius of 100 meters, Farley was the sole individual present, allowing the young master to speak freely. The butler's expression of deference momentarily startled Kate, leaving him quite unaccustomed. After a brief contemplation, Kate inquired, "Might I ask if you currently possess any recording crystal stones or scrolls? What does the young master intend to do?" The butler was increasingly astonished, for this candidate, deemed the least promising among the heirs, was exhibiting behavior that genuinely surprised him. The Sweet family's primary business revolved around crystal stones, and it could be said that at least 1/3 of the crystal stones circulating across the continent were under the family's control. While a quality recording crystal stone was indeed costly, for the Sweet family, it was merely a numerical figure. Kate's inquiry suggested he was well aware that the butler would undoubtedly possess one. The only uncertainty lay in whether the butler would part with it. The butler scrutinized Kate from head to toe, then, with a flick of his hand, an azure stone the size of a fist appeared in his palm. However, he did not immediately hand it over. Instead, he solemnly asked, "Young master, are you certain you wish to utilize this? According to family regulations, your annual living expenses would be squandered on this single stone. Would you not like to reconsider? Rest assured, I can still earn back the cost of one crystal stone." Kate replied, 100,000. The butler placed the crystal stone into Kate's hand, a hint of skepticism in his voice. 100,000? Kate echoed, taken aback, for his annual living expenses were merely 10,000. When had that figure increased to 100,000? The two exchanged puzzled glances until the butler suddenly raised a hand to his forehead, exhaling deeply. "I apologize, I forgot. Your living expenses have indeed been adjusted to 100,000. This stone is classified as a superior grade crystal stone, and its market price stands at 100,000. Upon hearing this, Kate smiled with ease and declared, "Forget 100,000. Even if it were 1,000,000 or 10,000,000, I would still claim this crystal stone. But, young master," the butler seemed to recall something, yet hesitated. "What is it?" Kate, basking in the joy of his apparent victory, noticed the butler's reluctance and inquired about the reason. "The superior grade recording crystal stone requires the magical power of a third-level mage. You." The butler fell silent again, for Kate's expression had turned grim. "I am merely a third-level apprentice." Standing upon the verdant forest floor, inhaling the pristine air imbued with the essence of the earth, Kate felt as if he were immersed in a dream. However, the presence of his steward served as a constant reminder that this was indeed reality. The journey to the royal capital of the Potter Empire had consumed 8 days for Kate, whereas the return trip was accomplished in a mere 3. This expedited pace was due to the steward's invocation of the Sweet family's prestige, which resulted in an annual increase of 1/10,000th in the quantity of magic crystals that the Potter Empire could procure from the Sweet family. Major powers held dominion over the continent's resources, leaving vassal states with no recourse but to witness their resources flow into the coffers of the three great empires. These vassal states were then compelled to expend vast sums to acquire finished magic crystals to sustain their daily operations. While 1/10,000th may appear insignificant, it represented a monumental boon for the Potter Empire. Thus, when the steward requested the use of Griffin cavalry, the Potter royalty immediately acquiesced, dispatching their finest Griffin riders, fearful of any perceived discourtesy. As for Fari, whom Kate had been apprehensive about, he was not only spared censure but was also elevated in rank, a development that Kate found astonishing. Following the steward's instructions, the Griffin cavalry made a beeline for the battlefield at Wind Peak Mountain. Once the Griffin knights had departed, the steward bestowed a levitation spell upon Kate, and the two soared through the air, arriving above the 5-meter-deep chasm. Various beasts roamed within the pit, but upon sensing the steward's aura, they tucked their tails between their legs and fled into the forest. The two descended onto the flat ground within the pit, which was covered in a layer of loose soil. Beneath this layer lay solid earth. Kate recalled Arlon's account, which described the area as being littered with decaying corpses. Observing the beasts diligently excavating the soil, Kate surveyed the surroundings and located the deepest burrow. He noticed that the soil at the bottom of the burrow had taken on a reddish hue, and fragments of broken wood, presumably the remnants of shattered arrow shafts, lay scattered around the burrow's perimeter. Kate prostrated himself on the ground and plunged his sword into the burrow, withdrawing it to find it coated in a foul-smelling liquid. Upon measuring the distance, he determined that the corpses were buried at least a meter below the surface of the pit. With no water source nearby, even the decomposition of the corpses would have a minimal impact on the surrounding water supply. In a mere 10 days, the Orcish Empire had thoroughly cleansed the battlefield. There are residual traces of necromantic energy here, and the ground is filled with decaying flesh, devoid of any bones. Kate was about to remark when he heard the steward, his countenance grim, pointing to a trail. These are the footprints of a necromantic creature, most likely a skeletal soldier. The surrounding pit walls are smooth, yet they also bear the marks of excavation. Such a massive undertaking could only be accomplished with ease by a necromantic legion. How could the emissary of the Orcish deity be dabbling in necromancy? Or could it be that the orcs are colluding with the dark forces? The steward's expression grew increasingly troubled. There were unspoken words lingering in his mind. Necromantic creatures were tireless, and completing such a vast project in a short span of time would have been no easy feat to execute such an extensive endeavor. Tens of thousands of skeletal soldiers would be required, and to command such a multitude of skeletons day and night, the controller's death energy would have to be of considerable magnitude. At the very least, a level 1 archmage would be necessary. They certainly know how to exploit local resources. Although Kate noticed the steward's increasingly somber demeanor, upon reflecting on Rien's habits, he found that everything seemed to align. The steward nodded in tacit agreement upon hearing Kate's words. The Orcish Empire's resourcefulness was undeniable. At that moment, a subtle sound reached the steward's ears. His heart stirred, and he stepped forward, shielding Kate behind him. The two slowly advanced toward the edge of the chasm, one in front of the other. Without warning, a barrage of silent wind blades materialized, their target being a tree as thick as a man's embrace at the edge of the chasm. Before Kate could react, the tree had been reduced to a pile of wooden stumps, and the individual concealed behind its trunk was revealed. "Little Gio, what are you doing here?" Recognizing the distinctive wolf claws, Kate immediately identified the individual. A fleeting look of surprise crossed the steward's face, and the wind elements gathering in his hand gradually dissipated. Once the wind elements had completely dispersed, Little Jew lowered his wolf claws, which had been crossed in front of him. "Mr. Kate, what are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be gone for at least half a month?" Little Joe inquired, remaining stationary as Kate beckoned. The steward's face registered another flash of astonishment as Little Joe spoke. It appeared that the articulate skeleton before him was a friend of the young master. But what was a level 9 skeleton doing here? A level 9 skeleton was equivalent to a level 3 war god. Surely, using such a powerful being for mere sentry duty was overkill? Never mind that. Is Lord Rien still at the Aller tribe? Kate disregarded the wary postures of the man and the wolf, striding forward without hesitation. Little Joe, his gaze fixed on the steward following closely behind, shook his head and replied, "Master has already departed for the Beast Emperor City to attend to matters pertaining to the martial arts tournament." "Oh, yes, the Aller tribes. I seem to have forgotten her name." Little Joe scratched his head in embarrassment. Kate furrowed his brow slightly and interjected, Are you referring to the flower of the Aller tribe, are you? Yes, that's her. She was asking about your return yesterday. The martial arts tournament is about to commence. And it seems you promised to take her along? Little Gio remained cautious, maintaining his distance from Kate, as the steward's aura conveyed a sense of danger, though not as formidable as that of his young master. Is your master a necromancer? The steward inquired, his gaze fixed on Kate, his words directed at Rianne. I suppose you could say that. I was subjugated, came the response. Subjugated? The steward exclaimed in disbelief. Dark mages, commonly referred to as necromancers in human empires, delve into the realm of dark magic, primarily dealing with corpses. At times, in their pursuit of magical knowledge, necromancers may engage in acts of grave robbing, an activity that is abhorrent to most. Furthermore, the unscrupulous actions of some necromancers, who indiscriminately slaughter living beings in their relentless pursuit of power, have earned them the reputation of being pariahs in society. In reality, many powerful individuals recognize the value of necromancers' research on corpses. Their expertise in wound care and their understanding of common human ailments have saved the lives of countless impoverished individuals who lack the means to seek treatment at temples. This has led many necromancers to moonlight as physicians. A common practice among necromancers is necromantic summoning. However, this form of summoning is severely limited. First and foremost, it requires the most basic materials, the corpses or bones of animals or humans. Without these, the necromancer risks succumbing to magical backlash. Secondly, there are limitations on time and quantity. The duration and number of summons are restricted by the mage's magical power. The larger or more powerful the necromantic creature, the greater the drain on magical power. Consequently, most necromancers resort to summoning hordes of low-level skeletal soldiers, overwhelming their opponents with sheer numbers. Some powerful necromancers have taken a different approach, venturing into the underworld by opening portals and engaging in combat with the necromantic creatures that dwell there. Ultimately, they forge contracts that bind these creatures to their will, ensuring their unwavering obedience. Necromantic creatures acquired through this method far surpass those summoned through conventional means in every aspect. Unless their collarbone is reduced to ash or the necromancer is slain, thereby dissolving the contract, these necromantic creatures will persist indefinitely, with minimal or negligible consumption of magical power. However, this approach presents its own set of challenges. Even upon reaching the underworld, a necromancer may not encounter suitable necromantic creatures, while acquiring low-level creatures is relatively straightforward. Encountering high-level creatures often leads to a grim and fatal outcome. Should a mage perish in the underworld, the open portal would unleash a torrent of necromantic creatures into this world, resulting in widespread devastation and desolation. This is one of the primary reasons why necromancers are ostracized by the living beings of the continent. Thus, apart from the profoundly magical necromancer and the inexperienced novice, few dare to venture into the netherworld to subdue the undead. The 9th-level skeleton before us is considered a formidable undead creature even in the realm of the dead. To dominate, it requires immense power. The sentinels under my command are already of high caliber, which speaks volumes about their master's prowess. Grandfather Weir. This is the servant of Lord Rian, ranked 9th, hence the name Little Nine. Kate had no inkling that such a seemingly simple statement would leave the steward utterly astonished. Upon hearing it, the steward's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to maintain his composure, he took a deep breath, yet his mind incessantly replayed Kate's words. Ranked 9th. 9th. There are 8 above it. What is the intelligence department of the Kodalar Empire doing? How could they have failed to mention that the Orc Empire has produced a dual-class, holy-level powerhouse? While a tempest of thoughts surged within him, the steward's expression gradually regained its tranquility, and that unique noble demeanor reemerged. Kate was oblivious to the steward's internal shift, but Little Nine sensed it, albeit with a myriad of questions. The mental fluctuations of this martial saint-level powerhouse were far from ordinary. Could this old man be losing his mind? If he truly went mad, there would be no stopping him. With this thought, Little Nine felt an impulsive urge to call for help. But sensing that the other party's mental state had stabilized, he ultimately refrained from casting any communication spells. After exchanging a few more words, Little Nine led the two through the forest, while Kate was firmly grasped by the steward, trailing closely behind. By the way, do you have any magical crystal stones for recording images? Little Nine inquired, maintaining his speed while gliding smoothly through the air, effortlessly dodging protruding branches without needing to glance back, astonishing the steward who observed this feat in silence. Yes, why do you ask? Kate pondered how to discuss matters with Rian, taken aback by Little Nine's question. During the martial arts tournament, the master requested you to document the events, which would facilitate matters upon your return to the Kodalar Empire. Little Nine continued to glide backward, his words plunging the two into confusion. Would the Orc Empire truly dare to reveal their strength in such a manner? The tournament lasts quite a while. You will need a considerable number of magical crystal stones. So I hope you prepare in advance. Little Nine turned to face away from the two, and amidst the wind's rush, he uttered a shocking statement, preferably high-grade magical crystal stones. Chapter 41. The Gluttonous Steward. After spending half a day, Xiao Jiao led two companions to the Owl tribe to pick up the siblings, Alia and Owl. They then rode the finest wind-blade demon wolf of the tribe towards Beast King City. Along the way, Xiao Jiao recounted the essential points to the steward about navigating the Orc Empire, leaving the steward utterly bewildered. If what Xiao Jiao said was true, then the system of the Orc Empire was significantly more advanced than that of the human empire. At the very least, he had never heard of a marriage property system. Thus, akin to Kate's initial arrival in the Orc Empire, the steward became a student once more, diligently noting what he needed to learn. As Xiao Jiao's explanations progressed, the steward's astonishment began to wane. Enduring the elements, Xiao Jiao's wilderness survival skills opened the steward's eyes to new possibilities: how to ignite a fire without magic, how to set traps for wild beasts, and how to select suitable lodging. Even the well-traveled steward believed he could not execute these tasks with such finesse. On the following evening, after only catching 2 wild rabbits in the traps, Xiao Jiao darted into the thicket. Upon returning, he boasted 4 wild chickens, cleaned and prepared. Xiao Jiao cooked 4 beggar's chickens and 2 skewers of grilled meat. The steward, accustomed to the various delicacies of esteemed families, had ventured outside the sweet family and had experienced wilderness living. Yet when he took a bite of Xiao Jiao's beggar's chicken, he was momentarily stunned, staring intently at Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao, noticing the steward's intense gaze, thought to himself, "Oh no, what's wrong with him? Is it just from tasting chicken? I made the beggar's chicken perfectly. There shouldn't be any issue. Why is he acting like this?" The steward's subsequent actions only solidified Xiao Jiao's suspicion of his madness. Suddenly, the steward lunged forward, pinning Xiao Jiao to the ground. Wind elements swirled chaotically in his right hand, forming a small blade of wind that hovered dangerously close to Xiao Jiao's skull. As he paused, the words that escaped his lips left the trio utterly dumbfounded. "Damn it, give me the secret recipe for the beggar's chicken." Xiao Jiao, initially gaping at the wind blade above him, then turned to observe the steward's expression and finally understood the reason for the elder's sudden insanity. In his mind, Xiao Jiao immediately thought, "You are a glutton." Among the others, Kate was the first to react. He tentatively suggested, "Grandpa, while I can make that beggar's chicken too." Upon hearing this, the steward regarded Kate with skepticism. Kate, adjusting his jaw while nodding affirmatively, met the steward's gaze, who then blinked, realizing his awkward position atop Xiao Jiao. Feeling utterly embarrassed, he pushed Xiao Jiao aside and seized the beggar's chicken from the air, devouring it voraciously. "Your steward is not only mad, but also a glutton." Xiao Jiao's words echoed in Kate's mind, causing him to nearly drop the skewer of grilled meat in shock. Observing the steward relish the dish, he helplessly shook his head at the previous antics of the steward. After finishing dinner, the steward took Kate aside to a secluded spot and whispered, "Young master, can you truly make that beggar's chicken?" Kate nodded. It was a common dish in the Orc Empire, and he had learned to prepare it out of curiosity. The only significant difference in taste stemmed from the technique used, and there were no exceptionally difficult requirements. Suddenly, Kate posed a question. "Has Grandpa while never tasted beggar's chicken?" The steward nodded, his noble demeanor returning, yet his eyes betrayed his gluttonous nature. Kate was astonished to discover that the stern and austere steward of the sweet family was, in fact, an avid foodie. This revelation was more shocking than learning that his living expenses had increased by a factor of 10. He then inquired, "How do ordinary mercenaries procure food in the wild?" "Generally, they gather wild fruits and hunt. Most cook their game over a fire, while a few boil it. But the taste can be quite bland compared to beggar's chicken," the steward replied, his throat involuntarily swallowing in anticipation. "So, even in basic wilderness survival, the orcs surpass us significantly?" Kate mused, recalling how nearly every orc he had encountered in the tribe could cook. The steward's eyes gleamed with excitement. "I've heard that in the Bill tribe, there is an exceptional chef named Rosa, a Tauren. According to the orcs, his culinary creations are 100 times more delectable than beggar's chicken. if he attends the upcoming martial arts tournament. We shall see if his skills surpass those of our family chef. The name Rosa was well known among the orcs of the Owl tribe. It was said he was the first and only special chef of the Orc Empire, ranking second in culinary prowess throughout the empire, with the mysterious beast god envoy Lean being the first. Rosa was Lean's apprentice, hence the latter's superior ranking. If the orcs' claims held true, then Rosa's culinary expertise had surpassed that of court chefs, yet without experiencing it firsthand, one could not make definitive judgments. Kate looked up at the fervent steward, silently lamenting. Xiaoji was indeed correct. Who would have thought that Wal was a glutton? Suddenly reminded of his own debts, a thought crossed his mind, and after contemplating the consequences, he decided to give it a try. Grandpa Weil, I know Lord Lean. We have a certain rapport. If you wish to enjoy the delicacies of Chef Rosa, I could speak on your behalf. What do you think? Kate carefully proposed, gauging the steward's reaction. The steward's previously enthusiastic expression morphed back into a serious demeanor, sending a chill through Kate. With a cold smile, the steward fixed his gaze on Kate and remarked, If you wish for me to savor gourmet delights, it appears I must pay a substantial price. The principle of equivalent exchange is fundamental to the Sweet family. What does the young master intend to gain from me? Realizing his thoughts had been laid bare, Kate tentatively voiced his proposal. I would like a few more high-grade magic crystals. As Xiaozhou mentioned, the martial arts tournament will last quite a while, and one crystal will surely prove insufficient. So the young master desires the magic crystals in my possession? The steward maintained his icy demeanor. Kate sensed that negotiations had reached an impasse, having already deducted a year's worth of living expenses. Even further reductions would not sway the steward, who adhered to the Sweet family's principle of avoiding unprofitable ventures. Sighing, Kate turned to leave, feeling dejected, only to hear the steward's voice call out behind him. You will personally prepare 200 beggars' chickens, along with Rosa's grand feast, 10 servings, for 4 high-grade magic crystals. Taken aback, Kate spun around to face the steward, momentarily at a loss for words. He instinctively retorted, 100 chickens, 5 servings, 6 crystals. As soon as the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, wishing he could slap himself. Why haggle when the other party had already acquiesced? Had he just jeopardized this deal? Young man, are you raising the price on me? The steward exclaimed, his gluttonous nature once again revealed. There's no way to conduct business like this. If you want to do it, do it. Feeling regretful, Kate lamented, I've just cut off my financial lifeline. I deserve to starve. 150, 6 servings, 5 crystals. Deal. Finally, Kate managed to rein in his instinct to bargain. They exchanged a firm handshake, solidifying the agreement. However, a nagging thought crept in. Had he agreed too hastily? While he believed he had not lost out, the steward's self-satisfied expression left him uneasy. Do you not comprehend this? Kate's name echoed once more within Kate's consciousness, prompting her to instinctively shake her head, only to realize that her friend was nowhere to be seen. Cease your searching. I am overseeing the tent construction. He acquiesced to your request due to his insatiable appetite. Her friend's tone was filled with astonishment. Such a gluttonous individual, I dare say even the young master has never encountered. Her words ceased there, and Kate did not hear what followed. As she turned to follow the briskly striding butler, Kate found the unfolding events somewhat incredulous. Beast Emperor City. Boya regarded the abruptly awakened Beastman with a hint of perplexity. The Beastman gazed about his surroundings with a bewildered expression. Boya observed that the Beastman's mental state was exceptionally stable, even surpassing the norm. When the Beastman's gaze shifted to the table before him, Boya noticed a subtle tremor in the Beastman's faint mental aura. Subsequently, Boya witnessed an astonishing scene. A Beastman with an extreme aversion to vegetables was relishing the greens on the table with gusto, while the exquisite meats and pastries were cast aside. Had he not known beforehand that this chef was particularly fond of meat, Boya would have been hard-pressed to believe what he was witnessing. Yet, the Beastman's mind was not under the sway of any mental magic. Everything transpired with utter naturalness. Once the vegetables on the table were consumed, the Beastman suddenly staggered, then stared at Boya with disbelief, as if sensing an unpleasant taste in his mouth. He wiped his mouth with his hand, discovering traces of greens. Upon further inspection, he noticed the empty vegetable basket on the table. Even if he were dim-witted, he would have realized that he had devoured the vanished vegetables himself. But wasn't I invited by Lord Rian to partake in his culinary delights? The delicacies are all present. So why did I only consume the most detested vegetables? Observing the perplexed Beastman, Boya turned with equal bewilderment and inquired, Young master, What manner of magic have you employed? I detected no magical energy whatsoever. Rian chuckled and replied, Once my friend returns, you shall comprehend. Chapter 42. Vanished Memories. The steward felt a slight jolt and found himself surrounded by an unfamiliar environment. Before him stood not the young Master Kate, nor the werewolf skeleton Xiaojiu, and certainly not the two nurses from the battlefield hospitals, but rather a young human child. Observing the boy's descending hands, the steward realized that the sound he had just heard was the slap from this child. Hadn't he been strolling with young Master Kate? How had the surroundings changed so abruptly? With astonishment, he raised his gaze and found the soft moonlight replaced by glaring sunlight, which shone harshly upon his pale face. The dark forest had vanished, replaced by a vast circular gray stone plaza, its expanse seemingly exceeding a mile, encircled by immense structures that enclosed the area. The design immediately reminded the steward of some imperial colosseums, and indeed, there were 8 grand archways, though what lay beyond them remained a mystery to him. As there was no immediate danger, the steward began to assess his physical state. Judging by his reactions, aside from a slight discomfort in his hips, he appeared unscathed. This pain, he reasoned, was merely a result of prolonged horseback riding. But had he not only ridden the Windblade Demon Wolf for a single day? Where was this place? Watching the steward scan his surroundings, Rain smiled softly and remarked, I did not expect the steward of the Sweet family, a first-class wind mage, to ever express surprise. I am greatly honored. Fixating intently on the child before him, the steward's expression turned complex as he inquired, Who are you? Where's this place? What do you intend to do? And where is young Master Kate? To pose so many questions at once, should I answer you? Rain stroked his chin, feigning contemplation, a peculiar energy sweeping through him before it gradually dissipated. The steward's face morphed into confusion, for the child before him exhibited no sign of any power. He appeared to be an ordinary human child devoid of any discernible aura. Under normal circumstances, any child would possess some attributes from birth. Yet this boy's lack of them struck the steward as odd. When he probed with his own pressure, mingled with his saintly might, he was met with no response from the child, indicating that his probing was futile. This left only 2 possibilities. Either this child was indeed utterly devoid of power, or he possessed strength far surpassing the steward's. The ability to conceal one's power was a hallmark of a saint-level being, and if this child could hide his strength under scrutiny, he must at least be a 3rd-level saint. The steward's gaze was filled with doubt, but Rain remained unfazed. This is the Beast Emperor City, and I am Rain Yin, the messenger of the great beast god. Your young Master Kate is quite safe, if my assumptions are correct. He is likely preparing you a dish of beggar's chicken. I do not seek anything from you. Rather, it is you who has come to me. That question should be directed to you. Such audacity in his response caused the steward's demeanor to shift dramatically, his presence intensifying as his garments billowed without wind. An unseen pressure enveloping the plaza. However, what transpired next left the steward in disbelief. Surrounding them, numerous beastmen were diligently cleaning the ground, while others on a nearby platform arranged various implements. All of them, except for the child before him, merely swayed slightly under the steward's immense pressure, then continued their tasks as if undisturbed. Was the pressure of a saint ineffective against the beastmen? The steward felt as if he had struck a cotton cushion with all his strength, a sense of powerlessness washing over him. After casting a glance at the child, who then turned away, the child's eyes conveyed a clear message to the steward. If you wish to know what you seek, follow me. In that instant, the steward was fully convinced that this child was indeed the 3rd-level martial saint, the messenger of the beast god of the Beastman Empire, as Galido had mentioned. No wonder young Master Kate had remarked that such an individual could not be utilized by their family. The Sweet family, despite its prominence, was merely one of the powerful families on the continent, while this formidable being was backed by an empire rivaling the 3 great empires. His internal reflections were fleeting, as the steward soon pondered the reason for his sudden arrival in the Beast Emperor City. Both his body and spirit felt entirely normal, devoid of any signs of tampering, leaving him astonished by this bizarre turn of events. Exiting through one of the plaza's grand gates, the 2 walked unabashedly along the streets of the Beast Emperor City. The sudden appearance of a human drew the attention of many beastmen, particularly the humans standing behind Lord Rain, which piqued their curiosity further. As the beastmen greeted Rain with bows, the steward gained a first-hand understanding of Rain's influence within the Beastman Empire. The 2 walked in tandem for nearly an hour until they arrived at a structure resembling those of the human empire. Upon lifting his gaze, The steward noticed two prominent words inscribed in both human and beastman script: relay station. Surveying the azure edifice, constructed entirely of massive stones, it exuded an ancient yet grand aura, simple yet dignified. This building could be considered a classic masterpiece even within the human empire, surpassing the craftsmanship of its artisans. Just by observing this relay station, the steward's perception of the beastman empire elevated yet again. Upon entering the relay station, the steward discovered it bustling with busy beastman attendants, alongside several humans, including Kate among the crowd. Apart from three priests donning ceremonial robes, one individual bore a familiar visage. After a moment of recollection, the steward realized it was none other than Emperor Gary IV of the Gary Empire. The Gary Empire had just undergone a transition of power, and few cared about the whereabouts of this aging emperor, as his authority had waned, rendering him merely an old man. The peculiar combination of the time, location, and company felt particularly uncanny. Lord Weil, I did not expect you to return so early today. I wonder if the scenery of the Beastman Empire has captured your discerning eye. Gary IV, the oldest and highest-ranking human present, stood to greet the steward upon his entrance into the relay station. The steward's expression shifted slightly. He merely nodded in acknowledgement without speaking. Yet he caught the fleeting glimmer of confusion in Gary IV's eyes. That expression was quickly masked by a smile. But had the steward not been adept at reading subtle cues, he might have overlooked it. Indeed, the steward had taken note of Gary IV's words, pondering how long he had been in this beast emperor city to blend seamlessly with the delegations from the vassal states. Turning around, he found Rain had vanished. After exchanging pleasantries with Gary IV, the steward led Kate to a secluded corner with a serious expression. Grandfather Weil, what is this? Kate inquired, puzzled, as the steward suddenly furrowed his brow and asked, where did you acquire the magic crystal stones on your person? As a saint mage, he could sense the surge of magical energy emanating from Kate, which was far beyond what a single high-grade magic crystal could produce. Taken aback, Kate responded, did we not strike a deal? Of course, you provided it to me. The steward was momentarily stunned. As the steward of a merchant family, he was acutely aware of the implications of the term deal. To have conducted a transaction unbeknownst to him was truly difficult to comprehend. Time, place, and items exchanged. His complexion paled as he inhaled deeply and asked solemnly, on the night following our departure from the Owl tribe, approximately 100 miles from there, 5 commercial magic crystals were exchanged for 150 beggars' chickens and 5 grand meals. Surely, Grandfather Weil remembers? Kate gazed intently at the butler as he recounted the details of the transaction. However, judging by the butler's reaction, it appeared he was genuinely unaware of the matter at hand. What troubles you? Kate inquired with concern. Young master, how long have we been in Beast Emperor City? The butler asked, resting his hand against his forehead, his expression growing increasingly grim, and his body trembling uncontrollably. This was the first time Kate had witnessed the butler in such a state of anger, and a wave of fear compelled him to respond instinctively. 3 days, Grandpa Weir. We have been in Beast Emperor City for 3 days. What is the matter with you? How long has it been? We departed from the Owl tribe and traveled for a total of 5 days. Why do you ask? Do you not remember? Upon uttering this, Kate noticed the butler's trembling had intensified, and an ominous feeling settled in his heart. The butler took deep breaths to quell his anger, and once his mind regained its composure, he spoke softly. Young master, I have no recollection of these past 7 days. It seems I have been under some form of control, awakening only just before entering the room. Kate's mouth fell agape, staring blankly at the butler. Unintelligible sounds escaping his lips, but fortunately, they were muted. The butler quickly covered his mouth, and by the time Kate regained his senses, they had already arrived at their quarters. Young master, please recount what transpired during these 7 days. I have examined myself and found no physical or mental harm. Yet I possess no memory of this span of time. If the Orc Empire has mastered such dark arts, it is unwise to linger here. Perhaps those outside are also ensnared by this malevolence, unaware of their plight. Taking a deep breath, Kate recounted both significant and trivial happenings from the past week. The more he spoke, the more astonished the butler became, for in Kate's narrative, the events of the 7 days bore no distinction from his usual self, save for a few more indulgent meals. Aside from attending to nature's calls and sleep, every moment had been spent under the watchful gaze of others. Even within the initial 3 days of their arrival in Beast Emperor City, he had been accompanied by humans during each outing, and no one had detected any anomalies. On the very first day, he had invited Gary IV to explore much of the city. The following day, he had been accompanied by Kate. Today marked the third day, during which he ventured out alone, heading directly to the venue of the martial arts competition. Then he simply awoke. Was it the divine envoy's covert machinations? Yet, he had never laid eyes upon the envoy, so how could they have executed their plan? Was it that little G? That seemed implausible as well. Little G had remained under his watchful eye, and he could sense any fluctuations of magic. Such dark arts could not be wielded through fighting spirit. And throughout the entire ordeal, there had been no hint of magical anomalies. How had the adversary accomplished this? In the face of the unknown, human reactions typically oscillate from fear to curiosity, then to confrontation, ultimately culminating in acceptance. The initial two stages necessitate a transformative process. Those who adapt or are compelled to do so may be deemed characters, while those who ultimately confront their reality with composure are, naturally, the strong. The butler was a strong individual. Unresolved questions were set aside for the moment, and he prompted Kate to recount in detail the events of the past 7 days during which he had lost his memory. The butler remained silent, contemplating how to navigate the situation ahead. The absence of 7 days of memory was concerning, yet the implications behind this phenomenon warranted deeper reflection. It was evident that those who wield such sinister arts were few. If even someone of his stature, a sage of magic, could fall prey, what of other human champions? In a state of unawareness, they could suddenly turn upon one another. For the human elite, this was undoubtedly a calamity. Chapter 43. Kate gleaned from the retelling what had befallen the steward, a situation so bizarre that its nexus with Rain was virtually undeniable. Their shared frustration stemmed from a lack of substantiating evidence, despite the implication of Rain in the predicament of a figure of the Archmage's caliber, a testament to the formidable power of the Orcish Empire. Yet, the Orcish Empire seems to possess a limited number of true powerhouses, Kate mused, reflecting on the orcs she had encountered. The steward, preoccupied with his own plight, was intrigued by Kate's observation. Kate elaborated, during my recent inquiries, beyond the enigmatic divine envoy Rain and the Orcish Emperor, I've encountered no mention of other formidable individuals. Most orcs appear to be martial artists, with only a smattering of war gods, primarily serving in the military. Unfettered powerhouses are a rarity in typical Orcish settlements. Is it true that High Priest Phalai was once targeted by an Orcish war god during the Battle of Windpeak Mountain? The steward inquired. Kate confirmed the account, reiterating Phalai's narrative. Upon learning that the assailant was merely a battalion commander, the steward's expression subtly shifted, though he remained silent. Employing a war god as a reconnaissance battalion commander was less significant than the orcs' adeptness at harnessing their warriors. This stark contrast to the human empires was startling. Within those empires, powerful individuals were often sustained by noble houses. While war gods were uncommon, their numbers were still considerable, with estimates placing them in the tens of thousands. Even individuals like the steward, newly ascended to the saintly rank, were not rare. But what are these powerhouses accomplishing? The answer, regrettably, they contribute little, instead draining the resources of their respective empires. Their strength amplifies the influence and wealth of their families or allied factions. Enlisting these individuals in service is simply out of the question. Evidently, the Orcish Empire had adeptly resolved internal conflicts and factional disputes between tribes and the imperial authority. Tribal powerhouses were compelled to pledge allegiance to the crown before assuming positions of authority within their tribes. Without imperial sanction, even a third-tier war god would find little trust among the populace. With centralized governance and divine endorsement, the Orcish Empire's progress was not entirely unexpected. However, human prejudice and arrogance had blinded them to the orcs' potential, affording them ample time and space to flourish. Should war erupt between orcs and humans, the Orcish Empire would likely dominate the initial and intermediate stages of the conflict, the steward concluded. Kate concurred with the assessment. The Orcish Empire was now on par with any of the 3 major human empires. The Battle of Windpeak Mountain, though limited in scope, showcased the orcs' exceptional combat prowess and tactical acumen. Both individuals held high expectations for the forthcoming martial arts tournament, hoping to glean further insights into the Orcish Empire's capabilities. As they strolled through the streets of the Orcish capital, observing the bustling Orcish populace and the erratic patrols, Kate pondered the Empire's strength. She then turned to the steward and declared, "Grandpa, while I intend to establish trade relations with the Orcish Empire." The steward's surprise was evident. "Trade? Yes. And I wish to exclude any involvement from the family," Kate asserted resolutely. "Without the family's backing, How do you propose to engage in trade with the Orcish Empire? You lack even the most basic startup capital. The steward's response was peculiar, devoid of the scolding or reprimand one might expect. He simply stated a matter of fact. Kate initially appeared perplexed, but soon felt relieved. She had mustered considerable courage to voice her ambition. Her position within the family was tenuous, and she needed to forge her own path to survive the cutthroat internal competition. Her experiences since arriving in the Bode Empire, from being captured during the hunt to being invited to observe the Imperial Martial Arts Tournament, had instilled in her a sense of inadequacy. Her previous existence felt vapid, and her accumulated knowledge paled in comparison to what she had learned in recent months. This newfound awareness had transformed Kate. I can count the number of times I've met my grandfather on one hand. I've never felt any warmth from the Swit family. You could consider this a defection. If my grandfather approves, Kate said with a wry smile. Before the steward could respond, a voice interjected. The young master's judgment of you was spot on. Both turned, startled. Kate was pleasantly surprised, while the steward was alarmed, as he had not sensed the speaker's presence within 10 paces. The speaker was a foxkin woman, none other than Little 8, Boya. Kate hastened to introduce her, while the steward bowed with a look of astonishment. Unlike Kate, who knew that Little 8 was an undead, the steward had sensed it. Before Kate could reveal Little 8's true identity, the steward inquired with a hint of doubt, "A lich? Your discernment is keen, Lord Weil." "I am Little 8, the master's first servant, and a netherworld overlord, Boya," Boya replied with a captivating smile that momentarily discomposed the steward. However, his status as an archmage allowed him to quickly regain his composure, and he was inwardly shocked by the lich overlord's power, which rivaled his own. Boya did not deny her true identity, as it would only serve to highlight the unfathomable depth of young Master Rain's power, inspiring caution in others. The young master seeks an independent individual like you for trade. Those Scions who rely on their families for protection tend to do little more than whine to their elders after experiencing setbacks. Boya paused abruptly, her tone turning playful. Of course, backstabbing among one's own is commonplace in the great human empires, practically the norm. As the young master would say, it's an internal cleansing process, even if some victors lack the capacity to govern the entire family. Both men were visibly discomfited, but they were in no position to object. "You insult the Swit family. According to the customs of the human empires, I challenge you," the steward declared, stepping forward resolutely. "By the young master's command, I am not permitted to engage in conflict with others." "Very well, if you insist on a challenge, I shall oblige. But where shall we go?" Boya gestured towards a distant structure. "The arena?" "Very well." The steward nodded and followed. Kate was unsure why the steward had suddenly become enraged, but seeing his expression, she suspected that there was more to the situation than met the eye. Moreover, Boya's words had clearly been altered mid-sentence, and only Rain could command Boya. If the purpose was to demonstrate strength, then erasing the steward's memory had already accomplished that. Why would Rain go to such lengths? Nevertheless, since the two were about to fight, she had a duty to witness it. With her presence as a mediator, they should not cause any unacceptable consequences. With that thought, Kate quickened her pace. In the Beast Emperor's city, it is mandated that, barring the divine envoys and heralds, no individual is permitted to ascend into the air. Even the Eagle people must descend outside the city and enter on foot. Upon their arrival, Kate and the steward were promptly apprised of this regulation, with the stark warning that failure to comply would result in their annihilation by the nearly 100 crossbows positioned along the city walls. Within the Imperial Hall, Rain idly toyed with the fruit in his hand, his legs casually draped over the armrest of the chair, while the Beast Emperor, seated upon the throne, gazed at Rain with a countenance marred by indignation. What could possibly be the motive behind the divine envoy's actions? The Emperor found himself utterly perplexed. Upon learning that a butler from the Sweet family, named Vale, intended to challenge Boya, the Emperor hoped fervently that a confrontation would be averted. He was acutely aware that Boya would undoubtedly emerge victorious. However, upon discovering that Rain had commanded Boya to engage in the duel, he was left bewildered. Rain took a gentle bite of the fruit and remarked, "It is of little consequence, merely a matter of enlightening him." Yet the Emperor, in a fit of rage, raised his finger towards the outside, ready to unleash a roar, only to be interrupted by Rain. "Is he a human?" The Emperor remained silent but nodded gravely. The relationship between humans and beastmen was indeed delicate. The three great empires remained oblivious to the true extent of the Beast Empire's formidable power, although their vassal states were well aware. The Battle of Wind Howling Mountain had, at the very least, enlightened many mercenary groups and their affiliated interests. Nevertheless, humanity would certainly not permit the Beast Empire to rise abruptly, which suggested that numerous conflicts between the two factions lay ahead. A saint-level powerhouse can significantly sway the outcome of a battle, yet the number of such individuals within the Beast Empire is, to be frank, exceedingly sparse, countable on one hand. As the empire has only recently begun its ascent, lacking in enduring strength. Consequently, the emperor could only imagine the fury brewing within him as Rain sought to impart wisdom to that human powerhouse. Observing the emperor's furious visage, Rain shook his head in disappointment, causing the emperor to pause, perplexed by Rain's discontent. Over the past 20 years, each time Rain had displayed such disappointment, it had signified a grievous error on the emperor's part. Following such moments, Rain would grant himself a brief period to reflect before making a new decision. This expression had aided the emperor in unifying and cleansing the Beast Empire, securing his position upon the throne. Must he truly take a moment to ponder? But had he erred? The emperor remained lost in thought until a soft clink broke the silence. His sword had suddenly been drawn and was now in Rain's possession. Rain lightly traced his fingers along the blade's edge before tossing it back to the emperor. Upon receiving the sword, the emperor scrutinized it closely, noting its remarkable sharpness. He had been practicing diligently, and the minor nicks that once marred the blade were now absent, the cold gleam of the edge attesting to its lethal sharpness. Yet, the emperor still failed to grasp Rain's intentions, his gaze lingering in confusion. If two ordinary individuals of equal strength were to engage in combat, would I not be at a disadvantage if I lacked a weapon? The emperor queried, to which Rain nodded, though still shrouded in ambiguity. To triumph over you, I have seized your weapon and honed it to a fine edge. Does this not inherently amplify the threat I pose to you? Rain continued, taking another bite of fruit. His words muffled. The emperor nodded, yet pressed on. But what if you were to reclaim your weapon? Would that not then pose a threat to me? The emperor's earlier doubts dissipated, though a lingering unease prompted him to inquire. Do you imply that this could become one of your methods to combat humanity? Are you confident? Wielding such a weapon would undoubtedly incite enmity from across the continent. Rain cast a sidelong glance at the emperor, resuming his consumption of fruit, his expression shifting from disdain to a cold smirk. Have we not already engaged in this game once? Both of you are saint-level powerhouses, yet did you not notice? The cerulean wind blades cleaved the air, emitting a series of sharp whistles audible even outside the arena, causing Kate, within the arena, to clutch his ears tightly. The wind blade sound was trivial compared to the plaintive song that pierced his ears, resonating directly in his mind. Though earplugs proved futile, they at least filtered out extraneous noise. Upon entering the arena, the staff promptly departed at the servant of the beast god's request, leaving only two figures and a lich in bestial form. The two combatants stood poised on opposite sides of the platform. The steward, anticipating the lich's potent and insidious mental prowess, had activated his mental defenses beforehand. Kate, as the witness, stood afar and initiated the duel. The architecture amplified his voice, startling him momentarily before he fled. A mere graze from a saint-level battle would be fatal. Reaching a supposedly safe vantage point, Kate observed wind blades amassing around the steward, with nascent tornadoes forming as he chanted. Conversely, Borea remained motionless, fixated on the steward. As Kate pondered the stalemate, the steward unleashed a barrage of wind blades upon Borea, an assault that seemed lethal. Yet, following the wind blades, Kate noticed Borea's continued immobility. Was it an illusion? Had the steward not locked on Borea? Was she paralyzed by fear? Amidst Kate's musings, Borea stirred, a subtle movement, a mere breath. Yet with it came a sigh that shattered the howling wind blades into a spectacle of light. Kate gaped, bewildered by Borea's inexplicable feat. The steward, however, surmised the truth. To test his theory, he released two miniature tornadoes, which rapidly expanded. With a push, he propelled them towards Borea. Borea's eyes narrowed, a mirthless smile playing on her lips. A crisp syllable escaped her, vibrating the arena. She began to chant softly. The first tornado accelerated, alarming the steward, who struggled to maintain control. Redoubling his magical command, he regained control, conjuring a fresh wave of wind blades. These, swifter and more numerous, bypassed the tornadoes and assailed Borea. Borea's soft chanting evolved into a clear song. The second volley of wind blades detonated into mere elemental particles within 3 meters of her. The tornadoes bore down on her, buffeting her garments. And Kate feared for her safety. Entrapment within those tornadoes seemed inescapable. Their elemental density was formidable. Such concentrated elemental power could fuel a grand wind magic spell. The steward's compressed tornadoes showcased his mastery of wind. A sudden, piercing sound assaulted Kate's ears. Clutching them, he saw the first tornado shattered, and the steward falter. A mental assault. Both humans were aghast. Kate marveled at Borea's counter, while the steward was stunned by its force. A single syllable that breached his mental defenses, disrupting his control over the wind elements. By the time he regained command, the first tornado had dissipated. 3 moves have passed. As my master instructed, I may retaliate. My apologies. Borea clasped her hands at her abdomen, and a plaintive song filled the air. The steward erected a wind shield. The remaining tornado halted 3 meters from Borea, unleashing a flurry of wind blades. Kate realized the steward's strategy, sacrificing the first tornado to ensure the second's proximity. The steward intended to overwhelm the opponent with the second tornado or, failing that, to unleash a hail of wind blades, creating an unpredictable attack. This tactic transcended ordinary methods, demonstrating a refined application of magic. Such feats were beyond all but saint-level mages. Kate's praise died in his throat as Borea countered. The sudden wind blades posed a threat. Yet she merely sidestepped. As they neared, her song deepened, creating an invisible barrier. The wind blades veered away, and as she steadied herself, her song returned to normal. And the wind blades detonated. Within the Beast Emperor's hall, a small projection flickered. The Emperor's face darkened as the wind blades exploded. He turned to Rain, who was broadcasting the event, but words failed him. He turned back to the projection. He had to record this display of power. The second tornado's elemental power was soon exhausted. Deprived of energy, it faded into a gentle breeze. The steward, though surprised, continued his incantation. Protected by his wind shield and armor, he summoned another tornado, this one over 20 meters in diameter, creating a tempestuous scene. The lone spectator sought refuge behind the stone railing. Rain abruptly rose, eyeing the dust-filled projection. The Emperor wondered at this rare display of interest. Something significant must have occurred. The Emperor scrutinized the projection, seeking the unusual. Soon, he turned back, sensing a surge of power from Rain. He stumbled back as Rain's hazel eyes turned black. I see. Rain uttered cryptically, raising a hand to his chest. Golden motes emerged, coalescing into a golden longbow. Materialized power? The Beast Emperor gazed in astonishment at the longbow in Rain's hands, perplexed by the sudden manifestation of his Orcish powers. Such an ability, while immensely powerful, naturally demanded a considerable expenditure of energy. At least, the Beast Emperor could not conjure such a refined weapon in a short span of time. It was unexpected that elements could achieve this as well. Could this be termed elemental manifestation? As Rain tightened his grip, the longbow transformed once more into golden specks, which were absorbed back into his being. The Beast Emperor fixed his gaze upon Rain's eyes, noting the ominous darkening within them. Your power? He inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Indeed, the signs of uncontrollable power are becoming increasingly apparent. That is why I refrain from entering the fray myself. Otherwise, there would be naught left of this Beast Emperor city, Rain replied softly, resting his head in his hands. After a moment, he lifted his gaze, his eyes having returned to their normal state. Within the arena, Kate slowly raised his head. The swirling dust had yet to settle, but an unusual fluctuation compelled him to notice that the wind elements within the arena were coalescing rapidly into a singular point. Amidst the haze, Boya's song continued uninterrupted, its rhythm oscillating in tandem with the gathering wind elements. Just as Kate struggled to comprehend the nature of the impending defense and offense between the two combatants, a fleeting figure dashed across his line of sight, only to vanish upon closer inspection. Clearly, it was the butler. But such speed was beyond even that of a seasoned warrior. While wind magic is renowned for its swiftness, it is rare for one to attain such an extraordinary velocity. Even if it were possible, the physical limitations of the caster remained uncertain. Kate instinctively rose to his feet, aware that despite the brevity of their conflict, it had escalated into a fervent clash. The song persisted, and as the dust began to settle, the butler brandished a cerulean longbow. Suddenly, a tremendous howl echoed throughout the arena. Kate looked up in alarm, nearly losing his balance, as a multitude of cerulean elemental arrows plummeted swiftly from the sky, casting shadows over Boya's position. An overwhelming sense of pressure rapidly radiated outward from the arena, causing the onlooking orcs, standing 100 paces away, to involuntarily stagger backward. The arena's towering structure obscured the scene within, yet Boya's melody rang out, causing the retreating orcs to collapse en masse, igniting chaos within the Beast Emperor city. Forbidden technique. Kate murmured, directing his gaze toward Boya. The latter remained motionless, his song unwavering, though its pitch soared to new heights. Yurasu, that is the Qingzong Plateau. Chapter 45. Enlightenment. As the final note faded into silence, not a single orc stood within a 300-step radius of the arena. Inside the arena, Kate observed that the stone barrier before her had inexplicably vanished, while the crucial figure of Boya remained unscathed. In stark contrast, the butler across from her wore a fatigued expression. Even a sage of magic would find such a level 13 spell to be an immense drain on their magical energy. To her astonishment, she realized that Lord Vale had mastered such formidable magic, a fact she had underestimated. After a round of applause, Boya remarked, "However, your abilities are limited to this, are they not?" The butler's already pale visage, further drained by the exertion of magic, turned ashen. Boya was correct. Casting such a forbidden spell alone consumed an enormous amount of energy. As the attacking party, the butler was acutely aware of how Boya had countered such magic. By utilizing sound vibrations, the elemental wind struggled to coalesce, and through mental interference, he had disrupted her mental ocean. As the defender, you certainly enjoy a considerable advantage. The butler replied, his breathing becoming more steady. You jest. The methods of a lich differ greatly from those of humankind. In the netherworld, I require such tactics. I have acquiesced to my master's will and agreed to duel you. I am merely a pawn in this game, Boya replied with an air of indifference. Dismissing the butler's words, the duel between the two was brief, with the butler primarily on the offensive while Boya adeptly countered each move. Even when the butler unleashed forbidden magic, Boya only shielded herself instead of absorbing the entire spell. She understood that the magic had been deliberately restrained. The true power of such forbidden spells could easily devastate half of the Orc Emperor city. Has the anger in your heart been alleviated even slightly? Boya inquired softly, standing 5 steps away from the butler. Initially perplexed, the butler's expression soured as Kate rushed to his side, her confusion evident. Boya simply shook her head and approached the butler, placing a delicate hand upon his head, and began to sing a gentle melody. As the butler's previously ashen face transformed with the cadence of her song, the azure elements of wind magic within him ebbed and flowed chaotically. Such phenomena were often viewed as precursors to a mage losing control during their magical training. However, the turbulent elements gradually began to synchronize with the rhythm of the butler's breathing. Once Boya's song concluded, the swirling elements around the butler settled into tranquility, and his complexion returned to normal. With a hint of confusion in his eyes, the butler bowed deeply to Boya, sincerity etched upon his face. I am deeply grateful for your assistance, esteemed one. I owe you my thanks. Boya shook her head and replied, Mr. Vale, it would be wise not to thank me just yet. This comes at the behest of my master. Every favor has its price, and you have reaped the benefits. Now, let us discuss what you must sacrifice in return. The butler's expression tightened as he asked, what does the esteemed envoy require of me? Do not be alarmed. The master's request is quite simple and should be easily manageable for you, Boya replied, withholding the specifics of the price, causing both the butler and Kate to feel a sense of unease. Kate, knowing Lean's nature, recognized that while the demand might seem innocuous, it was undoubtedly part of a profound scheme. The butler understood he had only met Lean once and did not know him well. Yet he felt confident he could meet the price, albeit with great discomfort. Please, do share. If you agree to a few conditions, I believe you shall soon ascend to the rank of a level 2 sage of magic, or so my master has said. Level 2 sage. The butler's face, which had been preparing for the cost, now lit with fervor. Meanwhile, Kate, overwhelmed, fainted at the sight. From the dawn of memory, every race has sought greater power. To provide humanity with motivation and ambition, a hierarchy of strength was established, with the mightiest being bestowed the title of saint. Throughout history, only a select few have truly stood at the pinnacle of the saintly realm. Even during the era of the demon wars, the number of level 3 sages across the continent scarcely exceeded 10. Below the rank of martial saint, every incremental title signifies an accumulation of power. The distinctions between level 3 warriors and level 1 warriors pertain solely to their strength. Fundamentally, they remain the same. The magical hierarchy reflects this as well, with the most significant disparity occurring among the divine ranks. Regardless of the type, any divine being possesses an overwhelming advantage over a saintly one. This advantage does not fluctuate with numbers. As long as a divine being's power remains below a critical threshold, they cannot defeat a saint. A person who attains the rank of a saint, even when faced with numerous divine beings, finds victory merely a matter of time. Of course, history harbors exceptions. Saints are still human, and the powers they command are finite. Thus, within the scant historical records, there exist tales of divine beings causing the downfall of saintly figures, albeit at a tremendous cost. However, once one reaches the saintly level, the distinction between level 1 and level 2 becomes markedly pronounced, akin to the differences among divine entities, but even more substantial. In equal conditions, a level 2 saint expends less time and energy compared to a level 1 saint, relying more on the understanding of power rather than mere accumulation. In such circumstances, while the gap isn't as vast as that among divine beings, the ability of 100 level 3 martial saints to severely wound a level 1 martial saint pales in comparison to the need for tens of thousands to bring down a level 2 martial saint. Having lingered at level 1 for an extended period, the butler, a sage of magic, had amassed sufficient magical energy to fulfill the requirements for level 2. Yet, he had always found the path elusive. Even with guidance from a level 2 sage, he had shown no signs of advancement, which explained the fervor evident on his face. This opportunity was a rare gem. Is it true? My master has never shown an interest in deceiving those weaker than himself. Boya observed coldly, locking eyes with him. The butler, initially taken aback, soon found solace in the realization that this lich was indeed a level 2 sage and had no need to deceive him. He then became curious about the cost he would have to bear. Even now, I can offer you some advice, though it is merely for your consideration. Boya lifted the unconscious Kate, whose injuries were minor, and continued addressing the butler. You have mastered the manifestation of magical elements with great finesse. The process of condensation requires a significant amount of elements from within your body. You believe this aids in your control, do you not? The butler nodded, acknowledging that the miniature forbidden spell had indeed consumed a substantial portion of his wind elements. Coupled with prior exertions, the elemental content in his body was nearing depletion. When transitioning from the divine to the saintly, we all glean certain insights commonly referred to as the laws of power. Naturally, these insights vary based on individual attributes and environmental factors, leading to a vast array of interpretations, yet the mastery of power experiences a monumental leap, does it not? The butler nodded once more, recognizing this as a universal experience among all saintly beings. Many level 3 divine beings spend their entire lives reaching such a threshold, and Vale's ascension to saintly status undoubtedly stemmed from his unique opportunities. Your innate abilities differ. You should be able to practice not just wind magic, but also fire magic. Albeit at a lesser proficiency, the butler replied, surprised at Boya's ability to discern his dual affinity for magic. Among mages, most can sense a second element, if not more. But they typically focus on their primary area of expertise. Must one undergo the arduous process of remastering the second magical element? While there are indeed second-tier magic saints on the continent, I have yet to hear of any who possess dual capabilities. Does this conversation bear any relevance? The steward pondered, questioning whether Rain was merely toying with him. You must comprehend the distinction among the divine, my lord. It lies in quantity and control. The steward articulated without hesitation. Indeed, the difference among the sacred can succinctly be encapsulated in those 4 words, a widely accepted notion. Boya regarded the steward with an odd gaze for a moment, a derisive smile gracing her features. The steward, perceiving this expression, was plunged into uncertainty. Could it be that his assertion was erroneous? Is this consensus prevalent within the human empire? It appeared Boya had a sudden epiphany and inquired, to which the steward nodded. Even formidable beings of the 3rd-tier saint level would concur, and thus the entirety of humanity shares this belief. Does that mean all your insights have been rendered futile? Indeed. Boya comprehended, though she found herself at a loss for how to proceed with her subsequent thoughts. Within the Beast Emperor's palace, Rain cast an unceremonious glance at the Beast Emperor and remarked, "Do you not share this sentiment?" The Beast Emperor, his face flushed, nodded vigorously. Although the powerful individual named while was of the 1st tier and the Beast Emperor of the 2nd, the steward's words resonated with the Beast Emperor's thoughts. No wonder. How ruthlessly severe. Rain expressed, a hint of indignation lacing his tone, while the Beast Emperor appeared utterly bewildered and innocent. Observing the Beast Emperor feigning ignorance, Rain severed the mental link with Boya and extinguished the projection. He rose and approached the Beast Emperor, fixing him with an intense gaze that flickered with intensity. The Beast Emperor, upon lowering his gaze, found himself captivated by Rain's eyes, which soon began to shimmer in response. In an instant, the Beast Emperor suddenly shut his eyes in anguish, accompanied by a low, mournful howl as he collapsed to the ground. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself confronted by a pair of deep, obsidian eyes fixated upon him. Once he regained his composure, the Beast Emperor posed a question that had been weighing on his mind. Is this what they have done? And you have known this all along? Rain nodded in silence, imparting a message to the Beast Emperor, albeit one that had been carefully curated. Before long, this memory transformed into an exceedingly intriguing narrative. A yellow orb of light materialized in Rain's hand, swiftly evolving into a luminous screen that enveloped the entire Beast Emperor's palace. This will shield us from all prying eyes. You may inquire freely. So, are our divine beings courting death? Okay, I will provide a refined and more eloquent version of the text you provided, focusing on enhanced vocabulary and sentence structure while preserving the original meaning. Chapter 46. The significance of altitude. Boya regarded the steward with a complex expression, ultimately leaving her thoughts unspoken. Rian's abrupt severance of their mental link left Boya uncertain of her next course of action, though Kate's awakening presented an opportune moment. Given your unique circumstances, I believe it would be most appropriate to consult with the young master. Allow me to relay the conditions he has stipulated. The steward was not oblivious to Boya's evasiveness. It was evident that the Lich possessed knowledge that could potentially overturn the established understanding of humanity, much like the startling revelation of the Orc's easy victory in the Gale Peak Mountains campaign. However, as the Lich was unwilling to divulge more and he lacked the means to compel her, he was left with no alternative but to comply. Firstly, concerning the matter of trade between Kate and my Orcish Empire, the Master desires that the thoroughly corrupt Sweet family refrain from interference. I speak candidly. Of your esteemed family's 53 third-generation heirs, Mr. Kate occupies the lowest rank. The intricacies of this matter are surely known to you. Mr. Kate's participation in the hunt in the Pode Empire can be regarded as a form of exile imposed by his family, akin to his elder brother, though not explicitly coerced. The circumstances are fundamentally similar. The steward initially found nothing remarkable in Boya's words, but the final sentence struck him dumbfounded. He even suspected that Kate had defected to the Orcish Empire. Yet, even Kate himself would not possess such intimate knowledge of his brother's affairs. Even if it were divulged, it would hardly garner attention. Boya's statement revealed a crucial piece of information. The Orcish Empire's scrutiny of the Sweet family extended beyond a mere year or two. Their understanding of the Sweet family was remarkably profound, encompassing even the family's internal strife, typically concealed from outsiders. What else do you know? What have you done to me? The steward recalled the 7 days of lost memories. If the Orcish Empire sought information from him, it must have been during that period. Boya shook her head, stating, the Orcish Empire's intelligence division possesses detailed reports on your family's development over the past decade, at least to the level of your esteemed self. Such thoroughness cannot be achieved in a mere 7 days. Could you possibly divulge so much in such a short time? This pronouncement carried even greater weight than the previous one. The steward's face paled instantly. The information itself was shocking, but it was the tone in which it was conveyed that troubled him most. The other party was being forthright, candid, even nonchalant in informing him. We are privy to your family's affairs. What you know, we know. What you do not know, we may also know. What are the Orcish Empire's intentions? The steward questioned through gritted teeth. Who betrayed this information? I will tear them limb from limb. Boya shook her head, her voice transforming into that of a youthful boy. The Orcish Empire's actions will depend on what your human race intends to do. With that, Boya nodded, fixing the steward with a silent gaze. The steward understood that the previous words were spoken by the mysterious divine emissary, Rian. Nevertheless, he inquired, does the Orcish Empire only possess information on the Sweet family? I will not divulge specifics, but your family's level is classified as secondary. The duel has concluded. Please return to the lodging. Boya gestured in a manner of invitation. The steward assisted the still unsteady Kate and nodded in agreement. He was about to turn back when he realized Boya had only mentioned one condition. As he turned, Boya's voice drifted over. As for the other conditions, you will learn them upon meeting the young master. By the time the steward had fully turned, only he and Kate remained in the vast arena. A small door beneath the arena's stands opened, and a werewolf in a steward's uniform cautiously approached the steward. Please depart from here promptly. The martial arts tournament is to commence in 5 days, and we require ample time to rectify the damage and losses incurred by your presence." The steward, observing the werewolf's composure, nodded apologetically. "I am truly sorry to have caused such inconvenience. If possible, please attribute half of the losses to me personally as an expression of my regret." The werewolf chuckled. "You are quite the bargainer. Although your challenge was directed at the divine emissary's servant, even without your offer, half of the losses would have been attributed to you. However, we have just received orders that you need not bear half of the cost. Upon review, we have been instructed to assess you only a quarter of the damages. Therefore, please depart swiftly, as we must resume our work." The steward guided the somewhat bewildered Kate away. As the steward of the Sweet family, he had the authority to oversee the reconstruction of an entire arena. However, a more detailed report was being presented elsewhere. The duration of the duel was approximately half an hour. The human employed multiple magical attacks, while Lady Boya remained solely on the defensive. The extent of the damage to the arena is moderate. The arena remains usable, but its lifespan has been reduced from 80 years to 40 years. The stone seats throughout the arena have been eroded by about half a fist's height. They remain usable, but will require replacement after the tournament. The Beast Emperor nodded. "Do you see what your actions have wrought? A perfectly good arena, barely completed, has been reduced to this state. We only have 5 days. I am unsure if it can be fully repaired." The number of individuals whom the Beast Emperor addressed in such a manner could be counted on 3 fingers, and the youngest of them was none other than Rien Yen. Hearing the Beast Emperor's reprimand, Rien scoffed when the hall was empty. "Spare me your miserly act. Did you not reap significant rewards as well?" The Beast Emperor chuckled sheepishly, settling into his throne. "The Beal tribe will not be participating in the tournament this year, and several tribes that I have long disliked are eager to compete. Who do you foresee as the victor in this tournament?" Recognizing that the Beast Emperor was attempting to change the subject, Rien flicked her tongue across her lips. "It will likely emerge from one of the splintered tribes. By the way, did the participating teams from the tribes near the Frosty Wastes arrive this year?" The Frosty Wastes lay to the north of the Orcish Plains, characterized by a frigid climate and sparse population. However, during the reforms, several Orcish tribes were discovered struggling to survive there. There were initially 3 teams, but only one will arrive before the opening ceremony. The others have no hope of making it this year. Why do you inquire about this? Do you have something in mind? Rien shook her head in disappointment. "I wonder how the training of those Special Forces legions is progressing. If time permits, I would like to observe them, considering that I am nominally the legion's vice commander." You set the time frame at 3 years. They have been training near Hongdao for a year. They will likely not return here until next year. I am the commander-in-chief, and I have not seen them either. I truly wonder what those 50,000 troops can achieve. We already have an army of over 1 million. The Beast Emperor remarked with a touch of melancholy. In the span of 20 years, the army had grown from a mere 500,000 to over 1 million regular troops, a situation he had never dared to imagine. All of this was thanks to the individual who had accompanied the Orcish Empire for the past 20 years, an individual whose actions were often unintentional, driven solely by his personal objectives. 1 million troops are but a drop in the bucket for the demonic race, Rien sighed. Time is too short. Even the Orcish Empire, the most powerful force on the continent, can only develop to this extent. Why is time always so precise? The Beast Emperor remained silent, his thoughts drifting back to the legends of the anti-demon war. The Orcish Empire of the present far surpassed the levels of that era. But who could guarantee that the demonic race had not evolved accordingly? Furthermore, there was the animosity from the human empire. He believed that in the coming years, the conflict between humans and orcs would become the dominant force. Let us focus on the martial arts tournament. We need to gauge the response of the Courtler Empire. Additionally, the time for abolishing the hunting of orcs is approaching. Have you prepared the troops I requested? The Beast Emperor suddenly smiled and remarked, "In 5 days. Won't we have our answer?" Lean was taken aback and asked, "Are you suggesting I lead the forces from the tournament to conquer cities and territories? Isn't this the perfect opportunity for a genuine test? Don't you find it rather amusing?" The Beast Emperor said with a teasing grin. Lean pointed a finger at the Beast Emperor but remained silent, though his expression unmistakably conveyed a sense of grudging admiration. Thus, it was settled. As the gentle sunlight draped the entire Beast Emperor city in a crimson veil, a series of somber horns resounded within the city. The orcs residing in the city emerged from their homes, silently observing behind the guards, awaiting the spectacle. With the grand gates of the Beast Emperor's palace swinging open, A procession of fearsome yet remarkably docile beasts filed out, and the air was filled with resounding music and ceremonies, culminating in an uproar as the Beast Emperor's chariot made its appearance. The tournament of the Orc Empire was finally commencing. There were no tedious formalities akin to those of the Human Empire. Everything was aligned with the Orcish nature, appearing simple, direct, and pragmatic. Kate raised the magical crystal in her hand and spoke to her steward. The two observers from the Human Empire closely followed the chariot of the Beast Emperor and leaned, elevated above the two paramount figures of the Orc Empire. In the Human Empire, such a situation would only manifest during ceremonies of vassal states. Yet the Orc Empire bestowed this honor upon all humans, illustrating that it was not merely a symbol of barbarism. The steward, distracted by the grandeur around him, failed to notice any discontent among the orcs. Such behavior would incite uproar in the Human Empire, but here, it was entirely absent. Observers enjoyed considerable freedom, which perplexed the steward. He dismounted and approached an elderly orc, inquiring, "Why are you not aggrieved that our position surpasses that of your esteemed emperor?" The aged orc, though slightly hunched, responded with a smile that, from a human perspective, could be deemed fierce, yet the steward recognized it as a gesture of goodwill. No matter how high the observer stands, they cannot surpass the stars above, and no matter how low the emperor may seem, he is the very earth that nurtures us. Though the observer may stand tall, our gaze shall not linger upon you. Even if the emperor walks, the orcs shall remain steadfastly by his side. Please, go ahead. The old werewolf gestured invitingly, prompting the steward, with a complex expression, to return to Kate's side. As the orcs thronged into the arena, the steward ascended to the designated area for the observers, tracing his fingers along the cold stone railing, astonished by the orc's efficiency. Upon lifting his gaze, he noticed that all traces of previous duels had been replaced with new stone materials. The arena was newly constructed, so the difference in color between the old and new stones was not apparent. Even a discerning eye might mistake it for the orc's unique architectural style. A fact unbeknownst to all but the steward and Kate. As the thunderous drumbeats echoed, the armored beast emperor stood upon the platform. The drumming ceased abruptly, and a profound silence enveloped the arena, with all present, including the observers, rising in quiet anticipation. The beast emperor scanned the crowd with piercing eyes, pausing briefly over the human observers, all of which Kate captured with her magical crystal. Placing his right hand upon his chest and bowing, all the orcs present followed suit. Soon after, the commanding voice of the Beast Emperor resonated throughout the arena. By the grace of the Beast God, the Orc Empire, renowned for its valor since the anti-demon war for centuries, his words reverberated as if they were the sole voice in existence, igniting fervor among the orcs in the stands, who remained silent until the Beast Emperor proclaimed, "I hereby declare the tournament of the Orc Empire. Begin. Glory! Glory! Glory!" The roar was deafening. Chapter 47. A King's Ransom. As per tradition, the contest for the title of Imperial Warrior commenced first. The arena was meticulously divided into 16 smaller sections, delineated by pristine white lime lines, with each section staffed by 3 referees to ensure impartiality. Before the envoys of the human delegation, each was furnished with a dossier detailing the contestants, including their race, gender, rank, and preferred weaponry. The Orcish Empire, mirroring its human counterpart, also engaged in the wagering industry, primarily managed by the empire itself. Upon inquiry, many members of the delegation expressed keen interest. Soon, 30 contestants emerged sequentially from the archway. After verification of their identities by the staff, they were escorted to their designated areas. Immediately, a cacophony of cheers and encouragement erupted from the Orcish spectators in the stands. The arena's design was ingenious. The observation platform afforded a unique vantage point, ensuring that even amidst the deafening roars, the sound level within the delegation's area remained manageable, or at least not excessively jarring. Alia and Alf sat beside Keat, anxiously anticipating the appearance of their tribe's representatives. However, Keat, having previewed the competition roster, knew that the participants from the Owl tribe were not scheduled to compete until the following day. The individual duels were brief, each contest required to conclude within half an hour. Just as Keat was contemplating the brevity of this time frame, the referee announced the commencement. No sooner had the words left his lips than the combatants, emitting primal roars, charged at their respective adversaries. In what seemed like mere moments, half of the battles had already concluded, while the remaining contests escalated into intense, frenzied clashes. This sudden turn of events startled Keat, arousing his curiosity. clutching his magic crystal. His gaze never wavered from the arena. In astonishment, he promptly addressed his butler, Grandfather Wire. What is the meaning of this? The victorious orcs were escorted off the field by the arena staff, while the vanquished were carried away by medical personnel. Imperial duels prohibited the intentional infliction of fatal injuries, so most of the defeated were merely rendered unconscious. The severity of their injuries, however, remained uncertain. These are martial techniques that surpass even those of humans. While human combat emphasizes speed, precision, and ruthlessness, these victorious orcs focus solely on a singular method of attack. Do you comprehend, young master? Keat shook his head, perplexed. The butler raised a finger, pointing at the fallen orcs as he began his explanation. This werewolf, clutching his abdomen, was struck in the stomach by his opponent's swift punches. The adversary then delivered 5 blows to his chest, preventing him from gathering and concentrating his energy, leading to his defeat. This one was struck directly in the groin. Such tactics are forbidden in the human empire. This one was hurled out of the ring with a single blow. This pair traded injuries, but he inflicted wounds on his opponent as well. However, his opponent was a minotaur whose natural defenses are superior, making it a miscalculation. Keat nodded with dawning comprehension and inquired if such opponents were encountered in the human empire. Against opponents of comparable rank, such adversaries would be considered formidable. It is unexpected that the Orcish Empire's martial prowess has advanced to such a degree. Truly astonishing. The butler remarked once more with admiration. Indeed, truly astonishing. A middle-aged man clad in priestly robes interjected, approaching the two with an obsequious expression. Keat recognized him as one of the 3 priests in the delegation from the Galli Empire. Having learned of Keat and the butler's identities, these 3 priests had displayed remarkable tenacity, their diligence, in Keat's words, rivaling only the adoration of the divine race. As for Galli IV and the other members of his entourage, they barely merited a glance. While Keat's standing within his family was tenuous, he was an extraordinarily esteemed figure to these vassal state priests, who swarmed around the two like flies drawn to carrion. The butler narrowed his eyes and nodded subtly, but remained silent. Keat, for his part, kept his attention fixed on the duels. The priest, though rebuffed, continued to smile ingratiatingly. Having spent years in the temple, he knew when to hold his tongue. Thus, he stood quietly beside the two, subtly shifting his body towards the direction of the magic crystal. Keat, discerning the priest's intentions, entrusted the magic crystal to Alf. He then invited Alia to study the contestants' dossiers, pointedly ignoring the encroaching priest. Realizing that his ruse had been exposed, the priest's face briefly flashed with anger before he slunk back to his companions, leaving the butler feeling much more at ease. However, Keat continued to discuss the contestants' information with Alia, the two occasionally erupting in laughter. The first round of eliminations concluded swiftly. Though Keat was puzzled by the single elimination format, it was an arrangement dictated by the Orcish Empire, over which he had no authority. The second round of eliminations commenced immediately, but in contrast to the rapid pace of the first round, the second round unfolded at a more deliberate tempo, with an increase in the number of injuries. Diligently recording the conditions of the contestants on the field, Keat's dedication prompted the butler to approach him. Keat, without reservation, shared his notes, which were meticulously detailed, incorporating his own insights. Some of these evaluations were based on Keat's unique perspective, and while a few were erroneous, the majority were accurate. "What are you planning, young master?" the butler inquired, shaking his head slightly, his curiosity piqued. "Now that I've resolved to strike out on my own, I can no longer rely on the family's resources. Everything must be earned through my own efforts. Therefore, I hope to accumulate some initial capital during this martial arts tournament," Keat stated candidly. After several days of interaction, coupled with the allure of gourmet cuisine, the butler had begun to indulge Keat's whims to a certain extent. Thus, when Keat declared his intention to wager on certain contestants, the butler merely shook his head, refraining from excessive interference. "Where did you obtain your gambling funds?" Now that he had made up his mind, the butler was willing to assist, but gambling required capital, and Keat was currently penniless. What could he possibly use as collateral? "Why, I borrowed it, of course," Keat replied matter-of-factly. The butler was perplexed. This was the Orcish Empire. How could he possibly have borrowed money from an orc? Noticing the butler's expression, Keat quickly explained. "I borrowed this capital from Lord Lean, with interest. I intend to use 2/3 of it for gambling. What about the remaining 1/3? For you, of course." "For me? Young master, what do you mean?" The butler was increasingly bewildered by this young master, who had been relegated to the bottom of the family hierarchy. What was he attempting to accomplish, and how did it involve him? Keat nodded. Naturally, it's to employ you, to engage you as my advisor. The butler finally comprehended. The few inaccuracies Keat had included in his notes were not accidental. They were intended to gauge his reaction. As a law sage and the steward of a prominent family, his discernment was unparalleled within the delegation. Young master, you are quite the schemer. However, if this is an employment arrangement, shouldn't we first discuss the terms of employment? I may be but an old servant, but I am still a law sage, after all. The price cannot be too low. The butler revealed a rare glimpse of his shrewdness, but Keat remained unfazed. If we were to convert it into imperial gold coins, what price would you suggest? Keat smiled slightly, already having a figure in mind. That. How much are you willing to offer? The butler echoed the smile, also having a price in mind. But he wanted to see what Keat was capable of. According to the imperial regulations, the cost of a saint-level powerhouse's intervention is approximately 1 million. Since you are merely offering a glance and a response, which in itself incurs no substantial expense, the price can be adjusted downward by 20%. However, considering the length of the martial arts tournament, this reduction need not be omitted. Kate maintained a beaming smile, exuding an air of formidable confidence. The steward, upon hearing this, abruptly interrupted Kate, exclaiming, "Old servant, this price is utterly unreasonable. Moreover, does Sir Rian truly possess the means to lend you such a sum? That is of no concern to you. Now, can we agree on 1 million? Kate inquired, extending his hand. The steward, initially contemplating to challenge the young master further, reconsidered and decided to assist him this once. He extended his hand as well, and upon their palms meeting, the terms of the employment were established. The steward would provide sound advice to Kate during the tournament, and naturally, Kate was immensely pleased to receive the steward's support. Noticing the young master's unrestrained joy, the steward expressed his curiosity, asking why he appeared so elated. Kate quickly suppressed his laughter and replied, "Fortunately, your agreement came swiftly. This leaves me with an excess of 2 million to employ the armies of the Beastman Empire." The steward was momentarily taken aback. 2 million. This implied that Kate had initially intended to bid 3 million, a third of the remaining sum. The steward's complexion turned ashen, his gaze involuntarily shifting toward the most prominent viewing platform within the arena, where the Beast Emperor and several officials were present, alongside a figure who instilled trepidation even in the steward, Rian Yen. Rian, fully aware of the gaze of a saint-level powerhouse, casually waved his hand before redirecting his attention to the competition. Yet, he whispered to the tournament's coordinator, "Have the leaders of these tribes come to see me tonight?" The steward turned, incredulity etched on his face as he asked, "Young master, did you truly borrow a total of 10 million? Kate nodded, affirming, "In terms of the Empire's gold coins, that would be about right." The steward felt a wave of dizziness. The Sweet Family's annual net profit was merely around 5 million, and that was under circumstances of high demand from the human empire and other factions. Yet this young master was borrowing 10 million without so much as a flutter of his eyelids. Glancing at the members of the human observation group nearby, the steward struggled to find words. 10 million could purchase a significant portion of the Gary Empire, and that was not even accounting for the population. Chapter 48. The game within the game. As a figure at the pinnacle of the Orc Empire's faith and a person of considerable influence within the empire, Rain's words often held more weight than even the Emperor's. On the evening following the first day of the tournament, the head of the Royal Betting Center was summoned to the palace and led into the study. Upon entering, the Foxman was taken aback to find several notable Orc leaders gathered there. They were deemed special not for their attire, but because they were the leaders of various tribes participating in the tournament. Now that everyone is present, I shall discuss matters pertaining to this tournament. A delicate voice resonated through the Orc's physique, reaching the ears of the betting official. Instantly, a thought emerged in his mind, which was soon confirmed by Rain's subsequent words. "I have reviewed the profiles of your tribes, and I must commend your development." Rain praised several leaders by name, acknowledging those who were tribal chiefs, esteemed elders, and a few distinguished individuals who had previously excelled in the Empire's tournaments. Upon receiving the summons, these leaders hurried to the palace, initially believing they were being called by His Majesty the Beast Emperor. It was only upon arriving in the study that they realized the summons came from the esteemed divine envoy, leaving them with an indescribable excitement. They had closely observed the Empire's reforms and the growth of several tribes, fostering a deep-seated admiration for Rain. However, the divine envoy had never visited their tribes. which left their feelings unexpressed until this moment. They were, indeed, enthralled to finally witness the enigmatic and powerful figure of the divine envoy. Actually, the reason for gathering you tribes here is that a human intends to exploit our empire's betting system for profit. As you know, I cannot permit such actions. After speaking, Rain feigned a look of regret. Yet, as he had said this, the leaders exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to respond. Compared to the current betting profits, you must have amassed quite a sum, correct? Please report the situation. Rain called for the head of the betting center. The foxman, eager to comply, stepped forward to present the report. By the grace of the beast god, this time, leveraging the empire's tournament, the betting pools have already accrued approximately 30 million gold coins from the human empire. Other centers are still tallying their figures, but preliminary estimates suggest around 10 million. Today is just the first day, and we anticipate more funds will flow into the betting center in the coming days. Ray nodded approvingly. Excellent. Please hold on for a moment. Your tribes have consistently ranked highly in the empire's tournaments, which is a testament to your hard work. I am pleased. The gathered leaders responded in unison. Thank you, esteemed divine envoy, for your kindness. However, this time, I hope you will follow my directives. Rain gradually articulated his intentions, observing the reactions of the leaders. To his disappointment, it seemed the orcs before him had yet to comprehend his meaning. Although the foxman appeared to have gleaned some insight upon entering. You must be the son of the old fox, correct? What is your name? Rain shifted his gaze to the foxman. Indeed, I am the son of my father. My name is Fuchs, esteemed divine envoy. The foxman replied humbly, bowing his head. Judging by your expression, do you understand my intentions? Fuchs hesitated before replying. By the beast god's grace, I dare not presume to speculate on the divine envoy's intentions. Rain found amusement in Fuchs's response, thinking to himself that it was no surprise he was the old fox's son. Even his replies were calculated. Speak freely. I shall not hold it against you. It may even enlighten this dull-witted assembly. After saying this, Rain could not suppress a scoff, causing the orc leaders to tremble, thinking, this is it. After a moment of contemplation, Fuchs ventured, by the beast god, forgive your humble servant for presuming to interpret your intentions. Please do not strip me of my only honor. Enough with the pleasantries. Get to the point. Rain, exasperated, interrupted. What irked him most was the Orcish custom of lengthy prayers before discussing matters of importance, regardless of whether the beast god could hear them. It was an interminable process that drove Rain to the brink of madness. Fuchs, intimidated by Rain's interruption, quickly stated, the esteemed divine envoy wishes for the leading tribes to experience unexpected failures, thereby preventing the humans from profiting from the betting. His words trailed off under Rain's intense gaze. Rain turned, his voice low and commanding, a bunch of fools, unable to grasp my intentions. Given this incompetence, how can I expect you to follow me into battle? Standing amongst the towering orc leaders, Rain appeared diminutive, yet his commanding presence stifled any dissent. Among the leaders, most were astute, yet a few felt uneasy, even voicing objections. One such voice belonged to an eagle man, whom Rain recognized as a representative from the far north, a tribal chief with considerable influence even among the Orcish plains. Esteemed divine envoy, are you stripping us of our glory? The eagle man met Rain's gaze without flinching. Such defiance would have been unthinkable in the past. But Rain had deliberately diminished the faade of the divine envoy's omnipotence and encouraged open expression of opinions during the reforms, allowing the empire to swiftly unearth a wealth of talent. I have reviewed your team. Frankly, you have no chance of victory. Rain waved a document before the eagle man, emphasizing his point. Are you insulting our efforts to attain glory? The eagle man retorted boldly. Very well, so you refuse to comply? Rain slammed the document onto the desk, his displeasure evident. Indeed, unless commanded by the beast emperor, the eagle man's fear momentarily flickered, yet he stood resolute, prepared to confront Rain. Presumptuous. Rain spun around, shouting. The assembly was startled. Guards, seize the chief of the far northern tribe, Agar, and bring him 50 military rods. The order did not originate from Rain nor anyone present in the study. Rather, it emanated from outside the room. The voice was familiar, and 4 palace guards armed with ropes and rods entered in an orderly fashion, revealing a well-known figure. By the beast god, I present to you the beast emperor. All present orcs knelt in reverence, while Rain maintained a respectful stance. The emperor raised a hand, pointing at the eagle man who had opposed Rain. Seize him. Without a word, the guards approached and bound the eagle man, pushing him out of the study. Moments later, distant cries echoed back. The leaders were astonished yet maintained a facade of composure. It was wise to remain silent at such a moment, as neither right nor wrong would yield favorable outcomes. By the beast god, I trust you all understand what the divine envoy signifies for the Orc Empire. Within our realm, his words carry the weight of my own. Do you comprehend? The leaders hastily affirmed their understanding. The emperor, though visibly angry, spoke with a tone of gravitas. The prosperity of the empire reflects upon you as its representatives. United in purpose, we can fortify the Orc Empire. Henceforth, I do not wish to hear any further doubts cast upon the divine envoy's authority. Do you understand? By the beast god, we shall obey the emperor as well. The emperor declared, I have state matters to attend to. Divine envoy, please continue. I shall not intrude further. With that, the emperor turned and departed. With the beast god above, we humbly bid farewell to our emperor. Several captains bowed once more, and by the time they rose, the beast emperor had already departed. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips, yet at that moment, Rain's voice echoed, alas, he did not stray far. The emperor has heard us, and I had intended to offer an explanation. Upon uttering these words, Rain let out a wistful sigh. However, none of the Orcish assembly believed that such a coincidence could occur. Who would believe it? Only a fool. Now, let us return to our previous discourse. As Furs aptly stated, I require your seamless defeat. You have consistently ranked beyond the top 5 tribes, and even with the absence of the Bill tribe this year, securing a place among the top 3 remains elusive. Rain spoke the unvarnished truth, while the representatives from several tribes present had emerged victorious in today's competition. They would soon encounter far more formidable adversaries in the upcoming elimination rounds, making the prospect of attaining a top 5 position exceedingly challenging, let alone a top 3 finish. But what did the divine envoy wish to convey? Over these past years, the imperial martial contests have lost their original significance. Though they continue to showcase prodigious talent, many seek primarily to reap greater rewards, do they not? Rain's words were blunt, yet apart from Furs, none of the orcs dared to nod in agreement. Despite the truth of the matter, knowing their thoughts all too well, Rain continued, thus, to compensate you, should you consent to follow my directives, you shall all receive rewards equivalent to those of the 3rd-place winner. Ponder this. His proclamation ignited a spark in the eyes of all present orcs, rewards akin to those of the 3rd place. For the tribes at hand, such a boon was monumental, an advantage so easily obtained that it seemed almost surreal, leading to a wave of excitement mingled with doubt. Could matters truly be this uncomplicated? All gazes once again converged upon Rain. Understanding that the orcs were intrigued, Rain relished this effect. As the gathered orcs congregated around the desk customarily used by the Beast Emperor, Rain unceremoniously seated himself in the Emperor's chair, a sinister grin spreading across his face that sent shivers down the spines of all present. Now, let us conspire. The inaugural grand deception of the Orcish Empire awaits. Chapter 49. The conference of the other races. After all the orcs had departed, Rain sat in contemplation, lost in thought. The sudden sound of footsteps outside the door brought him back to reality. Looking up, he discovered that the Beast Emperor had entered the study. Observing Rain's still contemplative expression, the Beast Emperor felt a twinge of curiosity. However, the events of the day had indeed pleased him, prompting him to speak. Your maneuver today was quite effective. I expect the tribes from the far north will behave themselves for a while. Rain had not anticipated the Beast Emperor would mention this matter first. He shook his head in resignation, yet showed no intention of vacating his seat. The Beast Emperor, unfazed, seated himself directly across from Rain. The orcs of the far north are accustomed to their independence. Once they experience sufficient pressure, they will gradually adapt. However, you must remain vigilant regarding the remaining veterans. As the Emperor of the Empire, you have a responsibility. Rain pondered for a moment before responding. What occupies my thoughts is not this matter, but rather the issue of gambling. You intentionally allowed those tribesmen to lose the competition, merely to disrupt the judgment of that individual named Weil. After all, he is a saint-level powerhouse. Are you confident you can deceive him? The Beast Emperor's skepticism was evident. The emergence of the gambling industry had diverted the orcs' attention from mere violence. The various gambling projects now in place had been accepted by the majority of the orc population. Although there had been instances of individuals losing their fortunes due to gambling, effective management had mitigated its impact. The significant increase in the empire's fiscal revenue had persuaded the Beast Emperor to embrace this peculiar notion and support the industry, for ultimately, the ruling class would reap its benefits. Anything that Xiao Jiu can accomplish, I am equally confident in achieving. I fear more for your capacity to endure a loss. Rain replied with a forced smile. Speaking of which, I have yet to comprehend how you managed to accomplish that. To this day, the royal chef remains convinced that it was the beast god punishing him. He has taken to a vegetarian diet, and it has been quite a burden. The beast emperor recalled the royal chef, who had been toyed with by Rain. Rain had demonstrated this peculiar method on multiple occasions. The most perilous instance being when he orchestrated a brawl between his two captains at the entrance of the royal hospital. Both disregarded their own well-being, intent only on striking one another. By the time they regained consciousness, they were swathed in thick bandages, completely oblivious to the events that had transpired. This should be categorized as a technique known as hypnosis. Currently, only Xiao Jiu has mastered it. Even the adept Xiao Ba has yet to grasp this skill. If your royal chef continues to abstain from vegetables, he will surely perish from obesity. Ultimately, I still prefer not to resort to hypnosis to offend a saint-level powerhouse. Rain shook his head, stating, I do not possess the right to erase his memories. This is my respect for life. You have already disrespected him, have you not? Setting aside the humans, I must admit that your method has alleviated my predicament, and I should be thanking you. However, I have nothing to offer in return. Surely you do not expect me to marry my princess to you? Rain, who had been sipping water, promptly spluttered it all over, his face turning crimson as he coughed. He furiously pointed a finger at the beast emperor, unable to articulate a single word, which only served to heighten the emperor's amusement. Finding entertainment in Rain's flustered state proved to be a rare challenge. By the way, have there been any updates from the human empire? Rain, now recovered, inquired about a different matter. The beast emperor replied earnestly, according to the intelligence department's feedback, the Potter Empire will not be mobilizing troops in the short term. However, several mercenary groups that previously participated in the exhibition are regrouping, and there are signs of involvement from the human temple. This requires further verification. Nodding thoughtfully, Rain continued. When do you plan to have me attack those vassal states? That depends on your arrangements. My role is merely to provide you with a secure and stable supply line. How miserly. Not even a single extra soldier. Rain retorted with evident disdain, turning away. At that moment, a guard quietly inquired whether the beast emperor would be retiring to his chambers. Rain expressed that he still had matters to ponder, prompting the emperor to depart. Such a breach of protocol was disregarded by everyone within the palace, and neither party appeared to care. Gazing at the flickering candlelight, Rain sighed deeply before softly calling out. Where on earth are you? I have searched for you for 20 years. Why do you not show yourself? Must I resort to waging war to find you? Is this a price the world can bear? A rare display of hesitation and uncertainty crossed Rain's face. When Boyo appeared at his side, Rain sighed once more and asked, How are the 7 of them faring now? Except for Xiao Si, the others are cultivating in the underworld. However, they all wish to experience this world. 20 days ago, a necromancer entered the underworld and encountered Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu chose not to kill him and allowed him to leave. I have obtained the necromancer's information through Xiao Si, and he did not encounter Duoluo or its master on this return. That is somewhat reassuring. I wonder where the lanky fellow is building his strength. I imagine even the hulking brute cannot locate him. How are your territories faring? Currently, for monarchs are preparing to wage war. According to Xiao'er sensing, it appears that individuals from the realms of gods and demons have entered the underworld, which has triggered the 4 kings into action. Boya relayed the information meticulously, causing Rain's brow to furrow. The entrance of beings from the divine realm into the underworld was not favorable for him. It is peculiar. Why would beings from the realms of gods and demons venture into the underworld? This is not the time for such actions. Could it be the nature goddess? Rain pondered, frowning as he considered the implications of this information. The nature goddess posed a significant threat to the lanky fellow. One wielded the power of life, while the other commanded the force of death. Only those from the divine realm understood that true power should be harmonized within a single individual. For the nature goddess, seizing the lanky fellow's strength had long been a desire and a source of trepidation for the divine realm. Thus, beings from the divine realm typically refrained from entering the underworld. Even divine beings would be ensnared by the overwhelming force of death, which would diminish their power. Yet, this unusual situation had arisen, prompting Rain to speculate on the intentions of the gods and demons behind this information. After considerable contemplation, he found himself unable to decipher it and decided to relinquish the thought. Enough pondering. The bridge will naturally appear when the boat reaches the river's end. I need not concern myself with future matters. I should focus on the tasks at hand. Has Shaoxi provided any further news? Several large mercenary groups are gathering near Hongdao on the continent, potentially planning to launch an attack on the Orc Empire during the tournament. According to Shaoxi's findings, there are indications of the temple's support behind them. Boya spoke cautiously, aware that the current topic was one of Rain's greatest irritations. Let them participate. It will save me the trouble of having to confront them individually. Upon hearing the news, Rain initially frowned but then relaxed. He rhythmically tapped his fingers against the armrest of the chair, producing a series of rhythmic sounds, while Boya remained silent behind him. Is there any response from the Human Empire, particularly from the Kettle Empire? Not at the moment. Shaoxi is still investigating. In the Kettle Empire's palace, a hand slowly twisted the fabric on the table. The table was crafted from a century-old dark fragrant wood, and the fabric was woven from silk, befitting the delicate, jade-like hand that caressed it. Is this the report from the Battle of Foaming Mountain? A voice, slightly hoarse, echoed, revealing the speaker's indifference to the war's outcome. Your Highness the Second Prince, the details have been confirmed, and that old man has personally verified it. The Orc Empire has indeed witnessed the emergence of a saint-level powerhouse. And furthermore, it is a level 3. A voice filled with reverence emanated from the cloaked figure kneeling before the desk, trembling involuntarily upon uttering the term rank. This subtle gesture went unnoticed by the figure himself, yet the person seated at the desk observed everything with keen interest. The resurgence of legendary battalions such as the Wolf Riders, the Eagle Men, and the Orc Heavy Infantry on the continent of Fry signifies something of great import. The individual remained oblivious to the implications, yet he surmised that the appearance of a level 3 martial saint from the Orc Empire would wield considerable influence over the realm. Indeed, it was considerable. One could surmise that the esteemed members of the temple were already itching to intervene, for these matters pertain to their fortunes. Very well. You may leave. This prince has matters to ponder, he concluded, waving his hand for the cloaked figure to withdraw. A level 3 martial saint, at merely 4 or 5 years of age. How intriguing. The owner of that hand slowly rose, casting 2 slender shadows that accentuated his tall and statuesque form. His light golden hair fell casually behind him, and beneath his arched brows lay a pair of elongated, phoenix-like eyes that appeared somewhat languid under the glow of the dual moons. Atop the dwarf mountain near Hongdao, a voice erupted in disbelief. What? A resounding victory? How is that possible? A dwarf, his face adorned with a bushy red beard and clad in heavy golden armor, bellowed in the hall. Before him stood a youth with a pair of wings sprouting from his back, his pale gray visage betraying disdain. However, the dwarf was oblivious to this, his mind consumed by news of the Orc Empire's triumph at Windwhistle Mountain. Have the elves not arrived? The youth inquired, feigning a search. The dwarf snorted disdainfully. We have no use for those who appear overly effeminate, be they male or female. What do humans call it? Oh yes, cleanliness obsession. Indeed, cleanliness obsession. The dwarf nodded, seemingly satisfied with his own remarks, then looked up at the winged messenger and asked, Have you received correspondence from the orcs? The messenger nodded silently. In truth, after the chieftain had received the Orc Empire's letter, he had dismissed it, only to later unearth it from the privy following the orcs' resounding victory at Windwhistle Mountain, convening a council of elders, which ultimately led to the messenger being dispatched to Dwarf Mountain. Will the Black Wings believe this news? The dwarf asked with a sidelong glance at the messenger. The chieftain and the council do believe this news, though. I personally harbor doubts, the messenger replied hesitantly. However, the dwarf had already turned away, a mischievous grin adorning his face. Seated upon a throne crafted from solid gold, the dwarf's expression turned grave. I too am prepared to accept this news. If the demon clan intends to invade, even the foolish orcs understand the necessity of unity. We dwarves shall not procrastinate. Return to your chieftain and inform him that should he truly believe this, I shall join him in convening an assembly of foreign races. The messenger's countenance shifted. Astonishment etched across his face. An assembly of foreign races occurs but once a century. Even the formidable 3 human empires regard it with utmost seriousness, for the resolutions from each assembly invariably impact their interests. To convene such an assembly based on uncertain news seems rather hasty. Go back. This is precisely why you cannot compare to your brother of the Black Wings, the dwarf remarked. I await your response. Today marks the eve of the new year, and amidst the hustle of preparing couplets and door gods, I have finally carved out a moment to pen a chapter. I wish all readers and friends who have supported me a joyous new year, brimming with happiness and prosperity. Chapter 50. Grim tidings from the underworld. Observing the orcs engaged in their acrobatics on the arena, Rian idly shook his head. Although the Bill tribe did not participate in this martial competition, the splinter tribes that had emerged from it continued to excel remarkably. Reflecting on the trap he had set for Kate, a rare smile graced Rian's lips. This fleeting smile illuminated the surroundings, alleviating the tension among the orcs. On the third day of the tournament, the divine envoy's sullen demeanor had caused those who encountered him to steer clear, yet now he bore a smile, prompting even the esteemed Beast Emperor, a being of saintly strength, to relax. Unlike ordinary orcs, the Beast Emperor understood that Rian's worries transcended the tournament itself. His involvement in wagering was merely a casual endeavor. Unlike Rian, he must remain vigilant regarding the development of various tribes. Talented individuals could be garnered through the tournament, serving as a crucial method for him to consolidate exceptional talents. Is there still no word from Xiaoba and Xiaoxi? Rian inquired, idly toying with the fruit before him. Boya shook his head slightly, responding, the recent conflicts among the rulers of the underworld have encroached upon our territory. Thus, Xiaoxi has returned to safeguard our domain, which is why we have yet to receive any news. There was a hint of reluctance in Boya's tone. Among the 9 attendants, only Xiaoxi could completely mask Rian's contract perception. Xiaoxi never initiated contact with Rian, and Rian relied on others to glean the messages that Xiaoxi wished to convey. Nevertheless, in terms of loyalty, Xiaoxi was unmatched among the 9. Oh, I see. Rian nodded thoughtfully, placing the fruit down. It appears I am rather bored. Let us return. Someone. A rat man hurriedly entered upon hearing his call. Rian rose and instructed, inform His Majesty that I am feeling slightly unwell and shall retire to rest. The rat man nodded in deference, casting a respectful gaze as he escorted the 2 individuals away. Upon reaching the palace gates, Rian noticed the gambling overseer, Foss, standing quietly, seemingly awaiting someone. Remembering to ask for timely updates, Rian dismounted the carriage. Foss had spotted Rian's arrival early. As the carriage came to a halt, he began to approach. By the time Rian alighted, Foss had reached the side of the carriage, his face adorned with a sly grin reminiscent of an old fox. Rian casually smiled and inquired, how have matters progressed? Your Excellency, Foss replied, everything has been arranged. Based on our calculations, after the competition concludes, Mr. Kate will receive approximately 15 million in gambling funds, plus or minus 1 million in fluctuations. After deducting principal and interest, he will retain around 2 million as his base capital. Indeed, this aligns closely with my estimations. Remember, every little bit counts. Come, let us discuss further inside. With that, Rian led Foss past the ceremonial guards and into the palace, where the divine envoy's presence granted them passage without hindrance. As they walked, Rian gathered insights into the current state of the Orc Empire's gambling industry, to which Foss responded knowledgeably. Being a member of the Fox clan, he possessed an astute understanding of commercial matters, and his adept replies left Rian thoroughly satisfied. By the time they reached the royal conference room, Rian had acquired a comprehensive understanding of the Empire's gambling developments. You have performed admirably. Recommended by the old fox, no one knows you better than he. While many officials may perceive this as selfishness on his part, they fail to grasp your dedication to this nation. Proceed boldly. Although gambling may not be a mainstream industry, its existence signifies the healthy evolution of the empire. Upon entering the small conference room, a group of internal affairs officials awaited, rising to pay their respects upon Rian's arrival. He gestured for them to be seated, noting the eager expressions of the orcs before him. Rian was acutely aware that his status surpassed even that of the Beast Emperor within the Orc Empire. Fortunately, the Beast Emperor remained unconcerned. Had this been a human empire, Rian would have found himself amidst a power struggle. As Rian took his place at the head of the table, his tall figure obscured by the imposing structure. The absurdity of the scene evoked no laughter. Despite being human, he was also the envoy of the beast god. One must maintain a sense of reverence. This meeting, convened on short notice, saw not all internal affairs personnel present. However, key department heads were in attendance, which pleased Rian. Their willingness to set aside ongoing work for this meeting indicated the Orc Empire's well-structured internal system. While Rian remained indifferent, the officials felt immense pride in their accomplishments. Now that most have arrived, I wish to discuss a matter of significance. Before we commence, I would like to establish a foundation regarding trade with the human race. The Internal Affairs Department needs to strategize on how to maximize the Orc Empire's benefits. After making this statement, Rian paused, allowing the officials to ponder before engaging in hushed discussions among themselves. Officials never questioned whether the Beast Emperor would approve, as doing so would signify foolishness. "May I inquire about the intended direction of trade?" asked a Minotaur, the Deputy Minister of Agriculture, responsible for the agricultural production of the Orc Plains. He was closest to Rian, thus he posed the first question. During this meeting, Rian temporarily set aside his identity as the Divine Envoy and adopted another imperial title, Chief Strategist of Internal Affairs for the Orc Empire. Therefore, being addressed as Your Excellency was entirely appropriate. Grain, weapons, crystals, mines, anything that can be utilized for trade, Rian stated with firm assurance. The Agriculture Deputy Minister nodded and asked, "What scale do you envision for this endeavor?" Rian reclined casually, placing his feet on the table. "Let us begin with a trial. If feasible, we shall gradually expand. We cannot exhaust our resources all at once. Of course, we may deplete theirs." Understood. Following this meeting, the Agriculture Department will convene to draft a preliminary plan, which will be submitted for your review in 3 days. The Industrial Department will present its initial proposal in 4 days. The Mining Department will submit its preliminary plan in 2 days. In less than 10 minutes, each Internal Affairs Department had identified its responsible personnel. Rian nodded approvingly as tasks were efficiently delegated. He tapped the table to draw everyone's attention and declared, "The matter of trade has been settled. Next, I would like to introduce 2 individuals. Foss, the head of the Imperial Gambling Center, whom I believe you all recognize." The crowd nodded in acknowledgement. Gambling was a state-sanctioned activity within the Orc Empire, and many officials occasionally indulged. Thus, they were familiar with Foss. However, they were puzzled as to why Rian would present him. "The Imperial Tournament is currently underway, and I intend to manipulate the outcome to ensure that Kate of the Swit family, who seeks to establish his own domain, wins 3 to 4 million in gambling funds," Rian stated. As he mentioned his intention to manipulate, several orcs widened their eyes in shock. "A bunch of miserly souls. Where has your vast Orcish generosity gone? Have you eaten it?" Rian remarked with irritation. "It's merely 4 million. Surely, you do not react so strongly? My lord, that is not quite accurate. While 3 to 4 million may be a trifling sum for an empire, it is quite substantial for a department," the Minotaur Deputy Minister replied, his face adorned with sarcasm. "Indeed, 3 to 4 million is considerable even for a medium-sized tribe. Are you truly prepared to part with that?" Another avian official interjected, irritation evident, leading to a flurry of animated discussions. This is the current state of the Orc Empire. The officials may voice their grievances and opinions, but Rain, rubbing his aching head, realizes that the repercussions of reform have rendered the orcs significantly more astute, which naturally burdens him as a leader. As the discussion gradually devolves into a quarrel, Rain lets out a soft sigh, and the entire conference room falls into a profound silence. All the officials promptly seal their lips, their gazes shifting to Rain. "Rest assured, we shall profit even more from this transaction, understand? Now, proceed to devise plans based on this amount. The meeting is adjourned. You may all leave." The officials rise in unison to bow, and within mere 5 breaths, the chamber is emptied. Rain casts a sidelong glance at Foss, who feels increasingly uneasy under his scrutiny. "What are you still doing? Go and coordinate with the various departments." Foss, suddenly enlightened, hastily exits. Boya, standing behind Rain, observes the orc's retreating figure, his expression shifting abruptly. "What is it?" Rain inquires, sensing Boya's change in demeanor. As a lich, Boya's mental state is typically stable, so such a sudden shift indicates a significant occurrence. "Young master, news from Shaoxi indicates a grave incident has transpired in the underworld." Boya's complexion begins to fluctuate, struggling to maintain control over his mental magic due to the mental disturbance. What has happened? Is the divine realm attacking the underworld? Boya remains silent, his face reflecting astonishment as he gazes at Rain. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Rain's eyes widen. So they truly have launched an attack? Boya nods. What is the situation? Rain presses. 2 rulers of the underworld have already perished. This has been confirmed. Currently, 5 angels from the divine realm have appeared in the underworld, 3 4-winged angels and 2 2-winged angels. The arrival of the angels has forced the 2 engaged rulers into direct combat, resulting in their demise. Among the angels, 2 are dead and 3 injured. The wounded angels have now returned to the underworld. From where did they enter? Rain immediately ponders a crucial question. It has been located. The divine realm has directly activated a teleportation array leading straight to the underworld, and it remains open. Still open. Rain's complexion drains of color immediately. Chapter 51. Length and shortness. The sudden appearance of angels from the divine realm in the underworld left Leon astounded. And the news that the portal had yet to close struck him like a thunderclap. As time passed, Leon felt an unmistakable acceleration in the absorption of the Orcish power by the primordial force within him. His height had begun to alter, though the change was subtle. Leon, intimately familiar with his own body, recognized that he was gradually growing taller. How long had it been? Were they injured? Knowing his subordinates, Leon understood they had likely encountered the angels from the divine realm and had suffered from Leon's influence. The two slain angels had surely been caught unawares. My young master. That is the underworld, the paradise of the undead, Boya said, his expression easing. Xiao Yi is recuperating, and the others are mostly unscathed. Nodding slightly, Leon inquired. Is it preserved? Yes, Xiao Yi is attending to it. There should be no immediate issues, though over time, it may lead to Xiao Yi's degradation. Leon fixed his gaze upon Boya, who remained impassive. Boya continued. The powers of the two angels are safeguarded by Xiao Yi. We are unable to assist. This was indeed true. Xiao Yi's talent was remarkable. Very well, I understand. Hand this over to him. With that, a pitch-black orb materialized in Leon's hand. Boya, perplexed, accepted the orb, only to have his expression shift dramatically. Do not be alarmed. This is my primordial power. For Xiao Yi, possessing this will alleviate his burden. It is all I can offer. After handing the orb to Boya, Leon swayed slightly before regaining his balance. Boya realized that the orb contained the condensed primordial power that Leon had allowed to seep out. If an ordinary creature of the underworld were infused with such power, it would instantly elevate them to a higher tier. Yet, contemplating Xiao Yi, Leon recognized that while the power within the orb was potent, it paled in comparison to Xiao Yi's consumption. Although the angel's power would dissipate, only Xiao Yi could preserve the light power that specifically countered the forces of death. Thus, the conflicting properties of the powers would inevitably inflict considerable harm upon Xiao Yi. I do this for my own sake, to diminish my primordial power. I cannot enter the underworld now. I could masquerade as a necromancer, but I prefer not to take that risk. Having said this, Leon rose and exited the palace, while Boya remained behind, along with the orb brimming with deathly energy. Upon leaving the palace, Leon gazed up at the sun overhead. The warmth he had briefly felt turned frigid once more. The orb filled with deathly energy not only sealed the excess power, but also contained the strength he had forcefully extracted from the seal. Such an act of forcibly siphoning power through the cracks of a seal was perilous. Should the extraction be excessive, the seal would shatter. Conversely, insufficient extraction would exacerbate the expansion of the seal's fissures. Neither scenario bode well for Leon. Fortunately, Leon's adeptness with power allowed him to extract a mere tenth of the force from the seal without calamity. The impact of the deathly energy on the seal was thus significantly diminished. This was a reluctant measure born from necessity, as despite his strong command over power, Leon could not guarantee he would be so fortunate in the future. For the moment, he had navigated this crisis. Leon exhaled a sigh of relief, though his brow soon furrowed again. The divine realm had begun to set its sights on the underworld. His plans for sealing were now untenable, at least for the time being. To continue with his plans, he needed to redirect the divine realm's attention elsewhere. But how could he achieve that? As Leon pondered while walking, he found himself before the Beast Emperor's Grand Hall, where he entered without hesitation. The hall was quiet, populated only by a few patrolling shamans. After dismissing the shamans who approached to pay their respects, Leon casually took a seat on a long bench, lost in thought. What should I do? Leon closed his eyes, his mind racing, yet aside from the beads of sweat trickling down his face from intense contemplation, no solution surfaced. The grand door of the hall creaked open gently. Though the newcomer was cautious, in the hallowed silence of the hall, even the faintest sound echoed magnified. When Leon turned to look, he saw a small wolf boy slowly entering. Unarmed and devoid of any power, he appeared to be a member of the Beal tribe. Leon felt a sense of familiarity, but could not recall the wolf boy's name. The wolf boy first bowed to the guard who had opened the door for him, then walked with a look of reverence into the hall. Leon's stature was such that the backrest of the bench concealed him entirely, and the wolf boy failed to notice the prominent figure present in what should have been an empty hall. Great beast above, please accept the meager praises of your humble servant, basking in your divine light. Allow your humble servant to make a request. At this, Leon realized the wolf boy had come to offer prayers and requests. In the Orc Empire, such an act was typically prohibited for ordinary orcs within the Grand Hall. However, following 20 years of religious reform, even a wolf boy like this one could now pray in the hall after seeking permission. After listening to the wolf boy's prayer, which was simple, asking for the safety of his loved ones, Leon sensed that the wolf boy had more to say. Sure enough, the wolf boy quietly added, "I saw that Kay was pulling at my sister again, and I hope the beast god will impose a small punishment on him." The flower of the Beal tribe must not be taken lightly by humans. Upon hearing this, Leon recalled the wolfkin who were caring for Kate in the Beal tribe. Yet, he found it strange that this wolf boy had come to the hall to pray rather than attending the martial contest at the Empire. Standing up, Leon turned to the wolf boy who had settled behind him, and his mind suddenly recalled his name, Alpha. "Alpha, what brings you here?" Alpha looked up in surprise, exclaiming, "Divine Envoy." He immediately prepared to bow, but Leon raised his hand to gently stop him. Alpha was slightly taller than Leon, and upon realizing this, he instinctively bent his waist. Leon, however, urged him to stand straight, saying, "There is no need for that." Alpha offered an awkward smile, and Leon continued, "Aren't you accompanying your sister?" "My sister is interested in the martial contests. I am not. I serve as a medic, and I prefer not to witness the orcs in battle, lest I feel tempted to intervene." With that, Alpha extended one of his hands. The wolfkin of the Beal tribe differed from other wolfkin. Their physiques and appearances were more human-like. Alpha's hand, aside from having slightly coarser hair, bore little distinction from a human's. When Alpha attempted to retract his hand, Leon grasped it firmly. "Tempted?" "Indeed. I often assist the orcs who are injured during training at the battlefield hospital, so I am quite busy every day. Now that I have some free time, aside from my nightly studies, I find myself with little to occupy my time." Alpha wondered why the Divine Envoy was holding his hand so persistently. But Leon eventually released his grip. "I heard your prayer, and I also caught your subsequent comment. It seems you harbor some prejudice against humans?" Alpha instinctively nodded, though he soon found it curious. Did the Divine Envoy not hold prejudice against humans? After all, there was a deep-seated enmity between humans and orcs. "Alpha, I recall that you medics take an oath during your formal training, do you not?" "Yes, the Hippocratic Oath. It is a vow you established." "Can you recite the second and third tenets?" "Certainly. The second principle, to the best of my abilities and judgment, I shall adhere to the creed of seeking well-being for the ailing, while avoiding all actions that may lead to their detriment. I will not administer toxic substances or medications to others, nor will I offer guidance in such matters, even at the behest of others. The third principle, regardless of the circumstances or the individuals I encounter, be they male or female, free citizens or slaves, my singular purpose shall remain the welfare of the sick. I shall hold myself accountable and refrain from any actions that may lead to moral degradation, particularly in matters of seduction. All that I witness or hear, whether or not it pertains to my duties, I vow to keep confidential." Reen nodded and remarked, "You remember it quite well. How do you manage that?" After all, many healthcare professionals struggle to recite it in full. Alf, blushing with modesty, scratched his head and replied, "Divine Messenger, I cannot speak for others, but I recite it silently 3 times each day." 3 times? Indeed. Once in the morning upon rising, again during my midday rounds, and finally before I retire at night. These are the requirements set by my sister. Although I have only been a healthcare worker for less than a year, I remember it quite clearly. With that, Alf puffed out his chest with pride. Although Reen maintained a composed expression, he was genuinely astonished. This oath was derived from a past life and articulated in classical Chinese. Even the most linguistically gifted of beast folk would struggle to memorize such a passage. Yet this young werewolf had effortlessly achieved it through diligence and self-discipline. "You are a remarkably diligent individual. Have you considered whether your skills possess any competitive edge against the healing arts of the human temples?" "Divine Messenger, I have yet to witness the healing arts, so I cannot make a comparison. However, I believe that with our techniques, we could certainly hold our own. Once I attain the rank of senior healthcare worker, I truly wish to explore the wonders of magical healing in the human realm. That is my short-term goal." Reen nodded and inquired, "What is your current rank?" "In the Orc Empire, the ranks of healthcare workers only extend to 4 levels, with levels 3 to 1 culminating in the senior rank. The senior rank is highly coveted, with fewer than 10 individuals achieving it throughout the entire Orc Empire, making it rarer than the strongest warriors. I am currently at level 2. I have passed the written examination for level 1 and am now awaiting the practical assessment. I have reviewed past examinations for senior healthcare workers, and I believe I should be able to apply for the senior examination within a year. Alf instinctively puffed out his chest once more. This time, Reen's surprise was evident on his face. Alf appeared quite young, yet his proficiency as a healthcare worker marked him as a prodigy. While his talents may only save a fraction of lives within the Orc Empire, if he were to venture beyond. Alf, would you be interested in establishing your own hospital? Chapter 52. Differentiation. Open a hospital on my own? Alf looked at Reen with confusion. Establishing a field hospital requires an abundance of resources, and the staffing demands are significant. How could one individual possibly manage that? Moreover, the Orc Empire currently lacks the policies to support such an initiative. Reen nodded and replied, however, the hospital I refer to is not intended for the Orc Empire, but rather for the human empire. You mean to treat humans? Absolutely not. Alf responded with unwavering determination. Reen understood this reaction was inevitable. Yet this task truly required someone like Alf. Firstly, he was young and highly malleable. Secondly, his skills would undoubtedly be respected in the human empire. Lastly, his Orcish features were not overly pronounced, making him more acceptable to humans. Reen gestured for Alf to sit down and countered, "Did you not treat Kate? He is also human. I merely provided care. I did not treat him. He is human, and I would rather he perish sooner," Alf retorted. "Yet, you ought to uphold the oath you took as a healer. Does the fact that your patient is human deter you from providing aid?" Reen's expression grew serious, and he exuded a palpable pressure. A fine sheen of sweat appeared on Alf's brow, yet the defiance and resolve in his eyes remained undiminished. With a sigh, Reen retracted his pressure and sat beside him, turning slightly as he spoke. "I understand your sentiments about the deep-seated enmity between our races. Indeed, from an Orc's perspective, this is a perfectly valid reason. Most Orcs share this sentiment, am I correct?" Alf nodded. Reen continued, "You must have experienced this during your education and assessments. Survival of the fittest, correct? You possess exceptional talent, far surpassing ordinary Orcs. At such a young age, you are close to achieving level 1 nursing, which is certainly something to be proud of. This means you are better suited than others to thrive in the medical field. Am I right?" Alf continued to nod. Although the hierarchy of medical personnel is not extensive, the examinations are exceedingly challenging. The likelihood of 1 among 100 medical practitioners advancing is already quite high, and some races cannot even produce medical professionals. This is precisely why medical personnel are held in high regard in the Orc Empire. When Alf entered the Grand Hall, it was not merely the guards who opened the doors for him. It was also the proof of his status as a level 2 medical professional that granted him access. Presently, during the martial arts competition, ordinary individuals were not allowed near the Grand Hall. Humans have long perceived us Orcs as dirty, foolish, and uncouth, easily vanquished. I imagine your brother has spoken of this to you often, has he not? Reen's memory was sharp, and after spending some time with Kate, he had come to know Alf's family somewhat. However, look at your sister. She was able to momentarily set aside the barriers of our races when faced with the injured Kate. In that moment, their identities were reduced to patient and doctor, not human and Orc. Had it been the latter, I doubt you would be here in the Beast Emperor's city today, seeking to secure a position for observation. It is no easy feat, and you owe this opportunity partly to Kate." With that, Reen patted Alf's shoulder kindly. "In truth, I heard your words after your prayer, and it seems you do not harbor such disdain for Kate." Upon hearing this, a hint of discomfort crossed Alf's face. He had not anticipated that anyone else would be present in the Grand Hall during his prayer, especially the esteemed divine envoy. The guards had failed to alert him, and now the envoy had heard his words clearly. If the envoy were to take offense, it would spell trouble. "Divine envoy, I have always felt that Kate revolves around my sister, harboring ulterior motives, which is why I spoke thus." Yet, Alf hesitated before continuing. "He is not entirely bad." Reen understood that the young wolfman was merely seeking an escape from his earlier remarks, but he did not mind. The Orc Empire was not yet prepared to accept humans. For now, the prevalent sentiment was one of hatred. While this may aid the Empire's development in the short term, it is a wound that must inevitably be healed in the long run. "Alf, I wish to pose a question to you. Please answer truthfully." "Yes, divine envoy." "As a healer, can you refuse assistance to your patient?" This question made Alf realize what Reen intended to convey. The doubt was evident on his face as he recognized that Reen awaited his response. He shook his head uncertainly, and anyone could see that it was forced. Reen understood that Alf did not genuinely wish to refuse his patients. Rather, he clung to some unwilling notions. You have seen the observation team from the Gali Empire, have you not? Alf nodded. After the martial arts tournament concludes, the Orc Empire will dispatch a substantial number of skilled professionals to the Gali Empire. Although orders have not yet been formally issued, I hope you will be part of this initiative. Alf opened his mouth to speak, but was silenced by Rain's gesture. As I mentioned earlier, I need you to open a small hospital in the Gali Empire. Alf hesitated and inquired, a small hospital? What does that entail? This type of small hospital would require you, as the attending physician, employing a few assistants to gather herbs for your patients. You would operate a private clinic that generates profit through your medical services. The space need not be large. A place to store medicinal materials will suffice. Are you interested? Alf did not provide an immediate answer, merely stating he would consider it. Rain recognized the significance of this matter and refrained from pressuring him to decide immediately. As the grand hall's doors closed with a resounding thud, the atmosphere returned to tranquility. Yet, a peculiar smile crept onto Rain's face. A golden light began to emanate from his being, lingering in the air for a moment before wrapping around the statue of the beast god within the hall. As the statue radiated a faint golden glow, its features began to stir slowly. Long time no see, big fellow. I heard from Xiao Ba that the angels from the divine realm have now arrived in the underworld, have they not? The statue nodded silently, not uttering a word. The divine power Rain exerted was exceedingly minimal. Merely summoning the beast god was a remarkable feat, and direct communication was beyond his reach. Is that slender fellow safe? The statue nodded again, and Rain felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as the slender figure in the underworld was unharmed. It mattered not if the divine realm had stationed a portal there. The rulers would not remain idle, and chaos might already be brewing in the underworld. Lost in thoughts regarding the underworld, Rain looked up and noticed a puzzled expression on the statue's face. He too became curious and asked, "Are you wondering why I intend to send orcs to the human empire to establish a hospital?" The statue remained motionless. But Rain knew this was indeed the concern at hand. This matter is, in fact, quite simple. My objective is to fracture the source of faith among the deities of the divine realm. The statue's expression remained puzzled, and Rain continued his explanation. Recently, I conversed with a saintly powerhouse of humanity and discovered that their path to cultivation is a dead end, severely restricting their development. The rigid hierarchical structure may provide goals for intermediate practitioners, yet it serves as a constraint for advanced ones. This explains why no powerful individual has ever achieved a higher realm, because the path itself is flawed. The statue's expression shifted from confusion to shock, though it could only fume in silence, unable to voice its thoughts. The deities among you possess their own divine souls. The essence of such entities should inherently derive from the forces of the celestial order. However, I have never perceived the divine souls that underpin your formidable powers. This implies that your path of cultivation as a deity is fundamentally flawed. Without pause, the astute Rain continued, your original divine souls have been supplanted by another force. That of faith, specifically, the strength derived from the devotion of your followers and believers. The gods of the divine realm are potent because they are supported by a vast multitude of worshippers who continuously supply the divine realm with faith energy. I surmise that over the past 2 decades, your strength has indeed escalated, significantly influenced by my presence. The deity hesitated momentarily but gravely nodded in agreement. To achieve the ultimate goal, merely addressing the upper echelons is insufficient. Thus, I intend to commence from the foundation, which is to fracture their faith energy. There are 2 methods to accomplish this. One is to instigate war, thereby diminishing the number of followers and consequently the source of power. This approach is direct, swift, and efficient, yet it risks provoking the adversary's awareness and retaliation. Hence, I conceived a second strategy, gradual erosion. Historically, healing magic has been monopolized by the temple's priests, rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary believers to receive healing. Yet, to doubt such magic would label one as a heretic. Thus, the temple, through this modest healing art, asserts its divine authority, naturally attracting countless followers. However, is healing magic truly a panacea? The deity shook his head, indicating a growing understanding of Rain's intentions. Nonetheless, medical practices can remedy many ailments that healing magic cannot, and they are considerably more economical. Should someone heal the common populace through medical means, the temple's opportunities for employing healing magic would diminish significantly, and their business would be supplanted by various medical establishments. Over time, the temple's standing would inevitably decline. leading to an imperceptible erosion of the source of faith. Consequently, as our adversaries weaken, our chances of success will incrementally increase. A fierce wind swept through the household, a rare occurrence every decade, resulting in an abrupt power outage. Upon venturing outside, I discovered that several nearby villages were also without electricity. Residing in a rural area nearly 20 miles from the town, my parents firmly forbade me from going out in such inclement weather. With not a star visible in the sky, I was left in a state of vexation. Lighting a candle, I awaited the return of power. Eventually, unable to endure any longer, I extinguished the candle and lay upon the earthen Kong, preparing for slumber. Fortunately, after an hour, power was restored, allowing me to hastily update my writings. Otherwise, I would have faced a disruption. Typically, there are no outages during the festive season. However, exceptions do exist. At last, the power returned, though the wind still howled outside, casting doubt on my ability to sleep. With the arrival of the new year, I wish all a joyous celebration, robust health, and the fulfillment of all desires. Chapter 53. Assembly. Upon departing from the temple, Rian returned directly to his palace. As he pushed open the door, he discovered that Xiao Jiao was waiting for him. Xiao Jiao should have returned to the underworld by now. What brought him here at this hour? Why are you not in the underworld, minding your own affairs? What brings you to me? Xiao Jiao shrugged nonchalantly and replied, all matters in the underworld have been arranged. Staying there serves no purpose. I thought I might assist my young master in any way I can. Rian, amused, shook his head and approached the table. Xiao Jiao hastily filled a cup with water for him. Upon catching Rian's gaze, Xiao Jiao quickly turned his head away. In a moment of realization, Rian understood Xiao Jiao's intentions. Did Xiao Ba return to the underworld and deliver that item to Xiao Yi? Indeed, Xiao Yi is currently hiding deep within the underworld to evade patrols. The others are preparing to unite with the monarchs to assault the portal. When I left, those monarchs had already convened to discuss their plans, though the timing of the attack remains uncertain. As Xiao Jiao spoke, a plume of black mist swirled in his hand. Rian focused and noticed a faint white glow beneath the dark fog. What is this? Xiao Jiao merely held it, not dispersing the mist. Young master, this is the remnant of power left behind by the angels after they were slain. It is a pair of wings. Strangely, the physical forms of those angels have been completely eroded, yet these wings have shrunk but remained intact. We could not destroy them, so we thought to present them to you. Oh, Rian, intrigued, took the swirling black mist in his hands. With a gentle flick, he revealed the angelic wings enveloped in the deathly power of the underworld. The wings were not particularly large. Even when spread, they were no bigger than a fist. Rian carefully extracted the miniature wings from the mist, examining them closely. As he pressed with his fingers, he found the wings remarkably resilient. Even with 70% of his strength, he could not inflict any damage upon them. Surprised, he turned to Xiao Jiao and inquired, how did you manage to kill these angels? Are there any more angelic wings? They were slain by the monarchs. I do not know the specifics, but those monarchs mentioned that if the angels had not been restrained in the underworld, their chances of survival would have been slim. I only brought one back. The rest have been claimed by the monarchs, who have engaged in such actions before. What do you mean by that? Rian's expression shifted, and Xiao Jiao, equally taken aback, responded, they have many such collectibles. Are you implying that angels have previously entered the underworld and were subsequently slain by these monarchs? Are there indeed such trophies? Rian asked, his face reflecting his frustration. No one had informed him of this prior. If this were true, it might be possible for him to seek self-sealing in the underworld. Indeed, but this is the first instance of a portal being established specifically for this purpose. In the past, four-winged beings have appeared. Nearly all who ventured into the underworld were killed and became trophies for the monarchs. Xiao Jiao searched his memory, adding, almost all of them. Almost. So there is an exception? Rian, acutely aware of his own safety, discerned the flaw in Xiao Jiao's words. Xiao Jiao nodded, saying, there is indeed one exception, a four-winged being who, upon arriving in the underworld, transformed into a fallen angel with four wings. After slaying his companions, he became one of the monarchs of the underworld. Rian pondered briefly. I do not recall such a figure among the 10 monarchs of the underworld. Yes, at that time, I had just established myself in the underworld. I heard from Xiao Si that later, a contingent from the divine realm dispatched beings to slay him. However, Xiao Si was uncertain whether that former monarch, now a fallen angel, had indeed perished. Some said he was taken back to the divine realm for purification. while others suggested he had gone into hiding. Otherwise, how could that foolish dragon, Duo Luo, hold any significance? Speaking of Duo Luo, Rian immediately thought of the spindly figure and questioned, "Did you see Duo Luo in the underworld?" Xiao Jiao shook his head. According to Xiao Xi's observations, they should be hiding. We do not know why. Even Xiao Xi cannot sense them. Everyone is preoccupied with the invasion from the divine realm. Although neither master nor servant has made an appearance, it is quite common for monarchs to rarely meet in the underworld, making the loss of their sensing abilities quite normal. I will keep these wings. You all must exercise caution in the underworld. As for you, focus on your training. External forces are ultimately not the correct path. I gave that to Xiao Yi because he requires it. Do you understand? After Xiao Jiao nodded, Rian summoned a flash of black light that enveloped Xiao Jiao. And when the light faded, so did Xiao Jiao. Gazing at the wings in his hands, Rian sighed inwardly. The power preserved by Xiao Yi was the primordial force of the divine realm, while the power of these wings emanated from faith. The reason Rian could not inflict any harm upon them was due to the myriad of followers worshipping the deities of the divine realm. Even the slightest accumulation of such power should not be underestimated. To craft such avian monstrosities from the power of faith demonstrates remarkable creativity, Rian mused, playfully handling the angelic wings while muttering disdainfully to himself. In the arena, a boar-headed man raised his long blade high, while across from him, a werewolf crouched slightly, poised to spring into action. This was the final match of the tournament, where individuals vied for the title of Imperial Warrior. The boar-headed man hailed from a large tribe on the Orc grasslands, while the werewolf belonged to the Owl tribe. Initially favored, the Bill division had been unexpectedly wiped out, with only the strongest reaching the top 4, shocking everyone present, including the steward. Kate watched the two competitors with palpable tension. After several days of competition and with the steward's guidance, Kate had nearly maintained a profitable status. The reason he said nearly was that the elimination of the Bill tribe had resulted in a substantial loss of nearly 100,000 gold coins, but fortunately, it was just the elimination rounds where his stakes had not been exorbitantly high. Grandfather Weir, do you think investing in the Bill tribe was a wise choice? Kate frequently glanced at his record book, which detailed the statistics of each competitor. For this final match, he had wagered close to 500,000 gold coins. If he won, his total would soar to 13 million, leaving him with almost 1 million in surplus. It should be a sound decision. I believe the previous members of the Bill division were preparing for future group matches and legion battles. However, the competitors from these two tribes are different. They will put forth their utmost efforts to claim the title, as the title of Imperial Warrior is not easily bestowed upon anyone. As the two conversed, the two orcs in the arena had already engaged in combat. This isn't how they fought before. Kate observed the boar-headed man's long blade flying up and down, then glanced at the werewolf's powerful claws, tearing his records to shreds. The fighting styles of both orcs had completely swapped from what had been recorded earlier. Previously, the boar-headed man had sent opponents flying out of the arena with ease, while the werewolf had relied on his endurance and agility to advance through the ranks. Yet now, the fighting styles of the two orcs appeared fluid and seamless, indicating their true combat capabilities. How intriguing, the steward thought, momentarily surprised. His expression of astonishment was fleeting. Unlike Kate's focus on the match's outcome, the steward contemplated broader implications. Such a sudden shift in fighting style was not unheard of in the human empire. Yet individuals capable of completely altering their combat techniques were nearly non-existent. The reason it is said that individual practitioners do not exist is that within the military framework of the human empire, there are invariably some specialized troops. Although the soldiers in these units may not be formidable warriors, they excel in executing various specialized military tasks. The steward, being a member of a prominent family, has witnessed many such scenes and has encountered unique combat styles. Indeed, the two orcs on the battlefield surpassed the human soldiers he had observed by several magnitudes. Should these orcs develop in number and form an army, with a ratio of 3-to-1, the human forces would undoubtedly face catastrophic defeat. Upon entering the Orc Empire, the array of developments has far exceeded the steward's imagination. He frequently finds himself pondering the true intentions of the Orc Empire. If their preparations are genuinely for the war against the demons, why have they refrained from allying with humans and remained patient for 2 decades? As the steward contemplates these pressing questions, the competition has concluded. With exuberance, Kate embraces the steward, startling him. Observing her radiant smile, He realizes that the werewolves of the Bill tribe have emerged victorious. The young master has finally secured her initial funds, alleviating the steward's concerns, and his face, lined with age, breaks into a sincere smile. At the foot of Wind Whisper Mountain, a gaunt figure clad in armor slowly rises, standing before a vast chasm. Beside him stands an elderly man draped in a white robe. The elder holds a silver staff in his left hand and cradles a brilliant sphere of light in his right. By the grace of the light god, High Priest, have you made any discoveries? The figure inquires humbly. The elder, known as the High Priest, nods and raises the luminous sphere, revealing a radiant screen before them. The figure slightly bows his head, observing the events transpiring within the luminescent display. Is this necromancy? He remarks, his tone devoid of any astonishment as he watches the skeleton soldiers moving back and forth within the screen. A necromancer of at least the third-tier divine level is indeed rare. The High Priest's expression darkens, and his tone grows stern. What are your intentions? The gaunt figure lets out a hissing laugh. As the High Priest's irritation becomes increasingly evident, the figure gestures, and a thunderous sound erupts from behind him. The High Priest slowly turns to see an expanse of black clouds materializing in his line of sight. This is the New Alliance. Chapter 54. The Resurgence of War. The High Priest gazed upon the dark and menacing army behind him, inwardly reflecting that the only power not under the dominion of the Empire and the Temple was the various guilds, among which the mercenary guilds held the greatest might. However, the organization of the mercenary guilds was not particularly stringent. As long as the coin was sufficient, mercenaries would readily exchange their services for gold, allowing for temporary control over their forces. In the previous battle at Windhowl Mountain, the upper echelons of the Kodalar Empire had received word that while the slave trade was ostensibly managed by the mercenaries, the true beneficiaries were the Temple, which retained the majority of the profits, leaving the imperial classes of the three great empires with a mere fraction. Though the Potan Empire and the Gali Empire were but two vassal states, any sign of compromise with the Orc Empire, such as abstaining from capturing orcs in their forests, would ultimately lead to the Temple, the highest beneficiary behind the slave trade, suffering significant repercussions. The Blood Fury Mercenary Corps had sustained considerable losses in the recent battle at Windhowl Mountain, alongside several other mercenary groups, all of which had been weakened. It was common knowledge that the Blood Fury Mercenary Corps had long engaged in the slave-hunting trade for the Temple within the human realms. Thus, their current plight would inevitably impact the Temple's slave business. In terms of losses, even if the Blood Fury Mercenary Corps were utterly annihilated, it would not inflict a grave wound upon the Temple's slave trade. The Temple was primarily concerned with the ramifications of the Windhowl Mountain battle, as the Orc Empire had exposed its strength. The underlying intentions of this revelation remained unclear to the Temple. Was it a ploy to compel the various empires to cease the trade in Orc slaves? Such a pretext was hardly credible. Thus, the motives of the Orc Empire warranted scrutiny. Nevertheless, the slave trade must not be interrupted. Hence, the Temple refrained from overt actions while discreetly offering substantial sums to ascertain the Orc Empire's true capabilities. This time, the Temple had enlisted the services of a large mercenary group from the continent of Fury, the Two-Headed Dragon Mercenary Corps. The exorbitant payment had prompted the deployment of 10,000 black armored knights, supplemented by scattered infantry and other units, culminating in a force exceeding 50,000 soldiers for the Two-Headed Dragon Mercenary Corps alone. Coupled with the other mercenary groups contracted by the Temple, the new coalition's strength had surpassed 100,000. Are not other nations also sending troops? The gaunt figure was the vice-captain of the Two-Headed Dragon Mercenary Corps, commanding the Black Armored Knights and also serving as the coalition's commander. The Potan Empire, gripped by fear, had dispatched 30,000 troops merely to serve as logistical support. Following a victory, they would see no spoils. The elder known as the High Priest remarked, "This is but a province's temple priest of the Kodalar Empire, holding sway in the provincial temple, though his status is not particularly elevated." The commander, upon hearing this, scoffed, "Just them? The defeated are always defeated, even in logistics. I have no trust in them. They might as well serve as a supply convoy." He then beckoned a subordinate, instructing, "Dispatch 5 squads of 100 men each to scout the orc forest within a 3-mile radius." 3 miles? The subordinate was momentarily taken aback, unsure of the commander's intent. "Yes, 3 miles. Maintain communication. I require reconnaissance prior to the assault." After casting a sidelong glance at the subordinate, the latter hurried off to allocate the tasks. The high priest stroked his grizzled beard, questioning, why not launch a direct attack? A direct attack? We lack information on the enemy. Such a battle must be approached with caution, otherwise, we may find ourselves ensnared in a deadly trap. However, it is astonishing that the Orc Empire harbors necromancers. That is no trivial matter. With that, the commander turned to leave. The high priest, though seething with indignation, dared not challenge the man before him. The high priest of the large mercenary group was well aware of many matters yet held little regard for them. However, the two-headed dragon mercenary corps had indeed been expressly contracted by the temple of the Kodalar Empire, and the commander had been appointed directly by the temple's priest, which naturally justified the commander's arrogant demeanor. Within the orc forest, on an unremarkable hill, bustling orcs traversed a recently established command post, where the sounds of messengers calling orders echoed. Behind the command post stood a large tent, 3 men high, in stark contrast to the commotion outside. The interior was notably quiet, save for a few hushed discussions. Gentlemen, we are not facing an inferior force. You have all reviewed the intelligence on the two-headed dragon mercenary corps. Let us hear your thoughts. A werewolf, his face marred by red blotches, stood over the sand table, prompting several orc advisors to nod in agreement. A not very tall minotaur, holding a document, addressed the werewolf. Latest battle report. Huayan, take a look. Huayan accepted the report, unfurling it and briefly scanning its contents before passing it along. The advisors perused it carefully, their expressions growing cautious. Huayan lifted his gaze and inquired, Tushan, what do you think? Based on the report from our scouts, the enemy differs from previous coalitions. Their formations are orderly, and discipline is strict. They have dispatched multiple reconnaissance teams to familiarize themselves with the battlefield. The commander is prudent. This battle will not be as easily won as before. The forward commander inquires if we shall engage. Tushan traced the enemy's reconnaissance range with his hand. Only 3 miles. Such a distance could be covered swiftly by cavalry. Are they aiming for a positional battle? The advisors resumed their discussion, while Huayan pondered deeply, his hand resting on his face. As the conversation grew louder, he cleared his throat and said, inform the forward commander to refrain from rash actions for now. However, we can certainly add some spice to the night, provided it does not cost us lives. General, how shall we proceed with this battle? One advisor queried, watching the messenger depart the tent and turning to Huayan. Huayan pursed his lips in silence, while Tushan took over, saying, let us first observe the enemy's response. Have your forces all assembled? Other than the 10,000 light infantry of the forward army, the rest are en route and should arrive by tomorrow. Responded an Eagle Man advisor responsible for troop mobilization. The human coalition arrived unexpectedly, and we were unprepared for their return to Windhowl Mountain. Thus Huayan raised a hand to silence him, stating, that is no excuse. You are stationed at the Empire's border. Underestimating the enemy is inexcusable. Seeking to shift blame now is contemptible. Take him outside and administer 20 lashes. At his command, 2 guards entered the tent, seized the Eagle Man, and dragged him outside, where they began to administer punishment. The sound of the lashes mixed with cries of pain echoed back into the tent, causing the advisors' faces to darken. Now, let us continue to observe our opponent and discern their intentions. Huayan indicated the enemy's position, elaborating on their troop composition and temporary deployment. Once he finished, the punished advisor returned, gingerly settling into a spot within the tent, where the other advisors made room for him. Huayan glanced at him, and the advisor, filled with trepidation, lowered his head in silence. Have the messages been dispatched to the imperial city? Huayan inquired, to which another advisor replied, the message has been sent via the magical hawk. The imperial city should have received it by now, though we await their response. Oh, I see. I wonder how Fengya is faring. I hope the second one is well. With that, Huayan noticed the advisors' faces flush with discomfort. He suddenly snapped to attention, clearing his throat sternly, and commanded, everyone, focus. This is a battlefield. The advisors stifled their laughter, nodding in agreement, while Tushan, after a silent chuckle, adopted a serious expression and remarked, we must not let our guard down. This battle marks our first engagement with the elite forces of the human race. We cannot afford to be complacent. Mistakes may be made, but it is imperative that we learn from them. Sometimes, warfare is not merely a contest of intellect or strategy. Rather, it can hinge on folly. Therefore, I command you to adopt a serious demeanor and treat this matter with the utmost gravity. Yes, Commander, since the enemy has not launched an immediate assault, We have been granted the time to assemble our forces. The enemy remains unaware of our true capabilities, which is to our advantage, as is their ignorance of the terrain within the orc forest. Their return to Windy Mountain suggests they harbor suspicions regarding the burial site left by His Excellency the Divine Envoy, which inadvertently assists our cause. Hualien calmly articulated the current situation, prompting a wave of nods from the assembled advisors. Time has been granted to us. Now it is our turn to provide the enemy with space. The advisors exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Hualien's meaning, until Tushan, who often collaborated with him, grasped the intent. Are you suggesting we allow them entry? Hualien nodded affirmatively, stating, "This is our first encounter with the elite forces of the human race, and we must not underestimate them. Thus, I believe it is essential to gradually allow them in, to assess their combat capabilities before determining our strategy. Furthermore, the second-line troops have never truly experienced warfare. His Excellency the Divine Envoy has remarked that ornamental forces should not take to the battlefield. Their worth must be demonstrated through military merit. General, would it not be unwise to let the enemy into the front line? Would the general staff concur?" A Ratman advisor inquired across the sand table. Hualien chuckled softly, replying, "Do you think the second-line troops would refuse a chance to earn military accolades? The second-line troops would undoubtedly agree, but the general staff?" The Ratman attempted to continue, but Hualien gestured for silence, asserting, "I wager that the general staff will wholeheartedly endorse my proposition." The Ratman surveyed his colleagues and, with a serious expression, retrieved a gold coin from his belt, stating, "General, I accept your wager." Hualien nodded, saying, "Let it be noted by all present that this is a wager between us, not an act of bribery." The advisors nodded in agreement, awaiting Hualien to present his stake, only to witness him pocket the gold coin instead. "General, what are you doing?" The Ratman stared in bewilderment at Hualien, uncertain of his intentions. "You may not yet know that this general never engages in wagers lightly," Tushan interjected, and the advisors nodded, realizing that they had only recently been assembled and had yet to familiarize themselves with one another. With a sly grin, Hualien produced a document. A nearby advisor took the paper, read it, and then looked at the Ratman with sympathy. The Ratman, perplexed, nonetheless understood that he had likely lost. Appointment of Alki of the Owl tribe as the frontline commander of the Orc forest within the Orc Empire, vested with the authority to make all military decisions. Hualien is Alki. Chapter 55. Testing the waters filled with delight. Hualien gazed at the glum expression of the Ratman advisor, his heart brimming with joy. This appointment was granted a fortnight after the Battle of Foaming Mountain. All the advisors present were aware of this designation, yet a considerable amount of time had elapsed since its announcement. Moreover, having recently punished another advisor, Hualien's blend of both literary and martial tactics had effectively subdued the dissenting spirits among his subordinates. Tushan had long perceived the underlying dynamics, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He understood that if Hualien did not assert his authority in this manner, the two of them, given their familiarity with the Orc advisors, would struggle to maintain control. A lack of discipline during the execution of commands could lead to significant setbacks, especially in a war that the Orc Empire could not afford to lose. Hualien, putting away his gold coins, declared, "By the grace of the beast god, I recognize that each of you is a talented individual recommended by the leaders of various tribes, and you have been specially appointed by His Excellency to serve as officers on the front line. You are all senior officers now, and I hope you do not forget the fundamental knowledge you acquired at the military academy: obedience and execution. Do you understand?" "Understood, Commander. We shall obey without question." The advisors responded in unison. Hualien nodded in satisfaction. "Well then, let us examine our adversary. Are there any new military reports?" Tushan acknowledged. "After conducting reconnaissance through an offensive, the enemy has retreated. Their soldiers are currently busy with cooking and logging." "Logging?" The advisors exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the confusion in their eyes. Why would they not prioritize establishing a secure camp at such a moment? "What kind of logging?" Tushan elaborated. "They are moving in and out of the area, with our supply lines closely following. According to our scouts, the enemy has advanced approximately a mile. The vanguard has reached a small hill about 3 miles from our frontline defense, while the main force remains outside the forest, seemingly setting up camp. However, they have only established a forward camp, with minimal protection in the rear." "Oh." Hualien's eyes narrowed as he pondered the enemy's intentions. A Fox tribe advisor spoke up. "Could this be a ploy to lure us into attacking their rear camp?" "I doubt it. Perhaps they believe we will launch a direct assault." Leaving too many defensive troops in the rear would be of little use. So they might prefer to concentrate their strength in the forward camp to counter our attack. This is not without merit, considering our knowledge of their forces. However, is their action not overly audacious? How many are in their vanguard? Approximately 10,000, with 4,000 engaged in logging, while the remaining 6,000 are on alert. A lively discussion ensued among the advisors until Tushan, fixating on Hualien, inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Hualien lowered his hand from his chin and asked, "What do you propose to do?" Tushan chuckled, "An opportunity presented to us. I believe we should seize it. What are the chances? If we act now, we have about a 50% chance. If we delay, I fear it may dwindle to 30%, as our forces are limited and the enemy will only fortify their position." At that moment, the advisors stared in disbelief at the two audacious commanders, astonished that they were contemplating an immediate attack on the enemy's vanguard. It must be noted that the only forces they could muster consisted of merely 10,000 light infantry. Even counting their scouts, the total barely exceeded 10,000, and those few scouts were of the Eagle tribe, known for their rapid mobilization. In such circumstances, an assault would be akin to throwing oneself against a stone wall, a reckless endeavor. "The enemy has cavalry. What do you intend to do?" Hualien asked, scrutinizing Tushan's somewhat naive visage. Tushan nodded. "I concede that the enemy's cavalry poses the greatest threat, which is why I suggested a 50% chance. Our scouts reported logging, which may be a test from the enemy. However, there is likely a deception at play. How could their cavalry ensure seamless communication between the front and rear camps? Even a change in direction requires time, so I believe we should take a gamble." Hualien considered this for a moment and replied, "I suspect the enemy's actions are not limited to these two peculiar maneuvers. They are not amateurs. Their military presence indicates a strategic approach. First, they conducted limited offensive reconnaissance, and now they leave a vanguard with a clear retreat strategy while the rear appears unguarded. This must surely be a trap, truly an opponent who is difficult to decipher." The advisors, bewildered, sensed that the two commanders were abandoning the idea of a surprise attack. However, following this discussion, their gaze shifted back to the advisor responsible for troop deployment, whose embarrassment was palpable, wishing for nothing more than to disappear into the ground. "Enough. Let us proceed as such. Instruct the frontline troops to continue with the previous harassment orders. Remember, it is merely harassment." "Yes, Commander." Another messenger dashed out of the tent to relay the orders to the front line. Though the term harassment comprised only 2 words, its implications within the context of the Orc Empire's military academy transcended mere semantics. Upon receiving the command, the frontline commander merely smiled lightly and summoned half of his 500 troops, advancing directly toward the enemy's vanguard. Lacking aerial reconnaissance capabilities, he opted for the nimble werewolf light infantry. The Orc Empire's light infantry were well equipped, each soldier armed with a crossbow, 10 bolts, a sword, a shield, and 2 daggers, complemented by race-specific weapons. The werewolves wielded claws designed for close combat. The 500 soldiers halted a mile from the Allied vanguard. After conducting reconnaissance, they had determined this was the maximum radius of the enemy scouts' activity. The sounds of felled trees masked their approach, and the squad leader raised a hand to signal for the troops to stop and find various forms of cover. It seems the enemy is not foolish. All conceal. Prepare for battle." With his head lifted from the ground, the werewolf captain wore a cunning smile. It appeared the enemy was also attempting to leverage their logging efforts for some purpose. However, in such circumstances, the werewolf's superior hearing proved advantageous. The entire unit erased their traces of movement, seeking out spots where they could fully conceal themselves. Once the werewolf captain assessed that the conditions were favorable, he leapt into a tree, using the dense foliage to obscure his figure. Within 20 breaths, faint footsteps drew near, followed by a greater number of footsteps. The werewolf captain signaled for stillness while he estimated the enemy's numbers, which left him momentarily stunned. Their numbers were alarmingly similar to those of his own squad. Contemplating the situation, the werewolf captain gestured for 2 of his squad's rear members to cautiously rise and advance, adopting a careful reconnaissance posture. Meanwhile, the captain remained perched in the tree, observing the unfolding scene. As the 2 werewolves approached within 100 meters of the enemy squad, both sides suddenly became aware of each other. Both werewolf soldiers and their adversaries stood momentarily stunned, and upon discerning the enemy's superior numbers, the 2 werewolves swiftly retreated into the depths of the forest, not forgetting to send a parting gift, The werewolf soldiers' crossbow bolts outpaced the response of the enemy archers, and 2 soldiers in the front rank fell, struck in the throat. By the time the human soldiers realized what was happening, the 2 werewolves had already retreated several paces, only to turn around and swiftly fell another soldier each. The encounter had unfolded in the span of merely 3 breaths, leaving the human squad leader's face tinged with fury. He promptly commanded his men to split into 2 groups with the imperative to capture the 2 werewolves. The squad advanced stealthily, intent on not alerting their adversaries. Given the werewolves' armaments and equipment, it was evident they were scouts. The potential consequences of allowing these 2 to escape were dire. Both sides consisted of scouts, however. The 2 werewolves, well-versed in their terrain and possessing remarkable speed, held the advantage. In the brief pursuit, 2 more soldiers fell victim to the werewolves' unexpected crossbow strikes. Witnessing their fallen comrades, the leaders of the pursuit felt their faces redden with rage, and the desire to eliminate the werewolves intensified, their voices rising and echoing through the forest. How foolish to charge in so recklessly, thought the werewolf captain, signaling readiness for battle. At that moment, the werewolf tasked with luring the enemy dashed from beneath the tree, dispatching another foe with a swift shot from his crossbow. After exchanging his weapon for a blade, he exchanged a knowing glance with the captain before vanishing into the underbrush, leaving no trace. As the clamor drew ever closer, the werewolf captain discerned the faces of the approaching humans. Yet, the time for action was not ripe. He needed to wait until the enemy passed his concealed position to launch a surprise attack. Engaging prematurely would risk lives unnecessarily, for some of the opponents would undoubtedly escape, which was unacceptable, especially with half of their forces still maneuvering elsewhere. The distance between his subordinates and the human troops was rapidly diminishing as the latter advanced, oblivious to the lurking werewolf contingent that outnumbered them 2 to 1. The werewolves had laid a clear path, and the 200 soldiers charged ahead with reckless haste, unaware of the imminent peril. Observing the humans rushing past beneath the tree, the werewolf captain plucked a leaf from the branch above and gradually released it. The vibrant green leaf danced in the air, caught in the breeze, before drifting down to the ground. Strike. Chapter 56. The Prisoners of War. Suddenly, a volley of crossbow bolts rained down, striking the unprepared human soldiers, sending them sprawling into a bloodied heap, their anguished cries echoing through the air. After releasing a second bolt, the werewolf captain drew the dagger slung at his waist and, with a small round shield in hand, let out a fierce roar as if to charge, yet remained firmly rooted to the spot. Realizing they had been ambushed, the captain swiftly commanded his troops to form a circular defense. However, as the formation took shape, he despaired at the sight of fewer than 100 soldiers by his side. Breaking through the encirclement seemed nearly impossible. Despite the dire situation, the captain did not succumb to despair. He reasoned that if he held his ground, the other squad, numbering over 200, would surely come to his aid. Yet, as he surveyed the surrounding werewolves, their raucous shouts gradually dimmed his hope. The ambushers should have swiftly annihilated their surrounded foes, yet they merely encircled him without advancing, indicating their overwhelming confidence, perhaps even a disdain for the combined might of his 2 squads. All human soldiers recognized their dire predicament, encircled with virtually no chance of escape. The sight of the werewolves, baring their fangs intermittently, sent chills down their spines. Meanwhile, the werewolf captain also felt uneasy. This ambush had turned out to be a failure. The thought of the punishment for failing the gnawed gnawed at him. How could he find himself in such a situation, facing an enemy that was neither easily devoured nor easily dismissed? Though he had encountered similar scenarios before, he had received clear orders from above, no exchange of lives. Left with no option but to think of alternatives, the captain took a step forward, raising his voice, which brought an abrupt silence to the battlefield. Pointing his long knife at the human captain, he declared, "Humans, you have trespassed upon the territory of my orc empire without permission, and now you find yourselves surrounded by my forces. I command you to lay down your weapons and surrender." The werewolf captain spoke in the common tongue of the continent, his pronunciation clear and precise, momentarily startling the encircled human soldiers. They were taken aback by the werewolf's unexpected eloquence, yet none believed a word he uttered. While his subordinates panicked, the human captain pondered deeply. Since the werewolves had chosen to speak, they must be waiting for something. Yet, with their numerical and equipment advantages, what more could they desire? Steadying himself, the human captain stepped out of the defensive formation and responded in the common tongue. "What do you want?" The werewolf captain scratched his head and replied, "I don't desire much, merely to inquire whether you are willing to surrender." "Surrender?" The human captain retorted. You have fewer than 100 men. We outnumber you. In terms of combat prowess, it seems your group is at a disadvantage as well. And as for armament, with your crossbows ready to fire, do you truly believe we stand a chance? The werewolf captain raised his hand, prompting all his kin to lift their cocked crossbows. As the glint of the crossbow bolts caught the light, the human soldiers instinctively raised their weapons. However, the werewolf captain lowered his hand, allowing a collective sigh of relief to escape from the humans. The human captain surveyed his surroundings and asked, if that is the case, why demand our surrender? Indeed, in a position of absolute advantage, the werewolves were expressing an unexpected benevolence, which seemed utterly baffling, especially coming from orcs. Well, it's simple, the werewolf captain responded. Our empire's envoy has declared that all life, regardless of race, is exceedingly precious. Given the circumstances, there is no need for further combat. Thus, I advise you to surrender. As he finished speaking, the sound of armor clanking announced the arrival of another werewolf beside the captain. The human captain recognized this to be the werewolf that had lured them into this trap, the very one pursued by another squad. What is the status? The werewolf captain inquired. The newcomer grinned and replied, still wandering in the woods, they've lost their trail. But captain, this isn't over yet. Mind your tongue. Be silent. The werewolf captain admonished, then turned back to the human captain, stating, you were separated by my orders. Relying on another squad for support is futile. I grant you 10 breaths to deliberate. If your answer is negative, I regret to inform you of the consequences. 10 breaths might seem brief, yet they could determine much. The human captain glanced back at his men, his throat tightening as he struggled to find the right words. The soldiers looked to their captain, their concern palpable. Although they were nominally a human coalition, they operated as mercenaries, each belonging to different guilds, gathered for the sake of convenience. In this precarious situation, if any individual chose to surrender, it could tarnish the reputation of their respective guilds, hindering future contracts. Have you reached a decision? The werewolf captain inquired as the 10 breaths elapsed, while the surrounding werewolves aimed their crossbows at the humans. Furrowing his brow, the human captain forced a bitter smile and asked, do we truly have a choice? With that, he cast his weapon to the ground, and one by one, his fellow mercenaries followed suit. The werewolf captain exhaled with relief at their surrender. He gestured for 2 of his subordinates to form a guard around the humans. Without ropes or violence, the werewolves closely followed, led by the werewolf captain into the shadowy depths of the forest. Our squad, the human captain ventured, trailing behind the werewolf captain, emboldened by the knowledge that his comrades were also mercenaries. After much hesitation, he finally asked, what will happen to them? The werewolf captain continued walking, replying, we have orders, no exchange of lives. Thus, my men have taken your, companions to another part of the forest. It is relatively safe there, but escaping without 10 days of exploration is unlikely. The chances of being captured are considerable. The captain nodded, feeling somewhat relieved, yet still uneasy. How will we be treated? Are we to be fed to your trained beasts, or worse? The werewolf captain halted, turning with a mischievous grin. Is that not the case? Surprised by the directness of the inquiry, the human captain instinctively retorted, yet now that the topic was laid bare, further discussion seemed feasible. The werewolf captain scoffed, shaking his head. Had it been a few years ago, your fate would have already been sealed. Rest assured, the current orc empire is not what it once was. We treat our prisoners with respect. After the conflict, you will be released. However, should you dare trespass upon our lands again, you will face severe repercussions. What kind of repercussions? Since we began our mercenary work, we have never heard of any permissions granted. Years ago, our empire issued permits through various embassies. Regrettably, you failed to notice them. Thus, being captured equates to illegal border crossing, a charge that can carry significant consequences. The lighter penalties involve forced labor and fines, while the severest could lead to immediate execution. Do you comprehend this? The werewolf captain spoke as he walked, while the human captain lowered his head, silently absorbing the information. Very well, we have arrived. The werewolf captain's voice resonated, causing the squad leader to abruptly raise his head and discover a sprawling military encampment before him. The camp's perimeter was fortified with formidable chevaux de frise. At the entrance stood 2 sentry towers, each approximately 3 meters in height, manned by 3 werewolf soldiers. The group halted about 30 meters from the camp's entrance, where they were hailed by the soldiers in the sentry towers. The werewolf captain dispatched one of his subordinates to exchange the password, after which he led the human contingent into the military camp. The werewolf captain patted the squad leader on the shoulder and remarked, "Very well, make yourself comfortable. In a couple of days, you'll likely see more of your comrades, and I believe it won't be long before you're all released." With that, the werewolf captain entered another tent. "Reporting, sir," a voice announced, "Second squad has completed its mission, capturing 93 human soldiers. Additionally, approximately 250 have been lured into the Misty Valley, their status uncertain." The frontline commander nodded approvingly, stating, "Not bad. You knew to persuade the enemy to surrender, and without losing a single soldier. Continue to do well, and you may go and rest." After the werewolf captain departed, the commander gazed silently at the sand table before him. He then summoned a messenger and instructed, "Send a message to the forward command, stating that my unit has made initial contact with the enemy. The enemy's vanguard is cautious but lacks combat prowess and awareness. However, we cannot rule out the possibility of this being a probing maneuver. The front line believes we should proceed with caution. Detailed reports will follow after multiple probes. Send it up." "Yes, sir," the messenger replied, before exiting through the curtained doorway. The frontline commander, noting the time, summoned another messenger and commanded, "Now, issue orders to all squads. Let the performance begin." Chapter 58. The menu at the moment when Rian uttered those peculiar words. In a pure white castle in the eastern part of the continent, an elderly man clad in luxurious white garments slowly ascended to the balcony. Placing his fingers upon the frigid stone railing, he gazed at the twin moons in the sky and let out a silent sigh. He raised his right hand, fingers flicking rhythmically, emitting a faint golden light that flickered and extinguished. The old man sighed once more. "Grandfather, are you still trying?" A childlike voice echoed behind him. A delicate little girl, resembling a porcelain doll, emerged from the shadows, grasping the old man's hand with curiosity. "Yes, even now. I have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of these two individuals. I can only deduce that one is near us, while the other is in the north. But I am uncertain of the precise location," he replied, turning to embrace the child. The girl, peering at the old man's neck, inquired, "But grandfather, isn't your divination infallible? There are countless unpredictable realities in this world. It is wise to refrain from prying too deeply into celestial mysteries, as the insights gained are often nebulous and may lead to missteps. I have reached this juncture, awaiting the convergence of these two individuals. It has been many years, yet there remains no sign of movement. But didn't you say that everything is predetermined and that we must align with the celestial tides?" The girl responded with a playful smile. The old man shook his head. "While that is true, these two exist beyond the natural order, much like you and I." "But grandfather, didn't you mention that the four of us have already integrated into this world? How can we not align with the celestial flow?" The girl, bewildered, asked. For few truly understood her origins, with only this elderly man aware of her lineage, while the other two who knew remained lost in their own realms. "Our destinies are intertwined with theirs. Do consider if we can align with the celestial flow under such circumstances." The old man gently placed the child on her bed, covering her with a blanket. "Your magical talents and martial skills are unparalleled among your peers. While diligent practice is essential, it is also important to balance the pursuits of both literature and combat. One must experience both the worldly and the ethereal. The hour grows late. You should rest early, for you have classes at the academy tomorrow. Do you understand?" The little girl nodded, closing her eyes to drift into a peaceful slumber. Once he saw she was asleep, the old man softly closed the door and made his way to the grand hall of the castle. "Come in. Sir Headmaster, do you have any instructions?" A middle-aged man, appearing to be a servant, emerged from the shadows, standing before him. The old man nodded. "Is there any news?" The middle-aged man shook his head. "Sir, the continent of Fry is vast, and locating a young man in his 20s is indeed challenging. However, there is some peculiar news from the north that may or may not pertain to the individual you mentioned." The old man furrowed his brow. "Are you referring to the mercenary coalition's assault on the Orc Empire?" "Indeed." The man was momentarily taken aback, assuming the old man was already privy to the developments. But he continued, "After the Battle of Windwhistle Mountain, the Orc Empire has stationed troops along its borders, and it seems that a conflict with the coalition has commenced." "What is this peculiar news you speak of?" the old man inquired. Following the Battle of Windwhistle Mountain, a general named Phalai from the Potten Empire rescued an heir from the Sweat family and was subsequently taken as a disciple by the family's steward, who was a master of wind magic. However, but he took a warrior as his apprentice, did he not? The old man interjected. The middle-aged man nodded. This Phalai is of considerable age and quite renowned in the Potan Empire. He preserved 50,000 regular troops during the battle and has been rewarded by the Empire. Now overseeing the logistics of the mercenary coalition. Get to the point. Based on the clues you provided, we followed this mage into the Orc Empire and encountered a human. The middle-aged man exclaimed. Moreover, he is a child. A human? The Orc Empire has long been isolated, forbidding the entry of outsiders for many years. What manner of child is this? The old man found it odd and fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged man. Speak in detail. Yes. Do you recall a few months ago when a delegation from the Orc Empire entered our nation to submit a state document? Was it concerning the invasion of the demon race? The old man asked, inviting the middle-aged man to sit. Intrigued, what is so strange about that? Sir, you may not realize, but this news is rather shocking. Moreover, the priests of the temple did not receive any divine revelations. Leading our empire to expel the Orc delegation, the middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly grave, even turning somewhat cold. The old man nodded in understanding, and the middle-aged man continued. However, this aligns with the results of your astrological divination. We inquired with some Orc mercenaries, and the sudden appearance of their divine envoy was not an Orc of any race, but a human. Strangely enough, this child has been residing in the Orc Empire for 20 years. 20 years. The old man gasped in astonishment, jumping to his feet and exclaiming loudly. Yes. The reason we are only discovering this now is that this divine envoy directly met with the Orc king, who subsequently ordered all Orcs to remain silent. Coupled with the Orc Empire's isolationist policies and their fierce nature, no other empire is aware of when this divine being arrived. Thus, I believe this may indeed be the person you seek. The middle-aged man paused, then added, Furthermore, we have found evidence. Evidence? The old man queried skeptically, pondering what sort of proof could substantiate such an extraordinary claim. The middle-aged man produced a piece of animal hide, marked with pressed characters, and presented it to the old man, saying, Sir, does this look familiar to you? The old man took the hide and was immediately struck dumb. The script upon it was not merely familiar, it was intimately known to him. Upon reading the characters, the old man's face flushed with embarrassment as he asked, How did you come by this? The middle-aged man suddenly bore a look of chagrin. I recognized the script and surreptitiously took it from the Orc Empire. I found it in an Orc general store. I do not know these characters, but I observed the Orcs guarding it carefully, so it must be something significant. Upon hearing this, the old man burst into laughter, leaving the middle-aged man bewildered. The man hurriedly inquired, Sir, what is so amusing? Please, do stop. The old man commanded. I suspect this was found in a kitchen, was it not? The middle-aged man nodded. It is evident that this is a culinary list. A culinary list? The middle-aged man gasped in disbelief. The hide is difficult to acquire. How can it be squandered so? Squandered? You are mistaken. The dishes listed here are beyond the capabilities of even the royal chefs. I find it quite nostalgic, the old man said, seemingly lost in reminiscence before quickly regaining his composure. He turned to the middle-aged man and stated, I now understand the situation. You have indeed found the person I seek. Cease all actions immediately to avoid unnecessary conflict. Conflict? What sort of conflict could arise? You do not comprehend. If he is indeed the individual I seek, he is surely aware of your movements. He possesses a strong will and dislikes covert actions. You must hastily withdraw your people. Otherwise, if he discovers your intentions, it will surely lead to an embarrassing predicament. Sir, is he not merely a level 3 martial saint? The Empire has many powerful individuals. Why do you regard him with such trepidation? The middle-aged man, naturally, felt unconvinced, despite being just a level 1 martial saint. The elder waved his hand and said, You are mistaken. This individual possesses far greater strength than you can imagine, and he is the envoy of the beast god. Under the gaze of the beast god, his power cannot be measured by a mere 3rd-tier martial saint. Furthermore, his methods are so numerous that even if I were to unite all the top-tier experts within our academy, it would be no easy feat to restrain him, let alone defeat him. Do not harbor any illusions regarding this matter. It is imperative that you see it through. Such formidable power? Could he not rival the divine races? A fleeting look of horror crossed the middle-aged man's face, for he could scarcely believe such words were spoken by the elder. If what the elder said were true, who in the Furii continent, aside from the divine races, could hope to contain him? Though the words may seem distant, they are not far from the truth. You must act swiftly, inform the major guilds, and prepare accordingly. The middle-aged man promptly rose in agreement and hurriedly departed. Once the hall returned to its previous tranquility, the elder produced a piece of beast hide and examined it closely, suddenly breaking into a bitter smile. We all pride ourselves on our ability to glimpse fate, our unparalleled wisdom, yet we failed to consider this point. This method is far more effortless than my previous search through the vast sea for a single grain. Now that we have found one, we must await the emergence of another. It seems this new alliance may very well face total annihilation. The elder held the beast hide in his hands, which then vanished into thin air. Exhaling deeply, he remarked, "This method from another world is truly remarkable. The mustard seed hidden in the vastness of space. I have never encountered such a thing in my previous life." 3 days later, within the Beast Emperor's palace, a hawkman stood in the grand hall reporting to the Beast Emperor, "Your Majesty, the Beast God. I report that the human powerhouses have already departed the borders of the Beastman Empire. To this day, we remain in the dark about their intentions, which is a failure on the part of the intelligence department. Please, Your Majesty, impose punishment." The Beast Emperor nodded in acknowledgement but turned to the attendant beside him, asking, "Is the divine envoy currently in the palace?" Replying to Your Majesty, the divine envoy has been teaching the medical genius Alfu of the Owl tribe for several days now. Do you wish to summon the divine envoy, Your Majesty? Oh, that is excellent. Please call him. After the attendant exited the grand hall and summoned Rain, the officials from the intelligence department recounted the events once more. Upon hearing the report, Rain suddenly smiled and inquired, "Surely, they must be looking for me. Have the citizens of the empire suffered any losses?" "There have indeed been losses. Yet I fail to comprehend how a mighty individual from this continent stealing a mere menu could be of any significance. If this constitutes a loss, then that is all there is to it." Rain replied with a gentle smile, "You need not trouble yourself with this matter. It originated from me, and I shall report to the Beast Emperor myself. What remains is for the Beast Emperor to order a cessation of this operation." With that, he cast a knowing glance at the Beast Emperor. Upon understanding, the Beast Emperor issued an order to halt subsequent actions and dissolve the court meeting, which had been postponed to the night due to the martial competition, leaving Rain behind. Once only the Beast Emperor and Rain remained in the grand hall. The Beast Emperor approached Rain with a delighted expression. "Congratulations, divine envoy. We have finally found you." Chapter 59. Deployment. Rain nodded and remarked, "Your Majesty, it seems your congratulations may be premature." The Beast Emperor, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean?" "Could it be?" Rain affirmed, "We are a total of 4 individuals. Initially, I believed I was the only one aware of this matter, yet to my surprise, that old blind man has indeed followed. If my assumptions are correct, only we 2 are privy to the truth. If incorrect, then it extends to 3. Are you searching for the one least likely to be informed? Thus, this individual is not the one you seek." The Beast Emperor, wise as he was, grasped the implications of Rain's words and could not help but feel disappointment for him. From the moment of his appearance, Rain's ultimate objective in aiding the Orc Empire has been merely to locate a person along this vast road. Regrettably, in such an expansive sea of humanity, it would take an eternity for Rain to achieve this alone. However, having already identified one among the 3 offers a glimmer of hope, at the very least. This divine envoy would not remain idle. What do you intend to do now? Will you depart directly? The Orc Empire cannot afford to lose you, its divine envoy. The Beast Emperor, despite his regal stature, hesitated in his speech. It was no wonder, as the pinnacle of the empire, with the Orc Empire currently flourishing, this diminutive divine envoy had played an indispensable role. Should Rain choose to leave, the future trajectory of the Orc Empire would be uncertain, though it might continue to thrive. The duration of such prosperity remained a mystery to the Beast Emperor. Hence, he earnestly wished for Rain to stay. Despite their agreement from 20 years prior, though Rain was a divine envoy, he was a free spirit, able to depart whenever the Beast God permitted. At this moment, the Beast Emperor thought of the Orc God. Though he was indeed a sovereign, he lacked the divine means possessed by Rain, leaving him with mere contemplation. The Beast Emperor could only hope that Rain would show some benevolence and linger in the Orc Empire for a while longer, at least until the impending invasion by the demon tribe. Rain shook his head, and the Beast Emperor felt a surge of delight, sensing a potential turn of events. Indeed, Rain stated, "Although that old blind man is searching for me, he is not the one I seek. Let us set this matter aside for now. Once I have found the other 2, it will not be too late for me to leave, thus also fulfilling your wishes, Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, the Beast Emperor realized Rain had discerned his thoughts, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Yet, since Rain had decided to remain, it mattered little whether he had seen through the facade. With this thought, the Beast Emperor felt a wave of relief wash over him. With this concern resolved, his body felt significantly lighter. Rain was acutely aware of the Beast Emperor's thoughts, but chose not to voice them. Furthermore, he genuinely required more time in the Orc Empire, for he had nowhere else to go. The portal to the Divine Realm had yet to close, and he did not dare to venture forth recklessly. The source of his innate power and the divine strength bestowed by the Beast God were now nearly equal. He should be able to sustain himself for a while longer. Reflecting on the gradual emergence of cracks in the seals within his body, he realized this had begun during his time in the Gary Empire. Even in this lifetime, you remain my nemesis. With a rueful smile, Rain remarked, I have completed my tasks for today. What was the outcome of the martial arts competition? Upon mentioning serious matters, the Beast Emperor instantly regained his usual authority. It is nearly concluded. Both the individual and team battles have ended. If all goes well, the results of the Legion battle should also be revealed tomorrow. Furthermore, you remember the matter we previously discussed, do you not? The Beast Emperor inquired with a look of pride. Rain, momentarily taken aback, asked, that matter? Of course, the one regarding your leadership of this group into battle. What else could it be? The Beast Emperor expressed astonishment, having never witnessed Rain in such a state. Seeing the genuine expression on Rain's face indicated that there was indeed an issue with his health. Recalling the situation, Rain acknowledged its existence and then inquired about the new mercenary coalition's ongoing conflict with the Empire, curious about their circumstances. Both sides have sustained losses. However, the enemy has breached the second line of defense. The wolf warrior, nicknamed Flowered Face, is quite the military strategist. He has already inflicted over 2,000 casualties on the enemy before the battle has even commenced. This individual is both bold and meticulous, a true talent. I am preparing to reward him. Do you have any suggestions? Rain shook his head, saying, this is a matter of royal authority, and I should not interfere. How are discussions regarding the Gary Empire progressing? Are there any issues? Rain had primarily occupied himself in recent days with imparting medical knowledge to Alf, seldom venturing outside his palace, even receiving meals regularly delivered by the inner attendants. While it is not uncommon for someone to be so focused on an individual within the Empire, it is still a rarity. Even the highly praised Flowered Face had only exchanged a few words with Rain, making it apparent that the status of the Alf tribe would rise significantly due to these two individuals. Even the Beast Emperor was somewhat perplexed by Rain's intentions. Aside from matters concerning the medical facility, most agreements had already been signed. Although Gary IV had abdicated, the cunning old fox had little sway over the two of them. The Beast Emperor seemed to recall something amusing, a smile spreading across his face. Are there truly individuals within this empire that even the old fox cannot manage? After several days of neglecting affairs, Rain was unaware of the current state of negotiations between the two nations. However, upon hearing that even the old fox was at a loss, his interest was piqued. The Beast Emperor took a deep breath and remarked, surely you know of Feng Luan? Of course, he is a crucial minister of the Gary Empire, possessing a straightforward character and astute intellect, a rare talent indeed. Rain certainly remembered Feng Luan, who had once withstood the oppressive pressure of a saint in the Gary Empire, exhibiting an unyielding spirit. The Beast Emperor's tone suggested some intriguing developments involving Feng Luan and the old fox. Actually, it is not a significant issue. These two behave like sworn enemies, constantly opposing each other. Initially, the old fox suffered greatly due to a miscalculation in negotiations, inadvertently granting the Gary Empire an additional 10% advantage. The old fox was so incensed he went 2 days without eating. By the time they met again for negotiations, they nearly came to blows. Logically, as they were meeting for the first time, such animosity should not have existed. However, the Beast Emperor recounted the various amusing incidents that transpired during their discussions, often bursting into laughter himself. After hearing the tale, Rain found the rivalry between Feng Luan and the old fox amusing, yet upon deeper reflection, he could not help but feel a twinge of concern. In truth, this negotiation was not merely a matter between two nations, it represented a dialogue between two races. Such exchanges are not driven by conflicts of interest, but rather by clashes of ideology. Both sides maintained certain boundaries, which allowed for the smooth progression of negotiations. Without these limits, it is likely that both nations would have already resorted to hostilities. We must ensure the negotiations are handled well, allowing for appropriate adjustments. As a great nation, we must exhibit the grace befitting our stature. If time permits, you might consider advising the old fox to widen his perspective, so he is not consumed by minor gains and endless calculations. That would be quite exhausting. That task falls to you. The old fox may not heed my counsel. The Beast Emperor immediately bristled at this suggestion, pushing the troublesome task back to Rain. Rain chuckled and acquiesced. The Beast Emperor exhaled deeply, saying, "Currently, the internal situation of the Empire is relatively stable, while externally there are both peace and conflict. What are your views on the current circumstances?" After speaking, he led Rain out of the Grand Hall, and as they arrived at the square before the palace, they walked side by side, with the guards bowing respectfully, to which both men returned the gesture before continuing their discussion. Let diplomacy prevail where possible and engage in fierce combat where necessary, ensuring that our adversaries understand the might of the Orc Empire so as to prevent future indignities. By the way, what movements have been observed among the other alien races? Aside from the humans, this morning, a messenger from the Blood Clan arrived with news of an assembly of diverse races to discuss matters regarding the fight against the demonic forces. The Beast Emperor, aware of Rain's recent isolation, recounted the details of the situation. Rain nodded silently, remarking, "It is surprising that the dwarves, who usually seem so arrogant, have shown such a capacity for empathy. And the elves, whom I had intended to visit." The Beast Emperor shook his head and replied, "Perhaps it is a necessity for them to be reasonable. After the war against the demons, all races have suffered greatly. Aside from humans and beast folk, who have a relatively high reproductive capacity, other races will find it challenging to regain their strength. The dwarves remain holed up in the Great Dwarf Mountains, and although we are unaware of their progress, it is likely not much better than that of the elves. Yet we cannot dismiss them entirely. At least they trust our words. However, those tens of thousands outside the Orcish forest do not share this perspective. To the other races, we may be allies. But before humanity, their priorities lie with gold." The Beast Emperor nodded, acknowledging the truth of this statement. The recurring conflicts have stemmed from the issue of slavery. Regardless of the reasons behind these conflicts, the Orc Empire stands on the side of justice. Even if the human coalition were to claim victory in this battle, it is unlikely that the Orc Empire would experience any slave-hunting incidents in the near future, especially given the slim chances of the opposing forces' success. Is there any preliminary resolution among these races? Rain, well-versed in the protocols of the assembly, knew that prior to convening, each race would propose requests based on their circumstances, leading to lengthy deliberations, typically lasting a month. Given the diverse situations of each race, the outcomes of these assemblies are often unpredictable, with very few resolutions being agreed upon. Interestingly, this time, the preliminary resolution was passed swiftly and is closely tied to the interests of the Orc Empire, leaving me perplexed. The Beast Emperor said with a wry smile. Rain, puzzled, inquired about the nature of this resolution, noting how rare it is for a preliminary decision to be made before the assembly convenes. This unusual occurrence piqued his curiosity, especially since it was clear from the Beast Emperor's tone that the resolution held significant implications. They are all preparing to send troops to assist us in combating the mercenary coalition.